Jia Xiaohao Grade B Ability, Swordsman in the Rain. Blue Star Great Xia. Tianhai City Tianhai No.1 High School Awakening Plaza. A colossal awakening platform stood in the very center of the plaza. Beneath it, 3,000 students stared at the stage with burning eyes, their faces filled with longing and boundless anticipation. Damn, that brat Jia Hao actually awakened the Grade B Ability Swordsman in the Rain. What ridiculous luck. Heaven bless me. I don't ask for much. Just let me awaken some random Grade S fire-type ability. TCHU still plays with fire these days. I want lightning. Huge, terrifying lightning. Go play with— While the crowd was going wild, a handsome, black-haired, black-eyed youth in the midst of the throng simply gazed quietly at the stage and let out a soft sigh. Unknowingly, 18 years have already passed. My system, where on earth are you? The youth's name was Lu Chen, an otherwise ordinary transmigrator. 18 years ago, he transmigrated into this high martial world known as Blue Star. Blue Star was broadly similar to Earth, with airplanes, high-speed rail, the internet, and all manner of modern conveniences. The only difference was that 500 years ago, spiritual energy revived across Blue Star. Birds, fish, and insects all mutated, becoming bloodthirsty, ferocious demon beasts. Fortunately, heaven never completely seals off all paths. Humanity too awakened supernatural abilities, and with them fought against the demon beasts, finally carving out the relatively stable situation of today. Abilities were myriad and ever-changing. By function, they were divided into three great categories: combat type, support type, and special type. Combat type dominated the mainstream. Support type served as logistics, while special type was so rare it scarcely appeared in regular statistics. By grade, they were ranked SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, 9 levels in total. Among them, grade SSS was the strongest and grade F the weakest. To awaken a high-grade ability was almost a guarantee of rising above the masses. The rest of one's life would be free from worry about food and clothing. Conversely, a low-grade ability meant being a guaranteed cannon fodder. Blue Star was far more brutal than Earth. On Earth, you were merely driven like an overworked beast of burden in a 996 grind. On Blue Star, you could be turned into a literal beast of burden. Today was the Great Xia Nation's annual Awakening Day. Every student who had reached the age of 18 had the chance to undergo an ability awakening test. Chun Yi Grade F Ability, Betian Sakura. Zhang Wei Grade D Ability, Blue Silver Hammer. Wang Tong Grade C Ability, Child of the Earth. The awakening official's voice echoed across the grounds as one student after another awakened their abilities. Yet the expressions on their faces varied dramatically. Some looked lost, some dejected, some jubilant, some exuberant. This year's batch of seedlings is rather poor. Up to now, there's only one grade B ability. In previous years, we would already have seen grade A by this point. Exactly. At this rate, our No.2 High is going to be at the bottom of the rankings again in this year's martial exams. Sigh, where exactly is the problem? On the rostrum, the teachers murmured among themselves, brows furrowed with worry. Sitting in the seat of honor, Principal Zhao Dahai's face was as dark as ink. The awakening ceremony continued. Next, Lu Chen. In the crowd, when Lu Chen heard his name, he withdrew his wandering thoughts and walked up onto the awakening platform. Here he comes finally. Lu Chen is so handsome, I'd love to have his babies. Our school hunk and top scholar. What grade of ability do you think he'll awaken? I bet at least grade B. Nonsense, what does ability have to do with that? Besides, I don't think Lu Chen looks that special. Lu Chen ignored the surrounding chatter and walked straight up to the awakening platform. On the table before him, he gathered his concentration, extended his right hand, spread his fingers, and grasped the awakening crystal in one firm motion. 2 seconds passed. Just as everyone thought the awakening had failed. Whoosh whoosh. The crystal burst forth with 2 blinding beams of light. The winds and clouds above changed color. Those 2 dazzling beams were reflected high in the sky over the school grounds. One beam formed a pair of enormous blood-red eyes that seemed capable of seeing through all things. The other was a green radiance releasing a torrential emerald glow that cascaded over everyone's heads. A powerful pressure descended. Everyone felt as though constricted by a giant python, suffocated and unable to move, shivering like cicadas in winter, eyes wide with shock. What the? Damn, a phenomenon. This is an awakening phenomenon. It's great. 2 phenomena at once. This is a double scrade unseen in centuries. My God, he's about to soar to the heavens. Lu Chen stood atop the awakening platform, equally stunned, feeling 2 newly born mighty abilities surging within his body. Overjoyed, he thought, could it be that I'm truly a genius? Without a system, without any cheat like Golden Finger, could he really soar on his own effort and sweat alone? On the rostrum, the teachers were jolted awake, all snapping out of their shock. No wonder the results before were so poor. The real surprise was hiding at the end, ready to give us something huge. Principal Zhao Dahai leapt to his feet in excitement and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hurry up and see what kind of grade S abilities they are. They said there were no dragons in this world. Yet here, and now his No.2 High had produced a dragon. Hearing his shout, the awakening official finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly looked down at the device in his hands. When he saw the 2 lines of text on the device, the smile on his face froze. He stared in a daze for half a second before finally announcing, Lu Chen, grade S ability. Greenwood, grade S ability. Spirit Eye. With those words, the entire field fell silent. After about 3 seconds, the silence was shattered by snickering. Then, as if contagious, waves upon waves of laughter rolled out. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Greenwood, Spirit Eye? Aren't those the double trash abilities of the support category? Hilarious. Someone actually awakened those sewer-level abilities. I wouldn't want them even if you gave them to me. Exactly, they're not even as good as Jia Xiaohao's grade B swordsman in the rain. Good news, he awakened double grade S abilities. Bad news, both are trash from the support category. He almost ended up with a great life. Hearing that Lu Chen's double grade S abilities were both of the support type, the teachers on the rostrum immediately changed expressions, their faces turning bitter and resentful. Alas, why did it have to be a useless double S in the support category? If only they were combat type. How great would that be? Exactly. Combat type is the mainstream these days and far superior to support type. Double S in support is like eating chocolate that tastes like filth. The awakening official cast a somewhat sympathetic glance at Lu Chen and spoke to comfort him. Student Lu Chen, don't be disheartened. Although they're support type, they are still double grade S. As long as you cultivate diligently, you can still become a powerhouse. After all, there are no useless abilities. Only useless ability users. Hearing the official's consolation, Lu Chen grinned. Teacher, you're absolutely right. But I'm not sad at all. For the voice he had long awaited finally resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening abilities. Dual Divine Might system is now binding. 1, 25, 69, 91. Binding complete. Binding successful. At the instant he heard those 4 words, Lu Chen almost failed to restrain himself from shouting on the spot. 18 years. Do you have any idea how I have survived these 18 years? Watching the classmates around him twist themselves into ever more exhausting competition, he could only offer himself silent consolation. It's fine. I have a system. Sooner or later I'll soar. Yet the system never came. His anticipation gradually shifted into anxiety into numbness into a detached, indifferent calm. Just when he thought he was destined to live his entire life as an ordinary person, the system arrived. It hasn't been easy. Lu Chen drew in a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. I almost thought you got lost. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Recommendation, remain calm. This system never loses its way, there was simply a traffic jam. Lu Chen fell silent. A system that could make snarky remarks. This was unexpectedly spirited. There was no time to quibble over that now. The most important thing was to figure out what this system actually was. The next second, a surge of information flooded into his mind. A system interface unfolded before his eyes, simple and bare, resembling the back end of some web game. Dual Kamui system, beginner guide. Detected current abilities of host's rank, Qingmu rank Lingyan. Core function of system ability conversion. Existing abilities can be converted into Kamwizari's techniques or Mokutansery's techniques. First conversion is free and comes with a beginner gift pack 200 points. Note, only one conversion path may be chosen. Please choose with caution. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Conversion. He read through the explanation, carefully, growing more excited with every line. The 2 support-type abilities everyone mocked him for, Qingmu and Lingyan, could actually be transformed into 2 heaven-defying powers. The first was Mokutan. What fan of Naruto doesn't know Mokutan? Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. When his hands spread, the devastation that followed was beyond imagination. With a single resonant invocation, even the Ninetales would have to lie down obediently, like a harmless husky. And Mokutan did not merely excel in offense but could restrain enemies, heal and seal, an ability bordering on omnipotent. The second was Dual Kamui, authority incarnate. Uchiha Obito's right eye Kamui, phasing, rendering any attack unable to touch you, absolute invincibility. Kakashi's left eye Kamui, spatial annihilation, things exploding with a single glance. Combined, the 2 formed offense and defense in perfect unity, the pinnacle of time-space ocular techniques. In particular, the fully realized form of Dual Kamui could even tear through Kagai's attacks. Lu Chen's heartbeat quickened. Either of these taken alone was a power standing at the very ceiling of combat. Which should he choose? He thought it through seriously. Mokutan was strong. Exceptionally strong, absurdly strong. But in this world where demonic beasts roamed and sinister cults of evil gods lurked in the shadows, survival was the foremost priority. Dual Kamui, however, was different. With phasing activated, he would be immune to physical attacks. Wanna hit me? You wouldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. With spatial annihilation invoked, space itself twisted. Whatever defense you possessed, you would be twisted into nothing. This was truly offense and defense in one, advancing to strike and retreating to guard, with the option to flee if outmatched and later ambush from the shadows. I choose Dual Kamui. Lu Chen did not hesitate. Only when alive can one deal damage. This had never been wrong. Conversion starting. Conversion successful. Rank ability Lingyan has been converted into Dual Kamui Mangekyo. Current dual Kamui techniques activated phasing LV. 0. Annihilation LV. 0. Susanoo LV. 0. Beginner gift pack, granted 200 points. Host is advised to use points to upgrade techniques and enhance combat strength. System notifications popped up in rapid succession, and Lu Chen felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. It was as though something deep within his eyeballs had awakened. Cold, sinister, overwhelming, invincible. He subconsciously blinked. When he looked at the world again, everything had changed. He could see particles of spiritual energy flowing through the air, see the outlines of distant students, even perceive the spiritual strength of each person around him. This was the enhancement brought by the conversion of Hanyan. No, now it should be called dual Kamui. Next he had to use his points to upgrade phasing annihilation and Susanoo, the three fundamental techniques of dual Kamui. Lu Chen looked to the panel. Phasing LV. 0 LV. 1 A required 100 points. Effect single eye phasing duration 2. 5 seconds, effective radius 5 meters around self, unable to attack, while phased. Annihilation LV. 0 LV. 1 A required 100 points. Effect single target spatial annihilation, charge time 0. 6 seconds, casting distance within a radius of 10 meters. Susanoo LV. 0 LV. 1 A required 100 points. Effect first stage, Susanoo skeletal form. Upon activation, overall strength rises in a spiraling leap. First I'll upgrade phasing, no question. Its absolute defense a life-saving measure. Next is Annihilation, the strongest single-target spatial kill technique, superior in offense even to Susanoo. System upgrade phasing and Annihilation. Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly selected upgrade. Received. 100 points consumed. Upgrade successful. Phasing has been raised to LV. 1. 100 points consumed. Upgrade successful. Annihilation has been raised to LV. 1. As the system's voice fell silent, a vast amount of knowledge about phasing and annihilation techniques surged into his mind. These techniques imprinted themselves upon him, ready to be unleashed. At the same time, the power within his eyes grew stronger, more sinister, a qualitative transformation. New power. How I didn't expect it to be this formidable. System, open my status panel. The panel refreshed. Host Lu Chen. Age 18. Realm first tier middle stage. Abilities, Shrank, Qingmu Shrank Yan converted into dual Kamui. Techniques. Phasing LV. 1 Annihilation LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 0.0. Lu Chen stared at the panel for 3 seconds, silently clenching his fists. He had phasing, he had annihilation. Next would be unlocking Susanoo, and converting to Mokutan as well. The system's explanation was clear: killing demonic beasts would earn points with extra rewards for defeating those above his level. Demonic beasts is it? Get ready to become my experience packs. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Friendly reminder: host current realm is first tier middle stage. It is recommended to start with first-tier beasts. Do not get carried away. Can you stop throwing cold water on me? This is rational analysis, not pouring cold water. That's some very polite cold water you're pouring. Lu Chen closed the system panel, feeling invigorated in both body and mind. 18 years. He was finally about to have a cheat like golden finger. No, he already had one. Unfortunately, the system was a bit sharp-tongued. Good news, the system was bound. Bad news, the system came with a mouth. The awakening ceremony was still in progress. As Lu Chen stepped down from the awakening platform, the jeers around him had yet to cease. An auxiliary type, double S. Haha, that's hilarious. The Verdant with Spirit Eye? Isn't that the legendary useless combo? Poor Lu Chen. I was thinking about having his babies a moment ago, but now. Forget it. Didn't you just say he was handsome? What's the use of being handsome? Can you eat good looks? An auxiliary will just be a healer for life. Lu Chen listened to the murmurs, his face a mask of indifference. In the past this might have stung a little. But now, he could only laugh. With dual divine might at his disposal, they could say whatever they wanted. When the martial exam arrived, they would see who the real waste was. The ceremony continued for another dozen minutes as the remaining students completed their awakenings. Apart from Jia Zaiheo's rank, no one else surpassed that grade. Principal Zhao Dahai's face darkened again. I hereby declare this awakening ceremony concluded, the awakening officer announced, closing the roster. All awakened students return home and familiarize yourselves with your abilities. The martial exam in half a month will be the first major test of your lives. The students began to disperse. As Lu Chen was about to leave, a teacher hurried over. Student Lu Chen, the principal wants me. Yes, regarding the reward for Enshrank Awakener. Lu Chen nodded and followed the teacher towards the administration building. Along the way, he pondered what the reward for Enshrank Awakener might be. A pill, equipment, or money. Whatever it was, he was in dire need of resources. Pushing open the door to the principal's office, he found Zhao Dahai seated behind his desk. The darkness on his face had mostly faded, replaced by a benevolent smile. The expression resembled that of an old farmer whose pig had finally learned to root for cabbages. Lu Chen, come and sit. Zhao Dahai greeted with blazing enthusiasm. What would you like to drink? Tea, water, or cola? Water is fine, thank you, principal. Don't be so polite. You are the only Shrank I know. 2 High School has produced this year, and a double S at that. Zhao Dehai personally poured him a glass of water. Even if it is the auxiliary type. A him and strength isn't strength. The prestige is undeniable. Lu Chen accepted the cup, but remained silent knowing the principal had more to say. Sure enough, Zhao Dehai rubbed his hands together and produced a small box from his drawer. This is the school's reward for Strength Awakener's 3 Spirit Convergence Pills. They will help you rapidly advance to the peak of the First Order within half a month. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Spirit Convergence Pills were a true treasure. For ordinary students, spirit absorption after awakening was as slow as a snail's crawl. These pills directly enhance cultivation efficiency, and 3 of them could indeed propel him to the peak of the First Order. Thank you, Principal. Don't thank me just yet. Zhao Dehai waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Lu Chen, let me be frank with you. Please speak. The martial exam is in half a month. Use this time to cultivate diligently. Zhao Dehai paused. I know you're an auxiliary type, and many look down on you. But remember, there are no useless abilities, only useless awakener. The awakening officer said the same thing. He copied that from me, Zhao Dehai said without flinching. I said it. Lu Chen suppressed a smile. The martial exam consists of 2 parts, a written test and a practical combat test, Zhao Dehai continued. The written test covers beast knowledge and spiritual energy theory. Given your grades, I'm not worried about that. The key is practical combat. What does the practical combat test involve? It changes every year, but the core is the same: hunt beasts in a designated area and rank by points. Zhao Dehai patted his shoulder. For an auxiliary to score high, you either cling to a strong teammate, or you have hidden combat power. He said this with a meaningful look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had this old man noticed something? Principal, I'm purely auxiliary. I know I was just talking, Zhao Dehai said with a chuckle. Alright, go prepare. And if you have any special abilities, don't hide them. Use them in the exam. Alright. Lu Chen stood up to leave. As he reached the door, Zhao Dehai called out again. Lu Chen. Moi. I always felt you were not simple, Zhao Dehai said, squinting. When you awakened double S, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Those eyes of yours don't look like they belong to an auxiliary type. Lu Chen turned back with a smile. Principal, maybe I'm a warrior held back by the auxiliary label. Zhao Dehai froze for a second, then burst into laughter. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. He slapped the desk hard. Go on, get a good rank in the martial exam, and show other schools that no. 2 High School is no pushover. Lu Chen stepped out of the administration building, sunlight falling perfectly on his face. He squinted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Half a month. In half a month, he would make everyone know just how terrifying that double S auxiliary they mocked could truly be. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see a message from an unknown number. Congratulations on your awakening, student Lu Chen. I'm Teacher Wang from the admissions office at Tianhai University. Is it convenient to talk? Tianhai University. One of the top 5 awakener universities in the Xia Empire, and they'd already come knocking. Before Lu Chen could reply, a second message arrived. Don't rush to agree with Tianhai. Our imperial capital university's offer is more generous: full tuition waiver plus 100 points monthly. Consider it. A third message popped up immediately. Jinling University, full tuition waiver, 200 points, private cultivation room, a beautiful female mentor. Lu Chen stared at the screen deep in thought. These universities were way too fast. The ceremony had ended less than an hour ago, and they'd already gotten his number. He tucked the phone back into his pocket without replying. The most important thing now wasn't choosing a university. It was increasing his strength. The martial exam in half a month was his true stage for proving himself. By then, these universities' offers would only get better. Lu Chen walked along the tree-lined path on campus, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his eyes. Phasing. Obliteration. These 2 abilities were still weak now. But as long as he kept hunting beasts and accumulating points, they would eventually grow to true divine might. By then, he stopped, looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue with white clouds drifting lazily by. I will show the world what it truly means to wield divine power. In Tianhai City, at the city center, within a private training room of a villa, flames are burning. The fiery red flames, infused with spirit, roll, leap, and consume everything in the air like a living creature. At the center of the flames stands a woman. She appears to be around 17 or 18 years old, with long red hair cascading down to her waist, shimmering with a cold luster under the glow of the flames. Her features are exquisite, with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, a high nose, and full rosy lips. Her figure is undoubtedly stunning. Curves in all the right places, a waist so slim it can be grasped by a single hand, yet certain areas are disproportionately ample. The most striking feature is the flame-shaped mark on her forehead, glowing faintly, flickering with her breaths. At this moment, she is dressed in a tight-fitting fired training outfit that accentuates her breathtaking curves. Holding a long red spear, flames entwine around its tip, making her appear like a rose blooming amidst the raging fire. Wildfire 100 strikes. The woman shouted, sweeping her spear. The flames at the spear tip exploded instantly, transforming into hundreds of fire serpents that darted in all directions. The surrounding metal puppets, unable to react in time, were engulfed by the flames. They were second-tier puppets. Each possessed the defensive power of the early second tier, making it difficult for an ordinary first-tier awakener to defeat even one. But before her flames, these puppets felt like paper instantly reduced to ashes. The flames continued to burn for a full 5 seconds before extinguishing. All that remained in the training room was a charred ground, and the sweltering heat lingering in the air. The red-haired woman stood with her spear retracted, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet her breathing remained steady. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause came from the doorway. A similarly voluptuous girl walked in. If the red-haired woman's figure was perfectly proportioned, this girl was excessively alluring. Her features were sweet, with a round face carrying a hint of baby fat, and 2 dimples appearing when she smiled. But looking down, her gifted curves were mesmerizing, swaying gently with her steps, as if narrating some unscientific physical law. Dressed in an oversized t-shirt that somehow fit her like a second skin, she exclaimed, "Wow, Su Hanyan, you're getting better and better. You just eliminated a dozen second-tier puppets in a flash. Has your flame evolved again?" The red-haired woman, named Su Hanyan, was a senior at Tianhai No.1 High School, widely recognized as the school's beauty. Of course, she was not just a pretty face. With austere fire ability, the burning flame of heaven, she ranked first on the school's combat power list, and second overall in the city's examinations for years. Indeed, second for years. In every major city exam, she had always been overshadowed by one person. Thinking of that individual made the flame mark on Su Hanyan's forehead flicker. They are just lifeless objects, no challenge at all. Su Hanyan retracted her spear, letting the flames dissipate from its tip, shaking her long hair as she smiled with unrestrained confidence. It would be more thrilling to venture outside the city to hunt beasts. At least they run, scream, and resist, making the kill feel satisfying. You sound like a psychopathic killer, the voluptuous girl retorted. I'm hunting beasts, not people, Su Hanyan replied. It's basically the same, it's all about killing. Su Hanyan, uninterested in continuing the debate, sat on a nearby sofa and took a big gulp from her water bottle. Sweat trickled down her neck, disappearing into her collar. The voluptuous girl stared, her eyes glued, swallowing hard. What's with that expression? Nothing, just that you look too good. If I were a guy, I'd pounce on you right now. You're not a guy, Su Hanyan shot back. What a pity. Su Hanyan set down the water bottle, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Bobo, isn't there an awakening ceremony happening at No.1 High School today? What did that person awaken? Her tone was casual, but her eyes betrayed her. That person who consistently ranked ahead of her in citywide exams. How could she not care? Bobo blinked, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, our school beauty actually cares about us. I'm just asking. Just asking. Bobo leaned closer, her dimples deep enough to hold wine. Your face, that's just from exercising. Your heart is racing, isn't it? You can't hear anything. I'm just guessing. Su Hanyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She was indeed concerned about that person. Not out of affection, certainly not. It was purely out of frustration. In every major city exam, in every ranking, she was always second. She couldn't outscore him in mathematics, nor in literature, nor even in practical simulations. That person loomed over her like a mountain for 3 whole years. When had Su Hanyan ever been second? But as long as that person was around, she could only be second. Now that she had awakened her abilities, it was an opportunity to turn the tide. She wanted to know what that person who had overshadowed her for 3 years had awakened. Tell me quickly. Su Hanyan stared at Bobo, her eyes fierce. Don't keep me in suspense. All right, I'll tell you. Bobo raised her hands in surrender. I heard from my cousin he studies at No.1 High, and then, then that person awakened Dual S abilities. Dual S. Su Hanyan's pupils constricted. With her steer fire ability, she was already the strongest in the school. What concept did Dual S represent? It was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Her heart raced violently, and her fingers instinctively tightened around the water bottle. What Dual S? Her voice grew tense. Bobo shrugged, her expression somewhat subtle. Qingmu and Lingyan. Su Hanyan was stunned. Qingmu, Lingyan. That person who had overshadowed her for 3 years awakened 2 support-type S abilities. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Bobo continued, her tone laced with a touch of regret. What a pity. If they were combat types, he might have been even stronger than you, truly able to keep you under him during the martial arts exam. Under him. Those 4 words made Su Hanyan's brows twitch. She should have been happy. The gap between support and combat types was like the difference between a bicycle and a motorcycle. Though both were steer, the practical combat capabilities of combat types far surpassed those of support types. That person awakening as a support type meant she could finally turn the tables. Finally, she could be first. Finally, she wouldn't be overshadowed by that person anymore. But she couldn't feel happy. For 3 years, she had regarded that person as her rival. Now she was being told that her rival had become a support type. It felt like practicing basketball for 3 years only to have your opponent switch to ping pong. Of course I want to surpass him. Su Hanyan stood up and slammed the water bottle on the table. But I don't want to surpass someone from the support class. There's a big difference. Su Hanyan turned around, her crimson hair drawing an arc in the air. I want to defeat him fair and square, not because he awakened a support skill, as that would make the victory meaningless. Bobo blinked and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your hypocrisy. Bobo placed her hands on her hips. In the end, you still think he is worthy to be your opponent. Hanyan remained silent. It was an acknowledgement. Bobo sighed and patted her shoulder. All right, I know your pride. So what are you planning to do? Hanyan paused for a few seconds, of fire igniting in her eyes. Tomorrow I will leave the city. Huh. I want to enhance my strength and breakthrough in real combat. Hanyan clenched her fist. Since he is from the support class, I must become even stronger. Strong enough for everyone to know that my supremacy as Hanyan is not achieved by others becoming weaker. So passionate, so dramatic. Bobo clapped her hands, her chest also applauding. Shut up. Are you going? Hanyan turned to look at her. You're coming with me. Bobo's smile instantly froze. No, no, no. She waved her hands repeatedly and took 3 steps back. I'm the proud daughter of a wealthy family. Isn't it better to spend money on pills rather than suffer out in the wild? Your ability isn't weak either. Lying at home all the time will just waste it. If I waste it, then so be it. My family has a mind. Even if I waste it, I can be supported for a lifetime. Bobo rubbed her shoulders, looking pitiful. You have no idea, just standing there watching you battle the puppets made my back ache. If I leave the city to hunt beasts, I fear I would take 2 steps and need to rest for 3. Hanyan glanced at her chest. That pair of extraordinary gifts was indeed a burden. She suddenly understood why this girl always complained of tiredness. You should eat fewer papaya-flavored pills. Hanyan couldn't help but say. That's not an option. Bobo responded sternly. It's my pride, my asset, and my future husband's fortune. Your future husband is truly unfortunate. What do you know? Hanyan shook her head, no longer persuading her. Everyone has their own way of living. Some choose to rely on pills and lie flat, while others choose to lick blood on the edge of a blade. She chose the latter. Then I will go alone tomorrow. Hanyan picked up the crimson long spear, leaning against the wall. The spear trembled slightly in her hands, as if longing for battle. You really are going? Bobo looked a bit worried. It's very dangerous outside the city. I heard that beasts have been very active lately, and the people from the demon god sect have appeared too. Danger is what makes it interesting. Hanyan smiled, carrying a fierce determination. What breakthrough can there be in a safe place? You make it sound like you're going to die. Don't worry, I won't die. Hanyan rested the spear on her shoulder, her red hair fluttering in the air as she walked toward the door. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. By the way, what was his name again? Who? That person. Bobo was stunned for a moment, then realized, laughing so hard, she doubled over. Oh my god, you've been suppressed by him for 3 years, and you don't even remember his name. What do I need to remember him for? I only remember he is second. You are second, and he is first. Hanyan's face darkened for a moment. Bobo had laughed enough, wiping the tears from her eyes. I think his name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Hanyan repeated the name, nodding. Got it. She hoisted the spear and walked out of the villa. As night fell, the last rays of twilight were dissipating on the horizon. Hanyan stood at the villa's entrance, looking up at the sky. That direction is the 2nd high school. Lu Chen double S in support, she murmured to herself, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. The fiery mark on her forehead glowed briefly, as if responding to her fighting spirit. No matter if you're from the combat or support class, I will win. Because I am Hanyan. She turned and walked into the night, her crimson hair flowing like flames in the evening breeze. Tomorrow, leave the city, hunt beasts, break through. Then during the martial arts examination, properly crush that person completely beneath me. Inside the villa, Bobo slumped on the sofa, pulled out her phone to scroll for a while, and suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to ask if he's handsome. She murmured. But a double S support, no matter how handsome, can't compare to my family's #1 beauty, Hanyan, right? She flipped through her contacts, found her cousin's number, thought for a moment, and then closed it. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. She flipped over, her chest bouncing. I should think about what flavor of papaya pill to eat tomorrow. Tianhai City Old District. Here it feels like 2 worlds apart from the high-rise buildings of the city center. The streets over there are wide and bright, the shops lavishly decorated, even the streetlights are customized. But here, the road is uneven, it could raise fish on a rainy day. The electric wires crisscross like spider webs in the air, large patches of wall paint have peeled off, revealing the dull gray cement underneath. A vague and indescribable smell lingered in the air. Lu Chen had grown up here. He walked through the narrow alley and arrived at the base of a 6-story old building. There was no elevator, and the lights in the corridor flickered. The walls had children's chalk drawings and remnants of various small advertisements. He climbed to the 4th floor, pulled out a shiny key, and unlocked the door. The room was not large, a 2-bedroom apartment with old furniture, but it was tidy and clean. The cushions on the sofa were arranged neatly, and a cup of unfinished tea sat on the coffee table. Lu Chen stood in the living room, his gaze landing on a photo on the wall. In the photo, a young couple held a 2 to 3-year-old child, their eyes squinting with smiles. The man was tall and handsome, with features resembling Lu Chen's by about 70%. The woman was gentle and beautiful, holding the child in one arm and wrapping the other around her husband's. Lu Chen stared at the photo for a few seconds. That was his mom and dad. 10 years ago, a beast tide swept through a small town on the outskirts of Tianhai City. His parents were both awakeners and were dispatched to the front lines for support. Then they never returned. The official statement was heroically sacrificed with no remains left. That year Lu Chen was 8 years old. He remembered that night, when his uncle Lu Yuan came to his house with red-rimmed eyes, picked him up without a word, and said, "From now on stay with your uncle." Then he never put him down again. Lu Chen averted his gaze and took a deep breath. Post-emotional fluctuations are significant. It is recommended to go out and run a few laps to vent. The system's voice rang in his mind. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. You can detect my emotions. Basic functionality not worth mentioning. Then why didn't you remind me before? You had no emotional fluctuations before, just MHM. Oh, okay. The system almost thought it had bound a face-lacking person. Lu Chen decided not to argue with this mouth. He turned around, exited the door, and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw a figure coming from the alley. The man was in his 30s with a square face, dark skin, and a build as sturdy as a wall. He wore a faded tactical vest, and the muscles on his arms strained the sleeves. His walking posture was somewhat off, his left leg seemed weak, causing him to limp. He also had an injury on his face with a bandage over his right eye corner, where blood could faintly be seen seeping through. But the moment he saw Lu Chen, a smile blossomed on his face as he strode over. Little Chen is back. This person was Lu Yuan, a comrade of Lu Chen's father who had taken care of him for the past decade. A latest-stage Tier 3 awakened, an old veteran of the demon-slaying hall, earning a living by hunting monsters. To Lu Chen, he was no different from his biological father. Uncle Yuan. Lu Chen approached, asking, "Are you injured?" "What's this little injury to worry about?" Lu Yuan patted his chest, producing a loud thud. "Back in the day when I was killing monsters at the border, I survived a claw strike from a 4th-tier beast without dying. This little skin injury will heal after a good night's sleep." He spoke lightly, but Lu Chen noticed the twitch at the corner of his mouth when he patted his chest, clearly suppressing pain. Lu Chen chose not to expose it. "How was the awakening ceremony today?" Lu Yuan draped an arm over his shoulder as they walked upstairs, his tone filled with anticipation. "My little Chen must have awakened an incredible ability, right?" Lu Chen looked at the eager expression on his face and suddenly felt like laughing. "Guess." "What do you mean guess? Hurry up and tell me." Lu Yuan urged. "Are you trying to kill your uncle with suspense?" Double S. Lu Yuan halted in his tracks. He turned to look at Lu Chen, his eyes wide as saucers. "What did you say?" Double S abilities, Lu Chen repeated, Qingmu and Lingyan. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. His expression shifted from shock to ecstasy, from ecstasy to agitation, and finally his eyes turned red. "Great." He slapped Lu Chen's shoulder, causing Lu Chen to almost stumble. "Good lad." Double S abilities. If your dad knew, he would probably leap out of his grave. "Uncle Yuan, could you please use a different metaphor?" "What do you mean a different metaphor?" "This is wonderful." Lu Yuan laughed heartily, but as he laughed his eyes grew misty. "Your dad awakened a great ability back then and bragged about it for half a year. If he were still around, he would definitely take you out to celebrate." Lu Chen smiled slightly. The two ascended the stairs and pushed open the door. Inside the room were already two people seated. One was tall and thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looking cultured as he sipped tea delicately. The other was short and stout, with a shiny bald head and a necklace made of monster teeth hanging around his neck. He was casually sitting with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds. These two were companions of Lu Yuan from the demon-slaying squad. The tall one was named Chun Mo, nicknamed Silence, a mid-stage Tier 3 awakened with a Crade Wind ability. The bald one was named Lu Tieju, nicknamed Iron Head, an early-stage Tier 3 awakened with a Crade Energy Shield ability. Both looked up when Lu Chen entered and put down what they were holding. "Little Chen is back." Lu Tai's voice was even louder than Lu Yuan's, scattering sunflower seed shells everywhere. "I heard you awakened today, so Uncle Taiju specially bought 2 pounds of wild boar head meat to celebrate tonight." Chen Mo said nothing, merely pushed up his glasses and nodded at Lu Chen. However, there was also a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Lu Yuan strode to the center of the living room, hands on his hips, like a victorious general. "Everyone listen up." Chen Mo and Lu Taiju turned to him in unison. "My little Chen has awakened double S abilities." The living room fell silent for a second. Lu Taiju dropped the sunflower seeds he was holding on the ground. Chen Mo's glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose. "Double S." Lu Taiju shot up from his seat, almost flipping the chair over. "What the hell, double S?" "Qingmu and Lingyan," Lu Yuan added. "Qingmu? Isn't that a support ability?" Lu Taiju paused for a moment, but quickly waved his hand. "What does the type matter? Double S is still double S. In the entire Tianhai City, no one has awakened double S abilities in 100 years. Chen Mo pushed his glasses and rarely spoke. "Little Chen, congratulations." Lu Chen smiled, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. Thank you, Uncle Taiju." "What are you thanking for?" Lu Taiju slammed his palm on the coffee table, making the teacups jump. Tonight, we must celebrate. I'll go buy 2 pounds of wild beef and 2 pounds of white wine. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, but Lu Chen noticed a hint of fatigue hidden beneath his grin. Moreover, when he had patted Lu Chen's shoulder earlier, he had used his left hand. His right hand hung by his side, hardly moving. Lu Chen had an inkling of what was going on. Uncle Yuan, he began. Moi, are you guys going out of the city today? The room suddenly fell silent. Lu Tieju, who had just picked up the sunflower seeds, dropped them again. Chun Imo lightly tapped the teacup with his fingers. Lu Yuan's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered. We went out of the city, hunted a few monsters, and just got back. His tone was very casual. What's wrong? It's just a small injury. Didn't I say it will be fine after a good night's sleep, eh? Uncle Taiju is hurt too. Lu Taiju instinctively hid his right hand behind him. On the back of his hand was a deep wound. Although it had been bandaged, blood was still seeping out. Uncle Chin, your glasses are new, right? I remember your glasses were custom-made and shouldn't break easily. Unless you encountered some danger where even you couldn't. Chun Mo was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Little Chin, your observation skills are quite sharp. I've always been sharp, Lu Chen said. So what exactly happened? Lu Taiju opened his mouth, looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan frowned and shook his head. Lu Taiju closed his mouth again, but from his frustrated expression, it was clear he wanted to say something. Lu Chen sighed. Uncle Yuan, I am 18 now. I know. I awakened its great ability. I am no longer a child. Lu Chen looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, speaking each word clearly. If something has happened at home, you can tell me. Lu Yuan remained silent for a long time. His lips moved, but then pressed together. Lu Taiju finally couldn't hold back. Brother Yuan, just tell us. Lu Taiju slapped his thigh. Little Chen awakened Qingmu, which is a wood-type healing ability. It might be able to save Auntie. Lu Chen's heart sank suddenly. What happened to Auntie? Lu Yuan's fist clenched, veins bulging. After several seconds, he finally relaxed, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Your aunt was injured. His voice was very low. Yesterday, when we went out of the city, we encountered a group of people. What kind of people, eh? I don't know. Lu Yuan raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We hunted a third-tier ironback bear, and we're about to finish up, when suddenly 5 people appeared. 5 people. Lu Chen frowned. 4 at early stage tier 3, and the leader was at latest stage tier 3. Lu Taiju continued, his tone filled with rage. Without a word, they robbed us. Of course we wouldn't let them, and they ended up attacking us directly. Were their abilities strong? Lu Chen asked. It's not a matter of strength or weakness. Shan Imo slowly replied. They ambushed us when we were at our weakest, after finishing off the ironback bear, when our spiritual energy was mostly depleted. They had been hiding nearby, waiting until we were most vulnerable to strike. Auntie was struck by the leader. Lu Tai's voice was heavy. That strike was severe. Auntie spat blood on the spot, and still hasn't gotten out of bed. Lu Chen's expression turned grim. Where was she hurt? In the chest, Lu Yuan said. The spiritual energy shock damaged her internal organs. Did you take her to the hospital, eh? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. The doctor said she needs a period of rest, at least 2 months before she can get out of bed. 2 months. Lu Chen's fingers tightened slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. What about those people? They ran away. Lu Taiju smashed his fist on the coffee table, causing cups to topple and tea to spill everywhere. They ran off right after attacking, leaving us no time to react. Those bastards, don't let me run into them again. Lu Chen remained silent. He approached Lu Yuan, crouching down to look him in the eyes. Uncle Yuan, let me give it a try. Try what? Qingmu, Lu Chen said. I want to use Qingmu to heal Auntie. Lu Yuan was taken aback. You just awakened, your ability isn't stable yet. Can you manage? How will I know if I don't try? But, Uncle Yuan, Lu Chen interrupted him. Annie has taken care of me for 10 years. When I had a fever as a child, she stayed up all night by my bedside. When I was bullied, she would go to school to confront the other parents. When I failed a test, she never scolded me, only encouraged me to do better next time. Now she's injured and lying in bed. Do you think I should try? Lu Yuan's eyes turned red. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked. In the end, he only nodded vigorously. Shan Imo stood up. I'll go open the door. Lu Taiju wiped his face. I'll go buy wild beef. Once Annie recovers, we'll celebrate properly. Lu Chen stood up, looking out at the darkening sky. It was already night, but the fire within his heart had just begun to ignite. Auntie's room is at the end of the hallway. As Lu Chen approached the door, his footsteps suddenly slowed. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room is small, with an old wooden bed against the window. On the bedside table, there is a bowl of unfinished Chinese medicine, and the air is filled with a bitter herbal scent. A woman lies on the bed. In her early 40s, her complexion is pale, lacking any hint of blood. Her lips are dry, and there are fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but it is evident that she must have been very beautiful in her youth. Her hair is a bit disheveled, casually draped over the pillow. She looks as if something has drained her of strength. Even her breathing is light. Her name is Shun Rulin, Lu Yuan's wife, and Lu Chen has called her Auntie for 10 years. Every morning, she would wake him up, prepare breakfast, and sew his clothes when they were torn. At parent-teacher meetings, it was always Annie who attended. The teachers praised Lu Chen's good grades, and Auntie smiled more happily than anyone else. Later, as he grew older, he felt embarrassed to have Annie pick him up. But before every exam, Annie would prepare a feast of his favorite dishes, saying, "Eat more, so you have energy in the exam room." Now this person who once shielded him from the storms of life lies weakly in bed, struggling to even turn over. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned red. "Auntie." His voice trembled slightly. Hearing his voice, Shenrulin opened her eyes. The moment she saw Lu Chen, a faint smile appeared on her pale face as she struggled to sit up. "Xiao Chen is here." Her voice was very soft. Lu Chen quickly walked over and pressed down on her shoulder, saying, "Don't move, just lie down." "It's fine, it's just that I've been lying down for too long and have no strength." Shenrulin smiled, her gaze resting on Lu Chen's face as she surveyed him. "You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well?" "I eat just fine." Lu Chen swallowed hard. "Annie, why didn't you tell me you were hurt?" Shenrulin's expression immediately changed, turning from gentle to sharp, glaring at Lu Yuan, who stood at the door. "Didn't I say? Xiao Chen is going to take the martial arts exam. Don't let him know about my injury and distract him. Where are your ears?" Lu Yuan took a step back, feeling wronged. "I didn't say anything. Xiao Chen figured it out himself." "He figured it out himself?" Shenrulin didn't believe it. "Do you think I'm foolish? Xiao Chen just came home from school. How would he know? He's observant. He saw me limping, noticed the injury on Tai Tu's hand, and saw that Lao Chun changed his glasses, then kept asking." Lu Yuan shrugged. "This kid is as clever as a monkey. Ooh, I can't hide anything from him." Shenrulin was about to say something when Lu Yuan quickly added, "And Xiao Chen's awakening ceremony is today. Guess what?" "What?" "Double S abilities." Shenrulin was stunned. Her somewhat murky eyes suddenly brightened as if light was shining from within. "Double S." Her voice rose slightly, filled with disbelief. "Say that again." "Double S Qingmu and Lingyan." Lu Yuan walked to the bedside, pride evident on his face. "Your little Xiao Chun has awakened double S abilities." Shenrulin turned to look at Lu Chen, her lips trembling. "Really?" Lu Chen nodded. "Really?" Shenrulin's eyes instantly became moist. She reached out her hand, trembling, as she touched Lu Chen's face, just like when he was little. "Good, good, good." She repeated the word 3 times, tears streaming down her cheeks. "If your parents knew, they would be—" Lu Chen held her hand, feeling how cold it was. "Annie, don't cry. This is a good thing. Auntie is happy, very happy." Shenrulin wiped her tears, unable to suppress her smile. "Double S abilities, one has never appeared in the entire Xia. Xiao Chun will surely succeed, get into a good university, find a good job, and marry a beautiful wife." "Auntie, I just turned 18. So what if you're 18? Auntie was already dating your uncle when she was 18. Shenrulin became more spirited as she spoke, and there was even a bit of color returning to her pale face. Lu Yuan muttered beside her, "You were the one who pursued me." "Shut up." Lu Yuan obediently fell silent. Lu Chen smiled, then composed himself and looked earnestly at Shenrulin. "Annie, let me give it a try." "Try what?" "I'll use Qingmu to heal your injury." Shenrulin was taken aback and shook her head. "No, you just awakened, and your abilities are still unstable. Besides, Qingmu is a support type. Healing consumes spiritual energy. You're just a child, Auntie." Lu Chen interrupted her. "You've taken care of me for 10 years. Now it's my turn to take care of you." Shenrulin opened her mouth, looking into Lu Chen's eyes. In those eyes there was no hesitation, no impulsiveness, only a determination she had never seen before. She suddenly felt that this child had really grown up. "Go ahead and try." Shenrulin relented. "If it doesn't work, then just stop, don't force it." Lu Chen nodded, extending his hand and placing it above Shenrulin's chest. He closed his eyes. The Qingmu ability within him began to surge. A branch radiating a green glow extended from his palm, suffused with pure spiritual energy, seeping into Shenrulin's body. Within Auntie's body, a mass of black spiritual energy lingered like a thorn, constantly damaging the surrounding tissues. Lu Chen carefully controlled the Qingmu to wrap around that mass of black spiritual energy, dissolving it little by little. This process was slow and consumed a lot of mental energy. He felt his spiritual energy flowing out like a reservoir that had been opened. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. That mass of black spiritual energy was finally completely dissolved. Shenrulin's complexion visibly improved, turning from pale to rosy, and her breathing became steady and strong. She widened her eyes, unable to believe the changes in her body. It didn't hurt anymore. Her chest didn't hurt, her breathing was smooth, and she felt light all over. She tried to move her legs and found she could. Then she tried to sit up and easily propped herself up. Shenrulin looked at her hands, turning them over and over, as if confirming whether they were truly her hands. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply. His face was as white as paper, beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead, and he felt like he was about to collapse. "Xiao Chen." Lu Yuan reacted quickly and caught him. "I'm fine." Lu Chen forced a smile, just a bit weak. He rummaged through his pocket for the box of gathering spirit pills given by the principal, taking one and popping it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm power surged in as if parched land was meeting a gentle rain. At that moment his realm also broke through. Late stage of the first level. "Good heavens, have you broken through?" Lu Taiju peered in at the doorway, Is that a gathering spirit pill your principal? Yes, it's a reward for strength awakeners. Lu Chen stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling the surge of strength that made him quite comfortable. This thing is quite expensive. Lu Taiju gulped. You should save it. Got it. Shen Ruolin had already gotten off the bed and quickly walked up to Lu Chen, embracing him tightly. Xiaochen, you're just amazing. Annie thought she would be lying in bed for 2 months, but you managed to heal her. Lu Chen was slightly out of breath from the hug, but did not struggle. Auntie, be gentle, I might be suffocated. Oh. Shen Ruolin quickly released him, wiping away her tears. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, her expression changing. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to get some water? Xiao Chun is thirsty. Me? Lu Yuan pointed at himself. Yes, you hurry up. Lu Yuan obediently went to get water. Lu Taiju and Chun Mo exchanged glances, both stifling laughs. Lu Chen took a sip of water, glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Lu Taiju and Chun Mo. Uncle Yuan, stretch out your hand. Why? I'll help you heal your injuries. This little injury of mine is just stretch it out. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Chen's unwavering gaze and obediently extended his right hand. Lu Chen grasped his wrist, and the power of the greenwood surged once more. The green light permeated in, and the dark injuries on Lu Yuan's arm healed at a visible rate. The bruises dissipated, and even some old injuries accumulated over the years were treated in the process. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. What kind of divine ability is this? He moved his right hand, finding it incredibly agile. I injured this hand 3 years ago, and I could never use it fully, but now it's actually healed. Don't move, it's not finished yet. Lu Chen continued to treat his leg and the injuries on his face. In less than 5 minutes, all of Lu Yuan's injuries were healed. He stood there, moving his shoulders and twisting his waist, wearing an incredulous expression. I feel like I've changed. Lu Yuan slapped his chest hard this time, without any twitching at the corners of his mouth. It doesn't hurt anymore, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Tieju's eyes gleamed, and he hurried over, extending his right hand towards Lu Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Taitu's hand. Lu Chen glanced at the deep scar on the back of his hand, smiled, and reached out to grasp it. The green light flashed, and the wound healed at a visible rate, leaving no scar behind. Damn. Lu Taiju stared at his hand, turning it over several times, almost jumping in excitement. Damn. This is more effective than a hospital's treatment device. It takes the hospital several days to heal, but you finished it in seconds. Chun Mo remained silent, but adjusted his glasses and quietly extended his hand. His injury was on his rib, inflicted by the claw of an ironback bear, resulting in a fracture. After Lu Chen finished treating him, Chun Mo took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Done. He said one word, but his tone was full of shock. Old Chen said 2 words. Lu Taiju exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. Xiaochen, your ability is incredible. You made Old Chen say 2 words at once. Chun Mo shot him a glance, but did not speak. Lu Taiju awkwardly shrank his neck. Shen Ruolin was already busy setting the table with a basin of demon beast meat, 2 pounds of barbarian beef, a plate of peanuts, and several stir-fried dishes. Come and eat. She called out. Xiao Chun is exhausted. Eat more meat to replenish your strength. The family gathered around the dining table. Lu Chen picked up a piece of demon beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, he suddenly felt that this kind of life was truly wonderful. There were uncles, aunties, Uncle Taitu, and Uncle Chun. Though not by blood, it felt even closer than blood ties. Xiao Chun. Lu Yuan raised his cup, took a sip. Now that you've awakened dual S abilities, what are your plans next? Lu Chen put down his chopsticks. I want to attend the 4 top universities. The living room fell silent for a second. The 4. Lu Tieju's eyes bulged. Emperor Capital University, Tianhai University, Jinling University, and Southwest University. Yes, those are the 4 best universities for awakeners in the entire Great Xia. Lu Taiju gave a thumbs up. You have ambition. Uncle Taitu supports you. Shen Ruolin beamed. My Xiao Chun is going to the best university. Chun Mo adjusted his glasses and nodded. Lu Yuan also nodded. With your grades, you won't have any problem in the cultural subjects. The key is the martial arts examination results, as the ranking in the martial arts examination determines whether you can be admitted to the 4 universities. I know. Lu Chen said, so I have a bold idea. What bold idea? I want to go outside the city to hunt demon beasts with you tomorrow to enhance my strength through practical combat. Lu Yuan's chopsticks paused in midair. No. He put down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Xiao Chun, that idea is rather bold. You are only at the late stage of the 1st level. The lowest level demon beasts outside the city are at the 1st realm. Although you are not weak, the wilderness is not school, it is too dangerous. That's right, Xiao Chun. Lu Taiju also advised wait until you reach the 2nd level before going out of the city, then Uncle Taitu will take you hunting. Lu Chen shook his head. I can't wait that long. The martial arts examination is in half a month, and if I only cultivate at home, it will be hard to have significant breakthroughs. I need practical combat to grow stronger. I need to kill demon beasts, earn points, and then upgrade my dual divine powers, and would escape. If I cultivate within the city, I'll never become stronger. I can go by myself. Lu Chen added. But I'd rather go with you. You have experience and are familiar with the wilderness. It's much safer to be with you. This remark struck a chord with Lu Yuan. His greatest fear was Lu Chen venturing outside alone. If he went with them, at least he could keep an eye on him. I can protect Xiao Chun. Lu Taiju patted his chest, the sound echoing. I have an energy shield with the strongest defense. If danger arises, I will risk my life to protect him. Chun Mo rarely spoke. I will scout from a distance and give early warnings if anything happens. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Tieju, then at Chun Mo, and finally turned to Lu Chun. Are you really determined to go out? Lu Chen nodded. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment before finally slapping the table decisively. All right, tomorrow I'll take you out of the city. Lu Taiju cheered. Great. Tomorrow let Xiao Chen see what true demon slayers are like. Shen Rulin shot Lu Yuan a glare. You better keep a close eye on Xiao Chen. If he loses even a hair, I won't let you off. Don't worry. Lu Yuan smiled. Whoever wants to harm Xiao Chen must first step over my dead body. Lu Chen raised his teacup using tea to symbolize wine. Then it settled. Outside the window the night was deepening. The lights of the old city twinkled like stars fallen to the earth. Lu Chen looked into the distance through the window. That was the direction outside the city. Susanoo would escape. Here I come. The next day before dawn, Lu Chen woke up. To be precise, he hardly slept at all. Tossing and turning in bed, his mind was filled with thoughts of leaving the city tomorrow, as if a little person was setting off fireworks in his head, popping and bursting all night long. He simply got up, washed up, dressed, and opened the door. The living room was already bright with lights. Shen Rulin was busy in the kitchen flipping a spatula with the smell of cooking filling the air. Aunt, you're up so early. Early. We're about to set off, Shen Rulin replied without turning her head, the spatula in her hand never pausing. Come and have breakfast. You need to eat well to have the energy to hunt demon beasts. Lu Chen sat down at the dining table and stared at the table full of dishes, momentarily stunned. There was millet porridge, savory pancakes, egg-filled pancakes, scallion pancakes, and a plate of braised beef. This was enough for 5 people. And I can't eat that much. If you can't eat it all, just leave some for later. Pick what you like to eat. Shen Rulin brought over a bowl of steaming soy milk and placed it in front of him. Drink it while it's hot. I added a bit of sugar since you like it sweet, right? Lu Chen picked up the soy milk and took a sip. The temperature was just right and the sweetness was perfect. He suddenly felt that just for this bowl of soy milk, he had to bring back a few demon beasts today. Lu Yuan came out of his room dressed in a dark blue tactical suit with a short knife strapped to his waist and a bulging backpack on his back. Lu Taiju and Chen Mo were already waiting downstairs, leaning against a modified off-road vehicle, one munching on a bun and the other sipping tea. Little Chun is here. Lu Taiju stuffed the bun into his mouth and his cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Today Uncle Ironhead will show you something new. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging him. The 4 of them got into the car, and the off-road vehicle roared out of the old district, passing through the city center, heading towards the city gate. The city wall of Tianhai City was very high, standing at 50 meters, constructed from special materials with defensive formations engraved all over it, radiating a faint blue light in the morning glow. A long line of vehicles was waiting at the city gate, all belonging to the awakened hunters preparing to leave the city to hunt demon beasts, consisting of both young and old men and women, all spirited and alert. The security check was quick. After showing the Demon Slayer Hall's hunter credentials, the barrier lifted and the off-road vehicle drove out of the city gate. Outside the city was another world. The air was thick with the smell of blood mixed with the stench of dirt and decay. The ground was dark red, marked by the stains left by blood accumulated over many years. In the distance, trees were twisted and bent, their trunks riddled with claw and bite marks. Some trees even snapped in half, their broken edges blackened as if burned. Occasionally remnants of demon beasts could be seen by the roadside, skeletons, stark, white, cleanly blown by the wind. Lu Chen felt a churn in his stomach. He knew that it would be brutal outside the city, but seeing it with his own eyes felt completely different. The words in textbooks felt cold, while the scene before him was hot, an uncomfortable sort of heat. Lu Taiju saw his expression in the rearview mirror and laughed heartily. What's wrong, little Chen? Can't take it. No, Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of nausea, just a bit unaccustomed. That's normal. Everyone feels that way the first time, Lu Taiju said while driving. You're doing fine. When Chen Mo left the city for the first time, he saw a dead demon beast and threw up right away for a whole 5 minutes. Even bile came up. Chen Mo gave Lu Taiju a deadpan look. You're talking about yourself. I'm talking about you, Lu Taiju retorted. You remembered it wrong. I have a good memory, Lu Taiju retorted. Last time you locked your keys in the car, is that also a good memory? Lu Taiju was momentarily caught off guard. Lu Yuan smiled and chimed in. I threw up the first time I left the city too, and was chased by an iron claw rat for 2 blocks while I ran like a rabbit and got scolded by the captain for half an hour after returning. The captain is your dad, Lu Taiju added. The off-road vehicle drove for an hour deeper into the area where demon beasts were active. Lu Yuan chose a hunting ground for first-grade demon beasts, open terrain, with good visibility, making it hard to be ambushed. In the distance, several first-grade demon beasts were foraging, their heads down, rooting around, as if searching for food. Get out of the car, Lu Yuan said, opening the car door. Little Chen, today let me show you how we hunt demon beasts. Pay attention. Okay, Lu Yuan, Lu Tieju, and Chun Mo spread out in a triangular formation, working together seamlessly. A steel-backed wolf sprang out from the bushes the size of a calf. Its fur stood up like steel needles, drool dripping from its mouth, and its eyes gleaming with a green glow. Lu Taiju rushed forward. He brought his hands together in front of him, and a pale golden energy shield materialized out of thin air. The shield was as tall as a person, translucent, with hexagonal light patterns flowing across its surface, looking both sturdy and magnificent. But Lu Taiju didn't use it for defense. He lifted the shield like a large brick and smashed it down hard onto the steel-backed wolf's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground shook. The steel-backed wolf's head was smashed into the dirt. Its limbs twitched a couple of times, then lay still. Lu Taiju patted the shield, which dissipated into light particles, and turned to Lu Chen with a toothy grin. Done. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Uncle Ironhead, was that a shield or a hammer? Little Chen, come finish it off, Lu Yuan called to him. You can take the last hit, practice your courage. This was exactly what Lu Chen wanted. His intention was for Lu Yuan and the others to injure the demon beast, then he would come in for the kill to earn points. This way he saved time while earning points, a win-win. Lu Chen walked over quickly, drew a dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into the steel-backed wolf's neck. Killed a latest-stage first-grade steel-backed wolf. Point 7. The system's prompt rang in his mind. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. 7 points. Was it really that easy to get 7 points? Uncle Yuan, can I take the last hit on the next one too? Lu Chen volunteered eagerly, his eyes sincere like a primary school student. Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Sure, you can finish them all. Chen Mo glanced at Lu Chen, adjusted his glasses, and said nothing. Lu Taiju laughed heartily. This kid is getting hooked on killing. For the next 2 hours they swept through the first-grade demon beast area. Lu Taiju knocked them out with the energy shield, and Lu Chen dealt the finishing blows. A mid-stage first-grade cat demon, final blow. Points 4. A latest-stage first-grade iron claw rat king, final blow. Points 8. A mid-stage first-grade bloodtoothed wild boar, final blow. Points 5. A pinnacle first-grade swift wind fox, Chen Mo cut off 3 of its legs with a wind blade. Lu Chen went in for the final blow. Points 10. The more Lu Chen finished off, the more excited he became, his eyes nearly glowing green. With each strike the points kept rising. This feeling was even more exhilarating than playing games. Why do I feel like Xiao Chen looks at those monsters as if they were money? Lu Taiju muttered beside him. Lu Yuan chuckled. Let him be. It's the first time a child has come out of the city. It's all fresh and new. After 2 hours, Lu Chen's points reached 46. He opened the panel for a glance, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Points 46. At this rate, after a few more days of effort, he would quickly accumulate the 1,000 points needed for the wood escape transformation. Up ahead is the area for second-level beasts. Lu Yuan pointed to the denser forest in the distance. Let's not go in today. Well, wait until Xiao Chen is a bit stronger. Lu Chen nodded, not wanting to push himself. Second-level monsters are equivalent to second-tier awakened beings. He is currently in the late stage of first year, so the gap is too great. Entering would be like delivering food. One last beast. Lu Yuan looked around. Find a peak, first level 1, let Xiao Chen practice a bit. Lu Tieju with sharp eyes pointed to the left. There's one, an ironback lizard, peak, first level. It was a tumter-long ironback lizard covered in jet-black scales that glistened with a metallic sheen under the sun. Its tail was thick and powerful with a bone spike at the end, clearly capable of inflicting serious injury with a single strike. Lu Chen drew the alloy knife from his waist, its silver blade sharp enough to reflect a person's silhouette. This was specially prepared for him by Lu Yuan, capable of cutting through iron like mud, designed specifically to breach the scales of monsters. He took a deep breath and approached. The ironback lizard sensed someone approaching and slowly turned its head, its yellow vertical pupils fixed on Lu Chen, its tongue flicking out, making a hissing sound. Lu Chen did not rush to attack, but focused on the lizard's body, his eyes slightly heating up. The power of the kaleidoscope was circulating. In the next second he saw it. Beneath the neck of the ironback lizard, near its front legs, the flow of spiritual energy there was clearly thinner than elsewhere, and the color of the scales was slightly lighter. That was the weak point. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the alloy knife, not circling around, but charging straight in. The ironback lizard did not expect this human to be so reckless. It froze for a moment, and swung its tail in a horizontal sweep. Lu Chen pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air, and the alloy knife swept upwards, accurately striking that weak point area. The tip of the knife grazed its scales, leaving a light, white mark. What a pity. Lu Chen landed and immediately retreated, creating distance. The ironback lizard was enraged, opening its mouth wide, a low roar emanating from its throat, and it charged at him with all 4 claws digging into the ground. Lu Chen sidestepped, slashing at its back, but the scales were too thick. The alloy knife only created a spark on the surface. The ironback lizard turned its head to bite, and Lu Chen jumped back, narrowly avoiding it. The man and the beast faced off for a few seconds. Lu Chen charged again, this time intentionally creating an opening, feigning an attack to the left. The ironback lizard took the bait, its head tilting to the left. Lu Chen swiftly changed direction, cutting in from the right, the alloy knife whistling through the air as it pierced straight for that weak point. Thud! The tip of the knife penetrated half an inch. The ironback lizard howled in pain, thrashing its head wildly. Lu Chen was nearly disarmed, hurriedly retracting his knife. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling down its scales. The ironback lizard completely lost its mind, its eyes turning blood-red, spiritual energy surging within it, and the scales on its body stood upright. Its body expanded slightly, and its speed increased by more than double. A peak first-level monster in a frenzied state was nearly as powerful as a second level. Lu Yuan's expression changed. Not good. The ironback lizard has gone mad. Xiao Chen, retreat. Lu Taiju shouted. Xiao Chen, don't push yourself. Chun Mo had already gathered wind blades in both hands, ready to strike at any moment. But Lu Chen did not retreat. The ironback lizard charged at him with a crushing momentum, its claws furrowing the ground, dust swirling everywhere. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. It opened its massive mouth, capable of crushing Lu Chen's head in one bite. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Taiju had already dashed out. Chun Mo released the wind blade. However, everyone was stunned. The ironback lizard's mouth bizarrely passed through Lu Chen's body. It was as if Lu Chen were an illusion, a non-existent specter. The ironback lizard's jaws snapped shut, biting into empty air, its teeth clashing together with a crisp sound. Lu Chen stood still, not moving an inch. A faint red light flickered in his right eye, the pupils slowly spinning with the scythe of death before fading away. Before the ironback lizard could react to what had happened, the alloy knife traced a silver arc through the air, accurately slicing into the still bleeding wound beneath the lizard's neck. This time, there was no obstruction from the scales. The blade cut through flesh, severed the windpipe, and sliced through the spine. Clean and decisive. The head of the ironback lizard flew off, spinning twice in the air before landing with a thud. The cut was neat, blood spraying everywhere. Its body remained standing for 2 seconds before crashing down with a thud, its limbs twitching twice, and then lying still. Kill a peak, first-level ironback lizard, points 10. Lu Chen sheathed his knife and exhaled. Turning to Lu Yuan and the others, he grinned widely. Done. Lu Taiju was the first to react, letting out a loud shout that scared away several monsters in the distance. What the hell? He exclaimed repeatedly, rushing to Lu Chen's side. He sized him up from head to toe, then turned to look at the decapitated ironback lizard on the ground. Looking back and forth between Lu Chen and the ironback lizard several times, he stammered, "What did you just do?" "I killed it," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. "I know you killed it." Lu Taiju clutched his bald head, his nails nearly digging into his scalp. "What I'm asking is how you killed it. That thing passed right through your body." "Right through? I saw it with my own eyes." "Are you a ghost?" Lu Chen blinked at it. "You must have seen it wrong." "Seen it wrong, my ass." Lu Taiju pointed at Chun Mo. "Old Chen, you saw it too, right?" Chun Mo pushed up his glasses and remained silent for 2 seconds. "I saw it." "See?" Old Chen said he saw it. Lu Taiju grasped at straws. "That thing really passed through your body." Lu Chen shrugged. "It's probably some effect of this level ability, well, I'm not too sure." He spoke with an honest expression. Lu Taiju opened his mouth, managing to squeeze out a sentence. "Damn, is this level really that twisted?" Lu Yuan stood in place, looking at Lu Chen with a complex expression. He confirmed that he had not seen wrong. The ironback lizard's mouth had indeed passed through Lu Chen's body. It was not a visual afterimage from being too fast, nor an illusion. It had truly passed right through. But he did not press further. Everyone has their own secrets, especially awakened beings. S-level abilities inherently have many aspects that defy logic, or perhaps that was some special effect resulting from the combination of Qingmu and Lingyan. Uncle Yuan. Lu Chen walked over. "Did I pass?" Lu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds before extending his hand and ruffling Lu Chen's hair vigorously. "You passed. Not just passed. In my 30-plus years of life, I've never seen such an outrageous first tier." Lu Taiju leaned in, rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. "Xiao Chen, that. Can your ability?" "No." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "I haven't finished speaking yet. You don't need to finish to know what you want to say." Lu Taiju was cut off, turning to Chun Mo. "Old Chun, say a few words for me." Chun Mo glanced at him and said, "2 words cannot." Lu Tieju. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. "All right, let's clean up," and prepare to head to the second-level area. After crossing a sparse forest, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The trees grew taller and denser, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun, allowing only scattered rays of light to filter through, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A damp, fishy smell permeated the air, mingling with the scent of decaying leaves and some kind of wild beast. "We've arrived. This is the second realm area," Lu Yuan said, looking ahead at the dense forest. Lu Chen followed closely behind, gripping his alloy knife tightly at his waist. This place was completely different from before. While the first realm was bloody, it still held a semblance of the wild's normal atmosphere. The second realm was different. It exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, as if something lurking in the shadows was watching you, ready to pounce at any moment. Lu Taiju walked up to Lu Chen and when their fists met, a faint golden energy shield materialized, standing out conspicuously in the dim forest. Xiao Chen, stay close to me. Lu Taiju unusually put away his playful demeanor. The beasts in the second realm are not like those in the first realm. They are faster, stronger, and most importantly, they possess intelligence able to ambush and coordinate. Lu Chen nodded. He could already feel it. There was movement in the bushes up ahead, several creatures slowly moving, seemingly observing them. Chun Mo led the group, his hands hanging by his sides with azure streams of chi swirling around his fingertips. Whoosh! A shadow leopard pounced down from the treetops, moving as fast as a bolt of black lightning, directly targeting Lu Chen at the back of the formation. Lu Taiju raised the energy shield, and the shadow leopard's claws struck the shield, sparking a shower of sparks. The shadow leopard rebounded off the shield, flipping in midair, before landing steadily on a branch 10 meters away, its golden vertical pupils fixed on them, emitting a low growl. Shinemo made his move. With his right hand, he drew a circle in front of him, causing the surrounding air to begin spinning rapidly, producing a whirring sound. A azure tornado formed before him, and then exploded violently, transforming into countless tiny wind blades that descended upon the shadow leopard. Windmill. Chun Mo softly uttered the name of the skill, his tone calm. The shadow leopard sensed the danger and attempted to flee, but the range of the wind blades was too vast. Dozens of wind blades sliced through the branches beneath it, while another 7 or 8 grazed its body, leaving streaks of blood on its black fur. The shadow leopard let out a pained cry and fell from the tree. Lu Chen drew his knife and rushed forward, delivering a finishing blow to its neck. Killed a first-stage shadow leopard, earning 25 points. The system's notification rang out, and Lu Chen's eyes brightened. 25 points. A first-stage creature was worth more than 2.5 of a peak first-stage creature. Xiao Chun, collect the demon crystal. Lu Yuan reminded him. Demon crystal. Beasts above the second realm condense demon crystals within their bodies, which are crystallizations of pure spiritual power. Absorbing them can enhance your spiritual energy. Lu Yuan handed him a small knife. It's in the head, take a look. Lu Chen crouched down, using the small knife to slice open the shadow leopard's skull, searching inside and feeling a hard object. He pulled it out and looked at it. It was a blue crystal the size of a fingernail. Translucent, with faint spiritual energy swirling inside, warm to the touch, like a small beating heart. Is this the demon crystal, eh? Lu Chen held it up to the light. Yes, Lu Yuan said. A first-stage demon crystal worth about 5,000 yuan. Lu Chen's hand shook, nearly dropping the demon crystal. 5,000. The steel-backed wolf he just finished off might only sell for a few hundred. This shadow leopard is worth 5,000 for just one crystal. The mid-second stage ones are even more expensive, around 10 to 20,000, Lu Taiju added from the side. As for third-stage beasts, they are even more incredible, starting at a minimum of 100,000. Lu Chen silently tucked the demon crystal into his pocket, his gaze toward the depths of the forest becoming even more fervent. He wanted money and points. For the next 2 hours they swept through the second realm. Chen Mo was responsible for offense, Lu Taiju for protecting Lu Chen, Lu Yuan for support, and Lu Chen for delivering finishing blows and collecting demon crystals. A mid-second stage iron-armored rhino, tough and thick-skinned Chen Mo crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming 2 wind blades at his fingertips before violently launching them. Autumn wind slash. The wind blades arced through the air, slicing into the iron-armored rhino from both sides, precisely cutting through the joints of its legs. The iron-armored rhino crashed to the ground, and Lu Chen rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow. Killed a mid-second stage iron-armored rhino, earning 69 points. A late second stage two-headed wolf, its 2 heads coordinated perfectly, one feigning an attack, while the other ambushed. Chun Mo lightly tapped his right index finger, sending out a wind blade, as fine as a hair, piercing through the brow of the left head. Spring wind pierce. The remaining head of the two-headed wolf let out a wailing howl, and turned to flee, but Chun Mo casually unleashed another wind blade to finish it off. Lu Chen delivered a finishing blow, and with just a slight cut, both heads fell lifeless. Killed a late second stage two-headed wolf, earning 76 points. Killed a peak second stage thunder pattern tiger, earning 91 points. Lu Chen finished off a peak second stage thunder pattern tiger, wiped the blood from his knife, and opened the panel. Points 25, 69, 76, 91, plus the previous 56 points, totaling 317 points. He paused for a moment, and then checked again. 317. Really 317. Just a few hours ago he was thrilled with the 10 points from a peak first stage beast, and now he had secured 91 points from a peak second stage. This speed was far faster than he had anticipated. 317 points, he still needed 683 more to reach 1,000 points for the wood transformation. However, Susanoo LV1 only required 200 points. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Should he upgrade Susanoo first, or continue saving for wood transformation? This was a question. He spun the Thunder Pattern Tiger's demon crystal in his hand, quickly calculating in his mind. Susanoo LV1 200 points, unlocking it would provide an additional means of survival and offense, highly cost-effective. Would transformation 1,000 points unlocking it would grant a complete ability system, but that was a long-term investment that might not be useful in the short term. Xiaochen, what are you thinking about? Lu Taiju walked over and squatted beside him. I'm contemplating something very important, Lu Chen said, staring intently at the point total on the panel, his expression serious, as if working on the final problem of a college entrance exam. What is it? It's about spending money. Lu Taiju scratched his bald head. Is spending money harder than making money? Lu Chen ignored him. After some thought, he decided to upgrade Susanoo first. The reason was simple. He currently had the means to evade and ambush, but he lacked a way to face opponents heat-in. Susanoo would perfectly fill this shortcoming. He needed to grow stronger first. Only by becoming stronger could he defeat stronger beasts and earn more points. With points, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of wood transformation, right? System upgrade Susanoo. Lu Chen silently thought. Consuming 200 points, Susanoo has been upgraded to LV. 1. Current points 117. The panel refreshed. Host Lu Chen, age 18, realm late, first stage ability S-class, Qingmu S-class spiritual, converted to dual divine, might techniques, phasing LV. 1 strangulation LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 1 points, 117. A warm surge of power flowed into his body from his eyes, as if something was growing within his bones. Lu Chen closed his eyes to feel it. A new weighty power had emerged within him like a blade that had yet to be drawn. Susanoo LV. 1 has been unlocked. He opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Let's go. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Let's check out the third realm. Third realm. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, that's where we usually go, Lu Yuan said. Though the demon crystals in the second realm are valuable, those in the third realm are even more so, and the materials on the beasts there sell for a much higher price. The trees in the third realm area were noticeably thicker than those in the second, their canopies so dense they formed a vast net completely obscuring the sky. The ground beneath was perpetually deprived of sunlight, soft underfoot, and exuding a damp, musty scent. The oppressive weight in the air was several times heavier than that of the second realm. Stay close, don't fall behind. Lu Yuan's voice was low, his hand resting steadily on the hilt of his blade at his waist. After about 20 minutes of walking, an open clearing appeared ahead. The ground bore unmistakable signs of deep claw marks gouging into the thick trunks of several sturdy trees reached bone deep. Dried bloodstains, now dark brown and reeking of iron, were scattered everywhere. Lu Yuan halted, his fists slowly clenching. It's here. His voice was calm, yet Lu Chen could discern the seething heat beneath that tranquility, as scorching as molten lava. Lu Tieju's expression darkened as he ran his fingers over the dried blood. Yesterday we slaughtered a third realm ironback bear right here. His tone was muffled. That beast had thick skin and tough flesh. Senior brother Yuan and I bore the brunt up front, while old Chen administered scraping therapy from behind. It took a full half hour of relentless effort to finish it off. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses. It was a war of attrition. Exactly attrition. Lu Taiju stood up. After we finally wore it down and were about to extract the demon crystals, those bastards showed up. Lu Yuan took over, his voice simmering with long-suppressed fury. For early third realm, 1 late third realm, hiding in the shadows, waiting for us to exhaust our spiritual power before striking. That was an ambush, not a fair fight, Lu Taiju spat. If it were a heating clash, I could take 2 of them on my own. Chen Mo unusually added. That late third realm's palm technique was insidious. The spiritual power carried a corrosive effect. Lu Chen remained silent. He crouched, carefully inspecting the blood on the ground. His aunt's blood should also have been spilled here. Next time we meet. Lu Yuan lifted his head, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Not one will escape. Before his words faded, a low rumbling roar echoed from afar. It was as though an ancient colossal beast had awakened from its slumber, proclaiming dominion over this territory. The ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The sound drew closer and closer. Trees in the distance toppled in clusters as if crushed by an out-of-control train. Birds scattered, blotting out the sky. Demonic beasts fled in all directions, some dashed right over their heads, not even sparing them a glance, their sole focus on survival. Lu Chen's scalp tingled with dread. He had encountered first and second realm beasts before, but this was his first time facing a third realm creature directly. That aura pressed down like a towering mountain, suffocating his chest and making breathing difficult. His spiritual energy surged chaotically within, instinctively recoiling in fear. Lu Tieju's face drained of color. What the hell is that thing? Instinctively, he crossed his arms, summoning 2 faintly golden energy shields, one before and one behind, shielding Lu Chen securely. Lu Yuan drew the short knife from his waist. The blade was dark crimson, veins of blood-like patterns flowing along its edge as if alive. This was his unique power, the grade blood concealment blade, bound to a specially crafted weapon. The moment the blade left its sheath, Lu Yuan's aura shifted. A faint red hue tinted his eyes, his muscles tensed, and veins bulged, as if something within him was awakening. The blood concealment blade had 2 abilities. First, the bloodthirsty chi adhered to the blade could corrode demonic beasts' defenses, rendering its cutting power exceptionally potent. Second, the berserk blood state, which burned his own blood to temporarily surge his combat prowess, allowing him to slay foes beyond his level. However, the aftermath left him weakened for several days. The fact that he prepared to enter berserk blood immediately spoke volumes about the horror of the adversary. At the forest's edge, a colossal black silhouette burst forth. It was a giant bear at least 3 times larger than an ordinary one, standing no less than 4 or 5 meters tall, like an upright tank. Its body was covered in jet black scales, each about the size of a palm, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Its eyes glowed blood-red mouth, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, each as long as a finger. Lu Yuan's voice tightened. Ironback berserk bear, late 3rd realm. Isn't this stronger than the one we faced yesterday? Lu Tieju's voice trembled slightly. Much stronger. The ironback berserk bear spotted them, its bloodshot eyes sweeping over, emitting a low guttural roar. Rumble. It charged directly forward, claws digging into the earth, furrowing 4 deep trenches as soil splattered wildly. Its speed was absurdly fast. A late 3rd realm demonic beast's full sprint velocity was beyond the imagination of a late 1st realm fighter. Lu Taiju gritted his teeth, raising both energy shields to confront it. Iron Head is here. Bang. The bear's front paw struck the first shield, shattering it instantly into the second shield lasted less than half a second before it too broke apart. Lu Taiju was blasted like a cannonball, crashing against a large tree. The trunk cracked from the impact. He spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Uncle Taitu! Lu Chen shouted. Lu Taiju propped himself against the tree, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Just 2 broken ribs. He shook his head twice. Damn, that beast's strength is terrifying. Lu Yuan charged forward. The blood concealment blade traced a dark crimson arc through the air, slicing into the bear's shoulder. The blade pierced several scales, but failed to cut flesh, leaving a pale mark. The ironback berserk bear howled in pain and swung its claws horizontally. Lu Yuan retreated just in time to avoid the strike, but the claw wind still slashed 3 bloody gashes across his chest. Lu Chen's eyes glowed faintly. His kaleidoscope ability activated automatically, rendering the bear's body translucent in his vision, revealing the flow of spiritual energy. Its core was located in the chest, where spiritual energy was most concentrated. However, beneath the dense scales covering the body, one area showed significantly weaker energy flow. At the base of its left foreleg, near the armpit, the scales there were thinner and mobile. Each time it swung its claws, a small patch of tender flesh, without scale coverage, was exposed. That was the weak point. Uncle Yuan. Lu Chen shouted. Left armpit beneath the scales, that's the weak spot. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pushed off the ground and slid forward close to the earth. The ironback berserk bear swiped down with its claw. Lu Yuan dodged sideways, and the blood concealment blade slashed upward, precisely piercing the weak spot. The blade sank in, and the bear emitted a deafening, agonized scream. Blood sprayed, splattering Lu Yuan's face. The ironback berserk bear went completely berserk. Its eyes burned, and even deeper red spiritual energy surged violently within, and its scales began to glow, a sign of spiritual energy overflowing to its limit. Whirlwind slash. Swish. A massive azure wind blade formed above Chun Mo's head, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing shriek. The wind blade descended, targeting the ironback berserk bear's eyes. Instinctively, the bear shut its eyes, but the blade still cut a gash, fresh blood streaming down its cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan charged again, repeatedly striking the same spot with the blood concealment blade. 1 strike, 2, 3, each deeper blood spraying more fiercely. Lu Chen seized the moment, stabbing the alloy blade under the armpit of the bear's other foreleg. Though his strength was limited, he hit the weak spot, and the blade's tip sank several inches in. The ironback berserk bear finally faltered. Its body wobbled twice, the foreleg weakened, and it collapsed to its knees. Lu Yuan leapt up, the blood concealment blade glowing dark red as it pierced through the side of its neck, penetrating its entire skull. The bear's body stiffened before collapsing with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The ground fell silent. Lu Chen panted heavily, his heart pounding fiercely as if about to burst from his chest. Late 3rd realm. They had actually slain a late 3rd realm beast. Lu Taiju wiped the blood from his face, his mouth agape. We really killed it. Killed it, Chen Mo confirmed. Damn. Lu Taiju collapsed onto the ground, limbs sprawled like an I thought we were done for here. Lu Yuan was also breathing heavily, the blood concealment blade's power still active, beads of blood seeping from his skin, an after effect of berserk blood. Yet his eyes remained sharp as he looked at Lu Chen. Xiao Chen, how did you know that beast's weak spot? Lu Chen pointed to his eyes. Spiritual, I able to perceive the flow of spiritual energy. Luckily you were here. Lu Yuan felt immense gratitude for bringing Lu Chen along. Without him, their fate today would have been grim. He approached the bear's corpse, crouching to extract the demon crystals. Late 3rd realm demon crystals start at least 100,000 in value. Along with the scales and claws, selling them for 200,000 or 300,000 was entirely feasible. Just as he plunged the blade into the bear's skull, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened as he almost shouted, Uncle Yuan, be careful. Uncle Yuan, watch out. Lu Chen's voice was torn from his throat. But Lu Yuan didn't react in time. Neither did Chen Mo. Lu Taiju was still on the ground, 2 ribs broken, unable to even stand. They saw nothing. A transparent palm print, silent and unseen, hurtled toward Lu Yuan's back. The palm print was enormous, 2 or 3 times larger than a normal hand, with 5 outstretched fingers, each as thick as a baby's arm. It was completely colorless and transparent, only slightly distorting the air around it. Lu Yuan was oblivious. Lu Chen had no time to think. He couldn't even manage a second shout. Spiritual energy surged wildly in his eyes, and a power he had never used before burst forth from within him. A cyan light exploded around him, as if a whole sunset had been compressed onto his body. Spiritual energy coalesced around him, rapidly outlining the form of a skeleton. Susanoo. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen activated the Susanoo LV, one he had just unlocked. The third divine power hidden within the Mangekyo. Susanoo materialized a skeletal arm, reaching out towards the sinister palm print with incredible speed, seizing it firmly. The transparent handprint, though large, was like a chick in Susanoo's grasp. Crack! It was crushed instantly, the air trembling violently as spiritual energy exploded, forming a visible shockwave. Leaves on the ground were blown away, stones scattered, and Lu Taiju was pushed back 2 rolls by the blast. It all happened in less than a second. Lu Yuan finally reacted. He spun around, blood reaver blade held before him, eyes scanning the surroundings. Then he saw Lu Chen. More precisely, he saw the cyan skeletal framework around him. A 3-metal skeleton with cyan ribs flickering with flames, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. Lu Chen stood at the center of the skeleton, like an Azura crawling out of hell. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. This? What is this? Lu Taiju, lying on the ground, stared at the cyan skeleton, his mouth wide enough to fit a Xiao Chen. Is that you? It's me. Lu Chen's voice came from within the skeleton, muffled but calm. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lu Taiju forgot his broken ribs, tried to sit up in excitement, but yelped in pain and lay back down. When did you learn this? Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses wider than ever. It was the first time in his life he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Lu Yuan didn't continue to ask, because he suddenly realized something else. That transparent palm print. The spiritual energy fluctuation of that attack was all too familiar. Yesterday, it was this very palm print that struck Shen Rulin's chest, making her vomit blood and collapse bedridden for 2 days. Lu Yuan's face darkened, veins bulging on the hand, gripping the blood reaver blade. It's those people. Lu Taiju also realized, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and cursed loudly. Damned rats. Only attacking from the shadows. If you've got the guts, come out and face your iron head, Grandpa. There was no response. The forest was eerily silent, even the wind had stopped. Chen Mo closed his eyes, his wind-based spiritual energy spreading outwards, trying to capture any abnormal movement. But his perception was like a stone sinking into the sea, touching nothing. He opened his eyes, shook his head, and said gravely, nothing. My wind perception can't find them. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. It was the same yesterday. The group appeared, suddenly struck, and left. He hadn't even noticed how they approached. He had always thought they were just fast, or had set up an ambush. Now he understood. They had an invisibility ability. It wasn't speed, they were simply invisible. He gripped the blood reaver blade tightly, and gritted his teeth, asking, Xiao Chun, can you see them? Lu Chen had already deactivated Susanoo. Though it was only the first stage, a sharp pain throbbed intensely in his eyes. Without Hashirama cells, overusing the Kamui would have side effects. In his past life, Obito could use intangibility without restraint thanks to half of his body being Hashirama's cells. A certain Kakashi used Kamui once, and was bedridden for a month. A certain Sasuke went blind. It seems I need to minimize my use of Kamui until I can convert with style into Hashirama's cells. At least use Susanoo sparingly. Lu Chen thought to himself, his eyes feeling hot, the tomo of his Mangekyo slowly rotating deep within his pupils. In his vision, the world appeared different. The trees were gray, the ground was dark green, and the flow of spiritual energy was colorful. And behind the crown of a distant large tree, there were 5 distinct spiritual silhouettes. 5 people. One stood at the front, tall and imposing with the strongest spiritual energy fluctuation, at least late stage 3. The other 4 were spread out behind him on both sides, all at early stage 3. Their bodies were covered in a thin transparent film, like a special spiritual energy coating that could bend light and block perception. But before the Mangekyo, that film was useless. He could see each person's position, their movements, and the determined expression on every face. He could even see the smile hanging on the lips of the leading man. Lu Chen nodded, answering Lu Yuan softly. I can see them very clearly. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. How many? 5. 1 at late stage 3, 4 at early stage 3. Lu Chen pointed towards the distant large tree. In that direction, behind the tree crown. They're well hidden. You can see their exact location? Yes. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, the anger that had been suppressed in his chest all day, finally, finding an outlet. He raised the blood reaver blade, the tip pointing directly where Lu Chen had indicated. Come out. His voice shook leaves from the trees. If you don't come out now, don't blame me for being rude. There was silence for about 2 seconds. Then behind the crown of that large tree the air began to warp. 5 figures emerged, as if surfacing from water, gradually materializing before everyone's eyes. The man in the lead was in his early 30s, wearing a black tactical suit. He was lean with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes, looking like he suffered from long-term malnutrition. A faint ambiguous smile played on his lips, giving him an overall sinister air. This was the man who had injured his aunt yesterday. The other 4 wore the same black tactical suits with ordinary faces, looking like extras. But their positions were strategic. 2 guarded the flanks, 2 covered the rear. They were clearly a well-trained combat. Lu Tai's eyes turned red at the sight of them. It's those bastards. He struggled to get up from the ground, but the pain in his ribs forced him back down, so he just sat there and pointed at them, cursing. You damned rats. Ambush yesterday and again today. You have no shame. The leading man ignored. His gaze rested on Lu Chen. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked by a mere youth. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. When he saw Lu Chen's cultivation level, he was even more surprised. Stage 1. Late phase. The gaze of the sinister man lingered on Lu Chen for a full 3 seconds. His brows furrowed tighter, and the confusion in the depths of his eyes turned into gravity. Late stage of the first rank. He confirmed that he was not mistaken. This youth was indeed at the first rank, not even reaching the second. The green skeleton he had just seen, a force that even he could perceive as oppressive. Could such power belong to someone at the late stage of the first rank? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His right hand clenched slightly, the black patterns on his palm pulsating twice, as if stimulated by something. He had seen many geniuses, but none at the late stage of the first rank could withstand his shadow hand seal. He began to reassess the situation. The original plan was simple: approach, invisibly strike Lu Yuan with a palm, and the remaining individuals would be lambs to the slaughter. But now an unexpected variable had appeared. This youth. He could not see through Lu Chen's extraordinary abilities. That green skeleton was something he had never encountered or heard of. If it weren't for this youth's interference, he would have already severely injured Lu Yuan. Why waste time here? I underestimated you. The man's gaze fell from Lu Tai's bloodied corner of his mouth to Lu Chen. You healed that girl from yesterday. Lu Chen remained silent, merely staring at him, his eyes calm as still water. The sinister man smiled, his grin carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. So what if you healed her? Today you will still lie down. He glanced at the corpse of the ironback savage bear and licked. An ironback savage bear at the late stage of the third rank possesses at least 100,000 in demon crystals, and its scales and claws can fetch a considerable price. You are truly my lucky stars, giving me one yesterday and another one today. What nonsense. That one yesterday was taken by you, and today you want to rob again. Do you think I run a charity? Lu Tai's face turned purple with anger. He got up from the ground, the broken ribs having been temporarily treated by Lu Chen with Qingmu. Although not fully healed, he could at least stand and move. He pressed his hands together, and 2 faint golden energy shields reformed, the hexagonal light patterns on their surfaces dimmer than before, yet still solid. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, consider yourself lucky. The man didn't even glance at him, his disdainful attitude igniting greater rage. Lu Yuan gripped the blood shadow blade, the blood patterns on the blade flowing slowly. Tiny beads of blood seeped from his skin, a sign that the aftermath of blood rage had not fully subsided. Who are you people? Lu Yuan's voice was low and steady like a taut string. The sinister man tilted his head, a smirk reappearing at the corner of his mouth. This demon crystal is for our young master. He paused, his gaze turning icy. As for our identity, you aren't worthy to know. This statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Taiju exploded. Who the hell is your young master? Tell him to come out, we'll deal with him myself. Lu Yuan's movements became more direct. The blood patterns on the blood shadow blade surged wildly, his eyes turning a deeper shade of red, his aura climbing higher. Blood rage activated once more. The beads of blood on his skin became denser, some beginning to trickle down his arms, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Chun Mo's hands slowly spread apart in front of him, azure airflow swirling at his fingertips, producing an increasingly sharp humming sound. Lu Taiju held his 2 energy shields, standing at the forefront like a moving wall. For desperate struggle. The sinister man scoffed disdainfully at their stances. But they were not foolish enough to confront Lu Yuan Hedon and activated their group invisibility again. The only thing left in their standing position was an empty ground, not even a footprint left. Little Chun. Lu Yuan's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Can you see them? I can. Lu Chen's eyes felt slightly hot, the kaleidoscope's hooked jade slowly rotating deep within his pupils. I can see the positions of 5 people very clearly. Report their positions. 15 meters in the left front, 2 people, 1 in the tree, 1 behind the bushes. Lu Yuan slashed his blood shadow blade in that direction, sending a dark red blade chi. The blade chi sliced through the air, striking the trunk of the large tree, causing the bark to explode and with chips to fly. The person hiding in the tree was forced to jump down, but immediately concealed himself again after landing. 10 meters in the right back, 3 people, 2 behind the rocks, 1 crouching in the grass. Chun Mo's wind blade shot towards that direction, the azure airflow cutting through the grass, plowing deep furrows in the ground. The 3 individuals hiding in the back dispersed, changing positions. But the advantage of invisibility was too great. They did not need to aim, they could just release attacks toward Lu Yuan and the others. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and spiritual energy impacts came flying in from all directions, dense as rain. Lu Taiju held his 2 energy shields blocking left and right, ripples erupting on the shields with each impact causing his complexion to pale further. These damn dogs, are you enjoying this? He gritted his teeth, holding on as the light patterns on the shields grew dimmer. Chun Mo's wind blades could intercept some of the attacks, but the number of opponents was overwhelming. An ice spike slipped through the gap in the shield, grazing his shoulder and tearing a hole in his tactical suit. Blood. Lu Yuan was primarily on guard against the invisible hand seals of the sinister man. That kind of attack was silent, and without spiritual energy fluctuations, relying entirely on Lu Chen's reports. Uncle Yuan, he's 7 meters to your left. His hand is raised. Lu Yuan suddenly turned the blood shadow blade horizontally in front of him. A transparent hand seal emerged from the air, striking the blade, causing Lu Yuan to stagger back 3 steps, his palms numb. 5 meters to the right, another one. Lu Yuan had no time to adjust his posture and could only dodge sideways. The transparent hand seal grazed his waist, passing by and leaving a deep palm print on the tree behind him. The battle continued for 5 minutes. Lu Yuan's breathing became increasingly labored, the aftereffects of blood rage beginning to erupt. His complexion was as pale as paper, his lips purple, and the blood beads on his body had formed thin scabs. Every movement produced the sound of the scabs cracking. Lu Taiyi's 2 energy shields had shattered 3 times, each time reforming, but each time thinner, and blood seeped again from the corner of his mouth, and the broken ribs cracked further during the fierce battle. Chun Mo's wind blades were also losing their power, shrinking from an initial length of half a meter to now only the size of a palm, and their rotation speed had slowed considerably. Lu Chen's eyes began to ache more and more. The kaleidoscope was consuming his spiritual energy every moment. Small black spots appeared at the edges of his vision, signs of spiritual energy depletion. Little Chen, can you still hold on? Lu Yuan gasped. I can hold on. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. But you guys, this was the truth. The opponent's spiritual energy reserves were far more abundant than theirs. The sinister man had hardly exerted himself throughout, with most of the time being consumed by his 4 subordinates. He was like a hunter waiting for his prey to exhaust its stamina before preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Taiju also realized this. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly shouted, Old Chun. Chun Mo looked at him. Do you remember that one move? I remember. Chun Mo's expression changed, as if recalling something he was unwilling to remember. I remember. Use that move. It will be exhausting. Better tired than being a target. Chun Mo fell silent for a second, then nodded. Lu Taiju took a deep breath and clapped his hands together in front of him. A dazzling golden light erupted from his palms, and 3 energy shields appeared simultaneously. The 3 round shields floated in front of him, arranged in a triangular formation, slowly rotating. This was all of his spiritual energy. If this move could not hold, he would have no strength left to reform the shields. Old Chen, it's your turn. Chun Mo closed his eyes and pushed his hands forward, a fierce wind surging. Airflow erupted from his palms, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, swirling up the fallen leaves and debris on the ground, forming a small tornado. But the tornado's target was not the enemy, it was those 3 round shields. The gale wrapped around the 3 round shields, starting to spin rapidly. Faster and faster, it finally turned into 3 golden halos, drawing a circle with a diameter of 5 meters around them. The speed of the rotating halos was so fast that their outlines were indistinguishable, only a series of golden afterimages visible, like a huge golden light ring surrounding them. Wind Wheel Golden Shield. This was a joint technique developed by Lu Taiju and Chun Mo. Lu Taiyi's shields provided physical defense, while Chun Mo's gale redirected energy, combining to form a comprehensive, all-encompassing defensive barrier. All attacks were blocked outside. Fireballs exploded against the golden halo, dispersing. Ice spikes collided with the azure wind wall, being swept away by the airflow deviating from their paths. Spiritual energy impacts hit the shields, creating ripples, but the barrier remained unmoved. The sinister man did not expect these 2 third-rank minnows to play such tricks. Interesting, he murmured, but his tone was only impatient. Lu Chen watched Lu Taiju and Chun Mo as they desperately held on. Although the Wind Wheel Golden Shield blocked the attacks, it consumed too much spiritual energy. With their current condition, they could not sustain it for long. Once it broke, they would be like meat on the chopping block. Lu Yuan was also on the verge of collapse, the aftermath of blood rage rendering him in pain from head to toe. In other words, Lu Chen took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it. The scarlet pupils with 3-leafed sides spun rapidly, exuding an evil and eerie aura. From now on, rely on me. The warm power erupted within Lu Chen's body, surging like a fire from his dantian to his limbs and bones. He took a step forward. The wind wheel golden shield slowly rotated behind him, enveloping Lu Yuan, Lu Tieju, and Chen Mo in a golden light and a blue wind wall. But he stepped out, standing outside the shield wall. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Come back. Lu Yuan panicked, staggering as he pursued, grabbing Lu Chen by the shoulder and pulling him back. His hand trembled, a side effect of the violent blood loss causing his muscles to start failing. Xiao Chen, listen to me. Lu Yuan's voice was very low. In a moment, I will burn the blood-hidden blade to hold them off. As long as I can, you must escape quickly. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes were red with tears forming. In the future, take good care of your aunt. This sentence was spoken softly, yet it felt like it had drained all his strength. Lu Taiju also approached, his legs trembling, forcing a smile. That's right, Xiao Chen. While Uncle Taiju holds them off, you take the opportunity to escape. You're still young with a bright future ahead. You can't die here. Chen Mo did not speak, but also stepped forward. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses, looking at Lu Chen, his lips moving slightly. Xiao Chen, having a nephew like you makes me very happy. This was the longest sentence Chen Mo had ever spoken in his life. Lu Taiju was momentarily stunned, his eyes also reddening. Old Chen, what you just said sounds like a last will. Chen Mo replied. Lu Taiju stopped smiling. The sinister man across from them watched this scene, a grin slowly spreading across his face, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Oh, is this a farewell message? The four subordinates behind him laughed along, their laughter echoing in the empty woods, grating and disgusting. That little healer thinks he can stand in our way at the late stage of the first level. Ridiculous. Maybe he thinks he can drown us with healing. Ha! The sinister man raised his right hand, the black patterns in his palm pulsating like a black heart. His gaze fell on Lu Chen. To be honest, I have never seen a genius like you able to block my shadow seal at the late stage of the first level. But precisely because of that, I will not let you go. Letting a tiger return to the mountain brings endless troubles. Today you all will die here. Lu Yuan suddenly stepped forward, the blood-hidden blade held horizontally in front of him, the blood patterns on the blade surging wildly. You want? His voice was hoarse yet firm. As long as I am here, you want harm, Xiao Chen. Lu Taiju also raised his energy shield, that's right. The wind around Chen Mo began to howl, the blue airflow swirling around him, his hair blown back. The sinister man scoffed, his right hand suddenly slapping forward. A massive, transparent handprint formed from the air, larger and stronger than any before. The handprint brought a howling wind as it slammed down on the wind wheel golden shield. Boom. The golden light wheel shook violently, cracks spreading like a spider web from the center outward. Lu Taiyi's face turned pale, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the shield. Hold on. His voice trembled. The sinister man slapped again. The second handprint followed closely, striking the same crack. Crack. The wind wheel golden shield shattered. The three-faced round shield transformed into countless golden light dots dissipating into the air. The blue wind wall collapsed instantly, the wild wind scattering, causing the surrounding leaves to flutter in the air. Lu Taiju knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, coughing up blood. Chen Mo's ears bled, his body swaying twice before he leaned against a tree trunk to avoid falling. The wind wheel golden shield was completely shattered. The sinister man retracted his hand, looking at the kneeling Lu Taiju and the leaning Chen Mo, his smile growing wider. Is that it? I thought it would hold out longer. The four subordinates behind him laughed again. Boss is mighty. Two useless third levels dare to jump around in front of the boss, overestimating themselves. The sinister man stepped forward, looking down at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you putting down the blade yourself, or do you want me to help you? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, the blood patterns on the blood-hidden blade still flowing, his arms, trembling legs, shaking, his whole body felt like it would fall apart at any moment. The time of violent blood loss had been too long, his body had reached its limit. Yet he still did not put down the blade. I said, if you want to harm Xiao Chen, you must step over my corpse. The sinister man sighed, as if looking at a clueless child. Why bother? He raised his right hand, the black patterns in his palm began to pulse violently, a wave of even more terrifying spiritual power coalescing. This palm aimed at Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Chen moved. He stepped in front of Lu Yuan, blocking the path of the transparent handprint. Lu Yuan was shocked. Xiao Chen. Lu Chen did not look back, simply saying calmly, Uncle Yuan, trust me. He looked at Lu Chen's back, the back he had seen grow since childhood. He used to be small and thin, now he was a bit broader, but still not wide enough, not thick enough to withstand a full force strike from a latest-stage third level. Yet Lu Chen stood there motionless, as if rooted to the ground. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked. Lu Taiju raised his head, bloodied, looking at Lu Chen's back, wanting to say don't be foolish, but the words caught. Chen Mo leaned against the tree trunk, watching Lu Chen, a glimmer passing through his eyes behind his glasses. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, moving further away from the remnants of the wind wheel golden shield, getting closer to the sinister man. The sinister man observed Lu Chen approaching, his brow furrowing slightly before smiling. What's this, a latest-stage first-level little healer wanting to challenge me unknown? The four subordinates behind him laughed uproariously. Is this little brat scared silly? I've heard of challenging someone of a higher level, but never 2 levels higher. And as a support class, the sinister man raised his chin regarding Lu Chen with the gaze of a predator assessing its prey. He noticed that Lu Chen's eyes were crimson, with 3 sickle-shaped patterns slowly rotating in the depths of his pupils, eerie and enchanting. Your eyes are quite interesting. That blue skeleton was also quite interesting, but a latest-stage first level is still just a latest-stage first level no matter how interesting it's useless. You don't think that just because you blocked one of my attacks you can defeat me, do you? Lu Chen remained silent, only staring into his eyes. In the crimson pupils the 3-headed scythe of death began to spin faster. The sinister man felt a slight discomfort under that gaze, yet his words still dripped with mockery. Kid, you're still too young. The voice abruptly stopped. The smile froze on his face. The light in his eyes vanished, becoming vacant, as if his soul had been drawn out of his body. The 4 subordinates were still laughing, not noticing their boss anomaly. Haha, the boss is right, how could a latest stage? Just this little brat probably won't even touch the boss corner. Wait, what's wrong with the boss? The first person noticed. The sinister man stood still motionless, his eyes staring blankly ahead, his pupils. His mouth retained the mocking curve from before, yet he appeared as if he were a wax figure. Boss, boss. He called out twice, but there was no response. The second person became flustered. Has the boss been controlled? Impossible. How could a latest stage first level control a latest stage third level? But look at the boss eyes. The 4 of them simultaneously looked towards the sinister man's eyes. In those eyes reflected were Lu Chen's crimson pupils. The 3-headed scythe of death spun wildly in the depths of Lu Chen's pupils, carrying a bizarre power that set souls trembling. Illusion, art, kaleidoscope. Lu Chen murmured softly. The essence of the eye technique is to dominate vision through the eyes. If Obito can control the 9 tails with his kaleidoscope illusion, why can't he control a latest stage third tier? Although the opponent's spiritual power was countless times stronger than his illusion techniques, are not solely reliant on spiritual power. Willpower, mental strength, and resistance to illusions are the keys. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chen condensed the kaleidoscope illusion to its utmost limit, controlling the opponent's brain. Though it was only for an instant, it was enough. Lu Chen moved. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards the sinister man. The 4 subordinates reacted. Block him. Protect the boss. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades. 3 attacks flew towards Lu Chen simultaneously. A faint red light glimmered in Lu Chen's right eye. Phasing. The fireball passed through his body, the ice spike pierced through his chest, and the wind blade grazed his neck, as if slicing through an illusion. All 3 attacks missed. The 4 men's eyes widened like copper bells. Can't hit him. What kind of ability is this? Lu Chen passed through the attacks and charged in front of the sinister man. The man's pupils finally regained focus, awakening from his stupor to see Lu Chen before him. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. 10 meters is the absolute range of divine might, and also the distance at which Lu Chen is invincible. The sinister man's pupils contracted to the size of needles as he looked into Lu Chen's eyes. Crimson. The 3-leafed scythe of death spun around. A chill crept from his tailbone up to the back of his head. The black patterns in his palm throbbed wildly as a transparent handprint began to coalesce at the fastest speed. But it was too late. In Lu Chen's left eye, the 3-leafed scythe of death spun frantically, moving so fast that only a circle of crimson afterimage remained. Divine might. He whispered those 2 words. The sinister man's body froze. Around him the space itself was folding, compressing, and collapsing. It felt as if an invisible giant hand gripped his neck and began to twist. The sinister man opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His eyes widened in terror, filled with that power was beyond his capability to resist. Shadow Seal's latest stage third-tier spiritual power suppression. All felt like paper in the face of such strength. Lu Chen's eyes bled. Crimson blood streamed from the corner of his left eye, flowing down his cheek. Divine might LV. The power of level 1 was too heavy a burden for a latest stage first-tier body. But he did not stop. Crack. In an instant the sinister man's neck snapped, blood gushed out, and his head flew off. His eyes remained open, pupils still holding onto the last remnants of fear and unwillingness. I flew up. He could not believe until his death that he had been killed by a mere latest stage first-tier novice. Thud, thud. The head hit the ground, and the headless corpse fell, producing 2 loud sounds. The forest fell silent. Lu Yuan's knife fell to the ground again. This was the second time he dropped his knife today. The first time was due to shock, and the second was also due to shock. Killed. His voice carried an unreal, ethereal quality. Little Chen killed that latest stage third tier. Chun Mo's glasses hung precariously on the tip of his nose. He even forgot to push them up. His lips moved several times before finally squeezing out a sentence. A latest stage first tier killed a latest stage third tier. He paused, as if confirming the logic of this statement. Leveled up by 2 tiers. I've lived for 39 years, and this is my first time witnessing it. Lu Taiju had just spat, wiping his mouth, and was stunned again upon hearing this. Old Chen, how many words did you just say? 19 words. You actually counted. Because it's rare. Lu Taiju fell silent, looking at Lu Chen's back. The boy whose left eye was still bleeding, suddenly feeling that it was somewhat unreal. Little Chen, tell Uncle Taitu, are you the reincarnation of some old monster? Lu Chen did not answer. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he lacked the strength to respond. His left eye throbbed with pain, and his right eye was not much better. His eye socket ached, as if it would burst. Spiritual power felt as if it had been completely drained, not a drop remained. The combination of techniques earlier, illusion, phasing, strangulation, seemed fluid, but in reality each move drained his body. Especially the final strangulation, he had nearly wagered his life on it. Boss. The boss is dead. Killed by a latest-stage first tier. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, dreaming. He'll be fine once I wake up. The expressions on their faces shifted from confusion to shock, from shock to fear, and from fear to collapse. A first tier killing a third. The expressions on their faces shifted from confusion to shock to fear, and from fear to collapse. A first tier killing a third tier. He is not human. He is a monster. Run, quickly run. The four turned and fled, abandoning their weapons, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan gripped the blood-hidden knife, wanting to chase after them. But as soon as he took a step, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing straight to the ground. The backlash from his violent blood was here. Lu Tai's spiritual power had long since depleted, leaving him with no strength, lying on the ground. Chun Mo leaned against a tree, looking like the one in the best condition among the three. At least he had not fallen down. He glanced at the direction the four subordinates fled, then slowly stood upright. Let me send you off. His hand slowly rose. The wind began to stir. It was a gentle, slow breeze, like the first warm wind of spring. Departing wind. As Chun Mo uttered these three words, the four fleeing men appeared to be suddenly frozen. In the next moment, they collapsed to the ground lifeless. The forest finally fell silent. Only the sounds of the wind rustling leaves and several heavy breaths remained. Lu Chen slowly turned around and walked back step by step. His steps were unsteady, as if walking on cotton, each step feeling like it drained all his energy. When he reached Lu Yuan, he sat down heavily, facing Lu Yuan. Uncle Yuan. His voice was a bit hoarse. I didn't disappoint you, right? Lu Yuan looked at his bloodied face, his eyes reddening again. He reached out, rubbing Lu Chen's head vigorously, smearing blood everywhere. Disappoint. You scared me half to death, nearly giving me a heart attack. Lu Taiju chimed in. Not just a heart attack. I almost died on the spot. Look at my bald head. Ooh, I already have no hair, and if I get scared again, my scalp will fall off. Chinemo pushed up his glasses. You never had hair to begin with. Old Shun, can you not undermine me at a time like this? No. Lu Taiju turned his head, angrily falling silent. Lu Chen looked at the headless corpse on the ground, and suddenly remembered something. Uncle Yuan, that person mentioned a young master. They have someone behind them. Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and he nodded. I know. Who is that young master? I don't know. Lu Yuan's voice was heavy, but whoever can command a latest-stage third tier as their henchman has an impressive background. Lu Taiju scratched his bald head. Could it be that some young master from a big family is out on a training trip? It's possible, Chunemo said. But no matter which family it is, this matter won't just end here. Lu Tai's face darkened at this. Are you saying they will come looking for trouble? A life was lost, there must be an explanation. Lu Taiju fell silent. Lu Chen also fell silent. He knew that Chinemo was right. But if it happened again, he would still kill. That person had injured his aunt and tried to kill Uncle Yuan today. They deserve to die. Lu Taiju struggled to stand up, walked over to the headless corpse, and squatted down to search. What are you looking for? Lu Chen asked. Demon crystal. Lu Taiju replied without looking up. A latest-stage third-tier demon crystal is worth at least 100,000 or more. We can't waste it. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then struggled to stand and walked over to help. Uncle Taida, even in this state you still think about making money. Of course I'm afraid of being poor. Lu Taiju pulled out a dark red crystal, inspecting it against the light, his eyes brightening. While this demon crystal is of good quality, I can sell for at least 250,000. Lu Chen looked at the demon crystal, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. 250,000. He had been accumulating points painstakingly, and reaching over 100 points felt like a lot. Now he suddenly realized that the outside world was vast, and there were many ways to make money. Points needed to be earned, and money also needed to be earned. Neither could be less. In the second realm, a vast valley unfolds. Red flames spread like a tide in all directions, distorting the air and shattering the ground, leaving no trace of the trees, which evaporate entirely. At the center of the sea of fire stands a stunningly beautiful woman. Her face is as exquisitely painted, with brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling stars, a high nose, and full lips. Her long crimson hair cascades down like a burning waterfall, fluttering in the firelight. She wears a form-fitting combat outfit, the fabric soaked in sweat, hinting at the jade-like skin beneath. Her ample chest rises and falls slightly with each breath, her waist slender enough to be grasped by a single hand, tapering down to rounded curves and a pair of long straight legs. Holding a long spear, the flames at its tip have solidified into a substance resembling a blazing blade. She is none other than Hanyan, the campus beauty who had been suppressed by Lu Chen for 3 years. Her opponent is a peaked second realm fire serpent. Over 10 meters in length, its entire body is covered in dark red scales, each as large as a palm. Its head is triangular with golden eyes and a mouth that reveals 2 rows of hooked poisonous fangs when opened. The fire serpent's body is equally infused with fiery power, rendering ordinary flames ineffective against it. However, Hanyan's flames are not ordinary. Her flames are purer, fiercer, and more tyrannical than those of the fire serpent. The serpent unleashes a scorching fireball filled with thick smoke and high temperature, hurling it towards Hanyan. Hanyan's spear traces an arc in the air, and the flames at its tip instantly condense into a rapidly spinning fire wheel. The fire wheel collides with the fireball, cleaving it in two, with flaming fragments splattering to the sides. With a powerful burst, the flames propel her forward as the fire serpent's tail sweeps in with a whistling sound. Hanyan nimbly pushes off the ground, her crimson hair flying in the air. With both hands gripping the spear, its tip pointed downward, she lunges like a burning meteor towards the head of the fire serpent. The spear accurately pierces through its skull. The flames at the spear's tip explode inside its head, igniting from within. The fire serpent convulses violently, its tail thrashing against the ground, creating deep craters. After struggling for 2 seconds, it completely falls still. Hanyan withdraws her spear and lands gracefully. Sweat has completely soaked her combat outfit, clinging tightly to her body with the shape of her full bosom clearly visible, even the slight protrusions faintly outlined. Her cheeks are flushed, lips slightly parted, and the hot air she exhales forms white mist in the air. She looks down, tugging at her collar in an attempt to loosen the fabric, but it proves futile. With so much sweat, the fabric has adhered to her skin, and no matter how she pulls, it won't budge. This outfit needs to be changed, she murmurs, her tone filled with helplessness. She reaches for a bottle of white liquid from her waist, uncaps it, and tilts her head back to drink. The liquid is slightly sweet and refreshing, sliding down her throat and transforming into a warm flow of spiritual energy throughout her body. This is the spiritual milk she purchased at a high price, a breakthrough aid specifically for second stage awakened beings. Continuous battles have loosened her bottleneck, and at this moment, drinking the spiritual milk ignites her internal spiritual energy, surging wildly. Her aura rises rapidly. In an instant, she breaks through from the late second stage to the peak of the second stage. Hanyan clenches her fist, feeling the explosive power within, a slight smile curling at her lips. Peak of the second stage, she speaks to herself. What about you? What realm are you at now? She recalls that person, the one who had suppressed her for 3 years and awakened the dual strength abilities. First stage, or mid-first stage. Regardless, she is finally caught up, no surpassed. During the martial examination, she intends to step on that person with dignity. With the spear resting on her shoulder, her crimson hair billowing in the wind, she appears valiant and heroic like a female war goddess. Onward. She strides deeper where stronger beasts await and more battles lie ahead. She aims to reach the third stage before the martial examination. In the third realm, Lu Chen is treating Lu Yuan for the backlash caused by the blood surge. Lu Yuan's pallor gradually returns to normal and his breathing stabilizes significantly. That's enough. Lu Yuan presses Lu Chen's hand. Conserve some spiritual energy for yourself. Lu Tai's ribs have been reconnected by the power of the green wood and can now move relatively well. Little Chen, your green wood ability is incredibly useful. It's even more effective than the healing devices in hospitals. Why not skip school and open a clinic? Uncle Taiju can be your security guard. A clinic? Lu Chen glances at him. With you as a security guard, all the patients would run away. What do you mean by that? I look so friendly. Chen Mo silently nods from the side. Lu Tai's bald head turns red with anger. Old Chen, what do you mean by nodding? Just the literal meaning, Chen Mo replies. Lu Chen chuckles, stands up, and stretches his body. A row of spoils lies on the ground. The corpse of the iron-backed violent bear has been dismembered, its scales stacked neatly, claws tied with rope, and the demon crystals wrapped separately in cloth. Several bottles of pills and some fragmented demon crystals have been searched from the bodies of the sinister men, amounting to a significant sum. These can at least sell for 400,000. Lu Tai's eyes sparkle. Little Chen, you deserve most of the credit for this. When we sell it back, they'll transfer the money directly to your account. Lu Chen nods, saying nothing. Killing demons is inherently dangerous and violent. Earning 400,000 in a day is quite normal. However, what he needs most now is not money but points. Uncle Yuan, Lu Chen speaks up. Moi. I won't be going back with you guys. Lu Yuan is taken aback, frowning. What do you want to do? I will stay and continue hunting demon beasts. Lu Taiju gets anxious. Little Chen, are you throwing away your life? You almost. I know, Lu Chen interrupts him, but I have my measures. After continuous battles, I feel I am close to another breakthrough. I want to seize this opportunity to push further. The transformation to wood escape requires 1,000 points. I currently have only 117, still lacking 883. If I go back and train at home every day, by the time I gather 1,000 points, the martial examination will be over. He needs to hunt demon beasts and every single point. Moreover, there is an even more crucial reason. Wood Escape is not just a power system, it also brings the cells of Hashirama. With the cells of Hashirama, he can use the dual divine abilities without limitation, free from the worries of blindness or side effects. He can use Intangibility whenever he wants, strangle whenever he desires, and unleash Susanoo at will. That is true invincibility. Lu Yuan stares at Lu Chen for several seconds. He sees in Lu Chen's eyes a calm, calculated determination. Alright. Lu Yuan pats his shoulder. You can stay, but remember two things. First, if you encounter something you can't defeat, run. Don't be reckless. Second, be wary of that so-called young master. There may be others behind him. Lu Chen nods. Lu Taiju digs out a bag of rations and hands it to Lu Chen. This is dried meat and biscuits enough to last you 2 days. Save some. Don't eat 3 bowls in one meal like at home. When did I ever eat 3 bowls in one meal? Last time your aunt made braised pork and you ate 3 bowls of rice by yourself. Neither I nor Uncle Yuan was full. Lu Chen thinks for a moment, realizing it indeed happened. He hangs the rations at his waist and checks his alloy knife, both the sheath and blade intact. Uncle Yuan, you guys go back. Lu Chen says, I'll return once I've had my fill of hunting. Chun Mo steps in front of Lu Chen, adjusts his glasses, and says one word. Be careful. Just one word, but it carries more weight than anything else. Lu Yuan gives Lu Chen one last look before turning to leave. Lu Taiju follows behind with a bulging pack, and Chun Mo brings up the rear, the 3 of them limping away. The footsteps grow fainter and lighter until there are no echoes left. In the woods, only Lu Chen remains. He opens the system panel. Host Lu Chen, age 18, realm late, first stage abilities, strength green, with strength spiritual, I transformed into dual divine abilities techniques, intangibility LV. 1 strangle LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 1. Points 117, 117 points, still lacking 883 for the transformation to Wood Escape, which is equivalent to the points from 10 peak second realm demon beasts. The future is promising. Lu Chen smiles, quickening his pace, his figure vanishing deeper into the woods. In the distance, the sun sets on the horizon, tinting the entire forest in a dark red hue. Lu Chen walked alone in the dense forest of the second realm, gripping a metal knife in his hand, its blade still stained with the blood of the armored rhinoceros he had just slain. The third realm was far too dangerous. With his latest stage first-tier cultivation entering, it would be akin to delivering himself as a meal. He couldn't rely on his phasing ability indefinitely. The second realm was just right. The strength of the beasts ranged from the early stages to the peak of the second realm. He possessed the ability to fight, and if he couldn't win, he could still escape or phase out. As long as too many didn't come at once, he was confident. Rustle, rustle. Sounds came from the bushes to his left. Lu Chen halted his steps, and the kaleidoscope activated automatically, a scarlet hooked jade flickering deep within his pupils. A massive shadow burst forth from the thicket. It was a frenzied wild boar at the peak of the second realm. Measuring 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, its body was covered in thick black bristles with 2 tusks protruding from its mouth, white and resembling 2 curved daggers. Its eyes were blood-red, saliva dripped from its mouth, and white-hot air escaped from its nostrils. Lu Chen immediately spotted its weakness. Under the armpit of its left front leg, there was no bristle covering, and the flesh was the thinnest. The frenzied wild boar charged forward with a roar, its hooves digging into the ground, sending mud flying with astonishing speed. Lu Chen did not dodge. He stood his ground, a faint red light glimmering in his right eye. Phasing. The wild boar's tusks passed through his body, as if traversing an illusion. It didn't even realize what had happened, barreling past before stumbling a few steps to come to a halt, shaking its head and emitting confused grunts. Lu Chen turned the 3-leaf Grim Reaper scythe in his left eye, spinning wildly. Divine might. The wild boar's head suddenly twisted, as if gripped by an invisible hand violently twisting. With a crack, its neck snapped. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kill the peak second realm frenzied wild boar, gained 91 points. The system's notification sounded. Lu Chen approached, using his knife to split open the wild boar's skull, extracting a pale, yellow beast crystal the size of an egg, which shimmered with a soft glow under the sunlight. The beast crystal from a peak second realm beast was worth at least 20,000. Continue. He tucked the crystal into his pocket and stood up to move forward. Not far ahead, he encountered a mid-stage second realm armored centipede. This creature was over a meter long, its body covered in shiny black armor, dozens of legs scuttling on the ground, producing a faint rustling sound. It could spray toxic mist from its mouth, extremely poisonous, capable of killing a first-tier awakener within seconds. Lu Chen held his breath, avoiding the toxic mist, and struck with his knife at the connection between the armored centipede's head and body. That was its weak point. The knife tip pierced in, the lethal force coursing along the blade, exploding from within. The armored centipede convulsed a few times before becoming still. Kill the mid-stage second realm armored centipede, gained 44 points. The beast crystal was light green, looking quite good. Lu Chen continued on, continuing to kill. A mid-stage second realm wind shadow fox moving as fast as a white lightning bolt, but it couldn't outpace the space strangulation of his left eye. With divine might activated, the twisted space directly snapped the wind shadow fox's leg, ending its life with a single strike. Points 55. A later-stage second realm rock giant 3 meters tall, composed entirely of rock, impervious to ordinary attacks. But it could be killed by divine might strangulation. Points 66. A later-stage second realm thunderwing bird dove down from above, its wings crackling with lightning. Lu Chen phased to evade the lightning strike, leaping up to grab its claws as it flew low, strangulating and breaking its neck. Points 69. One after another, points were rapidly increasing. 91, 44, 55, 66, 69. Lu Chen silently calculated the total in his mind. Adding the previous total of 117 points, he had now surpassed 400. Yet he did not stop. Time waits for no one, and the martial examination does not wait for anyone either. He needed to kill a few more beasts before nightfall to accumulate more points. The sky gradually darkened. The light in the forest dimmed from the golden hues of dusk to gray, then to deep black. Strange sounds began to emerge around him, indicating the nocturnal beasts were becoming active. Lu Chen's eyes ached more and more. The kaleidoscope consumed his eye power and spiritual energy with each passing moment. After an entire afternoon of continuous combat, his body had reached its limit. With less than 10% of his spiritual energy remaining, his eyes felt sore and swollen, and the black spots at the edges of his vision multiplied. He could no longer fight. He needed to find a place to rest, to recover his spiritual energy, and to sleep. Lu Chen found a cave at the edge of the second realm. The entrance was small, but it was deep inside. He walked in and found a mid-stage second realm cave bear curled up in the corner asleep. Lu Chen wasted no time and struck with his knife. The mid-stage second realm cave bear didn't even have a chance to open its eyes. Kill the mid-stage second realm cave bear, gained 66 points. He dragged the cave bear's corpse to the entrance, using it as a windbreak. He rummaged through his backpack for the jerky and biscuits Lu Taiju had given him, eating a few bites with water from his flask. After eating, he pulled out a spirit-gathering pill from his pocket. The principal had given him 3. He had consumed 1 before, and this was the second. It's time to break through. Lu Chen placed the pill in his mouth, and warm power erupted within him, once again surging like a fire from his dantian to his limbs and bones. He closed his eyes, guiding this power to circulate through his meridians, pushing against the bottleneck of latest-stage first-tier cultivation. The spiritual energy churned within him for a full 10 minutes. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. His momentum began to rise, breaking through an invisible barrier, stabilizing at the peak of the first tier. Post-cultivation level increased, latest-stage first-tier peak, first tier. His spiritual energy had recovered significantly, and the fatigue throughout his body had diminished greatly. Though his eyes still felt somewhat sore, they were much better than before. Lu Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I have reached the peak of the first tier, he muttered to himself, only 1 step away from the second tier. He opened the panel to take a glance. Points 442. I still need 558 points to transform into wood escape. At this rate, if I kill for another day tomorrow, I should have enough. Lu Chen leaned against the cave wall and closed his eyes. Soon the sound of even breathing echoed within the cave. A night passed without incident. The morning sun shone through the gaps of the cave bear's corpse at the entrance, landing on Lu Chen's face. He was awakened by a piercing scream. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed a metal knife, and charged outside. Outside the cave, a gigantic flying beast was frantically tumbling in the sky. It was a peak-level gale eagle of the second realm with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Its feathers, originally gray-white, were mostly charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. One of its wings was clearly injured, causing it to fly crookedly, as if it might fall at any moment. Suddenly, its eyes spotted Lu Chen. Hungry. This gale eagle had been starving for a long time. Its burns left it extremely weak, desperately needing to replenish its energy. It paid no mind to Lu Chen's realm or its own injuries, only wanting to eat flesh. The gale eagle let out a sharp screech, folded its wings, and dove towards Lu Chen like a black cannonball. Its speed was astounding. Lu Chen found it amusing. Even in such a burnt state, it dared to seek its death. He stood still, a faint red glow flickering in his right eye. He became incorporeal. The gale eagle's claws passed through his body, failing to grasp anything, and slammed into the hard rock behind him. Bang! The sound was deafening. The rock cracked from the impact, and the gale eagle's neck was twisted at an unimaginable angle. A large patch of feathers fell from its head, blood streaming down. It twitched on the ground, twice rolled its eyes, and could no longer even scream. Lu Chen approached and stabbed a knife into its head. Points offered on a silver platter should not be wasted. Killed a peak-level gale eagle of the second realm, gained 91 points. Just as he bent down to prepare to extract the beast crystal, a cold female voice came from behind. Stop! Lu Chen's hand froze. This beast was injured by me. The voice continued, carrying an air of entitlement, as if to say, you can't take what belongs to me. Standing beneath a large tree 10 meters away, her crimson hair cascaded down, like a burning waterfall to her waist gently. Standing beneath a large tree 10 meters away, her crimson hair cascaded down, like a burning waterfall to her waist gently swaying in the breeze. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, as if painted, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like stars, her nose straight and high, her lips full, and a flame-shaped mark softly glowing on her forehead in the morning light. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit soaked in sweat, though it had dried, traces of moisture remained. The suit clung tightly to her body, outlining breathtaking curves. Her chest was full and firm, her waist slender enough to be grasped by one hand, leading down to rounded curves and a pair of long straight legs. In her hand, she held a crimson spear, its tip still radiating warmth from flames, causing the air around it to faintly warp. She looked like she had stepped out of a painting. Hanyan, the campus belle of Tianhai No.1 High School in strength, fire, elemental ability, user ranked second in the citywide examination for 10,000 years. The person who had been under Lu Chen for 3 years. At this moment, she was staring at Lu Chen, or more accurately at the Gale Eagle beneath his feet. I chased this Gale Eagle for half an hour and shot it 3 times before burning it nearly to death. Hanyan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, and you just stand here picking up the leftovers. So, Lu Chen looked at her, blinked, then glanced down at the Gale Eagle beneath him before raising his gaze to her. So its beast crystal belongs to me. You injured it. Yes, but it died in front of me. That was its own doing, not your kill. I dealt the finishing blow. Hanyan was momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but found herself at a loss. The Gale Eagle had been severely injured while pursuing her, but the final blow was indeed dealt by Lu Chen. According to the rules, whoever delivers the finishing blow claims the spoils. But Hanyan was unwilling. She had chased this Gale Eagle for half an hour, exhausting most of her spiritual energy, and after burning it nearly to death, she was ultimately robbed. Why are you being so unreasonable? Lu Chen tilted his head innocently. How am I being unreasonable? It charged at me wanting to eat me, so I killed it in self-defense. Was that self-defense? You were clearly in its path when it charged. That was its chosen route. It has nothing to do with Hanyan's flame mark on her forehead flickered with anger. She took a deep breath to calm herself, pointing the tip of her spear at the Gale Eagle. How about this? The beast crystal belongs to me, and the other materials belong to you. No deal. Lu Chen shook his head. Why not? Because I need the beast crystal. I need it too. Then why didn't you kill it sooner? Hanyan was momentarily speechless again. She had chased it for half an hour but couldn't kill it. That was due to her insufficient output, not anyone else's fault. She gritted her teeth, staring intently at Lu Chen's face for several seconds. This boy looked about 18 with black hair and eyes, handsome features, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and a lively, spirited gaze. He wore a somewhat worn tactical suit, a metal knife tucked at his waist, and a backpack at his feet, as if he too were training in the wild. Hanyan suddenly felt that this face looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like she had seen it somewhere before. No, not in the way of having seen a photo, it was more like a sense of deep familiarity. Moreover, for some reason, she always felt a sense of suppression when facing this boy. He disliked being suppressed. This was also why she was willing to confront Lu Chen over a mere second-realm beast crystal. If it were a normal situation, she wouldn't even have glanced at him and would have walked away directly. Do we know each other? Hanyan cautiously asked, eyeing Lu Chen's face. Stop, your way of flirting is too cliché. Lu Chen stuffed the beast crystal into his bag, zipped it up, and we are not acquainted, and you come up saying, do we know each other? Next, are you going to say I feel a connection with you? Hanyan's face turned red, not from shyness, but from anger. Who is flirting with you? I really think you look— Every person who flirts says that. You. Hanyan tightened her grip on the gun, the flames at the tip flaring. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger. She couldn't get angry. If she did, she would lose. She had understood this reasoning 3 years ago. Wait, 3 years ago? Why was she thinking about 3 years ago? Hanyan shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and reevaluated the boy before her. Black hair, black eyes, quite handsome, but that ambiguous smile really made her want to punch him. His tone was also quite infuriating. Even though he was spouting nonsense, it was hard to find fault with him. Which school are you from? She asked. Guess. Tianhai No.1 High School. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Hanyan's heart skipped a beat. She didn't even know how she guessed No.1 High School. It was just a random guess. But since she guessed right, she decided to follow up with another question. What's your name? You haven't told me your name yet. I asked first. But you guessed my school. To be fair, you should introduce yourself first. Hanyan gritted her teeth. Why was this person so difficult? Hanyan, Tianhai No.1 High School. Oh, Lu Chen nodded, his expression unchanged. Nice to meet you. And you? Lu Chen. Hanyan's pupils shrank slightly. Lu Chen. That man. The one who had pressed her down for 3 years. She gazed at Lu Chen's face, looking again. Black hair, black eyes, handsome features, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. It matched the name on the report card, as well as the image she had conjured in her mind. No, the imagined image was much uglier. She always thought that someone who could overshadow her for 3 years would be a bespectacled nerd with acne all over his face, stuttering when he spoke, and incapable of anything but exams. The person in front of her was worlds apart from that image. You are Lu Chen. Her voice was slightly tense. The top scorer in the citywide exam. Who doesn't know you? Oh, then you are. The second place. Lu Chen nodded in sudden realization, then said something that almost made Hanyan explode. So you are the perennial second place. The fire at the tip of her gun shot out a meter. Hanyan gritted her teeth and said word by word, say that again. I said turns out you are the one who always scores just a few points higher than me. Shut up. Lu Chen wisely closed his mouth, but the smile at the corner of his lips couldn't be suppressed. Hanyan felt her blood pressure rising. In her 18 years no one had ever made her this angry. No, there was one person that name that always ranked ahead of her. Now that the name matched the person, she was even angrier. So it was this face, this expression, this infuriating tone that had overshadowed her for 3 years. The demon crystal of that fierce wind eagle. Hanyan brought the topic back, pointing the tip of her gun at Lu Chen's backpack. Are you going to give it to me, or not? No, that's mine. Does it respond when you call it? Hanyan was so furious that her chest heaved violently, and the ample curves beneath her fitted attire quivered. Lu Chen politely averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but rather that he didn't want to get hit. Hanyan noticed his gaze shift, glanced down at her chest, and her face turned red again. This time she was truly embarrassed. Where are you looking? Enjoying the scenery. Lu Chen said without changing his expression. The scenery in this grove is quite nice, especially that tree. It really looks like a tree. Hanyan took a deep breath for the third time. Calm down, she couldn't let him lead her on. She changed her approach. How about this, let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets the demon crystal. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. A fight? Yes, a fair duel, no dirty tricks. Hanyan slammed her long gun into the ground, the tip sinking into the soil as she stood tall. I chased it for half an hour, and you just picked it up. It's unfair to take it like this. If you dare to pick it up, you should have the ability to keep it. Lu Chen looked at her, starting to calculate in his mind. He had already collected the demon crystal, and the points had been credited. 91 points, a solid achievement. Even if he lost, and had to give her the demon crystal, the points would not be refunded. No matter how he calculated, this deal wasn't a loss. Moreover, he glanced at Hanyan's level. Peak of the second stage. He was at the peak of the first stage. One major tier difference. But Hanyan didn't know he could fight above his level, nor did she know he had dual divine might. She thought she was bound to win. Lu Chen suddenly found it a bit interesting. Are you sure you want to fight? He asked. Sure, no regrets. No regrets. You can't cry if you lose. You are the one who will cry. Hanyan's eyebrows shot up. Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, hand over the demon crystal. Lu Chen took his backpack off his shoulder and placed it on a nearby rock, then unfastened the alloy knife from his waist and set it beside the backpack. Hanyan frowned. You don't need a knife. Against you it's unnecessary. You? Hanyan's anger flared up again. You're too arrogant. Lu Chen moved his wrist, rotated his neck twice, making crackling sounds. Come on. Hanyan tightened her grip on the long gun. The flames at the tip began to dance wildly, and the surrounding air temperature rapidly increased. The grass at her feet began to curl and turn yellow, and the ground beneath was baked to cracks. The momentum of the peak of the second stage was fully unleashed, pressing down on Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood still, unmoving. That momentum ruffled his hair and fluttered his clothes. Yet his body was nailed to the ground like a peg, not even swaying. Hanyan's brows furrowed even tighter. A peak of the first stage under the pressure of her peak of the second stage actually remained unperturbed. This person was indeed extraordinary. Incoming. Hanyan shouted, her toes barely touching the ground as she transformed into a crimson afterimage, the long gun trailing a sky of flames as it stabbed toward Lu Chen. The speed was fast, but in Lu Chen's kaleidoscope it was as slow as slow motion. He could even see the shape of every flame within the fire. But Lu Chen did not use evasion. He wanted to see just how capable this perennial second place, who had overshadowed him for 3 years, truly was. He sidestepped, avoiding the first strike. The tip of the gun grazed past his ear, the flames scorching his face. Hanyan withdrew her gun and swept it across. Lu Chen bent down, the gun barrel sweeping over his head, the gust of wind raising his hair. Hanyan stabbed, swept, and slashed again. Each strike faster and fiercer than the last. The flames traced arcs of crimson in the air like a burning painting. Lu Chen dodged them all. Hanyan became increasingly astonished. She had already launched 37 thrusts, swept 21 times, and slashed 15 times. Flames burned at the tip of her gun, warping the air around her. The ground was scorched with a ring of charred marks. The blades of grass had long turned to ashes, and even the stones were baked red. Yet Lu Chen still evaded. It was as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Each step was small, but he managed to avoid her attacks perfectly every time. The tip of the gun grazed past his ear as he tilted his head. The gun barrel swept toward his waist, and he retreated half a step. The gun's tail smashed toward his shoulder, and he sidestepped. Each time was just right. A fraction more would injure him, a fraction less would hit, yet he remained unscathed. Hanyan became increasingly frantic, more frantic, and more chaotic, and the more chaotic she became, the less she could hit. Is dodging all you can do? She gritted her teeth, trying to provoke him. Didn't I say it? Against you I don't need to take action. Lu Chen's tone was relaxed, his breathing steady, as if he hadn't moved at all. Hanyan was fuming with rage. She withdrew her gun, stepped back, and took a deep breath. The long gun was held horizontally in front of her, and the flames at the tip began to change. They shrank inward, condensing into a slender, blazing white beam. The beam pulsed at the tip of the gun, emitting a buzzing sound, as if something within was gathering power. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared by several degrees, and the air felt as if it were on fire. Burning blade of 1,000 cuts. Hanyan let out a sharp shout as her spear sliced through the air. The spear tip transformed into over 100 blazing white rays, overwhelming Lu Chen. Dodge. Where to dodge? All around him, there were shadows of spears. Lu Chen's right eye flickered with a hint of red light. He saw through it. Among the 100 rays, only one was real. The other 99 were illusions created by condensed flames. The true spear was hidden in the very center, the fastest and strongest, yet also the easiest to identify. Lu Chen's feet moved swiftly across the ground, his body weaving through the fiery net like an eel. Using his kaleidoscope-like dynamic vision, he dodged them all. How? How is that possible? Hanyan retracted her spear, panting, sweat streaming down her cheeks. 100 spears, not a single one hit. She looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. How? That last move couldn't be dodged even by peak second-tier beasts, Lu Chen casually said, while patting the flames on his shoulder. So am not a beast. Hanyan stared at him for several seconds. Suddenly a detail struck her. From the very beginning until now, this person's breathing had remained steady. Having dodged so many spears, his breath remained calm, his heartbeat normal, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. At the peak of the first tier, could he really possess such stamina? No, it wasn't a matter of stamina, it was foresight. He could see her attack trajectory in advance, and had begun to evade before she even struck. Is this what a spiritual eye is? An S-class spiritual eye, a gaze that sees through everything. Hanyan's emotions were complex. She had always thought Lu Chen had awakened a dual S-class supportive ability, something to fear little. But after their first encounter today, she realized that this person's terrifying capability far exceeded her imagination. It wasn't about abilities, it was about the person. I admit you're strong. Hanyan tightened her grip on the spear, her gaze shifting from casual to serious. But with the next move, I won't let you dodge again. Her momentum surged again, rising a whole level higher than before. Her crimson hair moved without wind, and the flame mark on her forehead began to glow, its flickering frequency increasing. The flames on the spear tip changed from crimson to brilliant white, the temperature rising so high that the air began to crackle audibly. She spread her feet, sinking her center of gravity, pulling the spear back as she aimed the tip at Lu Chen's chest. This move had no flashy actions, no myriad spear shadows, only one spear. A simple spear. But this spear contained all her power, all her spiritual energy, all her focus. Crimson Lotus Cloud Piercer. Hanyan's voice was deep and powerful, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. This spear is my strongest strike so far. It's not fast, but the power is concentrated to a point, and you cannot dodge it. Because it will lock onto your breath, wherever you run it will follow. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes and paused for a moment. If you can't handle it, you can call for a stop, I won't mock you. Lu Chen looked at her serious expression and suddenly smiled. A man cannot say he can't handle it, nor can he call for a stop. Hanyan was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed. You pervert. She spat. Who said that to you? I meant if you can't win, you can concede. It's all the same. Lu Chen stood lazily with his hands in his pockets. Come on, I won't dodge. You will die. Hanyan panicked. This spear can pierce through the scales of an ironback violent bear. You, a peak first year, not dodging, is just looking for death. Then be gentle. Is this something that can be gentle, eh? Lu Chen said nothing, only watching her, the smile at the corner of his mouth never. Hanyan gritted her teeth. It's what you said, don't blame me for being rude. If I poke a hole in you, don't blame me. Not the previous lightning-like charge, but like a meteor, slow, yet unstoppable. The blazing white flames on the spear tip left a long light trail in the air. The ground plowed into a deep trench, and gravel flew to the sides. With each step she took, the ground cracked open. The speed was not fast, but the momentum was astonishing. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The spear tip drew closer to Lu Chen's chest. Hanyan's pupils reflected Lu Chen's figure. He did not dodge, he truly did not dodge. Her heart suddenly clenched. Is this person foolish? Or is he really unafraid of death? 1 meter, half a meter, 10 centimeters. The spear tip was just 0.1 centimeters from Lu Chen's chest, the brilliant white flames already singeing his clothes, the fabric at his chest beginning to curl and blacken. Hanyan wanted to withdraw her force, but it was already too late. Once this move was initiated, there was no turning back. Then she witnessed the most incredible scene of her life. A massive azure arm extended from behind Lu Chen. It was an arm formed from condensed spiritual energy as thick as an adult's waist. Its surface was covered with translucent azure bones, and dark flames flickered at the joints. The arm moved as fast as lightning, arriving first. 5 massive fingers opened wide and seized the spear tip. The 5 fingers closed together, clamping down on the blazing white flame of the spear like a pair of iron pincers. The spear stopped just 0.1 centimeters from Lu Chen's chest. It could not penetrate any further. The brilliant white flames burned on the azure giant hand, but the hand remained motionless, not even changing color. Su Hanyan's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Her full force strike, her prideful crimson lotus cloud piercer, had been grasped by a hand. Like grasping a chopstick, it was done effortlessly. What kind of ability is this? Her voice trembled. Lu Chen controlled the Susanoo to grip the flaming spear, chuckling, Susanoo. Su Hanyan looked up at the azure arm holding her spear, her mind going blank. She had never seen anything like it. Sklash Qingmo. Sklash Spiritual Eye. Is this really a supportive ability? You? Su Hanyan retracted her long spear, the flames at the tip slowly extinguishing, while the lingering heat in the air distorted her vision. She did not strike again, simply standing still, watching the massive azure arm slowly retract from Lu Chen's back, dissipating into the air. Is that the ability of your spiritual eye? She asked, her voice much calmer than before, yet still tinged with a hint of shock that she could not entirely suppress. Lu Chen nodded, offering no further explanation. Explaining the concept of Susanoo is too complicated, involving the kaleidoscope spatial techniques and eye arts. The more one says, the more they risk revealing. Better to let her think it was just the ability of the spiritual eye. It saves trouble. Su Hanyan stared at him for a few seconds, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back. She had thought that with Lu Chen awakening a double S auxiliary ability, she had already created a gap. Unexpectedly, his strength was equally formidable. With a mere peek at the first stage, he blocked her peek attack at the second stage. She lost this match. You win. Su Hanyan looked at Lu Chen, her voice light, each word articulated clearly. Lu Chen gazed at her, tilting his head slightly. You did not lose. I know that was not your full strength. Su Hanyan's eyes flickered. Lu Chen's kaleidoscope had captured in that moment. Within Su Hanyan, besides that blazing fiery power, there was another force. A power that was completely opposite to the flames. Cold, tranquil, and reserved, like a piece of cold jade wrapped in thick layers of ice hidden deep within the flames, entangled together, forming a delicate balance. That was another type of Sklash ability, even stronger than Sklash. However, it seemed that Su Hanyan herself was either unaware of it or knew of it, but could not use it. That power was locked deep within her body, only revealing a trace when her emotions fluctuated violently. Su Hanyan fell silent for a few seconds, not inquiring further about what Lu Chen meant by full strength. She slung the long spear over her shoulder, shaking her damp red hair. Losing is losing. I, Su Hanyan, keep my word. That demon crystal is yours now. It was mine to begin with, Lu Chen added. Su Hanyan shot him a glare, but did not refute. She turned and took a couple of steps toward the woods before stopping. Next, are you going to continue your training? Lu Chen nodded. It requires 1,000 points to transform into Wood Escape. I currently have 533 points, so am still short 467 points. Based on yesterday's speed, if I hunt for another day, it should be enough. If luck is on my side and I encounter mostly peak second stage demon beasts, I might be done in half a day. Su Hanyan bit her lip as if making an important decision. So do you want to? Together? Lu Chen looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Don't think too much. Su Hanyan's face flushed slightly, her voice rising a pitch. I only see you as a rival, wanting to gauge your full strength before defeating you openly, nothing else. I didn't say anything. Your eyes are saying it. My eyes look like this. You? Su Hanyan took a deep breath, telling herself to remain calm. She couldn't let him set the pace, couldn't get angry. Getting angry meant losing. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Having someone help fight the demon beasts meant he only needed to deal the finishing blows. Such a good deal was hard to find. Moreover, with Su Hanyan at peak second stage, when she unleashed her full power, killing second stage demon beasts was like slicing through vegetables. He only needed to follow behind and collect points. It's possible, but for every demon beast defeated, I must be the one to deliver the finishing blow. Su Hanyan was taken aback. Why? Because I have OCD. If even one beast escapes, I won't be able to sleep. Su Hanyan stared at him for 2 seconds. You're lying. Really, it's a serious case of OCD. The last time I saw someone steal a kill, I couldn't sleep for 3 days. If you keep talking, I might actually believe you. Su Hanyan stayed silent for a while, then blushed and said, as you wish. She herself didn't know how she agreed. Finishing blows are the same no matter who does it. The demon crystal and materials would still be split evenly. It wouldn't cost her anything. But since Lu Chen insisted on finishing the blows, she let him do it. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Su Hanyan shook her head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and walked deeper into the second stage area. Let's go, stop dawdling, it's almost dark. Lu Chen bent down to pick up the backpack resting on the rock, clipped the alloy knife back to his waist, and followed. The two walked one in front of the other through the dense forest sunlight, filtering through the canopy, casting golden spots of light, dancing on Su Hanyan's red hair. Her silhouette was beautiful, standing tall with straight shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs wrapped in tactical gear. Each step carried an indescribable rhythm. Lu Chen glanced for a couple of seconds before averting his gaze and concentrating on walking. There's one ahead. Hanyan halted, positioning her spear before her. In the clearing ahead, a late second-stage iron-armored rhinoceros was grazing with its head lowered. Its size was even larger than the one Lu Chen had previously slain alone, its entire body covered with iron-gray armor, and a 1-meter-long horn protruded from its head, gleaming with a cold light under the sun. Hanyan did not waste words, her toes pushing off the ground, propelling her forward. The flames on her spear erupted instantly, transforming into a streak of crimson light aimed straight at the iron-armored rhinoceros abdomen. That was the thinnest part of its armor and its vital point. The iron-armored rhinoceros sensed danger and suddenly raised its head, its horn charging towards Hanyan. Hanyan twisted in midair, her body like a nimble swallow flipping over the horn, and the spear's tip pierced into the back of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Flames surged into the wound, exploding inside its body. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a shrill cry, thrashing wildly, but Hanyan had already withdrawn her spear. She retreated to a safe distance and turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen charged in, delivering a finishing blow to the wound on the rhinoceros' neck. Killed a peak second-stage iron-armored rhinoceros, gained 66 points. Next one. Hanyan strode forward with her spear, too lazy to dig for the demon crystal. Lu Chen crouched down to extract the demon crystal, stowing it in his bag, and caught up. A mid-second-stage poison lizard was pierced through the head by Hanyan's spear, with Lu Chen delivering the finishing blow, earning 44 points. The late second-stage thunder-pattern leopard was astonishingly fast. Hanyan chased it for 200 meters before finally catching up, sweeping its hind leg with a spear, and Lu Chen followed, with a finishing blow, earning 66 points. A peak second-stage two-headed wolf with two heads working in perfect harmony, one breathing fire, while the other exhaled ice. Hanyan charged, embracing against the flames piercing through the head that breathed fire, while the other head turned to bite, only to be met by Lu Chen's blade slicing into its throat from the side, earning 91 points. Their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Hanyan took on the front line, while Lu Chen handled the finishing blows and cleanup. With one dealing explosive damage, and the other quick to react, their efficiency in taking down demon beasts was more than doubled. Are you alright? Hanyan asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. I can last another 2 hours. Then 2 hours later, Hanyan finally felt exhausted. She leaned against a large tree, taking deep breaths as sweat trickled down from her forehead, sliding along her cheek, and dripping onto the ground. Her tactical suit was soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, outlining curves that were hard to look away from. Her arms trembled and blisters formed at the base of her grip, a result of prolonged intense combat. No, I can't go on anymore. Her voice was intermittent. I need to rest for a bit. To continue fighting. Lu Chen walked over and squatted down in front of her. Extend your hand. To help treat you. Hanyan hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand. Lu Chen grasped her wrist, the power of Qingmu surging in his palm as green light flowed through her meridians, spreading throughout her body. Hanyan felt a cool stream of warmth entering through her wrist, like the first breeze of spring sweeping over a frozen lake. The soreness in her arms began to fade, the blisters on her hands healed, and even her spiritual power was recovering at an incredible speed. She widened her eyes. Is this Qingmu? Didn't you say Qingmu was a support type? This is too what? Too abnormal. Hanyan voiced her thoughts. My family also has healing types, but their healing speed is at least 10 times slower than yours. Lu Chen did not reply, continuing to channel the power of Qingmu. Hanyan's body rapidly recovered under the nourishing force, and the wounds on her skin healed at a visible rate, while the soreness in her muscles receded like a tide. She felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, every pore relaxing, every bone groaning. It was incredibly She nearly let out a sound of pleasure. All done. Lu Chen released her hand and stood up. Hanyan moved her shoulders, clenched her fists, her face filled with disbelief. Is that really it? In the past, after a battle of this intensity, I would need at least half an hour to recover, with soreness lasting 2 days. And now I'm good to go. Or else do you think strength support types are just for show? Hanyan fell silent. Today, Lu Chen's Qingmu had completely overturned her understanding. If she could have this level of healing continuously, she could fight all day without stopping. Let's go again. Hanyan pushed herself up from the tree, flames reigniting on her spear. I'm going to break through to the peak of the Lu Chen smiled slightly and followed her. Free labor, free points, why not enjoy it? The two continued to sweep through the second realm zone. Hanyan fought more fiercely, becoming more adept. When she fought alone before, she always had to hold back to prevent injuries, afraid to go all out. But now, with Lu Chen supporting her from behind, she knew that even if she got injured, she could heal quickly, and she no longer held back. Every shot was full power, every strike was desperate. Early stage second realm beasts, 1 shot down. Mid stage second realm beasts, 2 shots. Later stage second realm beasts, 3 or 5 shots. Lu Chen followed behind, delivering the finishing blows, rapidly increasing their points. Kill early stage, second realm Lanju, chicken points 25. Kill mid-stage, second realm Gale, demon wolf points 44. Kill latest stage, second realm, three-legged explosive elder points 66. Hanyan grew tired again, and Lu Chen treated her once more. Hanyan became even more aggressive with Lu Chen picking up points behind her. The two swept through the second realm zone for most of the day from noon until dusk, and from dusk until night fell. For some reason towards the end, they hardly encountered any beasts. They had to search for them, which took a lot of time. Their spirit crystals filled an entire backpack, and their points surged from 533 to 909. Lu Chen looked at the numbers on the panel, unable to suppress the smile on his face. 909 points. Just 91 points away from 1,000. Just one more latest-stage second realm beast, and it would be enough. Hanyan leaned against a tree drenched in sweat, but in good spirits. She watched Lu Chen squatting on the ground digging for spirit crystals, and suddenly spoke up. Teaming up with you seems pretty good. Lu Chen did not look back. Teaming up with you is alright, at least your output is high, so I don't have to lift a finger. So you let me fight up front just to be lazy. How can that be called being lazy? This is called strategic division of labor. You are in charge of output and I handle logistics. Each performing their duties, a perfect collaboration. Hanyan spat. You're just lazy. If you say so, then so be it. Lu Chen packed the last spirit crystal into his bag, stood up, and brushed off the dirt from his hands. The night had completely fallen, and the sounds of nocturnal beasts in the forest began to rise and fall like a... Where are we staying tonight? Hanyan asked. Lu Chen pointed to a cave not far away. There where I stayed last night. You stayed in a bear's den last night. I killed the bear, so the den is mine now. Hanyan glanced at him, the corner of her mouth curving slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. The two walked toward the cave, moonlight filtering through the gaps in the treetops, casting long shadows behind them. Once inside the cave, the space was small but enough for two people to lie down. Lu Chen dragged the corpse of the cave bear back to the entrance, blocking the wind and any beasts that might come in. Moonlight squeezed through the cracks in the cave walls, casting a thin silver beam on the ground. Hanyan leaned against the driest part of the inner wall, placing her spear beside her. Her tactical suit had not yet dried, clinging tightly to her body, outlining undulating curves in the dim light. The collar was unbuttoned, revealing a section of her snow-white collarbone and the delicate skin at her neck. Sweat trickled down her neck, pooling in the hollow of her collarbone, swaying slightly with her breath. She closed her eyes, her breathing gradually stabilizing, the fabric soaked in sweat, becoming semi-transparent, faintly revealing the jade-like skin underneath. It's sticky and uncomfortable. Hanyan muttered, opening her eyes and looking down at her clothes. Do you want to turn around? Lu Chen leaned against the opposite stone wall, eyes closed. Turn where? This cave is this big. Then you close your eyes. They're already closed. No peeking. All right. Hanyan hesitated for a moment, turned to the side, and faced away from Lu Chen. She unbuttoned the collar of her tactical suit and pulled it down from her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of her snowy white back. The grooves of her spine extended from her neck down to her waist, with the shoulder blades on either side slightly protruding like butterfly wings. Her waist was so slender that a single hand could grasp it, and her skin glowed faintly under the moonlight, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade. She took off her tactical suit and wrung it out, sweat dripping onto the ground with a soft plop. Do you have fire? You're the one who plays with fire and asks me if I have any. That's true. Hanyan flicked a small flame from her fingertips, which landed on the ground, igniting a small pile of firewood. The orange-earth flames danced, illuminating the entire cave. She held her tactical suit near the fire to dry it, squatting beside it with her knees hugged, wearing only a thin tank top. The tank top was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, the contours of her chest being full and distinct, with a deep valley between the two peaks that could easily catch one's gaze. The thin straps of her tank top rested on her snowy shoulders, seeming as if they could slip off at any moment. Her arms wrapped around her knees, pushing her soft curves into an alluring arc. The firelight cast a warm hue on her skin, making it appear even more delicate and smooth, as if coated with honey. Lu Chen opened his eyes, glanced at her, then closed them again. What are you staring at? Hanyan glared at him. I wasn't looking. Your eyes are clearly open. Having them open doesn't mean I was looking. You. Hanyan took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with him. She picked up the backpack beside her and rummaged through it, pulling out some jerky and a flask of water. Are you hungry? A bit. Hanyan handed him a piece of jerky, taking one for herself and nibbling on it slowly. The jerky was tough, and she had to chew hard, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Lu Chen took the jerky and pulled out a pack of cookies from his bag, handing it over. Let's trade. Hanyan paused, looking at the pack of cookies, then at the tough jerky in her hand. Silently, she passed the jerky over and accepted the cookies. Thanks, she said softly. You're welcome. The jerky is more filling than cookies, so I'm not at a loss. Hanyan couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, but quickly suppressed it. The two of them sat by the campfire, one eating jerky and the other cookies, neither saying a word. The firelight cast their shadows on the cave wall, sometimes close together, sometimes apart. Hanyan's tactical suit was almost dry as she took it off, shook it out, and put it back on. When she tried to button it, her fingers felt uncooperative, and she struggled several times without success. Need help? Lu Chen asked. No. You've tried 4 times. I'm just counting. Lu Chen said nothing more, the smile at the corner of his mouth flickering in the firelight. Hanyan finally managed to button up her face as red as her flames. She leaned back against the stone wall, cradling her long gun in her arms, resting her chin on the barrel, lost in thought as she gazed at the dancing flames. Lu Chen, she suddenly spoke up. Do you think I can get into one of the top 4 universities? You can. So sure. You lost to me for 3 years and still persist without giving up. That determination is stronger than any ability. Hanyan paused, then lowered her head, her bangs hiding her eyes, making her expression unclear. Sometimes the way you speak is quite pleasant. Occasionally. But most of the time it's quite annoying. That's your misconception. Hanyan said no more, closing her eyes, the corners of her mouth forming a small arc. The cave fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the firewood and the steady breaths of the two. A few minutes later. Are you asleep? No. Can't sleep. Why are you here alone today? Hanyan asked. Killing demon beasts. Though I meant why alone. The uncles went back and I stayed to continue hunting. Lu Chen opened his eyes and turned to look at her. What about you? Running out alone? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by demon beasts? Hanyan snorted him. At peak 2nd tier, there aren't many demon beasts in this area that can defeat me. That fierce wind eagle almost got away today. That's because it flew fast. It's not that it couldn't be beaten. Lu Chen didn't respond, the smile on his lips resurfacing. Hanyan was so annoyed that she wanted to poke him with her gun, but she was too tired to even lift her hand. She changed her position, turning her back to Lu Chen. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, and below it were her rounded curves and a pair of straight long legs curled up together. The moonlight cast her silhouette like a painting. Do you think there is another kind of power within me? Hanyan suddenly asked. Lu Chen paused. Don't you know yourself? I only awakened the fire element, but the power you mentioned. I can sometimes feel it, like something locked inside my body that I can't unlock. It might be dual S. Lu Chen said. Hanyan suddenly turned around, her eyes bright. Really? Just a guess. You. Hanyan took a deep breath and held it in. She lay back down, staring at the caves, sealing her mind, and after a long while she said softly, thank you for helping me with my treatment today. You're welcome. Oh, just remember you owe me a fee. Can you not keep track of everything so precisely? I'm used to it. Hanyan said no more. The cave fell silent, leaving only the sounds of their breathing and the occasional howls of demon beasts in the distance. She turned over facing Lu Chen and closed her eyes. Moonlight fell on her face, her brows and eyes like a painting, her lips slightly parted and her eyelashes gently fluttering. The collar of her tactical suit slipped down a bit due to the movement, revealing more of her snowy skin. Lu Chen took a glance and naturally shifted his gaze away. He wasn't a saint, but he was a person with discretion. Good night, he said. Hanyan did not respond, her breathing becoming even and lengthy. She had fallen asleep. On the 2nd day before dawn, Lu Chen woke up. A faint gray light seeped through the gap of the bare carcass at the cave entrance, and the residual warmth of the bonfire lingered in the cave. Hanyan leaned against the opposite stone wall, deeply asleep, cradling her spear. Her crimson hair fell over her shoulders, and one of the buttons at her collar had popped off, revealing an expanse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. Lu Chen glanced for half a second before decisively shifting his gaze, standing up, and quietly stepping out of the cave. The morning forest air was fresh, filled with the dampness of dew and the fragrance of grass and trees. A few early birds chirped in the treetops, and in the distance the roar of a beast could be heard. System, open my attribute panel. Host Lu Chen, age 18, realm peak of 1st stage abilities, Scrade Qingtong Scrade Lingyan, converted to dual divine, might techniques, phasing LV. 1 strangulation LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 1. Points 909, just 91 points short. The first beast of the day would be his stepping stone for what is. Not long after, Hanyan also came out, her hair casually tied back, with a rope still showing signs of sleep on her face. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, she finally buttoned her tactical suit, though one collar button remained undone. Good morning. She greeted vaguely. Good morning. How many are we killing today? Let's start with one who I have urgent use for it. Hanyan didn't ask what the urgent use was and shouldered her spear, heading into the woods. The two of them had cooperated all day, and their synergy was already established. She was responsible for locating the beasts, while Lu Chen followed closely. Not long after, a peak 2nd stage ironback lizard raised its head from the creek, its yellow vertical pupils fixed on them, tongue flicking. Hanyan wasted no words, of flames erupted from her spear in an instant. Wildfire 100 slashes. Over 100 blazing white rays descended upon the ironback lizard. The ironback lizard attempted to flee, but the fire net was too dense. As it turned, a beam struck its back, causing its scales to explode with a cry of agony. Hanyan followed up with a shot piercing its throat. The ironback lizard twitched twice before becoming still. Lu Chen approached to deliver the finishing blow, stabbing it in the head. Killed a peak 2nd stage ironback lizard, gain points 91. The numbers on the panel jumped from 909 to 1000. Points 1000. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then a smile slowly spread across his lips. That's enough. Detected points have reached 1000. Would you like to consume 1000 points to convert to wood escape? Yes. Lu Chen silently contemplated for a moment. Yes. Consuming 1000 points would escape conversion starting. Grade ability Qingtong is being converted to would escape bloodline. Conversion progress 1. 23. 57. 89. 100 conversion successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained would escape ability. Current would escape level LV. 0. Unlock passive unsealing, healing, automatically recover from injuries without hand seals. Note more would escape ninjutsu can be exchanged for points in the system shop. Current points 0. A warm surge of power flowed from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and bones, distinctly different from the power of the dual divine might. The power of the dual divine might was cold, eerie, hidden within his eyes. The power of would escape was warm, vibrant, and full of life, as if something was taking root and sprouting within his blood. Lu Chen closed his eyes to sense it. His body was undergoing changes. Cellular activity was increasing, healing ability was improving, and even his meridians were widening. This was the effect of the cells of Hashirama. Though only at the initial stage, it was already enough to allow him to use dual divine might without restraint. His eyes no longer felt strained. After using the kaleidoscope all day yesterday, his eye sockets felt swollen and tearful, but now that discomfort had vanished. In its place was a warm and soothing sensation. Lu Chen opened his eyes and accessed the system shop. A new interface popped up filled with a dense list of ninjutsu, each marked with a point price. LV. 1 would escape green technique, 100 points. LV. 1 would escape wood pillar wall, 300. 1 would escape insertion technique, 500 points. Would escape tree binding, eternal burial, 800 points. Unlocked wood dragon, wood man, tree realm descent, flower tree realm, arrival, supreme Buddha transformation. Lu Chen looked at those numbers, his mouth twitching. 500 points to learn insertion technique. 800 points to learn tree binding, eternal burial. After 2 days of hard work, he barely managed to accumulate 1000 points, but could only exchange for a LV. 1 would escape. What about my wood dragon and wood man and supreme Buddha transformation? You think would escape is cabbages. If Hashirama knew you were this poor, the coffin board wouldn't hold you down. Shut up. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. He continued to scroll down and found something relatively cheaper. L1 would escape 4 pillar house, 200 points, instantly create a wooden house that includes a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Note furniture and Wi-Fi not included. For just 200 points, he could have his own little home in the desolate wilderness. It was quite a deal. Mainly he wasn't used to those small, oddly smelling caves anymore. Now his points were at 0. Upgrading would escape from LV. 0 to LV. 1 required 100 points plus another 200 for the 4-pillar house, totaling 300 points. Lu Chen took a deep breath, closed the shop, and turned to Hanyan. Let's kill a few more. Hanyan was squatting by the creek, washing her face. Upon hearing this, she looked up, droplets of water sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto her collar. Didn't you just say 1 would be enough? I changed my mind. Men are really fickle. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill until the second stage peak bottleneck loosened? I'm with you. Hanyan wiped the water off her face, stood up, and slung her spear over her shoulder. Alright, let's continue. The two swept through the second stage zone for another day. The peak second stage thunder pattern tiger was pierced through the heart by Hanyan's spear, and Lu Chen delivered the finishing blow, gaining 91 points. The late second stage iron armored rhino had its hind leg swept off by Hanyan from the side. Lu Chen finished it off, gaining 76 points. The peak second stage wind shadow fox was pierced through the head by Hanyan's spear, and Lu Chen followed up, gaining 91 points. At noon, the two sat down on a large rock to rest. Hanyan took out her water bottle to drink water spilling from the corner of her mouth and sliding down her chin, dripping onto her chest. Her tactical suit was again dampened in a small area clinging to her skin, revealing the fullness beneath. She noticed Lu Chen's gaze, her face flushed, and pulled up her collar. Have you seen enough? I was looking at the... Hanyan turned her head sharply, but there was nothing behind her. You tricked me. The way you turned your head was quite... Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from Hanyan, pretending that nothing had happened. Hanyan, blushing, pulled up her collar and muttered something about a lewd man, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, buzz, unsure of whom she was addressing. Lu Chen opened the system mall, looking at the numbers displayed. Points, 304. Upgrading would escape from LV. 0 to LV. 1 requires 100 points, and for the 4 pillars family, it requires 200 points, just enough. System upgrade would escape to LV. 1. Ding received. Consuming 100 points would escape, level upgraded to LV. 1 current points 204. A stronger warmth surged from his dantian, denser than during the previous transformation. Lu Chen felt his blood-boiling cells wildly splitting and reorganizing, every inch of muscle becoming tighter and more elastic. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength that surpassed before. The effect of the Hashirama cells had further intensified. Now to exchange for the 4 pillars family. Ding, consuming 200 points successfully exchanged for would escape 4 pillars family, current points 4. Note the 4 pillars family has been added to the technique list and can be used in suitable terrains. Lu Chen looked at the remaining 4 points on the panel, his mouth twitching, but felt like returning to square one overnight. But he didn't care. Points could be earned again, and with a house he could sleep soundly. The key was that he no longer had to smell the stench of that bear's den. Hanyan finished her water, stood up, and brushed off the dirt on her clothes. Shall we go kill a few more? Not anymore. Lu Chen also stood up. Let's do something else first. What? Lu Chen did not respond, stepping a few paces to the side and crouching down, placing his hands on the ground. Hanyan tilted her head to watch him, unsure of what he was doing. Wood escape chakra surged from his palms into the ground. Boom. The ground began to tremble, as if something was awakening underground. Hanyan tightened her grip on her long spear, but Lu Chen's expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of anticipation. Then she witnessed the most absurd thing of her life. Thick wooden trunks emerged from the soil, as if alive, growing, intertwining, and connecting in a precise trajectory. They creaked as if the forest were speaking. Hanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The wood was growing, rising from the ground, extending upward and horizontally, connecting to form walls, floors, and a roof. Each piece of wood was smooth and even, as if meticulously polished. In less than 10 seconds, a wooden house appeared in the clearing. 2 stories tall, occupying about 60 square meters, with windows and doors, the roof covered with wooden shingles, and 2 wooden pillars supporting a small awning at the entrance. The structure was solid, with simple lines, not resembling a makeshift shelter, but rather a carefully designed countryside villa. Hanyan's mouth formed an O shape, her long spear nearly slipping from her grasp. Is this your doing? Lu Chen stood up, dusting off his hands. The 4 pillars family, an essential for home and travel. Hanyan walked up to the wooden house and touched the wall. The wood was warm and smooth, without splinters, and a faint wooden scent lingered. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first floor was a living room and kitchen. The living room had a long table and several chairs, while the kitchen had a stove, simple but fully equipped. She stepped on the floor, which felt solid without a hint of wobble. There's a second floor. She glanced at the stairs. Let's go check it out. Hanyan ascended the stairs, which were also sturdy and silent. The second floor had 2 rooms, each with a bed laid with wooden boards, and even had a wooden pillow. Hanyan stood by the window on the second floor, gazing at the forest outside, speechless for a long time. She turned to Lu Chen. You, a support type, can fight, heal, and even build houses. What exactly are you? A man. Lu Chen leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, the handsome kind. Hanyan rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. She turned back and touched the wall again, as if confirming this wasn't an illusion. This house. How long? As long as it isn't torn down, it can last a lifetime. The words "a lifetime" made Hanyan blush again. She pretended not to hear, descending the stairs, leaning her long spear against the post of the porch, and plopping down on the threshold. All right, well, stay here tonight, no more bear smell. Lu Chen sat down beside her, their shoulders brushing against each other. The sun had begun to set in the west, casting an orange hue over the entire forest. Birds flew overhead, and the distant cries of demonic beasts were like a symphony. Hanyan glanced. The sunset light fell on his face, the contours sharp, and his eyelashes cast shadows under his eyelids. She suddenly thought this face was actually quite good-looking. What are you looking at? Lu Chen did not turn his head. Who's looking at you? Caught. Hanyan quickly shifted her gaze away, her ears turning red. The two sat in silence for a moment. Hanyan suddenly spoke. Lu Chen, is this wooden house also your strength wood ability? Sort of. Then how many strengths do you have now? I guess you have none. Lu Chen chuckled, not Hanyan leaned against the door frame, stretching her legs, her long legs glimmering slightly in the sunset. The cuffs of her tactical pants rolled up, slightly revealing a fair ankle. She stretched lazily, her chest rising more prominently, the delicate straps of her tank top slipping on her shoulder, and she quickly pulled it back. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on her shoulder for a second before moving away. I'll go get something to eat. He stood up, entered the house, and rummaged through his backpack for the remaining jerky and biscuits. Hanyan followed him inside, helping to tidy up the long table. They sat facing each other, one eating jerky and the other biscuits, neither speaking, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed than the previous day in the cave. Halfway through, Lu Chen suddenly froze. His chopsticks hung in the air, his eyes fixed on the distant woods outside the window, his pupils slowly rotating with the 3-leafed death god's scythe. Hanyan sensed his abnormality and put down her biscuit. What's wrong? Someone's coming. Who? Not a good person. Lu Chen stood up, his kaleidoscope vision penetrating through layers of treetops, spotting the rapidly approaching figure. Dressed in a black robe with dark red patterns, a gaunt figure, and an unsettling chill of spiritual energy about him. His voice deepened, the evil god cult. Hanyan's expression changed instantly, the long spear already in her hand, flames dancing at its tip. How many? One, but very powerful. Lu Chen's brow furrowed. Peak of the 3rd tier. Hanyan tightened her grip on the spear. The peak of the 3rd tier was stronger than the sinister man they had encountered before. Could they defeat him together? The two exchanged glances and stepped out of the wooden house, standing on the porch facing the increasingly dark forest. A few seconds later a shadow fell from the treetops, landing steadily 10 meters in front of them. It was an old man. In his 60s or 70s he was thin, and wearing a black robe embroidered with dark red strange patterns that resembled twisted symbols faintly emanating an ominous aura. His face was gaunt with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and murky yellow irises, the pupils vertical like a serpent. A cold smile hung at the corners of his lips. He stood there doing nothing, yet the surrounding air had already begun. The leaves rustled on their own as if in fear. The old man glanced at the wooden house, then looked at Lu Chen and Su Hanyan, his gaze lingering briefly on Lu Chen. Wood element. His voice was hoarse. Interesting, I have roamed these mountains for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen a wood element. His smile widened. 2 class kids, 1 fire element, 1 wood element. I must be quite lucky today. He extended his withered hand, fingers splayed black spiritual energy, gathering at his fingertips, exuding a putrid stench. Come along obediently, the evil god needs fresh blood like you. Su Hanyan thrust her spear forward, flames transforming into a blazing white beam. Dream on. The old man waved his hand casually, a stream of black spiritual energy directly shattering the flames. What pure flames! The old man's eyes brightened. His gaze shifted back to Lu Chen, a glimmer of greed flashing in his yellow vertical pupils. Your aura excites me even more, Qingmu, and there's an incomprehensible power. The evil god will surely like you. The old man's smile remained, his yellow vertical pupils filled with insatiable. In his view, 2 kids at the first and second tiers, even if they awakened class abilities, were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The difference between a peak 3rd tier and a peak 1st tier was like an elephant stepping on an ant. What was there to worry about? Lu Chen looked at him, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth that made the old man feel suddenly uncomfortable. Finish talking. A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers, afraid to see the light, dare to call themselves gods. Hearing this, the smile on the old man's face faded bit by bit. Impudent. I, the Ghost Hand Elder, have roamed the Monster Beast Mountains for 30 years, and no one has dared to speak to me like this. Lu Chen tilted his head. Oh well, now you've encountered one. The Ghost Hand Elder's aura erupted, more than doubling in strength. His body began to swell gray fur appearing on the surface of his skin, nails elongating and sharpening, his mouth protruding, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. His eyes turned from yellow to blood red, the vertical pupils narrowing to a pin. Class ability, Evil Transformation, Werewolf Transformation. Su Hanyan tightened her grip on the spear, her expression serious. This was an all-around enhancement. Speed, strength, defense, perception, all elevated to another level. The werewolf form at the peak of the 3rd tier was many times stronger than an ordinary 3rd tier monster. The Ghost Hand Elder's stature swelled to over 3 meters, muscles bulging, first standing on. In the hot breath, he exhaled, forming white mist in the air. His claws scratched the ground, leaving 5 deep gouges. Little kids, I originally intended to spare your lives to offer to the evil god. But now I've changed my mind. First I will break your 5 legs, then I will thoroughly ravage you. Boom. With that he charged directly at Lu Chen. The ground was stomped into a large pit, rocks and dirt flying back, forming a gray shadow. His speed was too fast, over 3 times faster than the sinister man. Su Hanyan's spear thrust out flames, condensing into a blazing white beam, but the Ghost Hand Elder casually swiped his claws, shattering the light. He didn't even look at Su Hanyan, his target was solely Lu Chen. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The Ghost Hand Elder's claws were already before Lu Chen. Lu Chen's right eye glimmered with a faint red light, the phasing already prepared. He planned to wait for the claws to pass through his body, then seize the moment when the old man was distracted to finish the fight with divine might. But at that moment a wave of scorching heat surged beside him. Roaring, the intense flames erupted in front of him, overwhelming the air and distorting it. The claws of the Ghost Hand Elder struck the flames, rebounding back, singeing a patch of fur and emitting a pungent odor. The Ghost Hand Elder took a few steps back, shaking off his burnt claws, surprise etched on his face. Lu Chen was also momentarily stunned. He turned his head and saw Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan stood in place, her spear planted in the ground, her hands forming a strange hand seal in front of her. Her eyes were closed, and the flame mark on her forehead was glowing fiercely, her crimson hair flowing back as if caught in a wind. A layer of crimson aura emerged on the surface of her body, growing thicker and brighter, as if a small sun was igniting within her. From her shoulders, head, and arms a massive figure began to rise. That figure was 3 times her height, identical in outline, with crimson long hair, a slender waist, and a graceful form. Su Hanyan stood at the center of the gigantic flame figure, like a fire deity descending to the mortal realm. The Ghost Hand Elder's pupils contracted sharply. What is this? Lu Chen's kaleidoscope activated automatically, allowing him to see the flow of spiritual energy within Su Hanyan. The power that had been locked deep within the flames was now surging, wildly intertwining with the fire power, forming a delicate yet terrifying balance. Is this her trump card? The hidden skill of class fire element abilities. Hanyan opened her eyes, now goldened with two flames dancing in her pupils. Her voice was not loud, but each word carried an undeniable majesty. Heaven-burning law form. The pupils of the ghost hand elder reflected the three-turtle flame avatar, and for the first time a serious expression appeared in his yellow vertical eyes. I underestimated you. Indeed, and class ability possesses some merit. With this avatar you certainly have the qualification to challenge the odds. But unfortunately the gap between the peak of the third stage and that of the second stage is not merely one realm, it is a chasm. His aura suddenly erupted, becoming another level stronger than before. The spiritual power of the peak third stage surged forth like a tidal wave pressing down on Hanyan. Her complexion paled slightly, but she did not retreat. She knew her time was limited. The burning heaven avatar consumed a tremendous amount of energy, draining her chi every second. She had to finish this strike. She gritted her teeth, her hand seals shifting. Her index and middle fingers came together and pressed against her forehead. The avatar mirrored the same posture, and the fiery mark on her forehead glowed fiercely, resembling a small sun. The surrounding air began to converge towards that point of light. All the flames, those on the avatar, the ground, and in the air, were absorbed into it. Like a black hole, it devoured everything. The flames on the avatar dwindled, and Hanyan's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body trembling slightly. She was burning herself. Once the light point absorbed enough flames, it shot forth a spear from her forehead. It was a spear entirely formed from condensed flames, its shaft crimson, and its tip white-hot. All the power coalesced at the tip of that spear. The air distorted and exploded, the ground was blown away by the shockwave, and the distant beasts fled in terror. The pupils of the ghost hand elder shrank to the size of pinheads. He sensed that this spear was formidable. Good. He gritted his teeth, and his body expanded once more. His werewolf form receded, revealing tiger stripes, and a character for king appeared on his forehead. His size surged to 4 meters and 5 with claws as sharp as daggers. And class ability, evil transformation, Tiger Man transformation. This was his complete form. At this moment Hanyan's flame spear was also fully coalesced, and her body trembled violently as she shouted, "Spear of burning heaven." The spear shot forth with an unstoppable momentum, streaking across the sky like a meteor, its tip aimed at the chest of the ghost hand elder. The ghost hand elder did not dodge. He crossed his claws in front of his chest, gathering all his spiritual energy in his palms. The spear's tip collided with his claws, producing a deafening explosion. Flames erupted, engulfing an area of 10 meters, creating a large crater in the ground, uprooting trees. The ghost hand elder was pushed backward, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the earth. His tiger claws clamped tightly around the spear tip, his palms shattered, blood flowing freely. His complexion turned a deep red, veins bulging. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. He finally came to a stop. "Break for me," he roared, exerting all his strength with his claws. Crack! Cracks appeared on the spear's shaft, and it shattered into countless fiery shards. The ghost hand elder knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His claws trembled, his palms torn, and his chest charred black, but he had held his ground. He looked up at Hanyan, revealing a sinister smile. Hanyan stood in place, her flame avatar having dissipated. Her body swayed twice, the spear slipping from her grasp, and her knees buckled as she fell. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaked her tactical suit, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her breathtaking curves. Her chest rose and fell with her breathing, the collar of her suit open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips purple, and the fiery mark on her forehead dimmed to almost invisibility. She lacked the strength to even raise her hand. The ghost hand elder stood up and looked down at her. "Is this all? What does it matter if it's in class ability? Without the required realm, everything is but a fleeting cloud. Your avatar is indeed impressive, but the gap between the peak of the second stage and that of the third stage cannot be bridged merely by class ability. Little girl, you have great talent. Join the evil god cult, and I can speak a good word for you in front of the evil god. Otherwise..." He did not finish his sentence. Hanyan smiled. Lying on the ground, her face pale, that smile was beautiful. "Oh, why don't you take a look behind you?" The smile on the ghost hand elder froze. His pupils dilated sharply, a chill running up his spine. He slowly turned his head. There a figure appeared silently behind him. With black hair and black eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, hands in his pockets, exuding a casual demeanor. He just stood there like an ordinary person. It was that type kid. The ghost hand elder's heart raced. How did he get? When did he come? Why did he not sense anything at all? The perception ability of the Tiger Man form was enhanced several times. He could sense even an ant moving, but he had not detected Lu Chen. But he quickly calmed down. Lu Chen's realm was at the peak of the first stage. He had not even reached the second stage. A kid at the peak of the first stage, what could he possibly do even if he launched a sneak attack? The defense of the Tiger Man form was astonishing. Even a full force strike from Hanyan at the peak of the second stage had only resulted in some superficial injuries. What could a mere support type do? Lu Chen raised his right hand, fingers together, palm flat, making a slicing gesture. No fluctuation of spiritual energy, no ability being released, just a simple raising of his hand. The ghost hand elder looked at that hand and nearly laughed out loud. But in the next moment his laughter came to an abrupt halt. That hand became enveloped in a layer of azure spiritual energy coalescing into a giant arm. And in that azure giant arm, there was a gleaming sharp azure blade. He felt a lethal threat. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's Susanoo blade, carrying divine might, descended with the power to divine might /tear. The terrifying / directly bisected the ghost hand elder. The formidable defense of that evil transformation Tiger Man was rendered utterly ineffective under this divine strike. The loss of vitality filled the ghost hand elder's eyes with terror, and a look of disbelief crossed his face. No, it's impossible. I am a peak third stage. Before he could finish his words, he was completely shredded by divine might. The body of the humanoid tiger was severed in two, collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, blood soaking the earth. The forest fell silent with only the sound of the night wind rustling through the treetops. In the distance, Hanyan lay on the ground, having fainted from exhaustion and overuse of her spiritual energy. Lu Chen walked over, crouched down, and placed his hand on her, channeling the power of the green wood into her body. His eyes held a different expression. He had not expected that the school beauty who had been under him for 3 years, whom he had only met the day before, could go to such lengths for him. Not only did she fend off the attack of a peak third stage, but she also created this perfect opportunity for a fatal strike. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? When Hanyan opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a large bed. She suddenly sat up and looked down. All the buttons were intact, although one at the collar was undone, that one had come loose on its own, not unbuttoned by someone else. She let out a sigh and lay back down. It's fine. Nothing happened. Hanyan placed her hand on her forehead, staring at the orderly wooden grain on the ceiling as her mind began to replay the events of last night. The ghost hand elder, the tiger man transformation, the burning sky spear. She had exhausted her spiritual energy and collapsed to the ground. Then it seemed she had said to that old man, "Why don't you check behind you?" After that she remembered nothing. Now she was safe and sound, which meant that Lu Chen had won. Incredible. A peak first-tier support had killed a peak third-tier elder of the evil god sect. Hanyan removed her hand from her forehead, turned over, and buried her face in the pillow. The pillow was wooden and quite hard, but she didn't mind. What she cared about was another matter. She had exerted all her strength to activate the burning sky Dharma image, and even launched the burning sky spear, yet it was all in vain. As for Lu Chen, he had casually walked behind the enemy, and using some technique, had taken them down in one swift strike. A first tier defeating a third tier. Who would believe that? She had always thought she had awakened and level fire affinity, finally ready to rise. But what was the result? Lu Chen, that freak, awakened a double level support, but didn't play support, and went straight for damage. Booyaloo. At that moment, after lying down all night, her stomach voiced a very undignified protest. Hanyan's face flushed as she pressed her hand on her belly and glared at it fiercely. Booyaloo. Her stomach was relentless, growling even louder. Meanwhile, a delicious aroma wafted up from downstairs. The savory scent of grilled meat mixed with the spiciness of cumin, chili, and pepper, along with a hint of sweetness, as if brushed with honey. Hanyan's throat involuntarily swallowed. She climbed out of bed, tidied her hair, fastened her buttons, and walked down the wooden stairs. On the first floor, Lu Chen stood at the stove holding a wooden spatula, flipping a piece of meat that was larger than his face. The meat was grilled to a golden crisp, the surface sizzling with oil, and a drop of oil fell into the fire, sparking a small flame. Beside the stove was a small wooden table laden with various jars and bottles, cumin powder, chili flakes, pepper, oil, honey, soy sauce, minced garlic, all present. There was also a bamboo basket filled with clean cucumbers and tomatoes. In the corner were several glass bottles of soda, glistening with water droplets, as if just taken out of the fridge. Hanyan looked at the condiments and drinks, her mouth slightly agape. Where did all this come from? Lu Chen didn't look back from my backpack. You brought cumin while out training. What's wrong with that? A hunter goes out without spices. What's the difference with being a salted fish? Hanyan fell silent. When she went out for training, her backpack contained a first aid kit, compressed cookies, and mineral water. Lu Chen's backpack was filled with cumin, chili, honey, and soda. Both being level, how could the gap be so vast? Lu Chen flipped the meat, coating it evenly with a caramelized glaze. Come eat when you wake up. Hanyan walked to the table, staring at the meat larger than her face, swallowing hard. She wanted to maintain her composure, uphold her image as the campus belle, but in the end, booyaloo. Her stomach answered for her. Hanyan's face turned as red as the flames at the tip of her gun. Lu Chen set down the spatula, picked up a roasted pig leg from the stove, wrapped one end in oil paper, and handed it to her. The pig leg was as long as her forearm, its surface golden and crispy, juices oozing from the meat seams, and the aroma of cumin and chili wafted towards her. Try it. How's my cooking? Hanyan no longer held back, taking the pig leg and nibbling at it delicately. The outer skin was crispy, while the inside was tender, juices bursting in her mouth. The flavors of cumin and chili perfectly balanced the greasiness, and the sweetness of honey slowly melted on her tongue. She hadn't expected that during her training she could enjoy such delicious food. What kind of life had she been living before? She hadn't expected that during her training she could enjoy such delicious food. What kind of life had she been living before? If it's good, eat more. Lu Chen also took a pig leg, biting into it. After all, you killed it. Hanyan lowered her head and continued chewing the meat, falling silent. The two fell silent for a moment, the fire on the stove crackling and the birds outside chirping melodiously. Hanyan suddenly looked up, surveying the wooden house. 2 stories high with wooden walls and floors, large windows letting in sunlight that brightened the entire place. The living room had a long table with chairs, the kitchen had a stove and a sink, and the second floor had 2 bedrooms. This was no temporary shelter, it was clearly a well-decorated small villa. Lu Chen. Are you? Of course. To provide my teammates with a comfortable resting environment, I built this small wooden house temporarily. Isn't that reasonable? You call this a small wooden house? It's bigger than a normal person's life savings for a house. Hanyan nearly choked on her meat. She gulped down some soda, catching her breath, and decided not to argue with him. This person always spoke in this tone. If you got angry with him, it would just make you more frustrated. Lu Chen placed the clean bones on the table and took a new piece. Oh, by the way, I'm heading back to the city later. Do you want to continue training? Hanyan was taken aback. You're going back? Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. I've been out for several days, it's time to head back. Auntie will worry, and uncle also told me to return early. Lu Chen glanced at the walls and ceiling of the wooden house. If you want to continue, you can stay here. I want to take it back. After all, a house made of wood won't disappear just because I don't take it back. Hanyan shook her head. No, I'm going back too. She was genuinely tired. After several days of intense fighting exhausting her spiritual energy daily, even with Lu Chen's Qingmu healing, the mental fatigue could not be healed. More importantly, the appearance of the evil god sect in Tianhai City was something she had to report to her father. The emergence of a peak 3rd-tier elder from the evil god sect in the Monster Beast mountain range might hide a greater conspiracy. Hanyan set down the pig leg, wiped her fingers with a napkin, and looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly. Lu Chen blinked. What loot? The demon crystals and materials. We agreed to split them 50-50. You don't want to keep them all to yourself, do you? Lu Chen smiled innocently. Am I that kind of person? You are. Lu Chen stood up, walked to the corner, and picked up a large backpack, placing it on the table and unzipping it. It was stuffed full of demon crystals of various sizes and colors, glimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Well, sell them at the demon slaying hall in the city later, and well, split the profits. Okay, then I won't be polite. When have you ever been polite? Hanyan shot him a glare, but the corners of her mouth. The two finished the remaining meat, and Lu Chen cleaned the stove, putting all the spice jars back into his backpack. Hanyan went upstairs to retrieve her long gun, checking the barrel. The flames danced at the tip, confirming there were no issues. The two exited the wooden house and stood on the porch. The sun was shining bright, the forest was quiet, and the breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. Lu Chen turned to look at the wooden house, then pressed his hands against the wall. What are you doing? Hanyan asked. Taking it back. Oh, leaving it here would be a waste. But you said you wouldn't take it back? That was if you were going to stay. Now that you're not, why keep it? To offer it as a free guest house to others. Hanyan was left speechless. As chakra flowed into the walls, the entire wooden house began to tremble as if pressed by a rewind button, with planks retracting into the ground, and the walls, floor, and roof disappearing in succession. In less than 10 seconds, all that remained on the ground was a patch of smooth earth and a faint scent of wood. Let's go. Lu Chen shouldered his backpack and hung the alloy knife back at his waist. Do you know the way back? I'm not directionally challenged. Alright, then you go first. Why do I have to go first? Because I want to watch you to see. Hanyan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to poke him with her gun. Turning around, she hoisted the long gun and strode into the forest. In Tianhai City, the demon-slaying hall stands at the heart of the city, occupying a vast area built entirely of deep gray stones. Above the main entrance, a massive character for slay is carved, its brushstroke sharp as a blade, exuding a chilling aura. 2 stone sculptures at the entrance come to life, one on the left and one on the right, vigilantly watching every person who enters or exits. The demon-slaying hall is the central hub for the global demon-slaying organization, with branches in every city. This place serves not only as a location for demon slayers to accept missions, but also as a marketplace for selling materials from demon beasts, demon crystals, and exchanging points and rewards. It can be said that every individual who makes a living by slaying demon beasts cannot avoid passing through this door. The hall on the first floor is bustling with noise. Hundreds of demon slayers are lined up, some covered in injuries, while others appear utterly exhausted. However, every person's backpack is bulging, filled with the spoils of the past few days. The scales, claws, and hides of demon beasts, along with the most valuable demon crystals, must all be exchanged here for money or points. Next, a middle-aged man sits behind the counter in his 40s, dressed in a well-tailored black uniform, a small golden badge pinned to his chest. He is the hall manager, Zheng Hai. A demon slayer wrapped in bandages steps forward, placing his backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal several latest-stage demon crystals and a bundle of demon beast scales. Hello, please give these evaluation. Zheng Hai pinches a demon crystal between his fingers, examines it against the light, taps it like testing a watermelon, then disdainfully tosses it back. Latest stage, average quality 5,000. The demon slayer's face instantly darkens. 5,000? Are you trying to insult me? This is a latest stage Thunder Mark Tiger demon crystal worth at least 15,000. That's the market price. Zheng Hai doesn't even lift his eyelids. The buying price at the demon slaying hall is this amount. If you don't want to sell, there are plenty of people waiting outside. The demon slayer clenches his fist, glances around, then at his own wounds, and ultimately relents. Final sell. Zheng Hai smirks, swiftly jotting down a few numbers on a slip of paper. He tosses the demon crystals and materials into a basket behind him, his actions rough, as if discarding trash. Next, the demon slayer takes the flimsy receipt and turns to leave, his silhouette forlorn like a dog cast out from its home. Several demon slayers start whispering. That Zheng Hai, he always drives the price down so ruthlessly. A latest stage demon crystal is worth at least 15,000 outside, yet he only offers 5,000. It's too unfair. There's nothing we can do. He has the backing of the demon slaying hall. Who dares to provoke him? The things we risk our lives to obtain are wasted by such people. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Zheng Hai certainly hears them, but he doesn't care. A bunch of mud-legged peasants from the slums think they can bargain with him. He has worked here for 10 years, having seen all kinds of storms. These people may be dissatisfied today, but they will still return tomorrow. Only the demon slaying hall in Tianhai dares to buy high-grade demon crystals. As he lowers his head to sift through the account books, a sudden commotion erupts at the door. Step aside. Step aside. Young Master Tang is coming, make way. A few burly men in black uniforms rush into the hall, roughly pushing the queue aside. A demon slayer fails to dodge in time and crashes into a pillar, reopening a wound on his back, blood seeping out. The faces of the lined-up demon slayers turn grim, but none dare to speak. The person entering is someone they cannot afford to offend. It is a young man around 17 or 18, dressed in a custom white suit, wearing a costly watch on his wrist. There is an innate arrogance in his demeanor, and his gaze towards others is akin to looking at ants by the roadside. Behind him follow 7 or 8 attendants, each a third-tier awakener or above, clad in matching black uniforms with a golden character for Tang embroidered on their chests. The #1 family in Tianhai, the Tang family. Young Master Tang Gui. His father is the director of the Law Enforcement Division, a person of real power, overseeing the violations of awakening individuals. The power of the Law Enforcement Division is terrifying, able to arrest, detain, and disable people's abilities at will. In all of Tianhai City, there is not a single awakener who does not fear the Law Enforcement Division. To offend the Tang family is akin to signing one's death warrant in Tianhai City. Upon seeing Tang Gui, Zheng Hai's expression changes instantly. He rushes out from behind the counter, bending slightly in greeting, resembling a dog wagging its tail. Oh, young Master Tang, what brings you here today? You should have informed me in advance. I would have prepared tea for you and reserved a private room upstairs. The surrounding demon slayers watch Zheng Hai's sycophantic demeanor with disgust and disdain. Just earlier, he had been authoritative towards them, like a father scolding a son. Now he is bowing before a young master quicker than a dog. Ugh. Tang Gui doesn't even glance at Zheng Hai, not lifting his eyelids. One of his attendants steps forward. I heard your demon slaying hall received a latest stage ironback brute bear demon crystal the other day. Young Master Tang wants it. Zheng Hai is taken aback, then nods vigorously. Yes. We indeed have one. How could he possibly forget? The demon slayers who came to sell that crystal a couple of days ago looked to have no background. The leader was a latest stage third-tier burly man covered in wounds, accompanied by 2 equally battered teammates. The demon crystal they presented was of exceptionally high quality, worth at least 4,000 in the market. Yet he could tell those individuals had no connections. They were mud-legged peasants from the old district. He directly pressed the price down to 3,000. The group protested, arguing with him for a few moments. Without hesitation, he called in a few guards to throw them out. Where's that demon crystal? An attendant asks. In the storeroom, not yet processed. Zheng Hai smiles obsequiously. Does young Master Tang want it? He'll go get it right away. Please wait a moment. Zheng Hai scrambles into the storeroom, retrieves the demon crystal, and presents it to Tang Gui with both hands. The demon crystal, the size of a fist, has a dark red hue, with a faint glow swirling within, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Finally, Tang Gui speaks, his tone cold. How much? Zheng Hai hurriedly waves his hands, his smile nearly slipping off his face. Young Master Tang is joking. Your presence here at our demon slaying hall is an honor for us. Consider this demon crystal my humble tribute to you, no charge. Please accept it. Tang Gui glances at him, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, as if looking at a relatively obedient dog. The surrounding demon slayers watch this scene, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. That demon crystal was clearly obtained by risking their lives, yet Zheng Hai pressed the price down to 3,000. Now it's being directly gifted to this young master. It's so unfair. Tang Gui holds the demon crystal, inspecting it from different angles, the light in his eyes growing brighter. The latest ironback brute bear demon crystal, containing an extremely rich aura of spiritual energy, is exactly what he needs for cultivation. His ability is a level titanic bear, making him the most efficient at absorbing the energy of bear-type demon crystals 3 times faster than normal cultivation. With this demon crystal, his breakthrough to latest second tier is just around the corner. Have any of the squad sent out returned? Tang Gui suddenly asks. The attendant lowers his head. Not yet. What about Lu Ren? No news either. Tang Gui's expression darkens. A bunch of useless fools can't even handle a few third-tier demon beasts. The Tang family does not support uselessness. Understood, young master. Once they return, I'll have them dismissed. Tang Gui snorts coldly, tucking the demon crystal into his pocket, a figure flashing in his mind. Crimson long hair, a flame mark on his forehead, wielding a long spear cold as frost. He has loved Hanyan since childhood, having vowed to marry her the first time he laid eyes on her in first grade. But she has never looked at him, directly rejecting his confessions time and again. Young Master Tang, who has everything repeatedly, finds himself thwarted by a woman. A cold arc forms at the corner of Tang Gui's mouth. Once I break through to latest second tier and catch up to you, Hanyan, just wait to be. His words trail off. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupts at the entrance, even louder than when he— Look! Who is that woman? She's stunning. With that crimson hair and the flame mark on her forehead. That's Hanyan from First High. Hanyan, the strength fire-type school beauty. What's she doing here? And who's that guy next to her? He looks unfamiliar too, but he's quite handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Young Master Tang is still here. Everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards the entrance. Even Zheng Hai craned his neck. 2 people walked in side by side. The man was around 18 with black hair and dark eyes, handsome features, wearing a worn-out tactical suit. An alloy blade hung at his waist, and a bulging backpack was slung over his shoulders, straining at the seams. The woman was even more eye-catching. Her crimson hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, shimmering with a flowing luster under the hall's lights. Her delicate features seemed painted. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like stars, her nose elegantly bridged, her lips full, and a flame mark on her forehead flickered faintly, as if it might ignite at any moment. She wore a form-fitting black tactical suit that accentuated every breathtaking curve. Her chest was full and proud, her waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, and her long legs were straight and graceful, each step carrying an indescribable rhythm. In her hand, she held a crimson long spear, its tip still radiating residual heat, causing the air around it to shimmer and warp. Hanyan, the school beauty of Tianhai First High and strength fire-type, awakened. She was the only one in the younger generation of Tianhai City who could stand up to Tang Gui. Correction, she was the only one in the entire younger generation of Tianhai who could make Tang Gui back down. But the crowd's attention was quickly drawn to the young man beside her. Not because the young man was particularly handsome, though he certainly was. It was because Hanyan stood so close to him that her shoulder nearly touched his. And Hanyan's expression wasn't her usual icy demeanor, a hint of a smile played at the corners of her lips. Tang Gui took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage surging in his chest. He, the third young master of the Tang family, the pride of Tianhai's youth, could not afford to lose his composure in public. He reattached his gentle, cultivated smile and stepped forward, greeting in a soft voice. Hanyan, long time no see. Have you been out of the city training again? The smile on Hanyan's face vanished, instantly replaced by a visage as cold as ice. A layer of frost seemed to settle over her brows and eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line, and her entire aura shifted from spring to the dead of winter. Lu Chen, standing beside her, was startled by the transformation. This girl has 2 faces. Just outside the city, she was fighting him for a pig leg, her mouth greasy with food, laughing like a fool. Now in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into an icy goddess, making the surrounding temperature feel like it had dropped several degrees. If he didn't know her, he'd have thought this was her true nature. Lu Chen looked at Tang Gui, then at Hanyan, and understood the situation clearly. This guy likes Hanyan. And judging by Hanyan's expression, she doesn't like him back. He didn't want to get involved in this love triangle. It was too troublesome, and most importantly, there was no benefit. Lu Chen picked up his backpack, took a step to the side, and deliberately increased the distance between himself and Hanyan. You 2 talk, I'm going to sell the demon crystals first. He said it naturally and casually. Hanyan glanced at him, the frost on her face melting for a moment, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. All right, you go ahead. They'll find you in a bit. Lu Chen nodded, picked up his backpack, and headed towards the counter without. Tang Gui watched this exchange, his smile nearly faltering. The difference between how Hanyan treated him and how she treated that kid was too stark. She was as cold as ice to him, but to that kid, she offered a gentle smile, and he'll find you in a bit. His fingers clenched tightly inside his sleeve. Hanyan, is that person your classmate? I haven't seen him before. Hanyan withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen, looked at Tang Gui, and her face reverted to its icy, aloof mask. Tang Gui, I've told you many times we are not familiar. Please call me by my full name. Also who he is has nothing to do. With that she turned and walked away, shouldering her spear with crisp decisive strides, not even sparing Tanguy a second glance. Tangui's smile finally cracked his face, turning pale and green, as if he had been slapped publicly. Whispers rippled through the crowd waiting in line. The third young master Tang got shut down. Hanyan really gives no face. Who is that guy next to her? Hanyan smiled at him so gently. Got to admit that guy's looks are leagues ahead of young Master Tang's. I'd choose him too. Tanguy took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned, watching Hanyan head towards the counter, his gaze as sinister as a viper's. Zheng Hai sidled up, lowering his voice as if reporting military intelligence. Young Master Tang, that girl is Hanyan, the school beauty of Tianhai, first high in strength, fire type awakened. I don't know the guy next to her, maybe her classmate. Tanguy gave him a cold look. Did I ask you? Zheng Hai flinched, quickly lowering his head. No, my mistake, I was being presumptuous. He shrank back, not daring to speak again. Among the crowd waiting, someone recognized Lu Chen. Isn't that Lu Chen from Second High? The one with the double S support class from this year's awakening ceremony. The one with the verdant with spirit eye? The school joke? Yeah, that's him. How is he hanging out with Hanyan? Hanyan is strength fire type peak stage 2. Why would she team up with a support class? What for? For his healing. For his looks. Can looks be eaten? Tangui's ears perked up, catching the gossip. Double S support class verdant with spirit eye peak stage 1. His mindset instantly relaxed, and a haughty smile crept back onto his lips. Just a support class, how dare he compete with me? Hanyan probably just needed a healing teammate, that's why she's with him. After all, what else can a support class do? Lu Chen, Tanguy repeated the name, a contemptuous sneer curling on his lips. Just a support class, not worth the trouble. His attendant glanced towards the counter, then back at Tanguy, lowering his voice. Young master, if he bothers you, should I? He made a gesture of suppressing prices. Tanguy looked at him, then smiled a smile carrying the calm confidence of one in power. Fool. His voice was low but weighty. The Tang family is the premier clan in Tianhai. How could we resort to such tactics? Besides, my father is the director of the enforcement division, overseeing violations by awakened. As his son, I must set an example. The attendant quickly bowed his head. You are right, young master. Tanguy straightened his suit collar, resuming his refined appearance. A mere support class. Had better stay away from Hanyan, or else. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Let's go. Tanguy turned and walked towards the attendant was taken aback. Young master, we're just leaving. Aren't we going to teach him a lesson? No need, Tanguy said without looking back. Some people don't need me to act. They'll bring misfortune upon themselves. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Lu Chen, a sneer curling on his lips. The attendant followed, and the group disappeared through the entrance of the demon-slaying hall. Lu Chen placed his backpack on the counter and unzipped it. The glow of the demon crystals spilled out, resembling a pouch filled with colorful gemstones under the light. Among them were the peak-level Leywen Tiger, Ironback, Violent Bear, and Windshadow Fox, and many others. Altogether there were more than 20 alongside a bundle of demon beast scales and claws. These items were what he and Hanyan had risked their lives for over the past few days. The staff behind the counter was a young man who stared at the pack of demon crystals, his eyes widening. He picked up a peak-level Leywen Tiger demon crystal and examined it against the light. Its quality was exceptional, brimming with spiritual energy worth at least 25000. Sir, your demon crystals are all of excellent quality. Let me calculate. The young man grabbed a calculator and started pressing buttons rapidly. Wait a moment. A voice came from behind as Zheng Hai strode over. His smile was perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor cold, embodying a standard managerial grin. He approached the counter, glanced at the pack of demon crystals, and paused his gaze on Lu Chen's slightly worn tactical suit. Shall we go attend to something else? I'll handle this. Shally was taken aback, but dared not question further. He put down the calculator and stepped aside. Zheng Hai sat down, picked up a demon crystal, tapped it like he was testing a watermelon, then tossed it back. The action seemed casual, but Lu Chen noticed it. His eyes brightened momentarily while looking at the demon crystal, but he quickly suppressed it. These demon crystals are of average quality. Zheng Hai leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. For peak level, it's 3000 each. For latest stage, it's 15000. For mid stage, it's 800. Altogether, I can give you a round figure of 20000. Lu Chen, how much? 20000. Although these demon crystals weren't worth much, they shouldn't be valued so low. The market price for second-level demon crystals generally fluctuated between 25000 and 3000. With over 20 crystals, they should at least total over 50000. Damn capitalists. Zheng Hai raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming flippant. This is the demon-slaying hall, and I set the buying price. Considering it's not easy for you, I can give you an extra 500, making it 2500. Lu Chen looked at him as if he were a clown. Aren't you afraid the higher-ups at the demon-slaying hall will find out? Zheng Hai's eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light. He didn't expect this kid to dare threaten him. He scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you know the higher-ups of the demon-slaying hall? Lu Chen shook his head. No. Then what are you talking about? Zheng Hai's expression shifted dramatically. He slammed the table, stood up, and looked down at Lu Chen. A mere peak-level trash dares to act wild in the demon-slaying hall. You don't have a single valuable item on you. Where did you get so many second-level demon crystals? He pointed at Lu Chen's backpack, emphasizing each accusation. I suspect these demon crystals are of dubious origin, stolen, robbed, or perhaps a con. The demon-slaying hall has the right to seize any demon crystals of unclear origin. These will all be confiscated. The crowd waiting in line began to stir. What the hell, this is too Blackheart, right? Lowering the price is one thing, but confiscating them directly. Who did that young man offend? Did you not see it? When young Master Tang left earlier, his gaze towards that young man was off. Zheng Hai heard the discussions, but didn't. He was eager to advance. He had been stuck in this position for 5 years, neither up nor down, feeling constricted. Today, if young Master Tang was displeased with this kid, as long as he handled this matter well, with a single word from young Master Tang, he could rise further. Reading the situation and adapting was Zheng Hai's skill for survival. Climbing from a small clerk to his current position relied on this ruthless determination and shamelessness. Lu Chen looked at him, remained silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. That smile made Zheng Hai's heart skip a beat. He couldn't pinpoint why, but it felt uncomfortable. What are you laughing at? Lu Chen adjusted his backpack, holding it in his hand. Although I don't know the higher-ups at the demon-slaying hall, I do know a close friend of theirs. On the way back, Hanyan had mentioned it to him. She had a close friend in the demon-slaying hall holding a decent position who could offer discounts when selling. Zheng Hai was momentarily taken aback, then turned around, his expression turning cold. Are you acting in front of me? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, you won't get a single cent for these demon crystals today. Just then a chilling female voice rang out. Oh, is that so? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Hanyan stood there, her crimson hair resembling a calm flame under the light, the tip of her spear still warm. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before connecting. A girl's voice came from the other end, languid and sweet, as if just waking up. Hello. Hanyan, how come you have time to call me? Missing me? Hanyan's lips curled slightly, her icy demeanor melting for a moment. What are you doing? I just finished showering, my hair's still wet. What's up? Come to the demon-slaying hall. The other end fell silent for a second, followed by rustling sounds as if she was getting dressed, the sound of fabric brushing against skin coming through the receiver. You're back from your training. So soon. I thought you'd be out wilding for several days. I'm at the demon-slaying hall right now. Are you in the lobby? I'll come down to find you. Hanyan glanced at Zheng Hai, her eyes cold. Yes, at the first-floor lobby. Someone is bullying my friend. Come down and handle it. The other end fell silent again, but the girl's voice shifted from lazy and sweet to a chilling tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Who is bullying my Yanyan's friend? Wait for me, I'll be right down. The call ended. Zheng Hai stared at Hanyan, his expression fluctuating. He quickly searched in his mind who was Hanyan's close friend. From Tianhai No.1 High School, a daughter from a prominent family in Tianhai City. He pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. It must be an act, definitely an act. Miss Su, you don't need to worry. Zheng Hai put on his managerial smile again. The rules of the demon-slaying hall are here, and it won't matter whose friend shows up. Hanyan glanced at him without saying a word. Lu Chen stood beside her, putting the backpack back on the counter, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. He watched Zheng Hai, a smile lingering on his lips. The lobby fell silent. Everyone craned their necks, looking towards the stairs, waiting for that close friend to appear. The elevator doors opened. No one came out. Shadows flickered at the stairway, but none were the one. Zheng Hai's lips began to curl upwards. Miss Su, where's your friend? I don't see anyone. The sentence was left unfinished. Footsteps echoed from the stairs, rhythmic and unhurried, carrying a lazy cadence. A girl walked out from around the corner of the stairs. Her long jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water still clinging to the tips trickling down her snow-white neck. She wore a short cream-colored knitted cardigan over a fitted tank top, the neckline revealing a hint of delicate. Most striking was her figure. The thin straps of the tank top clung tightly, accentuating her ample chest, creating 2 breathtaking curves. The deep valley at her neckline was subtly visible, strikingly white. Her waist was slim enough to be grasped with one hand, creating a strong visual contrast with her fullness. She wore light, gray high-waisted shorts, revealing 2 long snow-white legs that were straight and smooth, devoid of any excess flesh, glistening softly under the cold white lights of the demon-slaying hall. Holding a cup of milk tea, she nibbled on the straw, and upon seeing Hanyan, her eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes. Hanyan. The girl trotted over, her slippers pattering the hem of her nightgown, fluttering above her knees. Hanyan's frosty demeanor completely melted upon seeing her, a genuine smile gracing her lips. You came down dressed like this. I was afraid you would be waiting anxiously. The girl bit her straw, her gaze flitting over Hanyan before landing. Who's this handsome guy? Your boyfriend? Hanyan's face flushed momentarily. No. Just a regular friend. Oh, a regular friend. The girl dragged out the phrase regular friend, her smile laden with meaning. Zheng Hai clearly saw the girl's face, and his scalp instantly erupted. It was as if a grenade had exploded on the top of his head, shattering his reasoned calmness and that managerial smile into pieces. His legs began to tremble, shaking from his knees down to his toes to the point that he could barely stand. In the entire demon-slaying hall, there was no one who did not recognize this girl. All the employees dressed in black uniforms in the hall bent down simultaneously, their movements as synchronized as if rehearsed. They lowered their heads, their voices booming and respectful. "I've seen the young miss." The shout of young miss echoed through the hall like a thunderclap, striking each person's head. The crowd of demon slayers in line erupted in confusion. "Young miss? Which young miss? Are you stupid? The young miss of the demon-slaying hall? Who else could it be? Oh my god, that big bear is the daughter of the demon-slaying hall's master." Did you not see Zheng Hai's expression? It's like he's seen a ghost. Serves him right. Wasn't he quite arrogant when haggling just now? Now there's a good show to watch. Lu Chen was also stunned for a moment, but the reason for his shock was different from the others. He looked at the girl named Yi Yorong, his gaze involuntarily falling on a certain place. It wasn't that he wanted to look, that spot was simply too eye-catching. The creamy white knitted cardigan was open, and the thin camisole inside was stretched to its limits, the fabric taut, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Two full peaks lifted the fabric, creating two breathtaking arcs, and a deep ravine at the neckline appeared and disappeared, dazzlingly white. With each step she took, there was a gentle sway, not large, but enough to make it hard for anyone to look away. Lu Chen considered himself a virtuous gentleman. From childhood to now, he had remained unperturbed, viewing beauty as fleeting clouds, even considering watching films a waste of time. He thought he would never be swayed by a woman's appearance in his lifetime. But now he realized he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. He acknowledged it too late. Lu Chen conducted a profound self-education in his heart. Lu Chen, you are a virtuous gentleman. You must not be enchanted by beauty. You are a systematic person with the goal of becoming stronger, mastering what escape, wielding dual divine might, and crushing everything. Women are your stumbling blocks, your enemies, the demonic obstacles on your path to cultivation. He took a deep breath and shifted his gaze from Yi Yurong's chest to the ceiling. There was a bright, glaring light on the ceiling. He stared at it for 3 seconds, feeling as if his character had a... Hanyan did not notice Lu Chen's unusual behavior. She walked to the girl, her icy demeanor completely melting, replaced by a softness that only appeared in front of those closest to her. "Why did you come down dressed like this?" Hanyan's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but more so it was indulgent. "I was afraid you would be waiting anxiously." Yi Yurong bit on the straw, her eyes crescent-shaped, sweet, as if just pulled from a honey jar. Hanyan shot her a glare, turned around, and looked at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, this is my good friend I've known since childhood, Yi Yurong. Growing up together to the age of big." Lu Chen noticed that Hanyan's tone was perfectly normal when she said big, but that word carried extraordinary significance when directed at Yi Yurong. The sea can hold 100 rivers, and only with tolerance can one be great. This name truly lives up to its reputation. "Bobo, this is my newly made friend Lu Chen." Hanyan introduced. Yi Yurong extended her hand, her fingers long and fair, her nails painted a light pink. "Hello, I am Yi Yurong." Lu Chen grasped her hand, feeling its soft and warm touch, like holding a bundle of cotton. "Lu Chen." Yi Yurong tilted her head, repeating the name Lu Chen twice, her eyes suddenly brightening, as if recalling something important. "Wait, Lu Chen. That name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." She furrowed her brows for 3 seconds, then suddenly clapped her hands. The movement caused her whole body to react, the two full peaks in front, swaying violently for a moment like two startled white rabbits bouncing beneath the thin camisole, creating a visible ripple. Spring light burst forth. In that moment of swaying, the deep ravine revealed more snow-white skin, shining brightly, dazzling, making one's mouth dry. Lu Chen's gaze involuntarily darted over, then quickly shifted to another lamp. This lamp was even brighter and more glaring than the previous one. What a good lamp. Hanyan noticed Lu Chen's wandering gaze and thought he was looking at the big lamp, giving it no further thought. Yi Yurong was completely unaware of the visual impact she had just caused, her excitement causing her to jump up. "It's you. You are the guy who pressed Hanyan down for 3 years." Hanyan's face turned instantly red as crimson as the flames on the tip of her gun. She reached out to cover Yi Yurong's mouth. "What nonsense are you saying?" Yi Yurong nimbly dodged, continuing excitedly. "I've always wondered what kind of person could hold Hanyan down for 3 years. I thought it would be a bookworm with thick glasses, messy hair, and a face full of acne, but I didn't expect him to be so She looked Lu Chen up and down, her gaze lingering on his face for a long time. It moved from his face to his shoulders, then to his waist, and finally to his legs, nodding in satisfaction. Yin, you have good taste." Hanyan's face turned even redder, nearly dripping blood. She pinched Yi Yurong's waist, causing Yi Yurong to yelp in pain, covering her waist and jumping aside, her chest following suit. "What nonsense are you saying? What do you mean pressed down? Are you not ashamed?" Hanyan's voice was urgent and embarrassed, contrasting sharply with her usual icy demeanor. Yi Yurong stuck out her tongue. "I meant the ranking in the exams. What were you thinking? Yin, why is your mind so impure? You." Hanyan was so angry, she couldn't speak, raising her long gun ready to strike. Yi Yurong laughed and dodged behind Lu Chen, using him as a human shield. She hid behind Lu Chen, resting her hands on his shoulders, peeking her head out, grinning at Hanyan. Yin, you can't hit me, can't hit me. Hanyan took a deep breath, lowered her long gun, and glared at Yi Yurong. Let's talk serious matters. Only then did Yi Yurong remember the reason she came down. Her expression instantly changed from playful to serious, as if she had transformed into a different person. The lazy and sweet girl disappeared, replaced by an aura that silenced the entire hall. She turned around to look. Zheng Hai was still standing in place, his legs still trembling, beads of sweat rolling down his face one by one. His lips quivered as he tried to say something, but not a word escaped. Yi Yurong tilted her head. Manager Zheng, who gave you the courage to do this? Zheng Hai lay on the ground, his face pale. His lips trembled, his tongue seemed tied in knots, unable to utter a single word. Yi Yurong did not look at him. She rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a document, a few thin pages stamped with the red seal of the exorcism hall. She swiftly wrote a few lines on the document. Zheng Hai, effective immediately, you are expelled from the exorcism hall. Zheng Hai's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly scrambled to his feet, transitioning from kneeling to a crouching position. No way. You can't expel me. His voice carried a frantic madness. My second uncle is Zheng Qiuxing, you can't touch me. The hall erupted in commotion again. Zheng Qiuxing, the Zheng elder from the exorcism hall. No wonder Zheng Hai dared to act recklessly here. It turns out he has someone backing him. On one side is the higher-ups of the exorcism hall, and on the other side is a close friend. Which will the young lady choose? This doesn't require thought. It must be the higher-ups of the exorcism hall, just a mere close friend. Upon hearing the name Zheng Qiuxing, Yi Yurong's lips curved slightly, exuding a chilling aura. So he's a person of Zheng Qiuxing. She put down her pen, crossed her arms, leaned against the counter, her posture lazy yet imposing. No wonder you dare to act recklessly here, disregarding the hall's rules. Manager Zheng, rest assured, I will eventually make that old thing roll out of the exorcism hall too. Yi Yurong pulled out a paper from the pile of documents, densely written with text, the title boldly stating lawyer. Zheng Hai, during your years at the exorcism hall you have embezzled public funds, exploited exorcists, accepted kickbacks, and abused your power for personal gain. Each charge is backed by solid evidence. Her voice was calm. These offenses are enough to keep you locked up for a lifetime. Zheng Hai stared at the lawyer's letter, his pupils suddenly constricting. No. You can't. Yi Yurong ignored him and took out her phone, dialing the number for the law enforcement department. In less than 10 minutes, 3 individuals in law enforcement uniforms entered the hall. The leader was a man with a square face and sharp eyes, wearing a silver badge on his chest. He glanced at the collapsed Zheng Hai and then at Yi Yurong, nodding. Miss Yi, thank you for your hard work. We will take this. Zheng Hai was dragged out by 2 enforcers like they were carrying a small chicken. His legs scraped against the ground, leaving crooked marks from the tips of his shoes on the floor. Young lady, I was wrong. Give me another chance. I have elders above and children below. His voice grew fainter, finally disappearing at the entrance. From today onwards, anyone who dares to lower prices will end up like Zheng Hai. The hall buzzed with excitement again. The young lady is wise. Long live the young lady. Yi Yurong raised her hand to signal everyone to quiet down. The exorcism hall is the home of the exorcists, not a personal treasury for certain individuals. From today onwards, anyone who dares to lower prices will end up like Zheng Hai. The hall buzzed with excitement again. The young lady is wise. The exorcism hall has hope now. I will sell all my demon crystals here in the future. Yi Yurong turned to look at Lu Chen, her serious demeanor vanishing in an instant, reverting to that lazy and sweet girl. She bit her straw, tilted her head, and her eyes curved into crescents. Sorry for making you watch such a farce. Lu Chen looked at her, his lips curving slightly. It's finer, it looks quite good. Yi Yurong let out a soft laugh, her chest bouncing slightly. Her creamy white knitted cardigan was open, beneath it a thin camisole was stretched tightly by her ample curves, the deep cleavage particularly eye-catching under the bright lights. Lu Chen's gaze inadvertently darted over, then quickly moved away to Su Hanyan, who was glaring at Yi Yurong, unaware of him. To express my apology, I will buy all these demon crystals and materials at double the market price, Yi Yurong said, patting the bag of demon crystals. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Double? Double? Are you sure? Do I look like someone who doesn't keep their word? Lu Chen glanced at Su Hanyan, who nodded. He looked back at Yi Yurong, who was smiling gleefully, her milk tea straw squished flat. All right, Lu Chen pushed his backpack forward. Then it's double. Yi Yurong personally calculated the bill. She picked up a demon crystal, checked it, and stated a number, then picked up another one and reported another number. Her movements were as practiced as counting money. Peak second stage thunder pattern tiger demon crystal market price 2800 double 5600. Peak second stage ironback violent bear market price 2500 double 5000. Peak second stage wine shadow fox market price 3000 double 6000. Late second stage armored rhinoceros market price 1500 double 3000. Late second stage, two-headed wolf, market price 1800 double 3600. Each time she stated a number, Lu Chen's heart raced. Yi Yirong was not only wealthy, but also generous. Such girls are rare these days. The sea embraces all rivers. Those who are accommodating are great. The ancients truly did not deceive me. The final total came out to 123000. Yi Yirong wrote the number on the slip and pushed it in front of Lu Chen. Please sign. Lu Chen glanced at the number, picked up the pen, and signed his name. 120 split evenly with Su Hanyan, each getting over 6000. Is the money in the card or cash? Yi Yirong asked. In the card. Yi Yirong took her phone, operated it for a few moments, and Lu Chen's phone vibrated. He took it out to see a bank notification 615000. Su Hanyan's also arrived, the same amount 615000. Lu Chen looked at the number on his phone screen, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. This was the largest amount of money he had ever seen in his life. No, this was the largest amount of money he ever possessed in his life. Thanks. Lu Chen shoved the phone back into his pocket and looked at Yi Yirong. You really helped out a lot. No need to be polite. Yi Yirong bit her straw. Next time you come to the exorcism hall, mention my name for a discount. How much of a discount? It depends on my mood. Lu Chen smiled. He walked over to the sales area, which not only had purchases, but also sales. Demon crystals, elixirs, weapons, armors, all sorts of cultivation resources lined the shelves. His gaze paused on a row of demon crystals. Wood-type demon crystals of the peak second stage cost 3000 each. He glanced at the elixirs next to them, gathering spirit elixirs, the kind given by the principal, priced at 1500 each. Lu Chen calculated. Buying 2 wood-type demon crystals for 6000 and 2 gathering spirit elixirs for 3000. The remaining money would be given to his uncle and aunt, and the rest kept for living expenses. Yi Yirong gave him a discount of 20, saving over 1000. Why didn't you say earlier that mentioning your name would give a discount? Lu Chen looked at her. You didn't ask either, Yi Yirong said confidently. Lu Chen had no words to retort. He packed his items into his backpack, zipped it up, and turned to look at Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan was leaning against a pillar, holding a long spear in her arms, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders, the lights casting a gentle glow on her face. I should head back, Lu Chen said. Su Hanyan straightened up and nodded. I should head back too. The two exchanged glances for 2 seconds. Yi Yirong bit her straw, her eyes darting between the two, a meaningful smile on her lips. During the martial arts examination, Su Hanyan tightened her grip on the spear, the flame mark on her forehead flickering. I won't lose again. Ooh, I must defeat you. Lu Chen looked at her, his lips curving, and then Su Hanyan's face turned red, but her voice remained firm. Then I will pin you down. Lu Chen was taken aback. Yi Yirong nearly sprayed her drink. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide, shoulders shaking, as she clearly stifled a laugh. Lu Chen looked at Su Hanyan's face, flushed with embarrassment. Watching her flame mark glow slightly due to emotional excitement, he suddenly found this long-time underdog rather cute. All right, he said. After pinning you down for 3 years, I'm tired too. Occasionally, letting you pin me down is fine. Let's try the feeling from below. Su Hanyan's face turned completely red, nearly steaming. She stomped her foot, turned around, shouldering the spear, and striding towards the door. Yan, wait for me. Yi Yirong jogged to catch up, her chest bouncing as she ran. Her slippers clapped against the floor, the hem of her sleep dress swayed above her knees, her snow-white thighs shimmering under the lights. She glanced back at Lu Chen, winked at him, and then disappeared out the door. The hall quieted down. The exorcists gradually dispersed, and a new line formed in front of the demon crystal counter. Lu Chen carried his backpack and walked out of the exorcism hall's doors. He squinted, took a deep breath, and headed toward the old city. With just over 10 days until the martial arts examination, he needed to break through to the second stage before then. Lu Chen returned home. As he pushed the door open, warm yellow light flooded out, accompanied by the savory aroma of braised pork. Aunt Shenrulan was the first to see him, not even taking off her apron, rushing over with a spatula in hand. She looked Lu Chen up and down, touched his face, and pinched his shoulder, saying, You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well outside? Lu Chen stepped back from the pinch and replied, Auntie, I've been eating fine, having barbecue every day. What nutrition can barbecue provide? Shenrulan shot him a glare and turned to head into the kitchen. There's pork ribs simmering in the pot. Let me check the heat. You sit down first, don't just stand there. Lu Yuan came out of the room, his face healed, looking much better than a few days ago. He walked up to Lu Chen and without saying a word gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder, saying, Good lad, you're finally back. If you didn't return, I would have gone out of the city to find you tomorrow. The Monster Beast mountain range is so vast, being alone in there I couldn't sleep soundly. Chen Mo was sitting on the sofa. Seeing Lu Chen come in, he pushed up his glasses and nodded. Lu Taiju came out of the bathroom, froze for a moment upon seeing Lu Chen, then dashed over with a loud exclamation, his bald head shining under the light. His ribs were still not fully healed. He ran with one hand clutching his chest, but the other hand was already reaching out for a hug. Lu Chen, you're finally back. Uncle Taitu missed you to death. He hugged Lu Chen tightly, causing Lu Chen's bones to crack. Lu Chen gasped for air. Uncle Taito, don't your ribs hurt? It hurts, but I missed you so much that I didn't care about the pain. Then let go, don't hold me, you still need me to treat your ribs, if they're broken. Lu Taiju quickly released him, touched his ribs, and chuckled. Shenruolin brought out a large basin of pork ribs and placed it in the center of the table. The braised ribs were rich in color, shiny with oil, garnished with scallions, and steaming. Beside it were braised fish, stir-fried vegetables, egg drop soup, along with a plate of peanuts and a bottle of white wine. Time to eat, everyone sit down, don't just stand there. Shenruolin called everyone over, distributed the chopsticks, and placed an extra set in front of Lu Chen, saying, Lu Chen, eat more, make up for the meat you missed these days. Lu Chen sat down, picked up a piece of rib, and took a bite. The meat was tender and flavorful. He felt warm. The six of them gathered around a small square table. There were not enough stools, so Lu Taiju moved a small stool to sit in the corner, but he still ate happily. Lu Yuan poured a cup of white wine, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Lu Chen, there's something I need to tell you. Lu Yuan put down the wine glass, his expression somewhat grim. The batch of monster materials and monster crystals was underpriced by a manager at the Zhanyao Hall. The market price is 4,000, but he only offered 3,000. Lu Taiju set down his chopsticks and cursed. That bastard said he would sell if he wanted to, if not he could leave. If it weren't for being in the Zhanyao Hall, I would have punched him. Lu Yuan sighed, his tone filled with self-blame. It's our incompetence, we have no background. If they want to underprice us, they will. We don't even have the right to negotiate. The money you'll get might be a bit less. Next time we go out of the city, we'll catch a few good ones to make up for it. Lu Taiju nodded in agreement. Right, we'll make it up next time. Lu Chen, don't worry, Uncle Taito keeps his word. Lu Chen set down his chopsticks, looked at them, and smirked slightly. Uncle Yuan, that manager has already been fired and taken into custody by the law enforcement office. He won't get out for the rest of his life. The table fell silent for a second. Lu Tai's chopsticks froze midair, dropping the peanuts he was holding. Lu Yuan's wine cup hung near his mouth, forgotten. Chun Mo paused in adjusting his glasses, which had slipped down his nose. What? Lu Yuan's eyes widened. What? Zheng Hai has been fired and taken by the law enforcement office, Lu Chen repeated. From now on, the purchase price for monster crystals at Zhanyao Hall will all revert to market prices. Lu Taiju slammed down his chopsticks and stood up abruptly, causing his ribs to hurt and grimace, but he couldn't hold back his words. Is that true? The vampire was caught. Really caught? Really? Lu Chen nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Yuan set down his wine glass, leaning forward. What? Lu Chen took a sip of egg drop soup and began to recount everything from the beginning, starting with meeting Su Hanyan, how they went from competing for monster crystals to teaming up, and how they worked together to hunt down dozens of second-tier monster beasts. He described everything in detail, but skipped over the matters regarding the evil god cult. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, he just didn't want to worry his uncles and aunts. The three words, evil god cult, carried too much weight. Saying them would keep everyone awake tonight. And then, oi, Lu Taiju urged him. That's Su Hanyan, she's the school beauty of Tianhai No.1 High School. The strength fire element user. Yes, that's her. Wow, Lu Chen, you're impressive. Lu Taiju slapped his thigh. Lu Yuan also became interested. What's she like? Is she easy to get along with? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Her temper is average, but she fights well. Mainly she has high output, and I handle the finishing blows. We cooperate quite well. Shenruolin listened with a strange smile on her face, one that Lu Chen recognized. It was the same expression she had when Aunt Wang next door said her son was dating. What's that girl like in terms of looks? Shenruolin asked. She's okay. Okay means how okay? She's okay. Shenruolin was not satisfied with this answer, but didn't press further. She had already started calculating in her mind. Lu Chen continued. After returning to the city, we went to Zhanyao Hall to sell monster crystals. Zheng Hai underpriced them, offering 3,000 for peak second-tier monster crystals and only 2,500 for over 20 pieces. 2,500. Lu Tai's voice shot up an octave. That bag of monster crystals is worth at least 5,000. He offered 2,500. Why doesn't he go rob someone? Later, Su Hanyan called her friend over. Her friend Yorong is the daughter of the branch master of Zhanyao Hall in Tianhai. The chopsticks on the table paused once again. Lu Yuan's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Chun Mo's glasses finally slid down his nose, dangling at the tip. Lu Tieju's peanuts fell again, this time landing in his wine glass, splashing him with white wine. Zhanyao, the branch master's daughter. Lu Yuan's voice sounded somewhat dazed. Yes, she fired Zheng Hai and bought our monster crystals at double the market price. In total, we sold for 1,300, and Su Hanyan and I split it evenly, each getting 6,1500. Lu Taiju was heartbroken. That monster crystal from the Ironback Grizzly Bear was bought by Zheng Hai for 3,000, and he turned around and gave it to that young Master Tang. If they had known about Yi Yorong's connection earlier, the extra money they could have made would have been enough for years of good ribs. Lu Yuan remained silent for a long time, lifted his wine cup, and took a gulp. He heavily placed the cup back on the table, looking at Lu Chen with a complex expression. Lu Chen, your gains this time are greater than all of ours combined. Just good luck, that's all. Lu Chen picked up a piece of rib and enjoyed it deliciously. Lu Yuan poured another cup of wine. That Zhenghai was he really caught. Really, when they took him away he was still shouting, I have an elderly parent above and small children below. Lu Taizhu spat, that vampire deserves to rot in prison. Shen Ruolin looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with pride. Our Lu Chen has become successful knowing such big shots. She paused and added a comment that caught Lu Chen off guard. That Yin, can you invite her over for dinner? Lu Chen nearly choked on the rib, and am not familiar with her. Not familiar? Then how can you team up? How can you call someone for help? Shen Ruolin didn't believe it. Lu Chen decided not to explain anymore. The more he explained, the more trouble it would cause. Lu Yuan put down his wine glass and patted the table. All right, let's get to the point. We have been resting in the city for the past few days, and it's about time to prepare to leave the city again tomorrow. Little Chen just came back. He shouldn't go? Let him rest for a few more days and prepare for the martial arts examination. Lu Taizhu nodded. Right, Little Chen, you don't need to go. Your martial arts examination is still 10 days away, right? Stay home and practice well to strive for a good score. Chen Imo also nodded and said a word right. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He originally planned to go out of the city to hunt some demon beasts for a few more days, but he only had 4 points, which was far from the requirement for the next ninjutsu would escape. Instead of risking his life outside the city, it would be better to break through his realm at home first. The transition from peak first stage to second stage was a significant hurdle. Overcoming it could double his strength. All right, then I won't go, Lu Chen said, but there's something you need to pay attention to. Lu Yuan noticed his serious expression and put down his wine glass. What is it? That man who ambushed Ant last time is very likely to be one of the Tang family's third young masters. Additionally, I heard on my way back to the city that the Demon Beast Mountain range has been quite unstable lately, with members of the Evil God sect also appearing in that area. Be careful when you leave the city. If something feels off, retreat immediately. Don't force a fight. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. Chen Imo pushed up his glasses and his gaze became sharp. Lu Taizhu cursed. Those rodents from the Evil God sect are causing trouble again. The Tang family is also not to be underestimated, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. The first family of Tianhai is backed by the law enforcement division. If you encounter them, avoid them if you can. Chen Imo rarely spoke. The Evil God sect is more dangerous than the Tang family, though at least the Tang family abides by rules while the Evil God sect has none. Lu Yuan nodded. Got it, we will be careful. Lu Taizhu patted his chest. Little Chen, don't worry, Uncle Taizhu will come back to cheer for your martial arts examination. Lu Chen looked at the scar on his bald head and smiled faintly. All right, I'll be waiting. The meal lasted nearly the ribs were finished, the fish was reduced to mere bones, and Lu Taizhu had polished off all the peanuts. Shen Ruolin brought out a plate of fruit. Lu Chen ate a few pieces of watermelon, feeling his stomach stuffed. Lu Yuan had drunk quite a bit, his face reddened, and he became more talkative. He pulled Lu Chen and talked a lot about the past, about his father's youth, about the times they fought demon beasts together at the border, and about when Lu Chen rode on his shoulders as a child. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Lu Chen listened, not interrupting, occasionally nodding. He knew his uncle was drunk, but some things could only be said when one was inebriated. As the moon rose high, the lights in the old district went out one by one. Lu Chen lay on his bed staring at the crack in the ceiling, holding 2 wood-type demon crystals in his hand. The wood-type demon crystal felt warm to the touch, emitting a faint green glow with pure and rich spiritual power inside. Starting tomorrow, he would enter seclusion to break through. In the following days, Lu Chen locked himself in his house and went nowhere. Holding the wood-type demon crystal, the faint green spiritual power surged from his palm into his veins, circulating and growing stronger. On the first day, he absorbed half of one, and his spiritual power increased slightly. On the second day, he absorbed another half, and took a gathering spirit pill, doubling his total spiritual power. The door to the second stage was right in front of him. His hand had touched the doorknob, just lacking the final push to open it. On the afternoon of the 4th day, a knock on the door shattered all tranquility. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chen opened his eyes abruptly and rushed to the door to pull it open. Aunt Shen Ruolin stood outside, her face covered in tears, hair disheveled, her lips trembling and unable to form complete words. Little Chen, your uncle. Hurry to see. Lu Chen's heart tightened and he dashed downstairs. The door to Lu Yuan's house was wide open and a strong smell of blood mixed with the bitterness of medicine rushed towards him. Lu Chen rushed into the bedroom and froze. A person lay on the bed. His face was swollen like a steamed bun, with bruises and blackened lips covered in bandages, and dark red bloodstains seeped through the white gauze. Had it not been for the faint, almost imperceptible breathing, Lu Chen would have thought it was a corpse. It was Lu Yuan, his uncle, the one who had raised him since childhood. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned red. Aunt, what happened? Shen Ruolin knelt by the bed, holding Lu Yuan's hand, which was swollen like a carrot, shaking her head in tears. I don't know. Chen Imo crawled back, covered in blood. He knocked on the door and passed out. I only know they encountered an enemy, and your uncle ended up like this. Lu Chen didn't ask further. He turned and walked to the bedside, pressing his hand on Lu Yuan's chest. The power of would escape surged wildly, enveloping Lu Yuan in green light. The kaleidoscope activated automatically, allowing his vision to penetrate skin, muscle, and bone, revealing the internal condition. All organs were damaged, the liver had a tear, the spleen was shattered, and there were several holes in the lung lobes. The most deadly thing was a black substance in the blood, like tiny worms swimming through the blood vessels and eroding the meridians and organs. That was a deadly poison. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, splitting the power of would escape into two streams, one to repair the organs and the other to combat the toxin. Repairing was easy, but expelling the poison was incredibly slow. The black toxin seemed alive, devouring each other with the power of green wood. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, his face turned pale, and spiritual power surged out like a broken dam. 10 minutes later, he withdrew his hand. The injuries were stabilized, but the toxins could not be eliminated and continued to erode Lu Yuan's body. Little Chen, your uncle. Lu Chen's voice was a bit hoarse as he stood up and turned to look at Shenrulan. Aunt, where's Uncle Chen? In the next room. I carried him over. Lu Chen walked into the next room. Chen Mo lay on the bed, one lens of his glasses shattered, his face pale as paper covered in blood with bandages wrapped around his legs. He had not woken up yet, but his breathing was steadier than Lu Yuan's. Lu Chen pressed his hand on Chen Mo, and the power of would escape surged in repairing his external injuries and fractured bones. But looking through the kaleidoscope, his heart sank. Most of the meridians in Chen Mo's legs were shattered, a result of overusing wind-type spiritual power in a reckless escape. It was fortunate to save the legs, but their speed and explosive power would definitely not be the same as before. He withdrew his hand and returned to the living room. Aunt, what exactly did they encounter? What did Uncle Chen say when he woke up? Shenrulan wiped her tears, her voice intermittent. He said they encountered a very powerful fourth-tier enemy. They couldn't defeat them. Taiju told him and Brother Yuan to run. Taiju. What happened to Uncle Taiju? Shenrulan's tears flowed out again, covering her face, her voice squeezing through her fingers. Taiju. He died. Those 4 words were like 4 knives stabbing into Lu Chen's chest. One. Lu Taiju, that bald, shiny-headed man with a loud voice that could shatter glass, who said, Uncle Taiju will come back to cheer for your martial arts examination, was dead. Lu Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed all his anger and grief deep within his bones. Did Uncle Chen say anything else? Shenrulan shook her head. No, he only said these. And then he fainted and hasn't woken up since. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the window. Outside, dark clouds rolled in, blocking the sunlight, and his shadow was cast long and dark on the floor. And I will heal Uncle and Uncle Chen. Shenrulan looked up at him. And for Uncle Taizu's revenge, I will make that person pay the price. Lu Chen stood by the window, the 2 wooden spirit crystals in his hand, already sticky with sweat. He could have broken through to the 2nd tier today. All he needed was one more afternoon to push open the slightly ajar door. But now he had no mood for cultivation. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to find an antidote and take revenge. Just now during treatment, he had clearly seen the conditions of Lu Yuan and Chen Mo through the kaleidoscope. That poison fed on spiritual energy, growing faster the more it consumed. Lu Yuan's spiritual energy had already been devoured more than half, and the remainder was being slowly eaten away. Chen Mo's condition was even worse. His dantian was shattered, and his spiritual energy was continuously leaking. With no food left, the poison began to devour his flesh and meridians. At this rate, within 7 days the poison would invade the heart. By then, even a great Tao Golden Immortal would be unable to save him. 7 days. Lu Chen swallowed that number hard. He didn't tell Shenrulan the truth, only saying that the injuries had stabilized and needed to be nurtured slowly. Lu Chen exited Lu Yuan's house, stood in the hallway, and took out his phone. There weren't many contacts in his address book. After flipping through it for a while, his finger paused on the name Su Hanyan. He never expected that after pressing her for 3 years, he would one day actively seek help from the perennial 2nd place. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the call button. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. Lu Chen. Su Hanyan's voice came through the receiver, tinged with surprise. Su Hanyan, I need to ask you for a favor. No small talk. Lu Chen went straight to the point. Go ahead. Lu Chen recounted the symptoms of Lu Yuan and Chen Mo: deep purple poison, devouring spiritual energy, eroding flesh, certain death within 7 days. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Su Hanyan's voice became grave. I'm not too familiar with that poison, but the exorcism hall gathers news from all over the world, so there might be clues. He'll send you Bobo's WeChat. I'll let her help you investigate. Thanks. Lu Chen replied, next time he'll treat you to roasted pig trotters. 2 please. Alright 2. The call ended. A business card popped up on WeChat featuring an avatar of a big-breasted anime girl with twin pigtails, looking confused, styled exactly like Yi Yurong. Lu Chen clicked to add her, writing his name in the notes. Almost instantly a message from Yi Yurong popped up. Lu Chen. Hanyan said you need something from me. Lu Chen repeated the symptoms again: deep purple poison feeding on spiritual energy, eroding meridians, and flesh, certain death within 7 days. Yi Yurong replied, hold on a second. After about 5 minutes that wait felt as long as 5 centuries. Leaning against the cold wall of the hallway, Lu Chen stared at the phone screen as the hallway lights flickered. The screen lit up. Yi Yurong sent a message: soul-eating corruption poison, highly toxic, erodes vitality, empowers no known antidote, certain death within 7 days. Certain death within 7 days. Lu Chen stared at those 4 words, his fingers tightening. He knew this was the outcome, but hearing it confirmed from someone else hit him hard in the chest. Steadying his emotions, he typed, is there an antidote? Yi Yurong, there is no known antidote, but the Exorcism Hall's poison scriptures record a detoxification formula. What do I need? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Yi Yurong replied, apart from some common herbs you can buy from street vendors, we still need 3 main spiritual herbs. Here's a photo of the page from a book I took with my phone. The handwriting is a bit blurry, but you can make it out. Biaxian grass, yin-yang flower, dragon blood mushroom. Each is a rare treasure imbued with abundant spiritual energy, 100 times more precious than ordinary herbs rarely found on the market, and even money may not guarantee a purchase. Countless practitioners have exhausted their fortunes for a single spiritual herb, even losing their lives. Lu Chen memorized the names of these 3 spiritual herbs and proceeded to ask, does the Exorcism Hall have these herbs for sale right now? This time, he waited even longer, about 7 or 8 minutes. Yi Yurong sighed, showed typing flickering on. Lu Chen stared at those few words while a mouse scurried past in the hallway. He didn't even glance. A message came through. Yi Yurong, the Exorcism Hall has the common herbs, but currently only Biaxian grass is available among the 3 spiritual herbs. What about the other 2? Any news? Yi Yurong, according to the Exorcism Hall, 2.5 months ago, the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps discovered a yin-yang flower outside the city at Qingmao Mountain. Giant Axe. Lu Chen was taken aback. Yi Yurong, that's right, the largest mercenary group outside Tianhai City. As for the dragon blood mushroom, perhaps the mayor's office has news. You can ask Hanyan. Lu Chen asked Su Hanyan. Does she have connections with the mayor of Tianhai City? Su Hanyan's background was quite mysterious. Hardly anyone knew about her family. She was also low-key in school. Lu Chen only knew that her family was well off. But thinking about it now, someone who could associate with figures like Tang Gui and Yi Yurong must have an exceptional background. Lu Chen didn't pursue the connection between Su Hanyan and the mayor's office. It wasn't the time to concern himself with that. He continued to ask Yi Yurong, classmate, Yi, can you sell me that Biaxian grass from the Exorcism Hall? Yi Yurong's reply had a hint of pride. Sure. Normally I dislike people taking shortcuts, but since you're a friend of Hanyan's, I can make an exception this time and let you use my backdoor. Lu Chen looked at the words backdoor and twitched his lips. This Bobo really doesn't consider the implications of her words, does she? Thanks, classmate Yi. Calling me classmate Yi feels odd. If you don't mind, just call me by my nickname like Hanyan does, Bobo. Bobo. Lu Chen typed back. This time consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, if you run into any trouble, feel free to come to me. As long as I can help, I'll definitely repay you. Yi Yurong sent a laughing emoji. No need. If we form a team in the future, just be my dedicated healer. Lu Chen looked at the words dedicated healer and fell silent. He possessing dual divine powers and would escape was being asked to be a healer by a young lady from the Exorcism Hall. He replied with a single word. All right. Yi Yurong sent an okay gesture and added, I'll keep the Biaxian grass for you. You can come pick it up anytime. I'll also keep an eye out for news on the yin-yang flower and dragon blood mushroom. If there's progress, I'll let you know. Lu Chen tucked his phone into his pocket, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes for a moment. 3 main herbs. Biaxian grass was secured with Yi Yurong. Yin-yang flower was in the hands of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps. The whereabouts of the dragon blood mushroom were unknown, needing Su Hanyan's help to inquire if the mayor's office had any news. There were less than 5 days left. He opened his eyes, his gaze frighteningly calm. He pushed open the door to Lu Yuan's house and walked in. Shenrulan was still sitting by the bed, her posture unchanged since he left, like a statue. And I'm going out for a bit. Shenrulan looked up at him, her eyes devoid of light, yet filled with a kind of pleading. Little Chen, your uncle. We'll be fine. Lu Chen's voice was steady. I promise. He turned and walked out the door, his footsteps heavy, each step echoing dully on the stairs. As he reached downstairs, the dark clouds loomed low, as if about to collapse. A storm was brewing over the city. On the way to the demon-slaying palace, Lu Chen dialed Su Hanyan's number again. The call connected quickly, as if she had been waiting for his call. Hello. Lu Chen, what's going on over there? Bobo mentioned that there might be news from the Long Shui mayor's mansion. Lu Chen paused, not fully revealing his thoughts. She asked me to check with you. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Lu Chen did not state it explicitly, but he already had the answer in his heart. The mayor of Tianhai City is surnamed Su, named Su Dingfang. Su Hanyan also shares the surname Su. Being in the same circle as Tang Gui and being close friends with Yi Yurong, how bad could her family background be? Adding to that was Yi Yurong's blatant hint. The answer was already quite clear. All right, I'll ask for you. Su Hanyan did not deny or confirm, her tone remained calm. But I can't guarantee that there is 100 news about Long Shui in the mayor's mansion. Lu Chen casually said, it's fine, even if there isn't, I will look for other news. Thanks, Su, the campus beauty. This time I can let you surpass me once in the martial arts examination. After this statement, there was silence on the other end of the line. Lu Chen. Su Hanyan's voice changed, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with anger. What are you saying? What? Lu Chen replied seriously. I said I would let you surpass me once. Haven't you always wanted to win against me? What I want is to defeat you fairly, not by you deliberately letting me win. Su Hanyan's voice rose, and even through the receiver one could feel her flames burning. If you dare to deliberately let me win because of this, I will. I will. She repeated I will several times, but could not finish her sentence. You will what? I want to help you find the news about Long Shuiji. Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. This threat was as soft as cotton, but it must be said it was quite effective. All right, no letting you win. You swear. Okay, I swear in the martial arts examination I will not let you win, and will go all out. Lu Chen's tone became serious. Is this acceptable? Su Hanyan snorted. Her fiery tone softened a bit, but still carried a stubborn spirit. This is more like it. She hung up the phone. Lu Chen looked at the phone screen, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This perennial runner-up was truly pushed into a corner by him, and really wanted to win against him once. That kind of stubbornness was rather endearing. The mayor's mansion was located on the quietest street in the eastern district of Tianhai City, with gray-white European-style architecture and 2-century-old phoenix trees overshadowing the entrance. At the entrance stood 2 guards in black uniforms, standing tall with eagle-like gazes. In the study on the second floor, Su Dingfang sat behind his desk, holding a pen with piles of documents stacked before him. In his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, he exuded a sense of stability like a mountain. The pen tip scratched across the documents with a soft sound, calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Shadow. The light in the corner of the study suddenly dimmed. A vague figure emerged from the shadows, clad entirely in black, tight-fitting attire, revealing only a pair of eyes. You need to go outside the city and check that evil god cult that Yenner mentioned, investigate thoroughly, and eliminate what needs to be eliminated. Understood. The shadow's voice was low and hoarse. The figure swayed slightly before merging back into the shadows as if it had never existed. Su Dingfang continued reviewing the documents. The pen tip did not stop. The door was pushed open. Su Hanyan walked in, her crimson hair flowing like flames under the light. She wore a light beige knitted dress with a small flame-shaped brooch pinned at the collar, making her appear much softer. She walked to the desk without the usual cold expression, sporting a demeanor that only appeared in front of her father. Dad. Su Dingfang looked up, seeing his daughter. His previously stern expression softened a bit. You know, what's the matter? I discovered that the evil god cult has made some accomplishments last time. Shouldn't there be a reward? Su Hanyan's tone carried a hint of coaxing, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Su Dingfang put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and smiled. There should be a reward. Speak, what do you want? New clothes? New weapons? Or where do you want to go? Su Hanyan shook her head. Neither. I have a friend. He was severely injured and needs a Long Shuiji. Su Dingfang's smile did not change, but his gaze deepened a bit. Is that so? As far as I know, the only friend you have had since childhood is that girl from the Yi family whose father is the head of the demon-slaying palace. Who would dare to hurt his daughter? Su Hanyan's face flushed slightly. It's not Bobo, it's another friend, one I just made. And you want to ask for Long Shuiji on his behalf. Su Dingfang's tone was scrutinizing. Su Hanyan walked to his side, tugging at his sleeve and gently shaking it. This action she had been using since she was 5 years old. Every time she wanted something, it worked like a charm. Dad, he really is my friend. His uncle was seriously injured and poisoned. He needs Long Shuiji to save his life. Please help him. Su Dingfang looked at her for several seconds, ultimately heaved a sigh. Shadow. The figure emerged from the shadow. Take Yenner to the treasury and get a Long Shuiji. Su Hanyan's eyes instantly lit up like 2 stars. Thank you, Dad. She turned to leave, but Su Dingfang called out to her. Yenner. What is the name of that friend you just made? Su Hanyan hesitated for a moment. Lu Chen. Su Dingfang nodded, not asking further. Su Hanyan followed the shadow out of the study, and the door closed. Su Dingfang leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window, his fingers lightly tapping the table twice. Shadow guard. In another corner of the room, another figure emerged. A thin old man dressed in a gray long gown with his hands folded in his sleeves, his face emotionless. Go investigate Yenner's new friend Lu Chen. Yes. The old man's figure quietly vanished. Su Dingfang sat for a while longer, suddenly recalling something. He spoke to the empty room. By the way, has that student with awakened double S-level abilities from No.1 High School returned yet? I would like to meet him. Double S abilities are quite similar to Yenner and Hanyan. At the Demon Slayer Hall, Lu Chen pushed open the heavy glass door. Inside the hall, voices were booming, and armed mercenaries and awakened individuals moved back and forth, forming a long queue at the transaction counter. Zheng Hai was no longer present, and the hall manager had been replaced by a woman dressed in a tight professional outfit. Her name tag read Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at Lu Chen, assessing him from head to toe. Dressed in an ordinary black t-shirt and faded jeans, he appeared anything but a person of significance. However, there was no hint of disdain in her eyes. Instead, she approached him briskly in high heels. As a senior executive of the Demon Slayer Hall, she had long received Yi Yurong's strict orders upon seeing Lu Chen, she must extend the highest level of hospitality. Mr. Lu. She slightly bowed, revealing an enticing expanse of her neck, her tone exceedingly respectful. The young lady is waiting for you in the training room on the top floor. Please follow me. Lu Chen nodded. The two passed through the hall and entered a private elevator that went straight to the top floor. Lu Ying pushed open the heavy soundproof door, and a wave of warm air mixed with the unique fragrance of a young girl rushed towards them. Inside the spacious training room, various high-tech equipment was on display. In the center, Yi Yurong was hanging upside down, performing a challenging sit-up. She wore only a black sports bra and tight shorts. Sweat soaked the fabric, clinging to her body and highlighting her breathtaking curves. With her movements, her impressive bosom swayed precariously under the influence of gravity, dazzlingly white. Droplets of sweat slid down her flat abdomen, disappearing into the edge of her shorts, evoking tantalizing thoughts. You're here. Hearing the noise, Yi Yurong relaxed her legs in midair and performed a graceful flip, landing lightly. A large expanse of her snow-white skin was exposed to the air, flushed with a tempting pink due to the intense workout. She casually grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from her neck. The effortless motion exuded a natural allure. Lu Chen diverted his gaze, getting straight to the point. Where is it? What's the hurry? Yi Yurong walked over to a nearby safe, entered a password, and retrieved a palm-sized jade box, tossing it over casually. Lu Chen caught it and opened the lid. Inside lay a small grass, entirely green, resting quietly on a velvet cushion. The leaves were laced with golden veins resembling human blood vessels, exuding a pure and rich life force. By Xian Chao. Yi Yurong walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of ice water, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. Water droplets dripped from her chin onto her collarbone, sliding into the deep crevice. The most tyrannical aspect of the soul-devouring corruption is its ability to consume vitality. This thing can form a barrier at the heart meridian, protecting the last breath. However, it's a temporary fix. To completely eliminate the toxin, one must rely on the yin-yang flower and the dragon blood mushroom. Thank you. Lu Chen closed the jade box and carefully tucked it into his embrace. Remember the favor you owe me. In the future, team up and obediently be my healer and nourish me well. Yi Yurong winked at him, her bosom jiggling with emotion. Go on, I still need to train. Come again next time, and we'll see how well you can heal. Lu Chen ignored her teasing and turned to leave with large strides. Time was of the essence, he had to rush back quickly. In the eastern district of Tianhai City, in a luxurious villa halfway up a mountain. Beside a temperate swimming pool, the water rippled gently. Luo Fei leisurely leaned on a lounge chair, holding a glass of crimson liquid. He was the young master of the Giant Axe mercenary group, and outside Tianhai City, he was regarded as a prominent figure. Usually bullying men and oppressing women, he acted with impunity, relying on the fact that his father was the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group. Even the law enforcement department had to give him some face. With his left arm wrapped around a woman dressed in black stockings, his rough fingers wandered freely over her smooth thighs, eliciting soft gasps from her. In front of him, a girl dressed in white stockings knelt on the carpet, her head bobbing up and down as she struggled to perform oral sex. Young master. Young master. Suddenly, a skinny man rushed into the courtyard, breaking the enchanting atmosphere. The girl in white stockings was startled by the sudden shout. Her teeth accidentally bumped into something. Luo Fei's face contorted, and he inhaled sharply. He instinctively slapped the girl hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the courtyard. Bitch, take it easy. The girl covered her swollen cheek, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not make a sound, trembling as she lay on the ground. Luo Fei kicked her aside, irritably grabbed a bath towel to wrap around his waist, and turned to glare coldly at the rushing sycophant. What's with the panic? Are you rushing to reincarnate? I found them. The sycophant gasped for breath, his face plastered with a flattering smile. A few days ago at Qingmao Mountain, I found out where those two old guys who stole our Ironback Bear Demon Crystal are staying. They live in the old district. Luo Fei was momentarily stunned, then he recalled. A few days ago, while he was doing business outside the city, he tried to steal a demon crystal from a 3-realm Ironback Bear, and ended up encountering two old demon hunters who resisted fiercely. He initially planned to kill them and take the goods, but those two fought desperately and managed to escape. Oh, those useless fools. Luo Fei shook the red wine in his tall glass and downed it in one go. They've got strong lives, having taken the soul-devouring corruption that I spent a fortune to procure. They still managed to crawl back to the city. Since we found them, let's leave no survivors. Luo Fei smashed the wine glass on the ground, casually, glass shards scattering everywhere, startling the woman in black stockings beside him. Since we found them, let's leave no survivors. Luo Fei smashed the wine glass on the ground, casually, glass shards scattering everywhere, startling. Dealing with two half-dead useless people will be a piece of cake. I guarantee they will die thoroughly. In the old district, the sky was ominously dark, clouds looming overhead with not even a breeze. As Lu Chen reached downstairs, he stopped in his tracks. It was too quiet. At this time of day, there were usually a few families in the hallway cooking, the smell of oil and the sounds of televisions blending together, filling the air with the essence of everyday life. But now there was a deathly silence. A faint scent of blood crept through the gaps in the stairs, stealthily invading his nostrils. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. With his double divine might kaleidoscope-activated crimson eyes revealed a pattern of black shurikens spinning wildly. His vision pierced through the floorboards and walls. In the living room on the third floor, chaos reigned. The coffee table lay shattered, and the sofa was overturned. Shenrulan lay in a pool of blood, her life hanging in the balance. Three men dressed in black tactical vests stood at the door of Lu Yuan and Shun Mo's bedroom. One of the bald men held a bloody dagger, preparing to kick the door. Lu Chen's mind buzzed. At that moment, his rationality completely shattered. Anger erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for millions of years. He exerted force underfoot, creating a deep pit in the cement floor. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing through the hallway window and leaping up the outer wall. Bang! The security window on the third-floor balcony was torn apart by terrifying force. Lu Chen, accompanied by a shower of shattered glass, heavily crashed into the living room. The three men in black were startled by the sudden loud noise and turned their heads in unison. "Who goes there?" the bald man shouted, instinctively tightening his grip on the dagger. Lu Chen looked at Shenrulan lying in a pool of blood, her face as pale as paper and the glaring blood spreading beneath her. The intention to kill coalesced into a tangible force. Seeking death. Lu Chen spat out a single word, his voice icy, and his right eye's kaleidoscope spun wildly. He locked onto the bald man. Divine might. The space centered around the bald man's neck began an unanticipated tugging, choking him. A painful sound of friction filled the air. The bald man's eyes bulged out of their sockets, unable to emit a scream before his head was forcefully twisted 3 times by the irresistible strength. The sound of cervical vertebrae shattering was crisp and melodious. The flesh was twisted into a mush and blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the two men in black beside him. Warm blood trickled down their cheeks. The bald head rolled to the side of the shattered coffee table, its eyes still fixed on the ceiling, reflecting the bewilderment of his last moments. The entire process took less than half a second. The awakened man of third-tier strength had not even completed his draw of the blade before becoming a headless corpse. Clang! The knife from the bald man's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound, shattering the deathly silence of the living room. The remaining 2 men in black stood frozen in place. Their expressions shifted from shock to confusion, finally freezing in extreme terror. It was too fast. They hadn't even seen what had happened. The boy who had crashed through the window merely glanced at the bald man before he found himself decapitated. Damn! One of the burly men in black took 2 steps back, pointing at Lu Chen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The unknown method was the most effective at breaking a person's psychological defenses. The other scar-faced man forced down his fear with pain, his eyes filled with fierce light. "Brat, you're looking for death," he roared, unleashing the full power of his third-tier aura. A gust of wind swirled in the cramped living room, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. The burly man also reacted similarly, unleashing his third-tier aura. The 2 third-tier pressures intertwined. No wonder Andy lost. Lu Chen understood. Shenrulan was also at the third tier, but her body was weak. It was already a miracle she had lasted this long against 3 opponents of the same level. Ignoring the 2 men's shouts, he walked to Shenrulan's side, removed his outer coat, and gently covered her. Shenrulan's breathing was weak, with a deep wound in her abdomen that exposed bone, blood oozing profusely. Having completed this, Lu Chen stood up slowly. He turned his head, looking at the 2 men in black. His left eye glowed crimson, and his right eye also glowed crimson. The 3-pronged scythe of death spun slowly in his pupils, exuding an eerie chill reminiscent of the 9 hells. "Just now, who made a move?" Lu Chen spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. The burly man was fixed under that gaze, his body covered in a cold sweat. But relying on his third-tier cultivation, he took a hesitant step forward. "It was me who struck. What can you do about it?" The burly man crossed his arms, his inner spiritual energy surging wildly into his arms. His originally flesh-colored skin swiftly turned black, shimmering with a metallic luster. Clubble ability: steel hands and iron arms. Although the ability level was not high, it was practical. Once activated, his arms became as hard as iron, capable of shattering even rocks. His dark iron fist tore through the air, directly heading for Lu Chen's face. This punch carried immense force, enough to penetrate steel. The scar-faced man behind him sneered, preparing to watch. "Now, brat, let you experience my might." Before his words fell, the burly man exerted his legs, shattering the floor beneath him, charging towards Lu Chen like a cannonball. His dark iron fist tore through the air, directly heading for Lu Chen's face. This punch carried immense force, enough to penetrate steel. The scar-faced man behind him sneered, preparing to watch Lu Chen's head explode. Lu Chen stood still, not even blinking. The iron fist was right before him. "Die!" The burly man snarled, his face contorted in rage. However, there was no sense of impact at all. The burly man's fist, along with half his body, directly passed through Lu Chen's head. There was no obstruction. No. Impossible. The burly man looked at his hands, then at Lu Chen. No one can evade my steel hands and iron arms. What kind of sorcery are you using? He refused to believe it, roaring as he turned, raising his arms to prepare for a second attack. But then a fierce blue light erupted from within Lu Chen, the violent spiritual energy rampaging through the living room. A 2-meter-tall blue skeletal frame materialized out of thin air, encasing Lu Chen at its center. The surface of the skeleton flickered with blue flames, emitting an ancient, cold, and malevolent aura. Susanoo, the third divine power hidden in the depths of the kaleidoscope. 2 broad blue skeletal hands extended out, one left and one right, firmly grasping the burly man's body. Damn it, what is this thing? The burly man struggled desperately, but not even a ripple was stirred. Those blue hands were like iron pincers, pinning him firmly in place. Lu Chen stood behind the burly man, extending his hands to grasp those black steel arms. He lifted his right foot, stepping on the burly man's back. The burly man finally panicked. The blue spiritual energy enveloping him exuded a pressure that made one's soul tremble. His proud third-tier cultivation was insignificant before this power. Are you even human, or a ghost? The burly man's voice was hoarse, tears and snot mixing together as he completely lost his fighting spirit. Lu Chen did not answer this question. The killing intent was chilling. His hands gripped the joints of the steel arms. You are quite proud of these arms, aren't you? Just now it was these hands that harmed my aunt, right? Before the burly man could argue, Lu Chen exerted force in the opposite direction with both hands. Crack, crack. The nauseating sound of dislocated bones rang out. The burly man's arms were forcefully bent backward, broken at an unnatural angle. Countless cracks appeared on the steel-like skin's surface, blood seeping out. Bone fragments pierced the skin, exposed to the air, glaringly white. Oh! A piercing scream shattered the night sky of the old city. The burly man's features contorted in pain, his whole body convulsing violently. Please, don't. I'm begging you, don't. He realized what Lu Chen was about to do, and boundless fear completely engulfed him. He pleaded desperately, his voice laced with despair. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He pulled outward with force. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing sent chills down one's spine. The 2 dark arms, along with large pieces of flesh and fascia, were brutally torn from the burly man's shoulders by Lu Chen. Blood gushed from the severed arms, staining the surrounding floor a deep red. Lu Chen casually tossed the 2 severed arms to the ground, controlling Susanoo with the blue skeletal hands. With a powerful grip. Splat! The burly man's body burst like a squashed tomato, exploding into a cloud of blood mist within the blue skeletal hands. Bits of flesh and entrails fell to the ground. The living room was filled with a heavy scent of blood, like a slaughterhouse of Azuras. The scarred-faced man at the door witnessed everything unfold. Cold sweat soaked his tactical vest, trickling into his eyes and causing immense pain, yet he dared not wipe it away. A monster. This was undoubtedly a monster. Killing a third-tier awakener was as easy as slaughtering a chicken, with methods so cruel that he did not even blink. Only one thought remained in the scarred man's mind. Flee. The further the better. He rolled and crawled out of the bedroom door, racing down the stairs. The full speed of a third-tier awakener erupted, and within seconds he burst out of the residential building. The streets outside were deserted. The scarred man desperately squeezed the spiritual energy within him, his legs becoming shadows as he sprinted towards the city outskirts. Monster! Monster! He shouted frantically while running, trying to dispel the fear in his heart. The wind howled past his ears. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. He glanced back, seeing nothing but emptiness behind him, no pursuers. The scarred man felt a slight sense of relief. As long as he could escape back to the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps base and inform the young master, he would be safe. However, just as he turned his head, the air ahead suddenly folded without warning. A black vortex appeared out of nowhere, resembling a black hole that devoured everything. From the center of the vortex, a slender figure slowly emerged, wearing a black t-shirt and faded jeans, along with those blood-red eyes swirling with the 3-leaf scythe of death. Lu Chen stood in the center of the street, blocking the scarred man's path. The night wind lifted the corners of his clothing. Lu Chen gazed at the scarred man, who had skidded to a halt, leaving deep grooves on the asphalt. Where are you going? The space folded and appeared out of thin air. The scarred man's legs went weak as he stared fixedly at the youth stepping out from the black vortex. Space. Space system. The textbooks recorded various types of supernatural abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth enhancement, and mental powers. But the space system was a mythical level that existed only in theory. It hadn't been seen for 100 years. Today it stood vividly before him. Who are you? Really? Lu Chen did not respond to such a trivial question. The night was deep and the street light. He took a step forward, the soles of his shoes crunching over the gravel on the asphalt. Who sent you? Lu Chen. These people had a clear target, heading straight for the old city, straight for Shunrualan. The injury to Uncle Yuan was certainly related. Perhaps Uncle Tai Tu's death was also at the hands of these people. The scarred man took 2 steps back, his back pressed against a utility pole. There was nowhere left to retreat. Fear, when pushed to its limits, often gave birth to a pathological madness. Dream on if you think you can pry information from me. The scarred man spat out blood, his face contorted. I would rather die than betray my young master. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, unleashing his initial third-tier cultivation without reservation. His leg muscles swelled, tearing his tactical pants. He charged at Lu Chen like a beast driven into a corner, a blue glowing dagger in hand, aimed straight for Die Monster. Lu Chen did not even raise his eyelids. The blue light illuminated the entire street. Susanoo gathered again, and the violent spiritual energy transformed into a palpable pressure, sucking the surrounding air dry. In Susanoo's right hand, a long blade formed from concentrated blue spiritual energy appeared. No unnecessary movements. He swung the blade. The blue blade light sliced through the night sky. Rip! It sliced through the scarred man's body as easily as cutting tofu. The momentum from his charge caused the upper half of the scarred man's body to continue flying forward, crashing heavily at Lu Chen's feet. His lower half still maintained the posture of running, taking 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. The scarred man was not yet dead, clawing frantically at the ground, emitting raspy sounds from his throat. Susanoo extended a massive blue skeletal hand, grasping the ugly head and lifting it before Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the twisted face, contorted in pain and fear, his eyes turning crimson. The 3-leaf scythe of death slowly spun in his pupils. I know a better way to ask questions, Lu Chen said flatly. Sharingan. The red light reflected in the scarred man's pupils. Those eyes, once filled with terror, lost their focus in an instant, becoming hollow and dazed. Illusionary space. There was no concept of time or space. Only endless torment and interrogation. In reality, only 2 seconds had passed. Speak. Lu Chen stood before the half-dead body. The scarred man opened his mouth, mechanically uttering words without any concealment. It was young Master Luo Fei. He encountered the severely injured Lu Yuan outside the city and attempted to seize the third-tier Ironback Bear Demon Crystal to present to the third young master of the Tang family, so he secretly deployed the soul-eating corruption poison. But Chun Imo noticed, and with all his might activated the leaving wind, taking Lu Yuan and himself away. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. What about Lu Taiju? Did you kill him? The scarred man shook his head stupidly. We don't know Lu Taiju at that time. There were only the severely injured Lu Yuan and himself, no one else. Could it be another enemy? Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. What was your purpose in coming to the old city tonight? It was the young master's order to retrieve the Ironback Bear Demon Crystal and completely eradicate the roots, killing Lu Yuan's family. Eradicate the roots. Those 4 words struck a nerve in Lu Chen. Where is Luo Fei? What is his strength? How many subordinates does he have? Luo Fei is at the Jiahao Villa in the east of the city at the peak of 2nd-tier strength, accompanied by 2 third-tier peak bodyguards along with over a dozen third-tier lackeys. The information had been extracted. Lu Chen looked at the half-body still bleeding in front of him. There was no need to hold back. Susanoo's skeletal hand suddenly exerted force. The crisp sound of a skull shattering echoed. The scarred man's head was crushed into a pulp. Lu Chen casually tossed the corpse into the nearby green belt, feeding it to wild dogs. Returning home. The living room was in disarray, the smell of blood overwhelming. Shin Ruolan lay on the ground, her breathing faint to the extreme. Lu Chen hurried over and crouched down. He placed his hands over the deep wound on Shun Ruolan's abdomen, where bones were visible. Spiritual energy circulated within him. Would release. A gentle green light surged from his palm, continuously pouring into Shun Ruolan's body. Would release contained an immense life force. Visible to the naked eye, the horrific wound stopped bleeding, flesh rapidly wriggled, and the edges of the wound began to heal. Shun Ruolan's pale face gradually regained a bit of color. As her injuries healed, Shun Ruolan's knitted brows gradually relaxed, and her previously weak breaths became steady and strong. A few minutes later, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was the familiar yet slightly anxious face of Lu Chen. Xiao Chen. Shin Ruolan's voice was still weak as she struggled to sit up, her mind lingering on the moment of the ambush. Hurry. Run. Those people are very strong, you are no match for them. She grasped Lu Chen's arm, her expression filled with panic. Don't worry about me, you must escape. In her perception, Lu Chen was merely a newly awakened support type. How could he possibly stand against 3 ferocious third-tier powerhouses? And it's fine. Lu Chen held her hand reassuringly, speaking in a calm and comforting tone. Those bad guys have already been chased away by me. Chased away? Shin Ruolan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Yes, when they saw me, they fled in fear. Lu Chen smiled lightly, weaving a kind-hearted lie. He didn't want his aunt to know how bloody the scene had just been. Shin Ruolan finally calmed down and looked around. The living room was a mess, and the lingering smell of blood in the air made her feel uneasy. But upon seeing Lu Chen safe and sound, her heart finally felt a bit more at ease. She then remembered her husband and urgently asked Xiao Chun, where's Uncle Yuan? How are Uncle Yuan and Shinimo? Are they all right? Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chun are both fine, don't worry. Lu Chen continued to reassure her. They only sustained minor injuries and will wake up soon. Hearing this, Shen Ruolin let out a complete sigh of relief. With her spirits relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her, and her eyelids felt incredibly heavy. That's good. That's good, she murmured, drifting back into a deep sleep. Lu Chen tucked her jacket around her, quietly guarding her for a while, confirming that she had merely fainted from exhaustion before slowly standing up. He glanced out at the deep night, and a glint of chilling, murderous intent flashed in his crimson eyes. The night was dark and windy. With his family settled, it was time to settle the score. The night was deep and the cold wind howled. In a heavily guarded villa in the east of the city, however, the lights were bright, warm as spring. In the rooftop swimming pool, the water rippled and steam rose. An alluring battle was underway. Ruo Fei, the young master of the giant axe mercenary corps, was bare-bodied, embracing two voluptuous beauties as they frolicked in the water. One wore black lace, her figure curvaceous, and her eyes held a seductive allure. The other donned pure white stockings, her skin pale, giving off a pure and innocent vibe. The poolside was filled with expensive red wine and exquisite fruit platters. The seductive music echoed above the villa, and the enchanting atmosphere was enough to excite any man. Young Master Ru, you are so amazing. The beauty in black stockings pressed closely against Ruo Fei, her voice overly sweet. Stronger than the third-tier expert I encountered last time. I felt like I was almost flying from you. Ruo Fei laughed proudly, his hand carelessly kneading the voluptuous figure, eliciting a series of charming gasps. That's natural. A mere third tier is nothing in front of me, he declared arrogantly. Once my father passes and the position of leader is handed to me, the entire Tianhai city will be my domain. Young Master Ruo is mighty. Young Master Ruo is the best. The other beauty in white stockings also entangled herself around him, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob, but her eyes were filled with admiration and daze. Unlike my useless husband, who is like a toothpick every time. Compared to you, young Master Ruo, it's simply worlds apart. Listening to the blatant flattery from the two women, Ruo Fei's vanity was greatly satisfied. He loved mature women the most. Feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, he was ready to showcase his pinnacle second-tier prowess and lead the two women to the peak of ecstasy. At that critical moment, a loud bang echoed as if a heavy object had fallen from the sky. A dark object crashed through the poolside umbrella and landed heavily on the marble tiles in front of the trio. The three in the pool froze instantly. The seductive music came to an abrupt halt. The two beauties stared at the twitching headless corpse, first stunned for 2 seconds. The three in the pool froze instantly. The seductive music came to an abrupt halt. The two beauties stared at the twitching headless corpse, first stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into ear-piercing screams. Ah! Ruo Fei was also frightened out of his wits by this sudden scene, his previously buoyant fighting spirit instantly deflating, feeling as limp as a cooked noodle. Fear, anger, humiliation, and a mix of emotions caused his face to turn a deep shade of purple. Who the hell did this? Come out, you bastard. Ruo Fei leaped out of the pool, grabbing a towel to wrap around his waist, and roared angrily into the empty yard. How dare someone act wildly on his territory, and in such a manner to provoke him? Just as he finished speaking, a tall figure, like a ghost, silently appeared at the other end of the pool. Dressed in a black t-shirt and faded jeans, he exuded a chilling aura that felt completely out of place here. It was Lu Chen. He didn't look at the two women trembling and huddled together. His crimson gaze was fixed directly on the fury. Where is the antidote for the soul-devouring corruption? Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but clearly reached Ruo Fei's ears. Ruo Fei was momentarily stunned before a sinister smile appeared on his face. Oh, so you're here for those two old useless ones. He sized up Lu Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. How did those bald-headed losers mess up? Tell them to handle it cleanly, yet they left behind such a small brat. Kid, you have guts to dare come to my villa alone. Ruo Fei's confidence returned. This was his stronghold, secure as a fortress. Besides the visible guards, there were 2 third-tier peak powerhouses sent by his father to protect him. This youth before him, even if he had some ability, was absolutely not going to walk out of here alive. Someone! Ruo Fei shouted loudly towards the villa's interior, a bloodthirsty pleasure on his face. Break this kid's limbs for me, this ignorant little thing. He thought that with his command, 2 powerful third-tier peak guards would immediately show up and tear this ignorant youth to. However, the villa was eerily silent. There was no response. Huh. Ruo Fei frowned and shouted again, where are they? Where did they all go? Lu Chen looked at his flustered expression, a chilling smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Were the people you called just now these? He raised his hand, retrieving 2 items from the divine might space, and casually tossing them to the ground. Rolling and rolling, 2 headless corpses tumbled to Ruo Fei's feet. The 2 terrified, distorted faces were ones Ruo Fei knew all too well. They were the 2 third-tier peak guards he relied on the most, the source of his greatest sense of security. The arrogance and madness on his face instantly froze, replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. He stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, pointing at Lu Chen, his teeth chattering. No. Impossible. This can't be happening. You? Who are you? Lu Chen slowly stepped forward, his toes grinding against one of the headless corpses, the crimson kaleidoscope shimmering with an eerie light in the night, as if a deity overlooking ants. He looked down from his elevated position at the helpless Ruo Fei, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable judgment. No need to call anymore. Your guards have already gone to hell to wait for you. Luo Fei sat slumped on the white marble floor, trembling so violently that his teeth chattered. Two severed heads rolled at his feet. These were his greatest support, two peak third-tier powerhouses, figures of some renown outside Tianhai City, who had handled countless unsavory deeds for him in the past. Now there wasn't even a complete corpse left. Space system. Luo Fei's tongue became tied, and his gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with terror. The supernatural abilities recorded in textbooks are varied and bizarre, but the space system has always existed only in legends and the highest levels of classified files. How could such a mythic power appear in a shabby young man wearing washed-out white jeans? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with such mundane nonsense. Antidote. The two words escaped his lips, devoid of any embellishment, only carrying a deadly sense of oppression. I truly don't have an antidote. Luo Fei shouted in despair, tears mixed with snot running into his mouth, without him caring to wipe them away. The soul-eating corruption poison is a substandard product bought from the black market. The seller didn't provide an antidote. Lu Chen's black shuriken pattern in his right eye began to rotate. A murderous intent surged forth. Luo Fei, terrified, crawled and clung desperately to Lu Chen's calf. Don't kill me. I know the method. I know. He babbled incoherently, fearing that if he delayed even a second his head would be taken. Detoxification requires 3 main ingredients: by Xian grass, dragon blood mushroom, and the most crucial, yin-yang flower. The yin-yang flower is with my father. My father is the leader of the giant axe mercenary group. If you let me go, I guarantee he will present the yin-yang flower to you. Yin-yang flower. Lu Chen noted this name. The prescription given by Yi Yurong also consisted of these 3 items. By Xian grass and dragon blood mushroom were already in hand, only the last piece of the puzzle was missing. Your father is 4th tier. Yes. My father Luo Tianba is a mid-4th tier powerhouse well known outside the city. Luo Fei thought the other party was frightened, and his tone involuntarily rose by 8 degrees, even carrying a hint of habitual arrogance. If you let me go, we can put today's matter behind us. My father can give you a large sum of money, and we can be friends so, in the future outside the city. Mid-4th tier. Lu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. With his current peak 1st tier spiritual strength combined with Susanoo and divine might, he could easily defeat a 3rd tier opponent. But 4th tier was a major watershed. Spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative change. In a heated confrontation, his spiritual reserves were insufficient, and Susanoo couldn't be maintained for long. Once trapped in a protracted battle, he would undoubtedly lose. Revenge and acquiring the medicine required a different approach. However, before that, Lu Chen lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the night sky. Luo Fei's right knee was crushed backward, the white bone protruding through the flesh, blood gushing forth. As his scream of agony began, Lu Chen kicked again, breaking his left leg. Luo Fei flailed madly in the pool of blood, his features contorted in extreme pain. You've ruined me. He stared fixedly at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. Lu Chen remained unmoved, the kaleidoscope in his right eye spinning rapidly. Divine might. The air warped as a spatial vortex opened beneath Luo Fei, an irresistible suction pulling him entirely into it. Locking him in the divine might space was both imprisonment and a bargaining chip against Luo Tianba later. Lu Chen stood by the empty swimming pool, summoning the system panel. Post Lu Chen tier 1st tier peak ability Qingmu transformed into what escaped spiritual I transformed into double divine might kaleidoscope skills LV. 1 void LV. 1 strangulation LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 1 would escape derived skill would escape 4 pillars family system points 4 points to battle a 4th tier powerhouse. The greatest reliance would be the 3rd divine power of the kaleidoscope Susanoo. To upgrade LV. 1 Susanoo to LV. 2. A full 1000 points are required. He must break through to the 2nd tier as soon as possible to kill monstrosities outside the city and accumulate points. Sir, please don't kill us. In the corner 2 women trembled. The woman in black silk reacted first, noticing Lu Chen's youth. Her thoughts began to whirl. Such a vigorous young man could hardly resist the schemes of a mature woman. She boldly crawled forward 2 steps, deliberately lowering her neckline, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Sir, as long as you spare us, we will do anything you want. Her voice was sweet and sultry, laden with naked suggestion. The two of us can serve you together, letting you experience the taste of a young woman. The pleasure of black and white. Something those innocent young girls could never provide. The girl in white silk also caught on, echoing her sentiment, while adopting a pitiful pose, her eyes filled with enticing allure. Lu Chen stood still without speaking. Seeing this, the 2 women thought their tactic had worked. After all, men are creatures who think with their lower bodies, especially a young lad just coming of age. The woman in black silk was overjoyed and directly tore off the remaining fabric on her body, pressing her bare form against Lu Chen, swaying her hips. "Sir, tonight we are all yours." Before her voice could finish, Lu Chen's right eye glowed red. Spatial strangulation. Invisible blades cut through the air, and the necks of the two women snapped cleanly. Their meticulously adorned heads rolled into the swimming pool, sending ripples of blood-red waves. Their eyes widened in shock, maintaining that flattering and seductive expression until death. Lu Chen didn't even spare them a glance. Having seen his trump card, they still dared to hope for their lives. He turned and melded into the deep night. Returning to the old district's rental apartment, the night was already deep. The living room had been cleaned, and Shun Rulin was still sleeping in the bedroom, her breathing steady. Lu Chen didn't disturb anyone, locked the door, and sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. He took out the wood-type demon crystal he purchased from the Demon Slayer Hall. The demon crystal was a light green covered in rough patterns containing violent, would attribute spiritual. Ordinary awakened beings need specialized instruments to filter the violent factors when absorbing demon crystals, or they risk going berserk and exploding. But Lu Chen didn't need that. Wood Escape has a strong adaptability, able to forcibly refine any attribute of spiritual energy. He grasped the demon crystal with both hands and closed his eyes. The spiritual energy within him circulated. A pale green light overflowed from his palm, completely enveloping the demon crystal. Half an hour later, the demon crystal turned into a pile of gray-white powder, spilling through his fingers. Lu Chen didn't pause. He took out a second wood-type demon crystal and continued to absorb it. The spiritual energy in his dantian gathered more and more, reaching a saturated state. An invisible barrier loomed ahead. That was the threshold for the second tier. "Break," Lu Chen silently urged in his heart. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged like a rushing river, launching a fearless assault on that barrier. Once, twice, 3 times. The barrier began to crack. Lu Chen gathered all his spiritual energy for one final, all-out attack. Silent shattering. The blockage dissipated and his meridians felt unprecedentedly clear and smooth. Spiritual energy broke free from its cage, rampaging through his meridians, expanding many times its previous size. Second tier achieved. The next day, outside the window, the first ray of dawn pierced through the night, illuminating the small bedroom. Lu Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, feeling the new power surging fiercely within him. His visual, auditory, and physical strength had all undergone a qualitative leap. The entire world became unprecedentedly clear in his perception. The subtle tire tracks on the street below and the steady breathing from the adjacent room were all laid bare. The power of his double kaleidoscope Sharingan had also been enhanced, the black shuriken pattern within his crimson eyes appearing even more solid, moving with a fluidity far superior to before. If he were to face the 3 third-tier black-clad men from last night again, he could easily crush them without even needing to activate the Susanoo. Next, it was time to venture outside the city. However, matters regarding Luo Tianba and the yin-yang flower could not be rushed. A mid-stage 4th-tier powerhouse with spiritual energy having undergone a qualitative change was not something to confront Hedon. The urgent task was to utilize Luo Fei, who was confined in the divine power space, to set up the perfect trap. A trap that would compel the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group to hand over the antidote, and perhaps even leave his life behind. Lu Chen walked to the window, gazing down at the city's veins gradually awakening in the morning light. At the end of his line of sight, the iconic building of the Slaying Demons Hall shone brilliantly under the early sun. A figure lazily curled up on a sofa with a cup of milk tea in hand surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he could seek help from that little black witch who loved drinking milk tea. The intelligence network in her hands was exactly what he needed now. Resolute, Lu Chen entered the kitchen, skillfully preparing a few simple breakfasts, which he quietly placed on the dining table. Shinrulin was still in a deep slumber. Although the wood escape treatment had repaired her physical injuries, the psychological shock and fatigue still required time to recover. Lu Chen glanced at the bedroom, where Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chun were, their breath steady as usual. He tore off a piece of note, writing a few lines to inform his aunt that he had gone out to find the last medicinal materials, reassuring her not to worry. Having completed all this, he quietly opened the door and blended into the morning mist. Just a quarter of an hour after Lu Chen left, a striking and graceful figure appeared beneath the old apartment building. Hanyan was dressed in a smart white martial arts outfit today, her bright red hair tied up in a high ponytail, gently swaying with her steps. She held a rather exquisite constant temperature jade box, inside of which was the invaluable dragon blood mushroom. Standing downstairs, she looked up at the familiar window, feeling an inexplicable nervousness. This was her first time actively seeking out a boy, especially to deliver such a precious item. Let's just consider this. Returning the favor for the last time he saved me. Hanyan found herself a perfect excuse for her actions, feeling her heartbeat calm down a little. She adjusted her breathing and stepped onto the creaking staircase. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with a slightly pale complexion but gentle eyes. "Hello, Auntie, I'm looking for Lu Chen," Hanyan said politely, her voice clear and bright. Shen Ruolin looked at the girl at the door who resembled a flame spirit momentarily stunned before breaking into a warm smile, her fatigue visibly lightening. You must be Xiaoqing's classmate, right? Oh, please come in, please come in. She welcomed Su Hanyan with immense enthusiasm, pouring water and fetching fruit from the refrigerator. Her eyes roamed over Su Hanyan from head to toe, admiration and satisfaction nearly spilling from her gaze. Xiaoqing just went out a little while ago. Did you need something from him? Shen Ruolin asked regretfully while holding the cup of water. My name is Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan accepted the cup somewhat shyly, then handed over the jade box in her hand. Annie, this is a gift for Lu Chen. I hope it can help Uncle. Shen Ruolin opened the jade box in confusion, and a rich, pure aura of life rushed toward her. Inside the box lay a spirit mushroom, resembling a dragon's horn, quietly resting, emanating a faint red glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Is this the dragon blood mushroom? Although Shen Ruolin's strength was not high, she had traveled with her husband in her youth, and had seen quite a lot. She was taken aback, hurriedly closing the box, wanting to push the item back. Young lady, this is too precious, we cannot accept it. Absolutely cannot accept it. Auntie, please just accept it. Su Hanyan's attitude was firm. Lu Chen, he has helped me a great deal, if this is what I should do. Seeing Su Hanyan's resolute demeanor, which did not seem feigned, Shen Ruolin felt both touched and distressed. She held Su Hanyan's hand, gently patting it, sighing, good child, you are truly a good child. Xiaoqing, in order to help Uncle Yuan with his injury, has been causing quite a stir lately. He bears everything alone, without telling us, truly suffering. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan's heart inexplicably tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. She softly asked, Annie, where has Lu Chen gone? He left a note saying he went out to find the last medicinal materials. It seems he has left the city, Shen Ruolin casually replied. Left the city? Alone? Su Hanyan's pupils constricted slightly. Those who could severely injure a powerhouse team, like Lu Yuan's, were certainly not ordinary. Was Lu Chen now venturing out alone to confront those people? For a moment, Su Hanyan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. There was admiration for his courage, appreciation for his strength, but more than that was a deep-seated worry that even she herself was unaware of. That guy who always wore a mischievous smile had seemingly placed all the burdens upon his own shoulders. In Tianhai City at the Slaying Demons Hall, Lu Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the mission hall. He stood before the self-service terminal, his fingertips swiftly gliding over the screen, directly filtering out the tasks with the highest point rewards. Task: eliminate the latest stage 3rd tier demon beast black-scaled demon crocodile. Task: eliminate the peak 3rd tier demon beast three-eyed wind wolf king. Task: exterminate the red-tailed scorpion swarm entrenched at the stone chaos slope, requiring the death of the scorpion queen. Without changing his expression, Lu Chen accepted 3 tasks for hunting 3rd tier demon beasts that offered the highest point rewards and also posed the greatest danger. The total reward from these tasks was enough for him to repay Yi Yurong for those 2 second-tier demon crystals. Hunting demon beasts would also bring him a massive amount of system points. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding, mission accepted. The terminal's electronic chime made the receptionist Lu Ying's eyelids twitch involuntarily. She instinctively glanced at the holographic screen in front of Lu Chen, and when she saw the glaring list of Tier 3 missions, she froze completely. Black-scaled demon crocodile, three-eyed wind wolf king, crimson-tailed scorpion queen. These were notorious demonic beasts that terrorized the outskirts. Mentioning any one of their names would give veteran mercenary groups enough material for a half-day meeting. What was worse, he accepted them all. 1 man, 3 tier, 3 hunting missions, all packaged and taken. Lu Ying hurried over her face, straining to maintain a professional smile, but the smile was visibly trembling. Mr. Luar, are you sure you want to accept these missions? The targets of these 3 missions are the cream of Tier 3 demonic beasts, extremely dangerous. We generally recommend that elite squads of Tier 3 peak rank undertake them. She emphasized the words elite squad. The meaning was clear, a squad, not an individual. She had been personally selected by Yi Yurong to be Lu Chen's dedicated attendant, tasked with fulfilling all his reasonable requests. But this request was simply too unreasonable. A registered support type awakened single-handedly hunting 3 top-tier 3 demonic beasts. A single thought crossed Lu Ying's mind: was this man here on business, or to write his own last will? Confirmed. Lu Chen retrieved his ID card, his tone flat. Lu Ying's lips moved as if she wanted to say something more, but Lu Chen had already turned and walked away. His retreating figure was decisive and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Lu Ying stood there for a long while. In the end, she couldn't contain herself. She hurried to a secluded corner, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. A sleepy, languid, yet sweet voice came through the receiver. Little Ying, what's up? Disturbing this young ladd's beauty sleep. If it's not something earth-shattering, you'll have to dock your pay. Miss. Lu Ying's voice pitched up in urgency. Mr. Lu Chen, he just came to the demon slaying hall and accepted 3 tier 3 demonic beast hunting missions. Alone. He's already left the city. Silence on the other end. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. When Yi Yurong's voice returned, all traces of sleepiness were gone. Say that again. He took the missions for the black-scaled demon crocodile, the three-eyed wind wolf king, and the crimson-tailed scorpion queen. He went alone. A full 5 seconds of silence. Yi Yurong sat up in her soft bed, one strap of her silk nightgown slipping off her shoulder, which she ignored. A healer soloing 3 tier 3 bosses. She rubbed her temples, her tone complex. Is he genuinely capable, or is he just out of his mind? Lu Ying dared not respond. Yi Yurong pondered for a moment, then asked, when did he leave the city? About 2 minutes ago. Alright, I understand. Keep it quiet for now. They'll have someone monitor the situation outside the city. After hanging up, Yi Yurong sat on the bed, hugging her knees. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Who exactly is this man? At the entrance to Blackwind Valley, just outside Tianhai City, several battered figures stumbled out supporting each other. Everyone was wounded. One of them had his left arm severed at the elbow, hastily wrapped with cloth strips that were now soaked through with blood. They were the Gale Demon Slaying Squad, a well-regarded team in Tianhai City, all members at Tier 3. Their captain Feng Tao was a veteran at Tier 3 midstage, having fought demonic beasts for over a decade. There wasn't much he hadn't seen, but today's encounter nearly got them all killed. They had taken the mission to hunt the three-eyed wind wolf king. Intelligence suggested the wolf pack numbered between 30 and 40. But once inside the valley, they found reality was vastly different. At least 60. Their formation was shattered within the first clash. Damn it. The injured member leaned against a rock at the valley's mouth, panting heavily. The intel was wrong. Those wolves in the valley were at least double the estimate. Where's old Zhao? Feng Tao asked. No one answered. No answer was needed. Old Zhao had been overwhelmed by 3 demon wolves while covering their retreat. No one dared look back at what happened. The mood was heavy. Feng Tao was about to order a retreat when his peripheral vision caught a figure. A young man in a black t-shirt and jeans, hands in his pockets, walking toward the valley entrance. His pace was unhurried, his head down. Feng Tao's brow furrowed deeply. Stop, he barked. Blackwind Valley is extremely dangerous right now. This isn't a place for a rookie like you. Turn back. He noticed the Tier 2 Awakened badge pinned to Lu Chen's chest, and his tone grew harsher. A peak Tier 3 squad had lost a man in there. What was a Tier 2 kid trying to meddle for? Lu Chen didn't stop. He didn't even spare him a glance. Feng Tao's face flushed red. He was a respected captain in Tianhai City. When had he ever been so blatantly ignored by some Tier 2 punk? Hey kid, I'm talking to you. You. Enough, captain. The injured member grabbed his arm, his voice weak. Don't waste your anger on some hothead. My arm needs treatment before it's ruined. Feng Tao was pulled back, his frustration bottled up inside. He watched Lu Chen's figure vanish into the shadows of the valley mouth and let out a snort. Another fool desperate for money. He turned and spat. He won't last half an hour. No one echoed his sentence. Everyone was too busy tending to their wounds to worry about a stranger's fate. Inside the valley, the moment Lu Chen stepped into Blackwind Valley, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. The sheer cliffs on either side blocked out most of the daylight. The valley floor was dim and damp. The wind whistling through the crevices was sharp and piercing, like something grinding its teeth in the dark. He didn't hesitate, walking straight into the depths. Oh whoa. The first Blackwind demon wolf spotted the intruder. The beast was the size of a small calf, covered in coarse dark gray bristles. Its pair of eerie green eyes locked onto Lu Chen from behind a bush. It opened its maw and a condensed black wind blade shot forth, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen didn't even blink. His right eye, a kaleidoscope of patterns, spun. Intangibility. The wind blade passed through his body. More precisely, it passed through the space his body occupied. It met no resistance. The blade continued for over 20 meters before striking a boulder the size of a man. The boulder split cleanly into the cut surface, so smooth it could reflect a person's image, sending rubble clattering to the ground. The Blackwind demon wolf paused. Its hunting instinct screamed that something was wrong. The attack had clearly hit. The prey should have fallen. But the prey was still standing. And it was smiling. Kamui strangulation. Lu Chen's left eye locked onto the target. Invisible spatial forces converged, compressed, and twisted around the wolf's neck. Crack. The sound of bone breaking was clean and crisp. The massive wolf head was twisted off by an unseen force, rolling twice on the ground, its eerie green eyes still holding a look of confusion. The headless body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Ding. Killed Tier 3 early stage demonic beast Blackwind demon wolf. Earned 250 system points. From discovery to kill it took no more than 3 seconds. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and continued deeper into the valley. This was just an appetizer. For the next 3 days, the beasts of Blackwind Valley experienced the darkest period in history. On the first day during the daytime, Lu Chen advanced deeper into the valley bottom, encountering the Blackwind demon wolves along the way, who barely survived a single exchange. The lone ones were swiftly killed with a twist of the neck, not even making a sound. In groups of 3, the left eye would lock on the right eye on standby, clearing the area in 3 seconds. One that attempted to ambush from behind a rock had its wind blade already at its face, yet Lu Chen did not even turn his head, allowing it to pass through him with a phantasm, then countering with a grip that sent it to reincarnation. That demon wolf died, without understanding why it had clearly bitten down, yet its teeth meant nothing. The system points jumped from 800 to 1600, Lu Chen glanced at it feeling it was too little. On the second day the wolf pack became smarter. They no longer hunted scattered, but grouped in dozens, flanking from front and back, coordinating crossfire with wind blades. They had some tactical awareness. Unfortunately, they met Lu Chen. When the first wave of wind blades came raining down, Lu Chen even took a step forward. Dozens of wind blades passed through him, leaving countless cuts on the stone wall behind. Phantasm. Unsolvable. The wolf pack stood frozen for about half a second. That half second was enough. A cyan flame erupted from Lu Chen's body, illuminating the dim valley. The skeletal form of Susanoo rose from the ground, its massive bony hands propping open the canyon walls with rubble falling down. Susanoo's bony fists smashed down, collapsing the ground, and kicking up dust 3 stories high. The demon wolves fled in all directions like mad. Susanoo raised another bony hand and swept horizontally, like sweeping fallen leaves. 2,400. 4,800. The points surged rapidly. At night Lu Chen found a sheltered cliff. He formed seals with his hands. Would release 4 pillars house technique. The ground trembled slightly. Thick vines burst from the soil, followed by tree trunks that creaked as they grew intertwined and fused together. In less than 3 minutes a proper wooden house stood beneath the cliff. He pushed the door open. Inside were a table, chairs, and a bed, all complete. The wooden grain was clear, the mortise and tenon joints perfectly fitted, crafted better than the furniture sold outside. Truly worthy of being the leader of the linen team. Lu Chen lay directly on the bed. Outside the window the night wind of Black Wind Valley poured in from the canyon, with distant wolf howls echoing one after another, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Inside the window a registered support type, Awakened One, lounged with legs crossed, munching on fruit, while flipping through a map, pondering the marching route for tomorrow. If Feng Tao, that peak 3rd tier squad leader, could see this scene right now, he would probably swallow his tongue. This was not a hunt for beasts at all. This was a publicly funded tour. On the 3rd day deep within Black Wind Valley, Lu Chen stood on a mountain peak at the edge of a basin, looking down at his feet. The corpse of the red-tailed scorpion remained in its attacking posture from before its death, with its 2 massive pincers raised high and its venomous stinger pointing skyward. Unfortunately, its head had been twisted into a mess by spatial power. Beside it lay the black-scaled demon crocodile, whose scales were reputed to be impervious to blades and spears. Yet when Susanoo punched down, its scales shattered significantly along with the skeletal structure inside. Ding! Killed the 3rd tier latest stage beast red-tailed scorpion, gaining 666 system points. Ding! Killed the 3rd tier latest stage beast black-scaled demon crocodile, gaining 777 system points. 3 tasks too have already been completed. Lu Chen stretched his neck and focused his gaze on the dark cave in the center of the basin. The last one, the 3-eyed wind wolf king. He had not even moved when the cave first stirred. Oh whoa! A silver-white giant wolf charged out of the cave, its size nearly 3 times that of an ordinary demon wolf. Its limbs were sturdy, and each step it took left a crack in the ground. Its entire body was covered in silver white fur, standing upright and swaying gently in the wind. The most striking feature was the vertical eye right in the center of its forehead. The 3-eyed wind wolf king, the ruler of the entire Black Wind Valley. The instant the vertical eye opened, the wolf king's pupil contracted sharply. In its perception, the fluctuation of spiritual energy from this human only registered as 2nd tier, very weak enough that a casual sneeze could blow it away. However, this 2nd tier human emanated a dangerous aura that made all the fur on the back of its neck stand on end. The wolf king howled to the heavens. The sound wave spread out, and from the bushes on both sides of the canyon, one after another black wind demon wolves emerged. 10 wolves. 30 wolves. The dense pack of wolves surrounded Lu Chen's position tightly, all radiating murderous intent. The wolf king never faced its prey unknown. Lu Chen scanned around. Minions, no matter how many there are, they are of no use. The skeletal frame of Susanoo exploded from him, larger than the previous 2 days. Susanoo extended its right hand, grabbing the nearest several demon wolves. The bony fingers closed in. PFF. Blood mist erupted. The 3-eyed wolf king's pupils trembled violently. The vertical eye on its forehead suddenly burst forth with a black glow, forming a visible pitch-black storm in midair. This storm was 10 times stronger than the ordinary demon wolf's wind blade, creating slight fissures in space where it passed. It headed straight for Susanoo's chest. Lu Chen watched the storm fly toward him, showing no intention of dodging. Susanoo's left hand raised, condensing a cyan-long knife in its palm, the blade over 2 meters long, its edge sharp enough to slice through the air. With one slash downwards, the blade collided head-on with the storm. The shockwave generated by the clash of energies spread outward, knocking nearby demon wolves to the ground, with rubble flying and dust filling the air. Susanoo did not break a single bone. A feeling of fear finally appeared in the three-eyed Wolf King's pupils, an emotion it had never felt before. It turned and bolted its four legs, pushing off the ground debris, flying, as its silver-white form shot, like an arrow toward the depths of the cave. "Why are you running?" Lu Chen's voice echoed from behind it. The Wolf King suddenly turned its head back, and that human was less than 5 meters behind it. He crossed through the wolf pack. When? How did he get through? In Lu Chen's left eye, a three-leaf scythe spun rapidly. Divine might. The spatial strangulation activated, and at this distance the Wolf King had no way to evade. With a crack, the giant silver-white body was directly shredded, its wolf head rolling to the ground. The howling ceased abruptly. The king was gone. The remaining demon wolves all lay on the ground, trembling, not daring to move. Ding. Killed the peak third-tier beast, the three-eyed Wind Wolf King, gaining 999 system points. Ding. Current accumulated system points, 10,000 points. Ding. The system points have reached 10,000 points. Do you wish to upgrade to LV? 1 Susanoo. Lu Chen looked at the system panel before him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Ding. The system points have reached 100,000. Do you want to upgrade to LV? 1 Susanoo. Yes, Lu Chen silently thought. Without a moment's hesitation, the long string of numbers on the panel instantly reset to 0. In the next moment, an indescribable torrent of information surged into his mind, wildly merging and reshaping with his visual power and spiritual energy. The azure skeleton that originally covered his body emitted a series of creaking sounds under the unbearable weight, followed by a more solid azure energy bursting forth from within him. No longer merely a skeleton, the azure energy seemed to possess life, climbing and spreading along the stark, white bones, rapidly outlining distinct muscle textures. The sinewy, coiling form was filled with an explosive sense of power. In the originally hollow eye sockets, 2 scarlet, ghostly flames ignited with a thunderous roar, flickering ominously. The entire form of Susanoo evolved from a hollow and terrifying skeleton into a half-body statue of a demonic god, filled with flesh and veins. Simply standing there, the oppressive aura it emitted made the surrounding air feel heavy. The system panel skills Susanoo LV. 2. Effect second tier, Susanoo flesh and blood form capable of condensing a unique chakra weapon, significantly enhancing offensive and defensive capabilities. With a thought, the half-body statue of the demonic god that enveloped him raised its right hand. Azure energy gathered in its palm, materializing a fierce-looking tie-dao out of thin air, the blade wide and curved, radiating a sharpness capable of slicing through space. He could sense that the connection between himself and this demonic god had become unprecedentedly tight, as if it were an extension of his own body. This was the true embryonic form of divine power. Facing the mid-stage rank for Luo Tianba, his chances of victory increased. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, dissipating Susanoo, and his gaze fell upon the scattered wolf corpses. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. While these ordinary black wind demon wolves' demon crystals may not yield many points, they could be exchanged for a fair amount of money at the demon slaying hall, just right for repaying Yi Yurong's favor. He waved his hand, and the space before his right eye rippled with an invisible vortex. The massive corpses of the three-eyed Wind Wolf King, the crimson-tailed Scorpion Queen, and the black-scaled Demon Crocodile were drawn in by an unseen force, twisting and shrinking before being entirely swallowed. Immediately after, the vortex generated a pulling force, sweeping up the pristine demon crystals scattered on the ground. After finishing this, Lu Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and turned to walk out of the valley. He arrived with his hands in his pockets, and he left the same way. Outside the Black Wind Valley, the members of the Lifeng demon-slaying team had not yet departed, but the atmosphere was still thick enough to squeeze out water. The team member with a severed arm had a face as pale as paper, leaning against the cold rocks, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Captain Feng Tao chain-smoked with cigarette, butts littering the ground beneath his feet, his expression dark, and this mission failed, not only costing them a brother who had fought alongside them for years, but also likely bringing down the team's rating, making it difficult to take on high-reward missions in the future. It's all my fault for trusting the information from those demon-slaying hall bastards. Feng Tao angrily crushed a cigarette, but underfoot, muttering curses under his breath. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure leisurely walking out from the dark mouth, still wearing that slightly faded black t-shirt and a pair of ordinary jeans, with his hands in his pockets and a relaxed demeanor. It was the second-tier kid who had recklessly insisted on charging in 3 days prior. Feng Tao was utterly stunned. He instinctively opened his mouth, his voice dry from shock. You are still alive. He had thought the kid would be reduced to dung for the Black Wind Demon Wolves within half an hour of entering, nourishing the barren land. Who could have imagined that 3 days later he would emerge completely unscathed? Lu Chen's steps did not falter. He merely turned his head, glancing at them with an expression devoid of emotion. You haven't left yet. This light rhetorical question made Feng Tao's breath catch in his throat, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. What do you mean we haven't left? Are we here to collect your corpse? Kid, stop wasting breath. Feng Tao suppressed his anger, frowning as he pressed What was the situation inside the valley? What about the Wolf King? Wolf King. Lu Chen halted his steps and spoke in a calm tone as if stating a fact. It was quite noisy, so I just killed it. Now it's much quieter inside. You can go in and pick up some leftovers. As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them seemed to be instantly sucked dry. The remaining members of the Lifeng team all looked at Lu Chen with expressions of disbelief, as if they were looking at a madman or an idiot. Killed it just like that. Killed. That was the peak of the third realm, the three-eyed Wind Wolf King, with its vertical third eye capable of controlling storms. It was the overlord of the valley, commanding over 100 black wind demon wolves and capable of inciting a minor beast tide. Their elite team, all at the third realm and with coordinated teamwork, had been completely routed by the wolf pack, losing one member and leaving another maimed, never even encountering the Wolf King. You, a mere second-tier kid, claim to have just killed it. What kind of boasting is that? Do you really think they are 3 years old? Captain, don't mind him. I think this kid was scared out of his wits in there and has started talking nonsense. A team member chimed in, casting a look at Lu Chen filled with disdain and pity. Feng Tao thought the same, the last remnants of his patience evaporating, replaced by thick sarcasm and irritation. Enough, kid. Stop pretending to be crazy for sympathy and hurry back home to find your mom for milk. This is not a place for you. Lu Chen, instead of getting angry, smiled at this remark. Under the scornful gazes of everyone, he casually took out 3 items from his backpack. Gulyalu. Thud. A massive wolf's head, its first silver white, rolled out and came to a stop at Feng Tao's feet. On the wolf's head, that tightly closed single eye was strikingly prominent, still exuding an unfinished ferocity and malevolence even in death. Next was a section of a crimson-black scorpion tail, glinting with a metallic sheen and tipped with deadly barbs, which fell to the ground with a loud thud. Finally, there was a palm-sized black scale covered in strange patterns, its edges as sharp as a blade, clattering down beside the wolf's head. The head of the three-eyed Wind Wolf King. The venomous stinger of the crimson-tailed scorpion queen. The reverse scale of the black-scaled demon crocodile. These 3 items represented the top-tier hunting targets in the Black Wind Valley, the Red Wasteland, and the Blackwater Marsh. Each represented terrifying power at the third realm. Each represented a fortune and honor substantial enough to make ordinary demon slayers envious. And now they were like 3 worthless scraps picked up off the roadside, casually tossed on the ground by that second-tier kid. Everyone in the Lifeng team felt as if their eyes were about to pop out their mouths, gaping uncontrollably wide enough to fit an egg. Feng Tao's sarcasm and irritation froze completely at the moment he saw the wolf's head. He felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, standing there dumbfounded, his mind blank. Staring intently at that unblinking wolf's head at his feet, he felt shock, horror, and disbelief. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Lu Chen, too lazy to glance at them again, stowed the 3 spoils back into his backpack. He turned to leave, leaving the Lifeng team with a distant, proud silhouette. After a long time, the dead silence was finally broken. The team member with the severed arms stared in the direction Lu Chen had vanished, murmuring in a trembling voice, He didn't even get a drop of blood on him. Feng Tao shivered all over, as if waking from a nightmare, forcing out 2 words from his mouth. Monster. In the Demon Slayer Hall, the mission lobby, Lu Chen's appearance did not attract too much attention until he approached the front desk managed by Lu Ying. Mr. Lu. Lu Ying was first delighted to see Lu Chen, but then became anxious. You are back. The mission. She dared not ask further, fearing to hear bad news. Submit the mission, Lu Chen stated succinctly, casually placing a heavy backpack on the counter and unzipping it. Gulp. A grotesque wolf head rolled out, crashing onto the hard surface with a dull thud. The head had silver-white fur, and a closed vertical eye in the middle of its forehead exuded a lingering ferocity, even in death. Lu Ying's breath momentarily halted. Immediately after, Lu Chen took out 2 similarly sized heads from the bag. One was covered in dense, hard black scales, while the other had insect-like mandibles and compound eyes placed side by side. The entire lobby, which had been somewhat noisy, fell eerily silent. All eyes were drawn to the 3 heads on the counter, radiating a powerful aura. I can't be mistaken, right? That's the 3-eyed Wind Wolf King. The one next to it is the red-tailed Scorpion Queen, and the black-scaled demonic crocodile. My God, aren't these 3 missions ones that have been posted for months without anyone daring to take them? The rewards are terrifyingly high and the death rate is 100%. Who did this? Which godly figure accomplished it? The discussions rose like a tide as everyone stretched their necks to see which top-tier team had returned victorious. Then they saw the young man standing at the counter, dressed casually, looking like a high school student. Lu Ying's hands trembled. She forced herself to calm down, taking out the equipment and verifying item by item. Beep. Target confirmed. Peak level 3 monster, 3-eyed Wind Wolf King mission completed. Beep. Target confirmed. Late stage level 3 monster, red-tailed Scorpion Queen mission completed. Beep. Target confirmed. Late stage level 3 monster, black-scaled demonic crocodile mission completed. A series of system notifications struck the hearts of everyone present like heavy hammers. Luing looked up at Lu Chen with the gaze one would use to look at a deity. Her voice changed in pitch. Lu. Mr. Lu, the missions are all completed. The total reward is 1.2 million, which has been transferred to your account. Please check. However, Lu Chen's actions did not stop there. He turned the backpack upside down and poured out a large pile of sparkling monster crystals of various colors along with some well-preserved claws, venom sacs, and scales. These will be settled together. Also, please help me contact Miss Yi. Luing looked at the pile of materials, her mind going blank again. Among these materials there were not a few high-quality level 2 monster crystals, and even several early-stage level 3 ones, indicating that he not only killed those 3 bosses, but also cleared out all the monsters in that area. Ultimately, after counting, the total value of these materials reached an astonishing 13 million. Luing stood frozen in place for a full half-minute before suddenly reacting, trembling, as she dialed that familiar number. Miss? On the other end of the phone, Yi Yurong's lazy voice came through. Xiaoying, what's the matter, so excited? He is back. Mr. Lu Chen is back. Luing spoke so quickly, it was like firing a machine gun. 3 level 3 hunting missions: black-scaled, demonic crocodile, 3-eyed wind wolf king, red-tailed scorpion queen. All completed. Alone. In just 3 days. He is currently at the Demon Slayer Hall, and wants to see you. Click. On the other end of the phone, the sound of a cup falling to the ground was heard. Then a long silence ensued. I understand. When Yi Yurong's voice rang out again, all traces of sleepiness were gone, replaced with an unprecedented seriousness along with a hint of unconcealed excitement. Let him come up. After hanging up, Luing gestured for Lu Chen to follow, her voice full of reverence. Mr. Lu, the miss is waiting for you on the top floor. Lu Chen nodded, retracting his identity card, and turned to leave, keeping his accomplishments and name hidden. Behind him, the entire mission lobby was in uproar. Holy crap. Alone in 3 days, he soloed 3 top-level level 3 missions. Damn it, is he even human? This kid looks to be around 18 or 19, right? Which prestigious family has been hiding such a genius monster? We are still struggling for level 1 missions while he has already made level 3 bosses like chickens. Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. Lu Chen arrived at the top floor at Yi Yurong's exclusive suite and knocked on the door. Come in. A lazy voice with a hint of humidity came from inside. Lu Chen pushed the door open, and a wave of warm, humid air mixed with the scent of body wash hit him. Yi Yurong had just come out of the bathroom, wrapped loosely in a white bathrobe, the tie at her waist secured, casually revealing a large expanse of snowy white skin and a deep, startling cleavage. Water droplets slid down her damp hair, tracing over her delicate collarbone and disappearing into that mysterious expanse of whiteness. Her feet, white as jade, were bare, and her toes were round and cute, stepping on the soft carpet as she used a towel. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she paused for a moment, then continued, as if nothing had happened, a playful smile on her lips. Handsome guy, what brings you here? So urgent that you didn't even let me finish my bath. Lu Chen's gaze rested on her for a mere tenth of a second before moving away, his expression unchanged. Bobo, I have 2 things to discuss with you. He transferred 300,000 from his account directly to her. First, to repay your debt. Yi Yurong looked at the incoming amount with some surprise, then pouted, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. You paid it back so quickly. I thought I could make you owe me a little longer, so you could be my exclusive caretaker for a few days and pamper me a bit. She deliberately puffed out her chest as she spoke. Lu Chen automatically ignored her actions and the implications in her words, continuing, Second, I want to purchase some information about the Giant Axe mercenary group and their leader Luo Tianba, the more detailed the better. Upon hearing that name, Yi Yurong's lazy smile faded somewhat. She walked over to the wine cabinet, poured herself a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. The Giant Axe mercenary group is a local tyrant outside the city, and Luo Tianba is a mid-stage level 4 powerhouse. Have you provoked them? There's a bit of personal grudge that needs settling. Lu Chen did not elaborate further. Yi Yurong looked at him deeply. A level 2 support who soloed 3 top-tier level 3 monsters and now wants to provoke a level 4 mercenary group leader. What on earth is this guy's background? Yi Yurong's curiosity was like a gentle scratch from a cat's paw, leaving her feeling a bit ticklish. She looked again at Lu Chen. He was handsome, the most handsome she had ever seen without exception. His physique was impressive, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Even through his clothes one could feel the hidden power within him. His strength allowed him to single-handedly conquer the peak of the 3 realms, making him a true monster. His talent was double strength, unmatched in the entire Tianhai city. Wasn't this exactly the standard she had always dreamed of for a partner? Unfortunately, Yi Yurong's mind conjured the proud, yet innocent face of Su Hanyan. Sigh, she couldn't steal her bet. She quietly extinguished the small flame of desire in her heart and returned to her official tone. I have the information, but it isn't free. She walked to her desk, opened a sci-fi-styled computer, and her slender fingers swiftly danced over the Soon an extremely detailed dossier was retrieved. Lu Tianba, male, 45 years old, a mid-level awakener of the 4th stage. His ability is in a grade power type giant axe capable of condensing spiritual energy into a giant axe for attack with astonishing destructive power. His personality is violent, holding grudges, and extremely protective. The headquarters of the Giant Axe Mercenary Group is located 30 miles east of the city at Haishi Fortress, with over 300 permanent members, including more than 20 third-stage awakeners. This is his activity trajectory over the past 6 months along with the defense layout of Haishi Fortress. Yi Yurong sent an encrypted file to Lu Chen. In light of Yen'll give you a 20 discount, making it 2000. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and paid directly. Thanks. Having obtained what he wanted, he turned to leave. Wait. Yi Yurong called out to him. She walked up to Lu Chen, stood on tiptoe, and leaned close to his ear, her warm breath making his ear feel a bit ticklish. Lu Tianba is not easy to deal with. If you can't handle it, you can come find me. I dislike others using my back door, but for you I can open it once more. After saying this, she playfully winked. We'll talk about it later. Lu Chen left with that remark. Watching his clean and decisive figure disappear behind the door, Yi Yurong's smile slowly faded, replaced by a hint of regret and disappointment. She walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night scene of Tianhai City, murmuring to herself. Yin, for you, I've given up on such a perfect man. Next time I feel lonely, you better compensate me. Lu Chen returned to his rental apartment and immediately smelled the aroma of food as he opened the door. Little Chun is back. Shen Ruolin peeked out from the kitchen, smiling, looking much healthier than before. Auntie, didn't I tell you to rest more? Lying down is still lying down, or I still have the strength to cook for you. Shen Ruolin pulled him to sit down and served a bowl of hot soup. Drink this to warm yourself up. By the way, this morning that girl named Hanyan came again. She brought the dragon blood mushroom and said it was to thank you for saving her. I couldn't refuse no matter how hard I tried. Little Chin's such a precious thing, we owe her a big favor, so you must remember to repay it. Shen Ruolin continued, eyeing Lu Chen with growing satisfaction. I think that girl is really nice, beautiful, and kind-hearted, and she cares for you. If you could marry her, your uncle, and I would. Lu Chen paused while drinking the soup, smiling helplessly. Andy, we haven't even taken the first step yet. Let's talk about it later. He walked into the bedroom and saw Lu Yuan and Chun Mo lying on the bed, their faces still tinged with an ominous dark aura. Lu Chen pressed his hands together and placed them on the two. Would escape. A gentle green light surged forth, pouring massive vitality into their bodies, temporarily suppressing the spread of the toxins. But this was merely a stopgap measure. 3 days. At most 3 days he must obtain the Sunfire Flower, or even a divine being could not save them. The night grew deep. Lu Chen lay in his small bed, rapidly calculating the information Yi Yurong had given him, contemplating every possible way to infiltrate Haishi Fortress. At that moment his phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number. He answered it casually. Hello, is this Lu Chen? I am Teacher Wang from the admissions office of Tianhai University. A slick voice came from the other end of the line. What have you decided? Our Tianhai University is very sincere. As long as you agree, we can apply for class genius treatment, including cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. Alternatively, you can state any conditions, and we will do our best to meet them. Lu Chen stared at the ceiling. I want SS class resources and SS class genius treatment. Instantly, there was silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Teacher Wang's voice shot up an octave tinged with offense. Are you crazy? Do you know what SS class represents? That's the treatment for national treasure level geniuses. Don't think just because you've awakened double S you can demand SS class. You're just a support type, not qualified. Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. In that case, we have nothing more to discuss. You. Teacher Wang infuriated hissed. If you don't know your place. If it weren't for the fact that we're both from Tianhai, your double S support wouldn't even qualify for class resources. Lu Chen hung up the phone. The world fell silent. But it didn't stay quiet for long as his phone rang again. This time, it was a number from the imperial capital. Lu Chen answered. Hello, Lu Chen, I'm Zhao Qian from the Martial Arts University of the imperial capital. We welcome a rare double S talent like you to join us. Lu Chen repeated what he had just said. I want SS class treatment. Zhao Qian on the other end also fell silent. However, unlike the representative from Tianhai University who had erupted in rage, he pondered for a moment. Lu Chen, I believe you are not someone who speaks without thinking, but SS class treatment requires SS class potential to match, which is not something I can decide. How about this? They'll give you a chance, which is also a test. As long as you can achieve a score just below the top in the upcoming martial arts exam, I will personally request SS class treatment from the principal for you. This isn't a high requirement, you just need to place second in the martial arts exam, and I will consider it a pass. This requirement was already a tall order for any class, let alone a support type. Yet Lu Chen laughed. The laughter was light, but it carried an unmistakable strong confidence. Teacher Zhao being second is too boring. How about being first? Beep. The call ended. In a spacious office in the imperial capital, Zhao Qian held his phone, stunned as the words, being first, how about that, echoed repeatedly in his mind. Arrogant. Or was it? He suddenly stood up, quickly walked to the filing cabinet, and rummaged for the encrypted student files. Now his family elders would no longer use this kid as a yardstick against him. With Guhan stuck at crank, there was simply no comparison to his own. Ability 2 Lingyan rated S support type. It was all clear on the file. But how could that confidence that crushed everything come through the phone line? Zhao Qian's gaze fixated on the 2S ratings, and a wild, yet exhilarating thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. Could he be a triple? Lu Chen walked down the stairs. His plan for dealing with Luo Tianba and the entire Giant Axe mercenary corps was quite simple. He would directly push them aside. The intelligence provided by Yi Yorong was very detailed, including the defense map of Haishi Fort personnel configuration and firepower distribution. At the moment he received the information, his mind had already completed countless simulations. There was only one conclusion. In the face of absolute power, any scheme was superfluous. The old town felt a bit chilly in the early morning, and as Lu Chen stepped out of the hallway, he halted his steps. Not far away at the alley entrance, a figure stood quietly, as if waiting for a long time. The girl was dressed in a simple white sports outfit, making her figure appear even taller. Her long black hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, revealing a fair neck. The early morning light fell on her expressionless face, diminishing her usual sharpness and adding a touch of softness. It was Hanyan. Last night Yi Yorong with her big mouth called and vividly described Lu Chen's plan to confront the Giant Axe mercenary corps, causing her to toss and turn all night without a good sleep. That figure who had oppressed her for 3 years had unknowingly taken root in her heart. Today she did not even know why she came here. In a moment of impulsiveness, she found herself standing in this spot. Su School Beauty, good morning. Lu Chen initiated the conversation. Good morning. Su Hanyan's voice was a bit dry as her gaze fell on him, only to quickly look away. Are you leaving the city now? Lu Chen nodded, not surprised. Given Su Hanyan's relationship with Yi Yorong, it was only natural that she would be aware of his movements. He took out his phone from his pocket and operated it for a moment. Thank you for the dragon blood mushroom. The money has been transferred. Lu Chen said, also consider this a favor owed to you. You can find me if you need anything in the future. Su Hanyan looked at the new transaction record on her phone, her brows instinctively furrowing. She wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Lu Chen put away his phone and prepared to leave. Lu Chen, Su Hanyan called out to him. He turned his head back. Do you still remember our agreement? Su Hanyan finally looked directly at him, her gaze filled with a stubborn seriousness. I mean to give it our all in the martial arts exam. I remember. Then you must come back safely. She spoke softly but with great emphasis. Lu Chen looked at her and nodded earnestly. I will. After saying that, he turned around, waved his hand, and his figure quickly blended into the morning streets, disappearing from sight. Su Hanyan stood in place, gazing at the direction he vanished for a long time. That phrase, I will, felt like a spark that fell into her heart. The spiritual power within her seemed to have found an outlet and began to surge wildly. The invisible barrier that had long stood before her, the threshold from peak second stage to third stage, emitted a sound, as if it could no longer bear the pressure under this violent flame. Crack! Something shattered. An unprecedented powerful force swept through her limbs and bones. The surrounding air temperature suddenly rose, and a visible crimson shockwave expanded violently from her center. She had reached the third stage. Su Hanyan slowly tightened her fists, feeling the surging power within her. Her gaze turned once more towards the direction Lu Chen had left, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Lu Chen, wait for me. In the martial arts exam, I will definitely win against you. She turned and left her ponytail sweeping through the air in a proud arc. In the nearby shadows, a figure silently merged into the wall, disappearing without a trace. What a strange occurrence. The young lady actually broke through because of a male friend. And this friend seems to be the very genius whom the mayor specifically wishes to meet. The mayor's precious cabbage is still not ripe, and it's about to be picked. Meanwhile, 30 miles outside the city Haishi Fort, the headquarters of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, a steel fortress half embedded in the mountains with watchtowers standing tall and cannons ominous. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water. At the head seat, a middle-aged man, overly muscular, was propping his forehead with one hand. His face was fierce, a menacing scar extending from his brow to his chin, emanating a suffocating fourth-stage pressure. He was Luo Tianba, the leader of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps. Speak. Where did the young master go? Why did the two peak third-stage protectors die in the villa? Luo Tianba slammed his other hand on the steel table in front of him. Bang! A clear handprint appeared on the thick 10-centimeter tabletop. One of his trusted subordinates trembled in fear, reporting cautiously, Leader, according to the investigation before the young master went missing, he sent a bald man to the old town to deal with 2 old demon hunters. Those 2 old hunters were Lu Yuan and Chen Mo, who had previously fought with the young master for demon crystals. Lu Yuan. Luo Tianba expression sharpened as he recalled. A few days ago his son mentioned that he had his eyes on a high-grade demon crystal which had been disrupted by those two ungrateful old fools. The bald man and the others have also gone missing. They are probably in grave danger. Luo Tianba's face darkened to the point where water could be wrung from it. His son was missing. His three peak third-stage bodyguards were all tragically killed. All clues pointed to that old man named Lu Yuan and his so-called nephew. Good Lu Yuan, send my orders. Luo Tianba shouted with murderous intent. Gather everyone and follow me into the city. I want to see who has the audacity to touch my Luo Tianba's son. I will personally capture him and crush his bones inch by inch. Understood. The entire Haishi fort was quickly mobilized, the roar of engines and the clashing of armor ringing out as a fiercely aggressive team rapidly assembled. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sky above the fortress twisted without warning as a huge black vortex appeared from thin air, slowly rotating. Immediately after, a gigantic, sharply defined black cube, like a divine punishment, descending from the heavens, crashed down from the vortex. Boom! The earth shook. The steel fortress which the giant axe mercenary corps prided itself on was instantly smashed to pieces under the impact of the black cube, as if it were a model made of paper. The sturdy gates, towering arrow towers, thick walls, all turned to ruins. The terrifying shockwave mixed with debris and dust spread wildly, and a dozen mercenaries who could not escape in time were crushed into meat paste, without even a scream. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed through the sky, but was soon drowned out by the continuous explosion. Luo Tianba soared from the collapsing ruins, staring at the devastated and heavily casualty-laden headquarters below, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He suddenly looked up, fixated on the spot where the black vortex had vanished. Amidst the dust and debris, a tall figure had somehow already stood there. Dressed in a black t-shirt and faded jeans, a pair of scarlet eyes glimmered with a strange light amidst the swirling dust. Little beast, it's you. Luo Tianba instantly recognized Lu Chen, the reckless nephew mentioned in the intelligence. Lu Chen gazed at the furious Luo Tianba, his tone cold, as if delivering a judgment from the depths of hell. Luo Tianba, I have come to reunite you and your son. Amidst the ruins, dust filled the air. The appearance of Lu Chen stunned and enraged everyone. They, the giant axe mercenary corps, were the first mercenary group stationed outside Tianhai City, instilling fear in countless demon slayers. The underground emperor. When did it become the turn of others to come knocking, using such a method akin to divine punishment to flatten their stronghold? Seeking death. Luo Tianba roared like thunder, pointing at Lu Chen, the killing intent in his eyes almost materializing. Charge. Break his limbs. I want him to kneel here and repent until he dies. With this command, the mercenaries who had snapped back to reality from their shock were instantly replaced by a bloodthirsty madness in their eyes. You dare touch our young master and even destroy Haishi Fortress. You have a death wish. Kill anyone from the giant axe, and today he'll chop you into pieces to feed the black wind wolves. Let's all attack and grind him into paste. Roars echoed as nearly 100 figures erupted from all directions, filled with a thick, bloody aura, charging towards the lone figure in the center of the ruins. These individuals were ruthless characters who licked blood on the edge of blades. To join the giant axe mercenary corps, they must have blood on their hands, each one a demon that crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blade light and sword shadows, intermingled with various powers, instantly wove into a great net of death, descending upon Lu Chen. Just a bunch of rabble. Facing the siege capable of instantly shredding a peak third-tier powerhouse, Lu Chen merely stood quietly, his expression dismissive. Just as the first attack was about to touch his body, a skeleton engulfed in intense azure flames appeared out of thin air, completely shrouding his figure. The bone hand's arms and ribs emanated an ominous aura resembling a demon god returned from hell, filled with a palpable sense of oppression. Clang. All attacks landed on the azure skeleton, sparking a series of sparks, yet not leaving a single scratch. Impossible, our attacks are ineffective. What kind of power is this? So tough. Such an evil aura, even more sinister than when I slaughtered the demon slayers. What a cool. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, the azure Susanoo moved. The massive bone hand suddenly swept, and a similarly energy-formed Susanoo curved blade appeared in its palm. No fancy moves, just the simplest horizontal sweep. Slash. The dozen-odd mercenaries at the forefront had their ghastly expressions frozen as they were bisected by the Susanoo. Blood gushed like a fountain, internal organs mixed with broken bones splattering everywhere. With just one strike, over 10 second-tier experts perished on the spot. This terrifying scene made the mercenaries rushing in behind them feel their scalps tingle, their steps instinctively faltering. But Lu Chen did not hesitate. The Susanoo curved blade flew, each swing raising large clouds of blood mist. These mercenaries, usually fierce and brutal, appeared as fragile as paper dolls before this azure demon god. They were being cut down like vegetables. In just a few seconds, the originally aggressive 100-man team had already fallen by half. Limbs and severed arms littered the ground, and the thick smell of blood rose to the sky, turning the entire Haishi fortress ruins into a hell on earth. Is this hell? The survivors were utterly terrified. Looking in terror at the azure skeleton drenched in blood rain, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could no longer summon even an ounce of courage to attack. Luo Tianba's expression was shocked, staring intently at the Susanoo, his facial muscles twisting from extreme astonishment. Wasn't it said that this kid had both Qingmu and Lingyan as double-class support types? Support? What the hell kind of support can summon something like this? This terrifying attack power, this absolute defense, even in class ability specializing in attack, wouldn't be this powerful, right? The intelligence was wrong. Kid. Luo Tianba's voice was deep, suppressing the volcanic-like rage. What happened to my son Luo Fei? Who knows? Lu Chen's voice came from within the Susanoo, carrying a hint of playful laziness. I think it shouldn't be good, right? You seek death. This statement completely ignited Luo Tianba's fury, and he was about to strike. At that moment, a shadow as swift as a ghost quietly circled behind the Susanoo, while Lu Chen and Luo Tianba in hand a pitch-black dagger aimed for the Susanoo's back at an extremely tricky angle. You little bastard, you've exposed a weakness. Luo Tianjio's eyes flashed with excitement, concentrating all her peak third-tier power to strike at the weak point. Even a fourth-tier powerhouse could be instantly pierced. Snap! A crisp sound of breaking resonated. However, it was not the Susanoo's skeleton that broke, but her expensive alloy dagger. On the azure bones, not a single scratch remained. How is this possible? Luo Tianjio's pupils suddenly constricted, disbelief written all over her face. Her peak third-tier sneak attack's fatal strike actually failed to break through the opponent's defense. Is that all? Lu Chen turned around, his eyes filled with mockery, as the Susanoo curved blade descended without hesitation. Luo Tianjio's soul nearly left her body. Without a second thought, her body erupted into a cloud of black smoke, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. The black smoke reformed into her figure dozens of meters away, her face pale, as she looked at the deep, bottomless cut on the ground, still shaken. Within the Susanoo, Lu Chen curled his lips. Tisky run pretty fast. This Susanoo LV1 form had its attack and defense maximized. The only drawback was its speed and agility being too heavy and lacking mobility. If only it had wings, I could chase and slash directly. Sister Jiao stepped back. Luo Tianba, seeing the sneak attack fail and nearly harming his sister, finally calmed down completely. He knew that ordinary means were utterly ineffective against this strange boy. This little bastard'll take care of him myself. As the words fell, a terrifying aura far exceeding the third tier erupted from his body. The pressure of a mid-fourth tier swept the entire area. His burly body flexed with muscles, and a giant axe phantom formed from pure spiritual power and exceeding 10 meters in length slowly emerged behind him. The entire space became viscous due to this power. Oh, you want to dance too? Inside the Susanoo, Lu Chen looked at Luo Tianba, who was fully unleashing his aura, a hint of disdain showing in his scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, blood-colored veins began to crazily sprout and attach themselves to the azure skeleton, followed by dark purple flesh rapidly covering its entire body. A larger, more menacing and oppressive half-body demon god slowly took shape. Second-tier Susanoo playing tricks. Face my axe. Luo Tianba roared in fury, his hair bristling. Gazing upon the demonic half-figure that loomed larger and more sinister than before, a nameless unease stirred in his heart for the first time. Yet, having spent half his life in warfare, he had long cast aside thoughts of life and death. His sole obsession now was to tear apart the wretch who had destroyed his legacy and abducted his son. Die! With a thunderous bellow, the colossal axe phantom over 10 meters tall behind him solidified. He swung his hands through the air with a fierce, sweeping motion. A deep hum resonated twice as two massive crescent-shaped axe lights detached from the phantom, shrieking as they tore through the air, converging in a cross-slash aimed at Lu Chen. The steel ruins and solid rock in their path yielded like tofu sliced cleanly through, leaving behind mirror-smooth surfaces. A paltry trick. Within the Susanoo, Lu Chen didn't even spare a glance at the attack that could instantly slay a peak tier 3 awakener. The Susanoo raised its arm, and the ethereal blade condensed in its palm swept out. Two unremarkable crescent sword lights, tinged with cyan, shot forth, arriving first to precisely intercept the axe lights. Twin explosions erupted as the forces collided, unleashing a deafening cacophony. A terrifying storm of energy swept across the battlefield, churning the already devastated ruins of Blackstone Fortress into a maelstrom of dust and debris. The next instant, two figures burst forth from the smoke and dust. Luo Tianba's spirit energy-wrought axe moved in wide, powerful arcs. Bolstered by his vast mid-tier 4 spiritual energy and decades of life-or-death combat experience, he managed to hold his own against Lu Chen's tier 2 Susanoo. A testament to the importance of cultivation realm. Clang, clang, clang. Blade light and axe shadow clashed in a frenzy, each impact producing ear-splitting booms. The stray ripples annihilated everything around them, the ground caving in large sections, as if the entire battlefield had been carpet-bombed by countless missiles. The surviving mercenaries had long since fled over 100 meters away, watching the battle in sheer terror. It's a stalemate. What kind of monster is that kid? What ability is that Cyan demon? Never heard of anything like it. How is he fighting our Tier 4 commander to a standstill? This is a support type. Like hell it is. At the edge of the battle, Luo Tianjiao, having reformed from black smoke, watched the fight with a grim, shifting. The more she watched, the deeper her shock became. She knew better than anyone how powerful her brother was in his berserk state. Even ordinary mid-tier 4 experts would avoid his fury. Yet even so, he couldn't take down that brat. In fact, it seemed he was subtly being suppressed. Could this really be the strength of a mere student? Suddenly her gaze fixed on the area beneath the Susanoo. The demonic half-figure, though formidable in both attack and defense, was only a torso empty below the waist. Lu Chen's real body stood right there. Umph. Luo Tianjiao licked her parched lips, a venomous smile curling at the corners. So the big guy has an empty space underneath. Before she even finished speaking, her form dissolved into black smoke, silently merging into the shadows. Another violent collision sent Luo Tianba staggering back a dozen steps, his hands numb and his chest heaving. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He had already unleashed 80% of his power, yet the demonic construct before him seemed limitless, its attacks growing fiercer with each wave. It was steady, composed, and utterly in control. You little bastard, you've got some skills after all, daring to take my son. Luo Tianba panted, trying to unsettle Lu Chen with his words. Oh. Lu Chen's voice drifted from within the Susanoo, laced with amusement. And how do you know I haven't already killed that waste? If you wouldn't dare. Luo Tianba's face radiated immense confidence. Even Su Dingfang, the mayor of Tianhai City, shows me some respect, let alone a mere Tier 2 like you. He had every right to be confident. Besides, that useless uncle of yours has been poisoned by my son's soul-devouring decay venom. Without the antidote, within 7 days, he's as good as dead. Luo Tianba stared intently at Lu Chen. I suspect that's the real reason you attacked my giant axe mercenaries today, isn't it? The Susanoo's blade and Luo Tianba's spirit energy axe ground against each other, producing a piercing screech. You're quite good at guessing. Lu Chen's tone was unreadable. How about you guess what I'm going to do next? The moment he spoke, alarm bells screamed in Luo Tianba's mind. The next moment his smile froze. He watched in disbelief as the cyan ethereal blade, ignoring the block of his axe, passed through it like a phantom and slashed directly towards his head. A deathly crisis, as if locked onto by space itself, made his scalp tingle. What is this? Driven by pure, battle-hardened instinct, he twisted his body frantically. That slight shift saved his life. With a wet thud, blood sprayed into the air. His entire left arm, along with half his shoulder, was severed cleanly from his body. Luo Tianba screamed in agony, hurtling backwards to crash heavily 100 meters away. Staring at his empty left shoulder, his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. The effect is rather decent. Lu Chen chuckled softly at Luo Tianba's plight. Infusing the spatial rending force of Kamui into the Susanoo's weapon to create this Kamui slash had proven devastatingly effective. It bypassed physical defenses entirely, cutting through space itself, more precise and faster than pure spatial rending. The only drawback was the significant drain on both his spiritual energy and ocular power. Fortunately, his would release allowed for rapid recovery. At that moment, a lethal killing intent surged from the blind spot beneath the Susanoo. Luo Tianjiao's figure materialized, seizing the instant Lu Chen's focus wavered. Her poison-coated dagger thrust towards the only defenseless area. Her target, Lu Chen's lower body. A single strike that could cripple any male awakener, even kill them on the spot. Got him. A vicious grin split Luo Tianjiao's face. The dagger pierced the Susanoo's energy barrier without resistance, plunging inward and striking true. Yet the expected sensation of blade meeting flesh never came. It was as if she had stabbed into a mirage, the dagger passing straight through Lu Chen's body, as if it were made of mist. Wah! What? Her smile froze. A cold, ethereal voice echoed from above her head. Did you think I'd leave such an obvious weakness for you? Luo Tianjiao snapped her head up, meeting a pair of indifferent crimson eyes. The Susanoo has a weakness. But I do not. The skill of virtualization is truly perfect. Obito, you are indeed a genius. Luo Tianjiao's abilities, timing, and attack angles are nothing short of flawless. Any peak, third-tier awakened would find it nearly impossible to survive this lethal strike. But she encountered the dual divine might. Not only could she defuse the crisis and evade the attack, but she could even counterattack at the most unexpected moment. With a thought from Lu Chen, the massive blade he conjured struck downwards at an astonishing angle towards the blind spot below, aiming fiercely at Luo Tianjiao. This strike was so swift that it left only a blue shadow in its wake, unlike the previous divine strike aimed at Luo Tianba, which required a buildup of energy. This slash was purely the power and speed of Susanoo itself. What? The menacing smile on Luo Tianjio's face had not fully faded when her pupils shrank to pinpoints in sheer horror. Rip! She had no time to think about why her dagger pierced through her opponent's body. The instinct for survival kicked in, and she turned into a puff of black smoke shooting off to the side. But it was still a step too late. Susanoo's blade landed solidly on the dissipating black smoke. Rip! A splatter of scorching blood erupted in the air. An arm clutching a poisoned dagger accompanied by a woman's scream spun away and fell with a thud among the rubble. Dozens of meters away, the black smoke recoalesced, revealing Luo Tianjio's form. Her entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing like a fountain, instantly staining half her body red. Her face, once quite beautiful, was now as pale as paper, devoid of color. So fast. This single thought remained in her mind. If it weren't for her ability being fast enough, that last strike would not have merely severed an arm, but would have cleaved her entire body in two. One strike severed Luo Tianba's left arm. One strike severed Luo Tianjio's right arm. The brother and sister, in a single confrontation, both lost an arm. This scene left the mercenaries who had narrowly survived in the distance utterly breathless. This can't be real. The captain and vice-captain have both been. What on earth is that kid? A demon. He is a demon. In the battlefield, as Luo Tianba looked at his sister's tragic state, a hint of fear finally emerged in his bloodshot eyes. Space. This is spatial ability. He stared intensely at the azure demon, his voice hoarse as he shouted. There is no mistake. That blade just now could pass through my giant axe, and your dagger pierced his body. Only the legendary spatial abilities could do that. Luo Tianba seemed to come to a realization, his tone tinged with madness. I didn't expect you to awaken spatial abilities. When did such a monster appear in Tianhai City? What? Spatial ability? In the distance, Luo Tianjiao also heard this. The dizziness from excessive blood loss made her almost unsteady, but this term struck her mind like a thunderclap. No wonder her attacks were ineffective. No wonder he could appear silently above Blackstone Fortress. It turns out to be the legendary spatial ability. Offending a user of spatial abilities is akin to contracting cancer. You never know from which corner he will emerge to deliver a fatal blow. Unless he can be eliminated before he fully matures. Elder brother. Luo Tianjiao gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain, using her remaining left hand to cover her severed arm, urgently shouting, Luo Fei has injured this kid's uncle. We are in a situation of no retreat. He must not leave here alive. Otherwise, my giant axe mercenary group and our Luo family will never know peace. She made a ruthless gesture across her neck with her remaining left hand. No. Luo Tianba shook his head, the madness in his eyes fading, replaced by a decisive resolution. We are no longer his opponents. He gasped for breath, feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual power, bitterly acknowledging this truth. Even if I were to risk my life and use all my trump cards under his eerie spatial abilities, I might still be counter-killed. Then what do we do? Luo Tianjiao felt despair. Are we to just watch him destroy our decades of hard work, to see him take fire? Of course not. Luo Tianba suddenly revealed a strange smile. You are fast, now go back to the city immediately to meet with the members of the three major families. Just say that a wild spatial genius has been discovered here at Blackstone Fortress. Luo Tianjiao was taken aback, then quickly understood her elder brother's intention. An uncontrollable wild spatial genius means what for the high-ranking families of Tianhai City? It is not a surprise but a threat. Either they will recruit him, or destroy him. With the ruthlessness shown by Lu Chen today, would he willingly be recruited? The answer is evident. But, elder brother, looking at that kid, he won't let me leave easily. Don't worry. Luo Tianba was confident. After the recent confrontation, I can see it clearly. That azure demon has absurd attack and defense, but his speed is lacking. With your speed from your abilities, as long as you create distance, he won't be able to catch up with you. Moreover, Luo Tianba took a deep breath, tightening his remaining right hand around the giant axe formed from spiritual power, a tremendous aura erupting as he stood in front of Luo Tianjiao. I will hold him off. Go! With a loud shout, Luo Tianjiao no longer hesitated. She knew that remaining here would only be a burden. The only way to break this deadlock now is to call for reinforcements. She glared hatefully at Lu Chen and turned into a puff of black smoke, fleeing towards Tianhai City at her fastest speed. Kid, so what if you have spatial abilities? Luo Tianba looked at Lu Chen and laughed out loud. Once the forces of the three major families arrive, no matter how powerful your methods, you won't escape. Inside Susanoo, Lu Chen watched the fleeing black smoke, and then glanced at Luo Tianba, blocking his path, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Lacking speed. Laughable, he had no intention of chasing. He raised Susanoo's left arm as countless azure particles of spiritual power began to gather flesh, melting away, reforming into a skeleton, and rapidly stretching and morphing. In the blink of an eye, an ancient-looking longbow filled with streamlined beauty and a sense of power appeared in Susanoo. On the bow's body, intricate patterns flickered, emanating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Then Susanoo raised his right hand and gently pulled on the bowstring. An arrow also composed of azure energy coalesced out of thin air. The moment the arrow appeared, an invisible aura of death spanned hundreds of meters, locking onto Luo Tianjiao, who was frantically fleeing. Luo Tianjiao, transforming into black smoke and moving at high speed, suddenly stiffened. A shudder originating from the depths of her soul almost caused her to tumble out of her smoky state. Elder brother. She let out a terrified and distorted scream. Luo Tianba also sensed that terrifying feeling of being locked onto. He turned back, just in time, to see Lu Chen drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. You won't get away? If you want to touch my sister, you'll have to get through me first. He poured every last bit of his remaining spiritual energy into the giant axe, transforming into a streak of light blocking the path between Susanoo and Luo Tianjiao. Seeing this, Lu Chen sneered. It's useless, my arrows are not ordinary arrows. The figure that transformed into black smoke darted frantically, tightly ensnared by an invisible target in the vision of Susanoo. Escape. In front of the dual divine might of the kaleidoscope, distance was never an issue. With a powerful scope paired with a sniper rifle, the target was locked. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and the blue demon enveloping him slowly released its right hand, which had drawn the bowstring tightly. The blue arrow, condensed with immense spiritual power, silently vanished above the bowstring. Whoosh! Mountain-splitting strike. Ro Tianba's eyes widened in shock as he frantically poured the remaining spiritual energy within him into the giant axe, transforming himself into a streak of light, accurately intercepting the arrow's trajectory. He positioned the giant axe in front of him, and a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the axe blade, attempting to defend against the arrow with his strongest move. However, what transpired left him utterly horrified. The blue arrow that should have collided with his giant axe vanished into thin air just before touching the blade, as if it had never existed. Ro Tianba's full-power mountain-splitting strike lost its target, and the terrifying energy exploded forth, crashing into the mercenaries who had miraculously survived the falling stars not far away. Captain! Captain! No! The next moment they were completely engulfed by the full-force strike. Rubble, flesh, and severed limbs mixed together and exploded outward. The previously lively corner of the ruins was instantly cleared, leaving only a massive pit and a swirling mist of blood. Meanwhile, the instigator Ro Tianba paid no heed to his subordinates who had perished unjustly. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, fixated on the empty space ahead, his mind blank. Where's the arrow? Has it disappeared? In the distance, Ro Tianjiao, transforming into black smoke and fleeing rapidly, also sensed something amiss behind her. Turning her head, she caught sight of Ro Tianba's attack missing its mark, and that arrow which had terrified her had also vanished without a trace. Her heart leaped with joy, and she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the space ahead twisted unexpectedly. A blue arrow, as if traversing dimensions, appeared out of thin air, aiming directly at her forehead. The arrow had not disappeared. It had merely entered another space, perfectly leaping over Ro Tianba's obstruction, appearing precisely before her. How bizarre. Bang! A muffled sound. Ro Tianjiao's head exploded. Red and white splattered everywhere. The blue divine arrow with unyielding momentum impaled her headless corpse, pinning it harshly against the remnants of a wall 100 meters away. The corpse twitched slightly before falling silent. Jiaomei. Seeing his sister die tragically, Ro Tianba's eyes turned crimson, rationality completely shattered, and his spiritual energy surged violently as he charged madly toward Lu Chen's Susanoo. I will make you pay for this. Lu Chen looked expressionlessly at the charging Ro Tianba, and Susanoo slowly lifted its left arm again, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. The movements flowed like water, calm and unhurried. Having suffered once, Ro Tianba no longer attempted to block. He raised the giant axe high, planning to strike Lu Chen down before he could act. Unfortunately, he was fast, but Lu Chen's arrow was faster. Whoosh! The second divine arrow was Ro Tianba's giant axe swung through empty air once more, and that arrow vanished before his eyes, only to reappear in his chest before he could react. The arrow effortlessly pierced through his chest with immense power, pinning him firmly against the rubble. Blood gushed out from the wound created by the arrow, quickly staining the debris beneath him red. Ro Tianba struggled, but found that the arrow held him firmly in place, unable to move. Susanoo slowly dissipated, and Lu Chen descended from the sky, walking step by step to stand before Ro Tianba, looking down at this once mighty lord of the outskirts. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a battered figure was thrown out from the divine space, landing heavily on the ground. It was Ro Fei. Having been tortured for a long time in the alternate space, Ro Fei had long lost his human form, emitting a foul odor on the brink of mental collapse. In his blurred vision, he saw a familiar human silhouette. Dad! Dad! Save me! Dad, save me! Ro Fei, as if grasping at a lifeline, crawled frantically toward Ro Tianba. Kill him! Quickly kill him! Tear this bastard to shreds to vent my hatred. Cough! Cough! Ro Tianba began to cough violently, with each cough bringing forth black clots of blood from his mouth. Ro Fei finally sensed something was wrong. He struggled to open his eyes, and when he saw Ro Tianba pinned against the rubble by a blue arrow, a bloody hole in his chest, and barely clinging to life, he was left dumbfounded. No. Impossible. My dad is the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group, a mid-level stage for powerhouse. Who could injure him like this? His gaze slowly shifted to the calm figure nearby. It's you. Ro Fei's voice was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You're just a lowly stage 2 waste. How could you possess? Lu Chen, uninterested in his outcry, focused on the weak Ro Tianba, getting straight to the point. Hand over the yin-yang flower, or I will kill your son. Ro Fei was instantly terrified, scrambling behind Ro Tianba. Dad, save me. I don't want to die. Heh. Ro Tianba glanced at Lu Chen, suddenly revealing a bitter smile. You want the yin-yang flower? Sure. As long as you swear to let us father and son go, I will immediately tell you where the yin-yang flower is. Otherwise, you'll never get it in your life. He understood that Lu Chen came for the yin-yang flower, and as long as he hadn't obtained it, he was safe. Lu Chen looked at Ro Fei, his eyes carrying a hint of pity. It seems your life isn't worth much in your father's eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the kaleidoscope turned gently. Puffed. Ro Fei's head flew off. His face still held a look of terror and bewilderment, but his body slumped down. In Tianhai City, in the enforcement division, deep within the dark and damp prison, a mingling stench of blood and decay pervaded the air. This was a place for housing serious offenders, each cell containing once formidable figures who had once dominated the outside world. At this moment, most of them were battered and bruised, though under the tortures they endured, even the fiercest of wolves could only tuck their tails between their legs. In the innermost corner of the prison, a figure curled up on a pile of moldy straw. It was Zheng Hai, the once dignified manager of the demon slaying hall, reduced to this state just days ago. His lavish garments had long been stripped away, replaced by filthy prison attire. His face bore bruises of various shades, and his gaze no longer held the cleverness and flattery of yesteryears, but rather a solidified resentment. Yi Rong. You filthy bitch, when I get out of here, I will definitely have my way with you before I kill you. And that little bastard named Lu Chen, I want you to watch your family die one by one before your eyes. I will turn you into a human ghoul. Just as he was consumed by rage, the heavy iron door creaked open from the outside. Several figures walked in, led by a young man dressed in a luxurious martial arts outfit. He was handsome, yet his demeanor exuded an innate arrogance. He was Tang Gui, the third young master of the Tang family. Beside him was an elderly man clad in the robes of a demon slaying hall elder, his gaunt face concealing a hint of malevolence in his eyes. Upon recognizing the elder's face, Zheng Hai's murky eyes suddenly lit up, struggling to rise from the straw pile and lunging towards the cell door. Second uncle, you finally came. Hurry, get me out of here. In these past few days, he had nearly exhausted all his savings accumulated over the years through corruption just to bribe his connections and send a distress signal to his high-ranking second uncle Zheng Qiuxing. However, Zheng Qiuxing didn't even glance at him. He merely bent forward, addressing Tang Gui with an almost humble demeanor. Young Master Tang, my incompetent nephew has offended you previously. I hope you will forgive him. Tang Gui's gaze swept over the filthy Zheng Hai, as if he were looking at inconsequential trash, before turning to the captain of the enforcement division standing beside him. Let him go. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable command. The captain of the enforcement division hesitated, steeling himself to step forward. Young Master Tang, this is likely against protocol. This individual has been ordered to be detained by the daughter of the Yi family. If we simply release him, it will be hard for us to explain. Tang Gui didn't even raise his eyelids, his voice cooling by 3 degrees. When I, Tang Gui, carry out my affairs, I need not explain myself to anyone. Finally lifting his gaze, he stared directly at the captain, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Or do you forget what the enforcement division is really about? Those words left the captain feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The Tang family was the foremost family in Tianhai City. Tang Gui's father was the very director of the enforcement division. Let alone a mere captain, even a division head would have to act with deference. If he opposed the third young master today, he would be dismissed tomorrow, and the day after his body might just float down the Kanglin River. Fear overwhelmed everything. Yes, I understand. The captain dared not speak further, quickly bowing and personally opening Zheng Hai's cell door. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Tang. Zheng Qiuxing deeply bowed to Tang Gui, then hurriedly pulled the barely escaped Zheng Hai to follow closely behind Tang Gui as they left the dark place. Upon exiting the enforcement division building, one of Tang Gui's attendants could not help but lean in and whisper, Young Master, I don't understand. For just a Zheng Hai is it worth offending the Yi family's Yi Yurong for him? Another attendant immediately slapped the back of his head, grinning obsequiously. Fool, do you think you can fathom the young master's thoughts? Zheng Hai is a useless dog, but his uncle Zheng Qiuxing is an elder of the demon-slaying hall and a powerful figure in the Zheng family. The young master is doing a favor for the Zheng family's elder. Moreover, that girl from the Yi family constantly opposes the young master. By releasing Zheng Hai, isn't it plainly irritating her? A twofold benefit. Tang Gui upon hearing this revealed a satisfied smirk, but shook his head extending 3 fingers. You are half right. Releasing Zheng Hai has 3 benefits. The 2 attendants instantly displayed an attentive expression. Tang Gui relished in this feeling of orchestrating strategies, his voice laced with a hint of self-satisfaction. First, it is naturally the favor from Zheng Qiuxing. He is a high-ranking figure in the demon-slaying hall, privy to many secrets unknown to outsiders. With this connection, it will be much easier to deal with the demon-slaying hall in the future. Secondly, Zheng Hai has made a deadly enemy of Yi Yorong, the cow of the Yi family. Zheng Qiuxing, eager to save his nephew, will definitely find a way to take revenge, letting them tear each other apart while we simply watch the show. As he spoke, he paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Do not forget who was it that caused Zheng Hai to end up here in the first place. One of the attendants suddenly realized it was Lu Chen, that useless double support who is close to Miss Su. Exactly. Tang Gui's smile grew more smug. That is the 3rd benefit. Zheng Hai has suffered greatly this time. The person he hates most besides Yi Yorong is that little brat who ruined his reputation. With Zheng Hai's temperament, the first person he will seek revenge on after coming out will be Lu Chen. The other attendant's eyes lit up. I understand. The young master specifically instructed us to have the guards treat Zheng Hai harshly. It was all for this. To ignite Zheng Hai's hatred completely, letting him vent all his fury on Yi Yorong and Lu Chen. In this way, we need not lift a finger ourselves to achieve our goals. Young master, this is truly a brilliant strategy. Compliments flowed ceaselessly, and Tang Gui accepted them with composure. A mere support character is not worthy to be his rival. To have to act personally would only soil his hands. At this moment, the earlier attendant posed another question. By the way, young master, what if that old man from the Zheng family really injures or kills Yi Yorong? What if the head of the demon-slaying hall, that reckless man, returns from the front lines and goes berserk? I've heard he's a daughter slave. If anything happens to his daughter, he might just turn the entire Tianhai city upside down. Tang Gui scoffed disdainfully. What does that have to do with us? It was Zheng Qiuxing who acted. It is Zheng Hai who committed the crime. He paused, turning to look back at the captain of the enforcement division, who had just released Zheng Hai, respectfully watching them leave. Tang Gui's eyes turned cold and ruthless as he tilted his head toward the attendant beside him. The attendant understood, his figure flashing as he instantly vanished. In the next moment, the enforcement division captain's body suddenly stiffened, a fine line of blood appearing on his neck, followed by his head rolling to the ground, his eyes still reflecting the shock and fear from before death. Tang Gui's voice floated lightly. As for how Zheng Hai got out, he killed the enforcer and escaped from prison. Haishi Fortress, once a steel cancer that plagued outside Tianhai City, now lay in ruins. The surrounding fortress structures had been leveled to the ground with broken walls and twisted steel rods, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Luo Tianba knelt on the rubble, his crimson eyes fixated on the headless corpse not far away. His mind was a blank, buzzing with chaos. This isn't right. Since Lu Chen came for the yin-yang flower, then Luo Fei must be the most crucial bargaining chip. How could he dare to tear apart the chip before securing the goods? In the novels, aren't the villains always using hostages to stall for time, and then looking for opportunities to turn the tables on the protagonist? Why has the process completely fallen apart here? Beast, you beast. The extreme anger and despair caused Luo Tianba's sanity to shatter. He suddenly leaped from the ground, a violent surge of spiritual power erupting from his body, tearing open the wound caused by the blue arrow in his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A giant axe completely composed of energy reformed in his remaining arm, exuding a terrifying pressure. Lu Chen watched him quietly, his gaze unwavering. From your appearance, it seems you've begun to understand pain a little, but my pain surpasses yours. As the words fell, Lu Chen's crimson kaleidoscope pupils locked onto Luo Tianba once more. Divine might. The invisible force of spatial power surged into action. Just as Luo Tianba was ready to fight to the death, his body suddenly stiffened. Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed, sending chills down the spine. Luo Tianba, remaining right arm bent back at a bizarre angle, then was brutally twisted off at the shoulder, blood spraying wildly. Ack! A heart-wrenching wail reverberated through the ruins as Luo Tianba fell to the ground, the energy axe dissipating with him. He couldn't comprehend how a dignified mid-stage Tier 4 powerhouse, the overlord outside the city, could fall to a mere Tier 2 student. After the excruciating pain, Luo Tianba instead became calm, a wild laugh appearing on his face, as if he had nothing to lose. Ha ha ha. You little bastard, you've killed my son. You'll never find out the location of the yin-yang flower in this lifetime. And that uncle of yours, Lu Yuan, is still lying in bed waiting for death, right? Waiting for the yin-yang flower to say, what a pity. He is destined to die. I will make all of you pay for my son and dear sister. Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly, and in his crimson pupils 3 scythe-shaped patterns began to spin rapidly. Seeing this, Luo Tianba laughed even more disdainfully. What? Do you think you can kill me with your strange eye technique? Come on. Even if I die, I will never tell you a single word. Lu Chen's lips finally curled into a cold arc. That won't be up to you. Illusion technique kaleidoscope. Suddenly a terrifying eye power surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant the wild laughter on Luo Tianba's face froze, replaced by a deathly stillness. He lay on the ground completely motionless. Lu Chen was not surprised, as the level of his Susanoo increased. His eye power had greatly improved. Controlling an injured Tier 4 powerhouse was still quite easy. Where is the yin-yang flower? Lu Chen asked from his superior position. Luo Tianba's eyes were vacant as he mechanically replied, "The ethereal ring. The ethereal ring is an extremely rare and expensive spatial artifact containing an independent small space that can store items. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary spirit artifacts." Lu Chen reached out, taking an ancient black ring from the severed finger of Luo Tianba's right arm, his spiritual power probing inside. The space within the ring was small, only about 3 or 4 cubic units, containing some spirit stones pills. At the center, a small plant entirely crimson, with petals flickering like flames, was quietly floating, exuding a scorching aura. It was indeed the yin-yang flower. Lu Chen carefully took it out and directly stored it in his divine might space. This was related to the lives of Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chun, and he could not afford to be careless. After completing all of this, he continued to question Luo Tianba. "Did you kill my Uncle Tai too? Did you send someone to injure Lu Yuan and the others?" "I need a definitive answer." Luo Tianba replied numbly, "It wasn't me. It was Lu Shiji from the Lu family who sent people to do it." Lu Renjia. The Lu family. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had naturally heard of the Lu family, one of the 3 great families in Tianhai City. Although he also bore the surname Lu, it had nothing to do with him. He was completely wild. Why did he do this? A few days ago, Lu Ren's younger brother Lu Ren died outside the city, and the last clues pointed to Lu Yuan's team. So Lu Renjia set up an ambush, planning to wipe out Lu Yuan's entire team. Lu Chen instantly understood. So that sinister man was from the Lu family. Wait, Uncle Chun used separation wind to eliminate all enemies. How did the Lu family know? Luo Tianba replied. There were survivors. One of them was a rare molting snake ability user who deceived you with his ability to feign death and shed skin. After returning, this matter was reported, and the Lu family flew into a rage, leading to the subsequent assassination plan. So that's how it was. Lu Chen's heart sank. At that time they were all at their last gasp, holding on by sheer will. After witnessing Uncle Chen's attack shred the enemies, they let their guard down, never considering that such a bizarre method as feigning death might exist. In the end, it was still carelessness. As the illusion was dispelled, Luo Tianba's gaze regained some light, but his memory remained frozen at that moment. He looked at Lu Chen, still wearing that confident expression. "I tell you, even if I die, I won't." "Then you might as well die." Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense anymore, lightly waving his right hand. Poof! Luo Tianba's head flew into the air, his face still bearing astonishment and confusion. After dealing with the culprit, Lu Chen meticulously searched through the ruins. Confirming that there were no more survivors like the molting snake, he then looted the entire inventory of the giant axe mercenary corps and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, at the top level of the Demon Slayer Hall, Yi Yurong emerged wrapped in a large bathrobe. A snow-white towel casually draped over her wet long hair, water droplets rolling down the ends, tracing along her slender neck and disappearing into the deep shadows of her bathrobe's neckline. Even the thick bathrobe could not completely conceal her extraordinary figure, nurtured by papaya milk. There was a breathtaking curvature in her movements. Barefoot, she stepped on the soft carpet, drying her hair while conversing with someone. "Yin, do you think Lu Chen will successfully obtain the yin-yang flower this time?" Yi Yurong's voice carried a lazy tone from just having bathed, with a slight upward inflection at the end. "The giant axe mercenary corps is no easy opponent. That brute Luo Tianba has experts under his command, and there are indeed a few who can fight." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Su Hanyan's cool, yet slightly uncertain voice came through. "He should be able to. Right? He's not the type to undertake uncertain tasks, and he's quite strong." Su Hanyan certainly knew that Lu Chen was strong enough to kill a peak 3rd realm expert across 2 major realms. That old man from the evil god sect was a case in point. However, the giant axe mercenary corps had been entrenched outside the city for many years, and their leader Luo Tianba was a genuine 4th realm powerhouse. She couldn't shake off her unease. "Oh." Yi Yurong's gossip radar was instantly activated, her hand halting and drying her hair, her tone becoming ambiguous. "From the sound of it, you have a lot of confidence in him." "How so?" "Have you too?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Hanyan's voice rose abruptly, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "We just spent a night together in the wild, that's all. We didn't do anything." The moment she said this, she wished she could bite her own tongue. This explanation was simply worse than no explanation at all. Yi Yurong finally couldn't hold back and laughed. "If you didn't do anything, how do you know he's strong?" "I guessed," Su Hanyan replied softly. He's just very strong." Although she had not witnessed Lu Chen kill the old man of the evil god sect, that terrifying green skeletal figure and the ability to construct a villa in an instant spoke volumes. It was enough to show that Lu Chen was extraordinary, definitely not an ordinary support type. Got it just chatting under the covers. After all, he is our longtime #1, the academic powerhouse Lu, who remains unperturbed in the face of temptation, virtuous and noble. Pure revolutionary friendship, I understand. You're wrong. On the other end of the line, Hanyan's grinding teeth were filled with exasperation. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Seeing her friend relent, Yurong switched to a comforting tone. Don't worry, that guy Lu Chen is as slippery as an eel, cleverer than a honeycomb. He's just going to fetch a yin-yang flower, not to eliminate the giant axe mercenary corps. He'll be fine. After chatting a bit more, Hanyan hung up the phone, still puffed up from Yurong's teasing. Yurong set down the communicator, smiling as she shook her head, casually tossing the towel onto the sofa, preparing to dry her hair. At that moment, a sinister voice hissing like a snake's tongue unexpectedly echoed in her luxurious and spacious suite. Miss, living in such a large room alone, don't you feel lonely at night? Yurong's movement towards the hairdryer abruptly halted. The laziness and smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling coldness. She slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. From the shadows in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a hunched figure slowly emerged. Wearing dirty, tattered prison clothes, his face was bruised, hair greasy and stuck to his scalp, exuding the unique stench of prison. Didn't expect this, did you? Miss, I'm back. After obtaining the yin-yang flower, Lu Chen wasted no time, pushing his speed to the limit, returning to the city before the night fully enveloped Tianhai City. Pushing open the door, only a dim yellow light illuminated the living room. Shenrulan sat on the sofa, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the door, and upon hearing the door open, she immediately stood up. Xiaoqin, you're back. And I'm back. Lu Chen smiled slightly, unloading the backpack from his back, and carefully taking out a jade box from inside. Walking to Shenrulan's side, he opened the box. Inside lay a small grass, entirely red, with petals flickering like flames, radiating a scorching life force. The yin-yang flower. I got it. Shenrulan looked at the spiritual medicine, her eyes instantly turning red. She reached out her hand, seeming to want to touch it, but was afraid of damaging it. Her lips moved for a long time, and after 1,000 words they finally turned into a choked thank you. Good. Good child, you've worked hard, truly hard. And you don't need to say that. Lu Chen closed the jade box, helping her sit down. I'll go check on Uncle Yuan and the others. Go ahead, go ahead. Shenrulan nodded repeatedly, wiping her eyes. Lu Chen pushed open the bedroom door, and a faint, sweet, and rancid odor greeted him. On the bed, Lu Yuan and Chun Mo were still in a coma, but their condition had worsened significantly since both of their faces were an abnormal ashen white, lips purple, and on the exposed skin small black spots. The soul-devouring corruption was rapidly consuming their vitality. Shenrulan followed him in, and seeing her husband's condition, her face was filled with worry and heartache. Lu Chen did not hesitate, once again channeling the power of the green, with 2 soft green lights injecting into the 2 of them, temporarily stabilizing their waning life force. And don't worry. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, his voice steady. The 3 main medicines, Bishin grass, dragon blood mushroom, and yin-yang flower, have all been gathered. As long as we hand them over to the pharmacist at the Demon Slayer Hall, they can concoct the antidote, and Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chun will surely awaken. Really? A glimmer of hope reignited in Shenrulan's eyes. Really? Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. He had originally planned to go to the Demon Slayer Hall early the next morning, but seeing the critical condition of the 2 on the bed, he changed his mind. Every minute of delay posed additional danger. And I'll go to the Demon Slayer Hall tonight to seek Yurong's help with the medicine. Lu Chen made his decision. So late still going? Shenrulan looked worried. How about wait until tomorrow morning? We can't wait. Lu Chen shook his head. The sooner we concoct the antidote, the sooner Uncle Yuan and the others can escape danger. Seeing his firm attitude, Shenrulan no longer insisted, only reminding him, be careful on the road. Don't worry. Lu Chen bid farewell to Shenrulan, taking the 3 main medicines, and once again pushing open the door, his figure swiftly disappearing into the dense night. It's you. Yurong's icy blue pupils suddenly constricted, her voice tinged with disbelief. The man before her, emaciated and reeking of decay, was none other than Zheng Hai, the former manager of the Demon Slayer Hall, whom she had personally dismissed and handed over to the Law Enforcement Division. What are those useless fools in the Law Enforcement Division doing? How could such scum be allowed to escape? That's right, it's me. Zheng Hai grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his bruised face making his smile appear especially sinister. His greedy gaze brazenly roamed over Yurong's body, barely covered by a bathrobe after her recent bath. That snow-white neck, the hint of depth, and the straight, well-proportioned calves revealed by the hem of the bathrobe. All were reminiscent of the strongest liquor, igniting the suppressed desires within him. How did you get in here? Yurong's voice had turned completely cold. The top level of the Demon Slayer Hall cannot be accessed without my permission. Even elders need to report it. This building is the property of the Yi family, with the security system managed by the top team in Tianhai City. The top level is a forbidden zone within a forbidden zone. Zheng Hai did not answer, merely cackling as he stepped closer to her. The aura around him was steadily rising, the spiritual energy fluctuations of a peak third-tier practitioner being unleashed without reservation. This was a hollow power forcibly augmented through drugs and dark arts, unstable in foundation, yet at this moment it carried a madness of mutual destruction. Yi Yuron's heart sank. She too was a third-tier practitioner, but she had achieved that through various heavenly materials and treasures, and had been remiss in real combat. If they truly fought, she knew very well that she was no match for this desperate Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai, what do you want? Yi Yurong retreated silently, her wrist subtly flipping as a small alarm device slipped into her palm. Zheng Hai's gaze was filled with unabashed lust and possessiveness, more enticing than any woman he had seen in brothels before. This was the young lady of the Demon Slayer Hall, the jewel of the Yi family, whom countless men in Tianhai City could only look up to. In the past, he had felt that even a glance would be sacrilegious, only able to lewdly fantasize during midnight dreams. And tonight, this exquisite beauty was about to become his plaything. What are you doing? Zheng Hai licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. He's such a perfect body, it would be a shame to just let it sit. Tonight, I will let you taste what it means to have a celestial being fall to the mortal realm. You're dreaming? Yi Yurong's eyes were filled with disgust, and she fiercely pressed the alarm device in her palm. However, the piercing alarm she had anticipated did not sound. The entire suite was shrouded in deathly silence. Zheng Hai's smile grew increasingly smug and cruel. What's wrong, young lady? Haven't you noticed anything out of the ordinary? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yurong felt a strange heat surging from deep within her body. This heat came without warning, instantly sweeping through her limbs, as if countless ants were crawling in her bones. Her breathing became rapid, and an abnormal flush appeared on her fair face, with fine beads of fragrant sweat emerging on her forehead, nose, and even her delicate collarbone. The skin beneath the bathrobe became incredibly sensitive, even the slightest friction of the fabric sent shivers down her spine. You? What have you done to me? Yi Yurong looked at Zheng Hai in disbelief, her body starting to weaken, almost unable to stand. It's nothing. Zheng Hai spread his arms wide, as if embracing his victory. I just added a little Hongwan san into the air, that's all. He greedily inhaled the increasingly sweet aroma in the air, a blend of the girl's body scent and the aphrodisiac's potency. This is a good stuff I got from the black market at a high price, colorless and odorless, specially prepared for a fiery young lady like you. Rest assured I use it often, so I've built up a resistance. Zheng Hai's gaze grew even more fervent. And you will soon come to me willingly. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Demon Slayer Hall on the first floor, Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. The late-night lobby was still brightly lit, but the noise of the day had dissipated. Mr. Lu. As soon as the receptionist Luing saw him, she immediately stood up, quickly approaching with an attitude more respectful than ever. This man had single-handedly completed 3 peak third-tier tasks within 3 days. Such achievements were unheard of in the entire history of demon slayers in Tianhai City. Is Miss Yi in? Lu Chen asked. She should be resting at this time. Luing replied somewhat awkwardly. Lu Chen thought for a moment and agreed. A wealthy woman of Yi Yurong's caliber with such well-maintained skin and figure was clearly someone who prioritized health, and likely had already entered her beauty sleep. It wouldn't be fair to drag her out of her warm bed at this hour. In that case, Lu Chen did not insist further. I need a trusted pharmacist to help concoct an antidote. It's urgent. No problem. Lu Ying immediately nodded. Miss has already instructed that any request you have will be prioritized by the Demon Slayer Hall. The pharmacist has been arranged. It's Master Zhang, the chief in the hall, who is waiting for you in the pharmacy. The efficiency was quite high. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire Yi Yurong's reliability. He followed Lu Ying to the underground pharmacy, handing the 3 main herbs and the recipe list to the white-haired master. Upon seeing the dragon blood ginseng and sunfire flower, Master Zhang's pupils constricted sharply. After confirming the recipe several times, he immediately set aside all his current work, ensuring that the potion would be completed within 2 hours. With everything arranged, Lu Ying led Lu Chen to a VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. Mr. Lu, please rest here for a moment. Tea and snacks will be delivered shortly. I will wait outside. Call me if you need anything. Lu Ying respectfully bowed, took 2 steps back, and gently Lu Chen sat alone on the soft sofa, letting out a long sigh. The antidote was being prepared, and the lives of Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chun were finally secured. Next, it was time to deal with the Lu family. Lu Shiji. Lu Chen's gaze gradually turned colder. He never instigated trouble, but since the other party had already placed a knife to his family's neck, he wouldn't hesitate. Get away, you filthy vermin. Yi Yurong mustered her last shred of willpower, her voice hoarse, yet still laced with piercing cold. The heat surging deep within her body had become molten lava, scorching her organs. Every inch of her skin felt as though it were being pierced by fine needles, delivering waves of unbearable tingling and trembling. Her eyelids were as heavy as lead. She staggered backward, her back slamming against the cold wall, barely managing to stay on her feet. That's right, I am vermin. Zheng Hai replied, not angered, but grinning with an even more twisted delight. He advanced step by step, like a connoisseur savoring a masterpiece he was about to defile completely. But young lady, soon you'll be begging this vermin. He stopped 3 paces away, refraining from closing in further, his greedy eyes feasting unashamedly on Yi Yurong's current state. Her fair, delicate face was flushed with an unnatural crimson, fine beads of fragrant sweat trickling from her temples, dampening the strands of hair there. Her loose bathrobe, soaked through with perspiration, clung tightly to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves with startling clarity. Despair for the first time seized Yi Yurong's heart with such vivid intensity. She wanted to flee, but her legs had turned to jelly, and merely standing required every ounce of her strength. She wanted to strike out, but the surging spiritual energy within her had become sluggish and impossible to gather. Her cultivation at the 3rd tier was as fragile as paper against the drug's effects. My father is Yi Tiannan, the hall master of the demon-slaying hall. Yi Yurong bit her lip, trying to use her father's name as a final deterrent, hoping to scare off this madman. Ha ha ha. Zheng Hai laughed as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. If it were before, of course I'd be scared, but now. A look of intoxication spread across his face. With the Crimson One ecstasy elixir in play, and with a peerless beauty like you before me, even if the hall master himself, or even the heavenly emperor showed up, nothing would stop me. No man could resist young lady. Zheng Hai was in no hurry now. He had prepared everything thoroughly, blocked the signals in this area, and disrupted the spiritual energy fluctuations. Tonight, he would savor her slowly. He would wait until this lofty flower, utterly broken by the drug's power, blossomed on her own and came begging to him. The mere thought of the young lady who usually held herself so high and wouldn't even spare him a glance, soon crawling at his feet like a dog shedding her clothes willingly and weeping as she begged him, sent a twisted, indescribable thrill shooting from the base of Zheng Hai's spine straight to the crown of his head, making him tremble with excitement. Time ticked away second by second. Yi Yurong's defenses were crumbling bit by bit. Huh. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid and scorching hot. Her rosy lips parted slightly, unconsciously letting out faint, delicate moans. Her long, shapely legs clenched and rubbed together involuntarily, as if trying to quell the bone-deep, soul-consuming emptiness and heat surging from the marrow. Her vision began to blur, and Zheng Hai's hideous face split into countless distorted, ghostly shadows. The dam of her reason was collapsing inch by inch. She was so hot, so thirsty. She needed something to fill the void. Outside the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor of the demon-slaying hall, Lu Ing glanced at her watch. Nearly half an hour had passed. Carrying the finest tea and pastries she had prepared, she knocked gently on the door. Mr. Lu, your refreshments are ready. There was no response from within. Lu Ing knocked again, raising her voice slightly. Mr. Lu. Still silence. Her heart skipped a beat, and she tentatively pushed the door open. Inside the lounge the lights were bright, and a shallow indentation on the sofa showed where someone had been sitting, but the room was empty. Where was he? Lu Ing stood frozen for a moment, then hurried out to question the 2 guards stationed at the other end of the corridor. Did you see Mr. Lu come out? Both guards shook their heads in unison. Report Assistant Lu, we've been standing here the whole time and haven't seen anyone leave that room. Lu Ying's expression turned strange in an instant. A living person vanishing from a sealed room, just like that. Disappeared. At the top floor suite, a stifled, seductive moan escaped Yi Yurong's throat. That sound was like a switch igniting Zheng Hai's long-suppressed desire. He couldn't wait any longer. My little beauty. With an excited howl, Zheng Hai lunged like a starving tiger, arms spread wide, his filthy claws reaching straight for the breathtaking fullness beneath the bathrobe. He could already imagine how soft, how smooth, how utterly explosive those curves would feel in his palms. But just as his fingertips were about to graze that expanse of snow-white skin, divine might, an icy, merciless voice seemed to resonate directly within the depths of his soul. The space before Zheng Hai centered on his outstretched right arm warped and collapsed inward without warning, forming a rapidly spinning black vortex. With a sickening crunch, there was no time to react. Zheng Hai's entire right arm, along with half his shoulder, was instantly swallowed and severed by the bizarre spatial distortion. A blood-curdling scream, barely human, echoed through the entire suite. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and the searing agony jolted him violently from his lustful frenzy. Clutching the spurting wound where his arm had been, he stumbled back in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who's there? Show yourself. Through his furious, fearful gaze, a figure materialized like a phantom beneath the barely conscious, about-to-collapse girl, shifting from nothingness to solid form, rising slowly from the thick plush carpet, as if growing out of it. It was a tall, straight-backed young man in a crisp black combat suit. His scarlet eyes held 3 dark scythe-shaped patterns that rotated slowly, radiating the cold indifference of one looking down upon ants. Zheng Hai's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He recognized that face. You little bastard, it's you. Lu Chen raised his head slowly, his crimson gaze locking on Zheng Hai, and was just about to speak, when suddenly an astonishing wave of warmth and softness slammed into his back. It was a sensation beyond words, utterly soft, astonishingly elastic, pressing tightly against him. In the next instant, a scorching silky body wrapped around him from behind, like an octopus clinging to him desperately. The girl's natural fragrance mingled with a strange, sweet allure flooded his senses. Her warm breath ghosted across the back of his neck, tickling. Lu Chen frowned, about to channel his power to shake her off. Then in the next moment, every muscle in his body went rigid. A warm, slick sensation, something he couldn't control, gently traced across his neck, leaving a damp trail behind. The humid and slippery sensation at his neck made Lu Chen's muscles tense up in an instant. It felt like an electric current surging from his spine to the crown of his head. He froze. That scorching body continued to rub against him restlessly, its astonishing softness and elasticity clearly transmitted through the layer of battle attire, as if it aimed to melt him away. Don't lick recklessly. Oh. Lu Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse, his atoms, apple involuntarily rolling. He wanted to tear off the octopus behind him, but that body felt like it had no bones. With the slightest exertion, the other party let out a sound of unbearable moan and tightened its grip. Damn it. He should have known better than to come up. Just earlier, while waiting for the potion downstairs, he suddenly felt a familiar and malicious wave of spiritual power. It was that price-cutting demon General Zheng Hai, the former manager of the exorcism hall who had been expelled by Su Hanyan after being reported. But wasn't that guy sent to the enforcement department's prison by Yi Yorong? How could he be released so quickly? Soon Lu Chen figured out the underlying issue. Tang Gui's father was the head of the enforcement department, and Zheng Hai's second uncle was an elder of the exorcism hall. The two families were closely tied as part of the three major families. Rescuing Zheng Hai was merely a matter of a word. Moreover, Zheng Hai, filled with resentment after being punished by Yi Yorong and sent to the enforcement department, came looking for revenge the moment he was released. Yi Yorong had completely offended Zheng Hai because of her own matters. Thus, whether as a friend or in any other capacity, he could not simply stand by. Not to mention, he owed Yi Yorong a huge favor, giving him even less reason to ignore the situation. He activated his spatial phasing, penetrating through the ceiling and directly arriving at the top floor of the exorcism hall. The defensive barriers there were as if non-existent under the spatial phasing. As soon as he appeared, he saw Zheng Hai's disgusting face and his lewd hands reaching for Yi Yorong's bosom. Moreover, Yi Yorong's state was off, extremely off. Her pretty face was flushed not in a normal way, but in a way that suggested she had experienced something carrying a hint of allure. Not only that, her dazed eyes and unclear mind clearly indicated she had fallen under a spell. Seeing this, Lu Chen unhesitatingly employed his divine might, activating spatial distortion to directly sever Zheng Hai's lewd hand just before it reached its target. But now, Lu Chen finally understood what was wrong with Yi Yorong. This was not merely simple poisoning. She was clearly under the influence of the most potent spring poison. That usually lazy little demoness now resembled a cat seeking comfort, instinctively exuding an evil fire rose from his lower abdomen, surging straight to his mind. Is it you, you little beast? A roar interrupted the internal struggle within Lu Chen's mind. Zheng Hai, clutching his bleeding, severed arm, retreated with a twisted expression, pulling out a blood-colored pill from his pocket and unhesitatingly stuffing it into his mouth. Good, very good. I was originally planning to enjoy the exquisite Yi Yorong first before seeking revenge and killing your loved ones. He laughed maniacally as the flesh at the wound of his severed arm wriggled and intertwined at a visible speed, astonishingly healing within just a few breaths. I didn't expect you to come knocking at my door. Truly, you don't take the path to heaven, but instead rush into the gates of hell. Zheng Hai twisted his remaining arm, feeling the surging power within him, his face revealing a sickly fanaticism. Since everyone is here tonight, I will deal with you two dog lovers together. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged, an invisible wave radiating outward from him. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. He felt the cloyingly sweet fragrance in the air intensifying rapidly, more than tripling in concentration. The heat within him erupted violently as if doused with a ladle of boiling oil, his rational defenses teetering on the brink under the high temperature. This is the No.1 powder. Lu Chen instantly realized, gritting his teeth. No wonder the evil fire within me is so hard to control. Oh, it turns out I fell for your scheme. He thought he had awakened from some perverted gene, but it turned out to be a physical attack all along. Thankfully, he was still a pure good youth. But even the purest good youth could not withstand this kind of trial. As the drug's effects intensified, Yi Yorong completely let herself go. She hung on Lu Chen like a koala, her hands starting to wander restlessly across his chest, her warm lips lingering on his ear and neck. Every touch made Lu Chen's body tense up even more. Zheng Hai, witnessing this scene, laughed even more depravedly. Kid, look at you with your delicate skin and tender flesh. You haven't tasted a woman's charm, have you? His greedy gaze swept back and forth between Lu Chen and Yi Yorong, finally fixing on Lu Chen, uttering a sentence that made Lu Chen's stomach churn violently. No worries tonight, I will let you have a good taste of what it feels like to be loved by a man. Lu Chen's face turned completely dark. This time, is he trying to play the top in a male-male scenario? Was he from Chengdu in his past life? He couldn't be bothered to waste another word on such scum. Divine might. A fierce shout. Lu Chen's crimson eyes suddenly focused, three black scythe patterns spinning rapidly. Zheng Hai, who was inching closer with a twisted smile on his face, instantly froze in his tracks. In the next moment, the area where his head connected to his neck collapsed inward, without warning, forming a rapidly rotating black vortex. A light sound. Zheng Hai's head was twisted off by an invisible giant hand soaring into the sky, his face's depraved smile completely frozen. His eyes remained filled with the last traces of astonishment and bewilderment. This is the void. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, blood staining the expensive carpet. He probably could never have imagined that he would die at the hands of a spatial ability user. Huff. Lu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air just as he was about to set down this sweet burden. Suddenly, a soft, boneless, slippery hand traveled down his abdominal muscles, filled with curiosity and urgency, probing into an absolute, forbidden zone. And then it gently grasped. In that moment, all of Lu Chen's blood erupted, surging toward his head, and below. His mind went blank, leaving only a terrified thought raging. No. That delicate little hand, as supple as a serpent, skillfully delved in and grasped his absolute core as a man. Boom. Lu Chen's mind was instantly detonated, leaving behind a blank slate. His blood came to a halt in an instant, then surged forth with the ferocity of a tsunami, splitting into two paths, one rushing towards his crown, the other rushed towards the strategically essential territory under control. It's over. Barbecue. Is this place something you can just touch? Hot. So hot. Behind him, Yi Yorong seemed completely unaware of the life and death power. She wielded her fiery body, instinctively writhing and rolling, babbling incoherently. Give me. Hurry up. Give you a hammer. If this continues, forget about detoxifying. He might end up being the one to pay the price here. Lu Chen, cautiously, as if disarming a bomb that could explode at any moment, slowly moved that troublesome little hand away from the forbidden zone. The evil fire within him, catalyzed by Zheng Hai's supercharged boost before his death, was already on the verge of going out of control. He no longer hesitated, abruptly picking up Yi Yorong, who was still climbing on him, and taking a few steps to the disheveled bed, throwing her onto it. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face, flushed and charming due to the effects of the drug, Lu Chen took a deep breath, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. Would escape silent binding technique. Swish, swish, swish. Several green vines shot forth from his hands, accurately wrapping around Yi Yorong's limbs and slender waist, binding her firmly in a cross position on the soft bed. This was something he obtained on his way to the giant axe mercenary corps, casually killing a few cunning third-realm pig demons to exchange for system points. Originally intended to bind enemies, he never expected that this would be his first real combat application, and in such a shameful manner. Bound, Yi Yorong struggled a couple of times, but found the vines to be incredibly resilient, unable to budge. All she could emit were bone-chilling whimpers, her ice-blue eyes clouded with helplessness and desire fixated. That gaze was even more lethal than before. All right, here you go, LZ. Lu Chen felt another corner of his rational defenses crumble. He no longer looked at her, quickly stripping off the combat uniform top that had long been soaked with sweat and clung uncomfortably to his body, revealing his strong and well-defined upper body. Then he walked to the bedside and leaned down. Half an hour later, Lu Chen put on his clothes again, exhaling a breath that carried a faint sweet scent, the abnormal flush on his face completely fading, replaced by a sense of relief after indulgence. I feel truly refreshed. He stretched his limbs, feeling as if he had been revitalized. The entire process was also a means for him to release pent-up energy and detox. He glanced at the bed. Yi Yorong had fallen into a deep sleep, her breathing steady, the flush on her pretty face fading, restoring her porcelain-like fair and delicate skin, though a trace of crystalline tears lingered at the corner of her eyes, adding a touch of pity. Confirming she was no longer in danger, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This place was not suitable for staying long. If she woke up and saw this mess and herself tied to the bed, it would be quite the spectacle. Given that little demoness temperament, he would probably never be able to wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He walked to Zheng Hai's headless corpse, his gaze turning cold, and aimed his right hand at the body, activating divine might. A distorted vortex appeared out of thin air, instantly sucking in Zheng Hai's corpse, along with its unblinking head disappearing without a trace. After finishing all this, he took one last look at the sleeping Yi Yorong, his figure flickering, activating his phasing ability, silently penetrating the ceiling and leaving the top suite filled with an alluring atmosphere. Demon Slayer Hall's second-floor VIP lounge. The door was gently pushed open. Lu Ying was anxiously pacing back and forth, and upon seeing Lu Chen's figure, it was as if she saw a savior, quickly rushing over. Mr. Lu, where have you been? Just now when I came in to bring tea and snacks, I found you missing, which startled me. Had some personal matters to attend to. Lu Chen said without changing his expression. Lu Ying noticed that although he looked calm, there seemed to be a trace of fine sweat on his forehead, and his clothes appeared somewhat wrinkled. However, she dared not think too much or ask further, as this person was directly assigned by the young lady, and a bit of mysterious behavior was normal. Is the potion ready? Lu Chen asked directly. It's ready. It's ready. Lu Ying, as if awakening from a dream, nodded repeatedly. Master Zhang said he fulfilled his duty and has completed it. He'll take you to collect it right away. In the potion room, Lu Chen took a constant temperature jade bottle from the still excited Master Zhang. Inside the bottle, a clear emerald green liquid flowed quietly, exuding a rich life force. Thank you, Master. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude, not pausing for a moment, turning to walk out. The life-saving antidote was in hand, not a second could be wasted. At 4 a.m, Lu Chen quietly returned home. The lights in the living room were still on, and Shen Rulin was leaning on the sofa, seemingly having fallen asleep, while waiting with only a thin blanket draped over her. Lu Chen walked softly, placing the jade bottle on the table, then picked up the blanket from the other end of the sofa and gently covered his aunt. Perhaps his movement startled Shen Rulin. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Little Chen, you're back. Seeing Lu Chen, a smile of relief immediately appeared on her fatigued face. Is it ready? It's ready, Auntie. Lu Chen held up the jade bottle from the table, presenting it to her, speaking gently. This is the antidote. Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chen are saved. You should go rest now and leave the rest to me. All right. Shen Rulin looked at the bottle of medicine, her eyes instantly reddening, nodding repeatedly, struggling to stand up, reminding him. Don't tire yourself too much, or call me if you need anything. Lu Chen went to Lu Yuan and Chen Mo's bedroom. Both were still in a deep sleep, but the black spots on their bodies had already spread to their necks, and their breathing had weakened, clearly indicating that the soul-eating corruption had reached its final explosive point. Lu Chen hesitated no more, immediately stepping forward, carefully lifting Lu Yuan and slowly feeding the emerald green liquid into his mouth. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged beside the bed, placing his hands on the back of Lu Yuan and Shen Mo. The vast and pure power of the Qingmu, like a gentle stream, continuously flowed into the two of them, assisting them in refining the medicinal power. Outside the window, the sky was transitioning from the deepest ink to the pale light of dawn. The earth gradually awakened, and a ray of morning light broke the silence of the night. The morning light pierced through the clouds, casting a warm golden hue over the old bedroom. Lu Chen exhaled a long sigh, slowly retracting his hands that had been pressed against Lu Yuan and Chen Mo's backs. The vast and pure force of the green wood was nearly exhausted, his face as pale as paper, with fine beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. Almost simultaneously, two faint breaths on the bed suddenly grew heavy and powerful. Cough. Cough. Lu Yuan suddenly sat up, coughing violently, but instead of the foul black blood from yesterday, what came out was clear saliva. He looked blankly at his hands, feeling the warm, flowing spiritual power within him, his face filled with disbelief. Did my poison get cured? On the other side, Chen Mo had also awakened. He moved his stiff neck, and the black spots on his body were visibly fading, leaving only faint marks. Xiao Chen. Shen Rulin heard the commotion and rushed in with a bowl of hot porridge. Upon seeing her husband and Chen Mo safe and sound, tears instantly streamed down her face. But she didn't tend to her husband first. Instead, she rushed to support the swaying Lu Chen. You child, why is your face so white? Have you overused your abilities again? Her voice was filled with concern and reproach. And I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. You still say that? Lu Yuan looked at Lu Chen's pale face, his eyes reddening. This nephew whom he had watched grow up had unknowingly become a man capable of supporting them. He stepped off the bed silent, only extending his broad palm to pat Lu Chen's shoulder heavily. Everything was understood without words. All right, stop standing around. Shen Rulin wiped her tears and forcefully pressed Lu Chen into a chair. Xiao Chen, you need to rest. I will go make you soup. Old Chen, you too, as well, having just recovered from a serious illness, hurry and lie back in bed. Under her unyielding command, Lu Chen was ushered back to his own room. He almost collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move even a finger. After the fierce battle last night, followed by detoxifying Yi Yorong, and then a sleepless night activating the greenwood power to alleviate the severe poison for his uncles, he felt waves of soul-deep fatigue, even with his current physique. System, open my panel. He silently thought. A blue light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Chen Realm early second stage ability green would shrank transformed into would escape spiritual I shrank transformed into dual divine might currently mastered techniques. I techniques divine might void LV. 1 divine might strangulation LV. 1 divine might space LV. 1 Susanoo LV. 2 would escape 4 pillars family, would escape silent binding technique effect branches extend to bind the enemy's body, leaving the bound individual completely immobile and only able to remain silent. Note host, please do not use it for strange binding play. System points 50. Seeing the note with the system's sarcasm about would escape, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitches. What does strange binding play mean? Isn't that a desperate measure in an urgent situation? He steadied his mind and began to calmly review. Zheng Hai was dead, and the body had been thoroughly dealt with by divine might. Even if the Zheng family elder from the demon-slaying hall wanted revenge, he would only focus on the prison break matter, unable to trace it back to himself. Currently, the only visible enemy left was the Lu family. Lu Shiji was suppressed by Mayor Su Dingfang within the city, too afraid to act recklessly. But once he left the city, he would inevitably face the enemy's overwhelming retaliation. Still too weak, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Whether it was void strangulation space or the newly unlocked would escape, they all remained at LV. 1. His offensive capabilities overly relied on divine might. Once exposed, there would be endless consequences. The would escape ninjutsu was pitifully scarce, serving no other purpose than binding enemies. Aside from restraining enemies, he had no other offensive techniques. With the martial arts examination approaching, the boast he made to Director Zhao Qian of the Imperial Capital Martial University still echoed in his ears. He had to quickly raise his strength. He'll sleep for a while, then head out of the city to grind for monsters. Determined, Lu Chen felt his eyelids grow heavy, lying back on the bed and instantly falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City at the top of the demon-slaying hall, Yi Yurong woke up amidst softness. Sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling window, bathing her in warmth. She slowly opened her eyes, her ice blue gaze briefly flashing with confusion, then suddenly sat up, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The messy bed still held a faint, lingering scent of intimacy in the air. She looked down at herself. The bathrobe was intact, and there were no unusual marks on her skin. Memories surged like a tide. Zheng Hai's menacing face, the nauseating red wand, He Huan Sen, the despair of her body being burned by the flames of desire. And in the final moment before her impending doom, that figure appearing out of nowhere, tearing apart all darkness. Kawaii. A clear yet slightly lazy male voice seemed to cross time and space, resonating. Immediately following was the image of Zheng Hai's lecherous hand being severed by an invisible force. Was it him who saved me? Yi Yurong's heart raced wildly. She vividly remembered the powerful, yet subtle spatial fluctuation that had appeared in the room at that moment. A mysterious spatial-type powerhouse had descended like a divine soldier in her direst moment, rescuing her. Moreover, given her situation at the time, he actually did not take advantage of her plight. An image of a powerful, handsome, as imagined, perfectly built, also imagined, and most importantly, a morally upright, mysterious hero instantly took root in Yi Yurong's heart. Isn't he my destined one? She excitedly grabbed her phone, dialing Su Hanyan's number without a second thought. Beep. Hello, Yurong. On the other end of the line, Su Hanyan's slightly hurried breathing was heard, accompanied by the sound of fists and feet slicing through the air. Yin, you aren't training again, are you? You training maniac. Yi Yurong couldn't help but complain. The martial arts exam is approaching, we can't slack off. Su Hanyan's voice was steady. Looking for me so early? Did something happen? Something big happened. Yi Yurong opened her mouth, her voice tinged with tears. I was almost attacked last night. She recounted the events of last night, where Zheng Hai broke out of prison, infiltrated, and ambushed her, her words filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. On the other end of the phone, Su Hanyan fell silent. Even the steady breaths from training came to an abrupt halt. After a moment, a bone-chilling, palpable killing intent came through the receiver, causing Yi Yurong to shiver. Zheng Hai, where's he now? He's dead. Yi Yurong's tone shifted from fear to excitement and shyness. Just when he was about to succeed, my destined prince appeared. Then she exaggeratedly described the perfect scenario in her mind where a hero rescued her, as if a divine being had descended. She emphasized the other person's cool remark, kawaii, and his noble character of not taking advantage of her. He is definitely a peerless master hidden in Tianhai City. Yin, I think I'm in love. I've decided I will marry no one but him. Su Hanyan. Silence filled the top floor of the Demon Slayer Hall this morning. After a full half-minute, Su Hanyan calmly analyzed in a tone akin to caring for a mentally challenged child. Bobo, wake up. A man who can remain indifferent in the face of you under the effects of He Huan Sen has only two possibilities. First, he is a South Tong. Second, he is a functionally impaired old man. Impossible. Yi Yurong retorted without a second thought, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice lowered. Absolutely impossible. I may have been dazed at the time, but I seem to have touched something big and strong and very powerful. He could not possibly be an old man. As for being a South Tong, that's even less likely. She defended with confidence, as if she held the truth of the universe. He treated me that way afterward. How could he be a South Tong? Su Hanyan was taken aback. What did he do to you? He tied me to the bed. On the bed. And then. Yi Yurong recalled the scene of being tied to the bed in an extremely shameful position, with vines, her cheeks burning even more. Then he did OXX to me. Think about it, a normal man facing me in such a situation would definitely be gentle. Only a domineering strong man who enjoys a bit of stimulation would help me detox in that manner. This shows that he has feelings for me too. He just restrained himself. Su Hanyan was completely dumbfounded. What kind of wolfish words were these? Was her best friend's thought process kicked by a beast in that secret realm? Moreover, he is also a spatial type. Yi Yurong added the most crucial point. Is there anyone in Tianhai City who has awakened the spatial type? None. This indicates that he is low-key. A powerful, handsome, good-natured man who understands humility. What more could one ask for in a perfect boyfriend? Spatial type. Su Hanyan's tone finally showed a hint of genuine change. Such a rare top-tier ability, indeed no one in Tianhai City was known to have awakened it. Exactly. Yi Yurong became even more convinced of her guess. She leaped up from the bed filled with unprecedented vigor. He must be secretly protecting me, only appearing when I am in the greatest danger. Yin, you are right. Oh, I can't be a slacker anymore. What if I encounter danger again, and he isn't there? I must strive to cultivate. He is bound to become the strongest being in this world, and I must become a woman worthy. On the other end of the phone, Su Hanyan's feelings were extremely complicated. As long as you are happy. And to remember him, I even thought of a move. She mimicked the tone of that clear and lazy voice in her memory, raised her fair hand, aimed at a red apple on the table not far away, focused her gaze, and shouted dramatically, "Kawaii." As soon as the words fell, a strange scene unfolded. The air around the apple seemed to be forcefully compressed inward by an invisible power. With a soft puff, the plump apple was instantly crushed into a pool of mushy fruit puree juice, splattering everywhere. Yi Yurong stared blankly at her hand, then at the pool of fruit puree. Her ice blue eyes first expressed shock, then were filled with endless awe and joy. So awesome. So cool. Yin, I'm going to find you to cultivate together right now. Wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yurong rushed to the cloakroom in a hurry. When Lu Chen woke up, the sky outside was already tinged with orange. After sleeping deeply, the fatigue in his soul was swept away, leaving only a sense of refreshing comfort. "Little Chen, are you awake? Come eat." Shen Ruolin came out of the kitchen with the last dish, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. At the dining table, Lu Yuan and Chen Mo were already seated. Although their complexions were still pale, their eyes were bright, and their breathing steady. Aside from being slightly weak, they were otherwise fine. The steaming food, the warm light, and the three most important people in his life were all safely sitting here. A warm current flowed through Lu Chen's heart. This is what he is willing to risk his life to protect, the warmth of human existence. "Uncle Yuan, Uncle Chen, how do you feel?" Lu Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. "Better than ever." Shen Mo grinned, though his smile carried a hint of bitterness. "It's just a pity about Taiju." As soon as Lu Taiju was mentioned, the atmosphere at the dining table became heavy. Lu Yuan silently picked up a piece of meat for Lu Chen, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Little Chen this time." "Thank you. We're family, no need to mention this." Lu Chen shook his head, looking at the two elders. He asked the question that had been lingering in his heart. What exactly happened that day at Qingmao Mountain? "We were originally hunting the latest stage ironback violent bear on the outskirts of Qingmao Mountain, and the mission began smoothly. Just as we were preparing to return, 5 people suddenly charged out. Without a word, they began to kill anyone in sight." Lu Yuan's voice was very low. The leading man was a 4th-tier powerhouse, and beside him, there was someone. Lu Yuan paused and looked towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the lead, his teeth chattering as he said, "He was one of those who escaped at the time killed by my Li Renfeng. I don't know what happened, but that guy stood before us alive again." Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He knew who Chen Mo was referring to. That guy who awakened the shedding scale serpent ability. At that time outside the city, he escaped disaster by shedding his serpent skin like a golden cicada escaping its shell. We were all stunned at the time. Lu Yuan continued, his voice carrying a deep weariness. The enemy came prepared. We fought while retreating, and Lao Tai, in order to cover us, had his energy shield shattered time and again until finally he was pierced through the heart by that leading 4th-tier man. Lu Yuan's fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his knuckles turning white. We fought desperately to escape, but unexpectedly on the way back to Tianhai City, we were ambushed again by the giant axe mercenary corps. We were already heavily injured, and in a moment of carelessness we fell victim to their soul-devouring corruption. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with regret and self-blame. "It's all my fault. If I had confirmed the kill on that guy back then, if I had been more vigilant, Lao Tai wouldn't have died. It's all my fault." He slammed his fist on the solid wood dining table, causing the bowls and chopsticks to rattle. This usually taciturn man had red-rimmed eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "It's not your fault, Lao Mo." Lu Yuan patted his shoulder, his voice hoarse. "It's that group of beasts who were too vicious. We were caught off guard. As of now, we still don't know the background of the enemy or who instructed them." Lu Chen listened quietly, not interrupting. He picked up a piece of green vegetable and slowly chewed it. He didn't tell the two elders about the incident involving Lu Shiji and Zheng Qiuxing. The Lu family and the Zheng family were the true titans of Tianhai City. Uncle Yuan and Uncle Chen have just recovered from serious illnesses. Knowing the truth would only add to their psychological burden. Some burdens he could bear alone. "Uncle Yuan, Uncle Chen," Lu Chen put down his chopsticks, his tone calm and authoritative. "You both stay home to recuperate well, and don't go anywhere. It's chaotic outside the city now. That group might still be looking for you." Lu Yuan sighed and nodded. I know in our current state going out would be suicidal. Once our injuries heal and our strength recovers, I will definitely seek revenge for Lao Tai. After finishing his meal, Lu Chen found an excuse and left the house. Walking on the somewhat dilapidated streets of the old town, the cold morning wind blew past, and the warmth in Lu Chen's eyes instantly faded, replaced by an extreme coldness. The giant axe mercenary core has been completely uprooted. The flame sunflower is in hand, and Uncle Yuan's poison has been cured. Next it will be the turn of the Lu family and the Zheng family. But before that he needed to make a trip to the demon-slaying hall. He would find that little black magic girl to inquire about the recent activities in the city, and also check on the developments regarding Zheng Hai's escape. Tianhai City Demon-Slaying Hall. Yi Yurong changed into a sharp black combat outfit, perfectly accentuating her impressive figure. She stretched and yawned as she walked down the stairs, preparing to find her friend Su Hanyan for a bit of sparring. As soon as she reached the first floor hall, she sensed something was off. The usually orderly task hall was now in complete disarray. Hundreds of demon slayers gathered, whispering to each other, their expressions filled with uncontainable shock and panic. Have you heard? Haishi Fortress is gone. Nonsense. That's the base of the giant axe mercenary core. Who could possibly destroy it? It's true. This morning the city guard went on patrol and found that the entire Haishi Fortress had turned to ruins. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and not a single intact brick was left. What about Luo Tianba? He's a powerful fourth-tier fighter. He's dead. Completely dead. I heard he was twisted into a pretzel with no traces of resistance, and there were terrifying spatial distortion waves remaining at the scene. Yi Yurong's steps faltered, her sleepiness instantly vanishing. She quickly walked to the front desk and grabbed Lu Ying, who was sorting through documents. What's going on? What's all the commotion about in the hall? Lu Ying, seeing it was the young lady, quickly lowered her voice, her tone equally filled with shock, reporting to the young lady, something big has happened. Last night the giant axe mercenary corps was exterminated. The leader Luo Tianba along with dozens of corps members were all brutally killed at Haishi Fortress. Yi Yurong gasped in shock. The giant axe mercenary corps was exterminated. That was the #1 mercenary corps outside Tianhai City, a ruthless faction backed by fourth-tier experts. Normally even the city guard wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. How could they be uprooted overnight? Could it be that the three major families intervened? Impossible. The giant axe mercenary corps was secretly raised by the three major families to do their dirty work outside the city. A dog biting a dog wouldn't go this far. Since it wasn't the three major families, who could it be that struck? She mentally reviewed all the 4th and 5th tier experts in Tianhai City, but came up empty. Have they found out who did it? Yi Yurong asked with a frown. Lu Ying shook her head. The city guard has sealed off the scene, but according to internal reports there were no signs of a large-scale battle at the scene. Luo Tianba was killed with a single strike and what? And there were traces of extremely rare spatial ability fluctuations at the scene. Many people speculate that the one behind it is a top-tier spatial expert hiding in Tianhai City. Spatial ability. Yi Yurong's mind buzzed as she instantly recalled the mysterious man who saved her in the bathroom last night, who had killed Zheng Hai with a single phrase, kawaii. Spatial distortion. A single strike kill. Everything adds up. It must be him. Yi Yurong's icy blue eyes burst with an unusual brilliance, her heart racing uncontrollably. Other than her elusive, perfect boyfriend, there was no one else in all of Tianhai City who could be a spatial expert. Thinking of this, Yi Yurong's lips curled into a proud arc. No wonder he is the man I chose, a decisive in killing with unfathomable strength. It's good to kill scum like Luo Tianba. Speaking of Luo Tianba, Yi Yurong suddenly thought of Lu Chen, that second-tier assistant who boasted about going to find Luo Tianba for the flame sunflower. By the way, Lu Ying, is there any news from Lu Chen? Yi Yurong casually asked. He went out of the city yesterday to find the flame sunflower. He didn't die in Haishi Fortress, did he? Lu Ying paused for a moment, then her expression turned extremely strange. Miss, I was just about to report this to you. Last night, Mr. Lu Chen visited the demon-slaying hall, but you were already resting, so I didn't dare to disturb. What did he come for? Yi Yurong was taken aback, her drowsiness fading significantly. He brought the yin-yang flower and the dragon blood herb. Lu Ying swallowed, nervously forcing down the tremor in her voice. He gathered the 3 main ingredients and had Master Zhang prepare the antidote overnight. As the words fell, the suite fell into a deathly silence. Yi Yurong was completely stunned, and for the first time the emotion of bewilderment surfaced in her lazy ice-blue eyes. Lu Chen not only returned alive from the Blackstone Fortress, but also obtained the yin-yang flower. How did he manage that? A later-stage second-tier support type obtaining life-saving medicine from a mid-stage 4th-tier mercenary leader who could pierce a heart with a single shot. This was more absurd than believing her proud assets would depreciate in value. Could it be? Yi Yurong's mind was flooded with an absurd thought. Did Lu Chen kill Luo Tianba and destroy the giant axe mercenary corps? No, that thought was immediately extinguished by her own resolve. Absolutely impossible. The chasm between the 2nd and 4th tiers is a vast divide, a gulf of qualitative change in spiritual power. Even if that kid Lu Chen was so abnormal that he could single-handedly tackle third-tier monsters, it would be utterly impossible for him to slay a battle-hardened mid-stage fourth-tier powerhouse. Moreover, the news from the city guards was clear. The scene retained terrifying spatial energy fluctuations. Yi Yurong had almost worn out Lu Chen's file, with dual-level abilities Green Wood and Spirit I, one for healing, one for exploration, neither of which had anything to do with spatial abilities. Wait. Spatial abilities. A one-hit kill. Yin-Yang Flower. It was as if a flash of lightning surged through Yi Yurong's mind, linking all the clues together. She suddenly slapped her own perky bottom, producing a crisp sound, her face revealing a look of enlightenment. I understand. It must be this way. She excitedly turned around in place and analyzed to herself. It must be that my dear went to the Blackstone Fortress to clear the field, looking down on someone like Luo Tianba. So, with a single move of Kamui, he took him out. As a result, this kid Lu Chen ended up picking up a huge opportunity. The more Yi Yurong thought about it, the more perfect this logic seemed, with all contradictions explained. She couldn't help but pout, feeling a strange sourness. This guy is just too lucky to stumble into such a situation. Getting a yin-yang flower for free, what a huge relief this must be. Watching the young lady flail about, sometimes excited, sometimes frustrated, muttering something about deer, and picking up opportunities, Lu Ying felt her worldview was being shaken, her heart racing. Is the young lady infatuated? Miss, are you all right? She tentatively asked. I'm fine, I'm in great spirits. Yi Yurong waved her hand, feeling quite pleased. You can go now, I'll call for you if needed. Once Lu Ying left, Yi Yurong immediately grabbed her phone, skillfully dialing a number, her face unable to contain a mischievous smile. The call connected quickly. Hey Hanyan, I have a shocking scoop, do you want to hear it? On the other end, Hanyan's cool voice came through. If you tell me you've grown another cup, I'm hanging up. PSH, so vulgar. Yi Yurong scoffed, then lowered her voice, speaking in a tone as if sharing top secret gossip. Of course not. It's something truly explosive. About your Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was standing in the hall of the Demon Slayer. He intended to ask Yi Yurong about the follow-up of Zheng Hai's prison break and inquire about the happenings in the city, but he was informed that Yi Yurong was not present. Lu Chen shrugged and was about to leave the city to grind some points when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed a principal named Zhao. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Lu Chen, do you have time? Come to school. Lu Chen, I do. Since the awakening ceremony, this principal hadn't contacted him. Now suddenly summoning him, it was likely related to the upcoming martial arts examination. The first place in the martial arts examination is crucial for a significant amount of cultivation resources and eligibility to enter a top martial arts university, which is vital for him. It seems the plan for training outside the city would have to be postponed. 20 minutes later, at Tianhai No.1 middle school principal's office, Lu Chen pushed the door open and a faint aroma of tea mixed with the scent of old books greeted him. In the office, besides Principal Zhao Dehan, who was standing by the window with a serious expression, there was a boy in No.2 middle school uniform. The boy was tall and handsome, but a lingering air of teenage arrogance hung between his brows. Holding a long sword in its sheath, he appeared like a sword unsheathed, radiating sharpness. Lu Chen recognized him, Jia Ziaha, the level ability user swordman in the rain, who was the focal point during the awakening ceremony. His aura was dense, having reached the peak of the first tier, just a step away from the second tier. Noticing someone enter, Jia Ziaha glanced at Lu Chen, and his eyes instantly turned disdainful when he saw the plain support-type badge on Lu Chen's chest. You're here. Zhao Dehan turned around, his face so serious it could squeeze out water. Have a seat. He pointed to the sofa side. I called you here for something very important and urgent to announce. Zhao Dehan's gaze swept over the two, his tone heavy. Just 3 days ago at the border battlefield between humans and the demon tribe in the operation codenamed Jinyu, we suffered a defeat. The guardian of the Tianyuan defense line, the Heavenly General, has fallen. Boom. This news hit like a bombshell. Even Jia Ziahao's usually proud face showed astonishment. The Heavenly General. He is one of the top 8th-tier powerhouses of the human race, a true giant suppressing the fortune of a nation. Lu Chen's gaze also slightly tightened. Though he was not well-versed in these high-level secrets, he understood what the fall of an 8th-tier powerhouse meant for him. To quickly replenish fresh blood and discover true top-tier geniuses, the higher-ups have urgently modified this year's martial arts examination rules. The atmosphere in the office instantly became oppressive to the extreme. Zhao Dehai looked at Jia Xiaohai, then at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with helplessness. You should be aware of the gap between our second high school and first high school, as well as third high school. This time our opponent is unprecedentedly strong. First high school has the mayor's daughter Su Hanyan, with strength flame of destruction. The third young master of the Tang family, Tang Gui, has a rank titanic bear. Then there's Yi Yurong, the daughter of the Zhan Yao Hall, with a rank divine power. Besides that, third high school has also sent out a genius of a rank and a top rank from the Zheng and Lu families this year. With each name Zhao Dehai mentioned, the proud face of Jia Xiaohai grew more serious. These names are thunderous, a mountain pressing down on all peers in Tianhai City. So, Zhao Dehai took a deep breath, his gaze burning as he looked at the two. I hope you two can form a team to represent our second high school and compete for these 3 spots. Xiaohai as the main attacker, Lu Chen as the support. Together you might have a chance to defeat teams from other schools and break into the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohai scoffed and directly refused. Principal, I don't need support. He gently caressed the long sword in his arms, his gaze proud, carrying a unique, youthful arrogance. My path, Xiaohai, is the invincible sword path. With the sword in my hand, even without support, I can still make it into the top 3. Zhao Dahai's face instantly turned red, his beard bristled with anger ready to explode, but Lu Chen's calm voice interrupted. Principal, I also refuse. Zhao Dahai was taken aback and turned to Lu Chen, his face filled with disbelief. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, casual in posture, but firm in tone. I prefer to work alone. Upon hearing this, the office fell silent again. Zhao Dahai was completely dumbfounded. Jia Xiaohai had offensive abilities which made sense for him to go solo, but you're a support type, can you really manage that? Yet he quickly recalled the extraordinary event on the day of awakening. Perhaps this kid's support abilities were indeed different from others. Jia Xiaohai raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Lu Chen's words. He turned back, scrutinizing this seemingly ordinary support classmate for the first time. In those eyes there was not a trace of jest, only pure tranquility, as if declaring a fact. Jia Xiaohai retracted his disdain, a hint of appreciation curving at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. For a support type to possess such courage, I acknowledge you. As I meet my peers based solely on this bravery, I would call you the strongest. Lu Chen. This kid certainly has some issues. Does he think he is Wang Wenwang? Zhao Dahai looked at the 2 stubborn individuals in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. He held his forehead and waved his hand weakly. Fine, do as you wish. Truly their wings have hardened. He took out 2 jade bottles from the drawer and tossed them to the 2. This is the 2nd grade breaking pill, the last resource the school can provide you with. Tomorrow morning gather at the school gate for the trial. Now get out of here, seeing you all is annoying. Lu Chen received the pills, thanked him, and turned to leave without any hesitation. Jia Xiaohai nodded at him, as well holding his sword, and leaving coolly. Only Zhao Dahai remained in the office, fuming and muttering to himself. Damn, one pretentious than the other, almost catching up to my old self from back in the day. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, in the private training room. Su Hanyan, you cheated. No fire allowed. You were the one who charged in first. Bobo, take your hands off. Don't think being well endowed gives you the right to do as you please. 2 stunning figures were entangled and rolling in the spacious training ground, sweating profusely. Su Hanyan wore a tight red training outfit that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure, surrounded by a faint flame aura. Yi Yurong wore an even cooler white sports tank top and shorts, her snow-white skin gleaming alluringly under the sheen of sweat. The 2 were wrestling, their fair arms and slender legs intertwined, the ample curves pressed into breathtaking shapes beneath the tight training outfits. If this enchanting scene were to be seen by outsiders, they would probably nosebleed on the spot. After some playful wrestling, the 2 finally separated, gasping for breath, lying on the floor in a big shape. Bobo, Su Hanyan turned her head, urgency lacing her cool voice. Did Lu Chen really get the flame sun? Yin, you don't believe me. Yi Yurong pouted, full of pride. Do you think this super invincible Bobo would? She flipped over, lying on the ground, propping her chin with her hands like a lazy kitten. Last night, he personally went to the Zhang Yao Hall to procure the medicine. Even Master Zhang was startled. And that timing, Yi Yurong recalled casually, was roughly when I was attacked by that bastard Zheng Hai. Unintentionally, Su Hanyan's beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed, sitting up from the ground in an instant. She seized a crucial point. You mean to say that when Zheng Hai attempted to do something to you, Lu Chen just happened to appear at the Zhang Yao Hall? Exactly. Yi Yurong nodded. What's wrong? Su Hanyan's breath quickened slightly, staring at Yi Yurong, articulating every word. Lu Chen needs the flame sunflower. He must go to the Blackstone Fortress to find the giant axe mercenary group. And just when he went to the Blackstone Fortress, your destined prince had already used spatial abilities to eliminate Luo Tianba at the Blackstone Fortress. Then Lu Chen returned that night with the flame sunflower to the Zhang Yao Hall to concoct the medicine, while your destined prince also at almost the same time and place used the same spatial abilities to save you. Bobo, don't you think this is too coincidental? A series of questions struck like thunder in Yi Yurong's mind. The lazy smile on her face froze instantly, her ice blue pupils suddenly constricted. Yes? How could it be so coincidental? An absurd thought that even she found ridiculous uncontrollably emerged. You mean to say the one who killed Luo Tianba was Lu Chen, and the one who saved me last night was also Lu Chen? As soon as this thought emerged, Yi Yurong vigorously shook her head to extinguish it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She quickly retorted. Lu Chen is a double-class ability user with Qingmu and Lingyan, 1 for healing and 1 for exploration. The Blackstone Fortress and my suite both clearly retain the energy fluctuations of the space attribute. Are you trying to say that your Lu Chen is actually a triple class, having awakened 3 abilities? Yi Yurong placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Su Hanyan with the indignation of a territory-invaded creature. Yin, I never expected you to be such a love-struck fool. To bring your Lu Chen closer to my space, Overlord, you've started to imagine all sorts of things. You can rest assured. She patted her proud chest with great force, producing a muffled sound, and then solemnly declared, I Yi Yurong swear that I will never compete with you for Lu Chen in this lifetime. Absolutely not. I only love my space, Overlord. I will not marry anyone else in this life. Su Hanyan. Having been completely immunized to Yi Yurong's constant references to your Lu Chen, she had no strength left to refute. Sighing, she lay back down on the floor, gazing at the brightly lit ceiling of the training room. She murmured, Then I wish you find your space, Overlord, soon. Of course. Yi Yurong huffed proudly. Then like a boneless snake she slithered over and said in a coaxing tone, Get up, let's continue training. For the sake of my destined partner, I need to become stronger. I can't let him think I'm just a vase. Su Hanyan closed her eyes, unwilling to respond. Oh no. Yi Yurong exaggeratedly cried out. Yin, I can't take it anymore. My shoulders ache so much and my waist hurts too. I really want to find a handsome guy proficient in wood-type healing to massage me. While saying this, she stole glances at Su Hanyan's reaction from the corner of her eye. Su Hanyan, yet in her mind those words kept echoing. Space, attribute. Healing. Exploration. Blackstone Fortress. The top level of the Demon Slayer Palace. One coincidence after another connected, forming a clue chain that made her heart race. What if? What if it really is him? Once this thought took root, it spread like a rampant vine, becoming impossible to suppress. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived once again at the Demon Slayer Palace. He temporarily buried the enmity regarding Lu Yuan and Chun Mo's ambush deep within his heart. He would never forget the death of Uncle Tai too. But for now his strength was insufficient to confront the century-old families of Tianhai City Heathen. Acting rashly would only alarm the snake, potentially putting his uncle and aunt in danger. The urgent task was to enhance his strength. Good morning, Mr. Lu Chen. Lu Ying had long been waiting at the exclusive VIP counter. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she immediately revealed a professional and respectful smile. After the shocking triple kill transfer last time, the way people looked at Lu Chen had changed from initial shock to almost reverent admiration. She had almost become Lu Chen's exclusive liaison at the Demon Slayer Palace, a direct order from Miss Yi Yurong. Dispose of these items. Lu Chen succinctly replied, dumping a pile of spoils from the giant axe mercenary core treasury from his backpack. Demon crystals, rare, or some unnamed herbs, and even a few well-crafted spiritual weapons. Lu Ying looked at the mountain-like pile of items on the counter, her eyelids twitching, but she quickly entered work mode, beginning to count and estimate. Lu Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the counter, pulling out a completely black ring intricately carved with elaborate. This one is not for sale. This is the void ring of Luo Tianba, extremely useful to him. The divine space is his greatest trump card and cannot be easily exposed. In the future, when retrieving items, he could use the void ring as cover, placing important items in the divine space, while unimportant ones could be kept in the void ring enough to confuse others. All right, Mr. Lu Chen. Lu Ying nodded respectfully. Half an hour later, after counting was completed, Mr. Lu Chen, after deducting the handling fee, the total comes to 187,000. Lu Ying reported a figure. The entire wealth of a fourth-tier mercenary leader plus the accumulation of the treasury was indeed worth this price. Lu Chen nodded and transferred the money into his account. Additionally, help me reserve a high-grade training room, the best kind. The best Tian-grade training room. Lu Ying confirmed the Tian-grade training room is inscribed with gathering spirit and calming arrays, which can triple the training speed and help the practitioner to focus and calm down. The cost is 1,000 per hour. 100,000 per hour is an astronomical price. However, Lu Ying added, Miss has instructed that all your expenses at the Demon Slayer Palace enjoy the highest privilege of a 50 discount. Then he'll reserve it for 2 hours first. Lu Chen said without hesitation. Tomorrow is the final trial before the martial arts examination. He must seize every moment to adjust himself to peak condition. Under Lu Ying's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at the training area located underground in the Demon Slayer Palace. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a wave of pure spiritual energy, almost liquefied, surged towards him, causing every pore in his body to involuntarily expand. The Tian-grade training room is approximately 50 square meters, with the floor and walls engraved with profound golden patterns, and in the center is a meditation cushion. Mr. Lu Chen, please, and should you need anything, simply press this call bell. Lu Ying bowed and retreated the alloy door, closing once more, isolating all sounds from the outside. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, taking a deep breath as the rich spiritual energy poured into his limbs and bones, refreshing his spirit. Tomorrow is the trial. Besides having a performance match with Su Hanyan, I must secure a top 3 finish. He pondered in his heart. The agreement with Zhao Qian from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is to achieve first place in the Talented Heroes competition in Tianhai province to gain access to SS-level genius resources. Before that, entering the top 3 in Tianhai City and obtaining the qualification to advance to the provincial city is the first hurdle that must be crossed. Otherwise all is mere talk. It has been a few days since breaking through to early second tier. It is time to advance further. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he took out 2 items from his pocket. One was the jade vial given by Principal Zhao Dehai containing a second-tier breaking realm pill the size of a longan, completely pearly white. The other was a second-tier wood-type demon crystal found in the giant axe mercenary core treasury of a higher quality than the ones he used for his previous breakthrough. Clutching the wood-type demon crystal in his palm. Buzz. The spirit gathering array was fully activated, and the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into visible white mist frantically converging towards Lu Chen, forming an inverted vortex of spiritual energy. Lu Chen closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the mat, as the spiritual power within him circulated autonomously. The wood escape power surged forth, transforming into a faint green light that completely enveloped the second-tier wood-type demon crystal in his palm. With the experience gained from the last breakthrough, this time the absorption was undoubtedly more adept. The powerful inclusiveness and refining ability of wood escape were fully displayed, as the violent wood attribute energy within the demon crystal was easily tamed and continuously flowed into his dantian. An hour later, the light of the demon crystal faded, transforming into a handful of gray-white powder that slipped through his fingers. At this moment, the spiritual power within Lu Chen's dantian was at its peak, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the invisible barrier to the mid-second tier. He did not pause, taking out a small white jade bottle from his bosom and tossed the second-tier breaking boundary pill, which was entirely luminous and exuded a faint pill fragrance, into his mouth. The pill melted upon entry. A gentle yet immense surge of medicinal power flowed through his entire body like a torrent, bringing a wave of tingling warmth. The previously saturated dantian, under the forced infusion of this pure medicinal power, expanded once again, and the surface of the spiritual power liquid surged dramatically to unprecedented heights. Now is the time. Boom! A deafening roar resounded in Lu Chen's mind. The barrier, which seemed unbreakable to ordinary awakeners, shattered instantly under the dual ferocious impact of the demon crystal and the pill, not lasting even a second. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration spread throughout his body. He had reached the mid-second tier. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a faint green glint flashing briefly in his deep gaze. He raised his hand into a fist, feeling the powerful force surging within him, and a confident smile involuntarily crept across his lips. With his current reserve of spiritual power, if he were to face someone like Luo Tianba again, even without using the god power, which was a BU-level ability, he could thoroughly crush him with the fully upgraded second-tier Susanoo. Lu Chen stood up, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, causing a ripple of spiritual power in the atmosphere. Next, let's test how strong my current power is. His right eye's kaleidoscope pattern began to rotate slowly, a hint of chilling danger emanating from the crimson light. It's also time to test the new god power technique. The reason the Heaven Grade training room is valued at 100,000 per hour is not only due to the spirit gathering array and the meditation array, but also because it connects to the highest level virtual combat system of the Demon Slayer Hall. In here, various levels and types of demon beasts can be simulated for practical training, with data being 100% accurate, making it an excellent place to enhance combat experience. Lu Chen closed his eyes, immersing his mind into the system. Virtual combat activated. Please set your opponent. Peak of the third tier, Three-Eyed Wind Wolf King. As soon as the words fell, the scene before him instantly transformed, and he found himself standing in a vast virtual wasteland. Whoa! A fierce wolf howl reverberated through the sky. A gigantic wolf comparable in size to a truck with silvery white fur and a closed vertical eye on its forehead suddenly appeared, bringing a gust of bloody wind. It was an old friend he had hunted in the wild before. Facing the lightning-fast assault of the Three-Eyed Wind Wolf King, Lu Chen remained unfazed, not even moving a step. Void! The Wolf King's sharp claws carrying a tearing wind passed directly through his body, without causing. After dodging the attack, Lu Chen did not use Susanoo or God Power as he usually would. Those techniques he had already mastered to perfection. What he intended to practice today was a new technique. The massive black cube that descended from the sky and flattened the impregnable Blackstone fortress in one hit. Lu Chen's right eye kaleidoscope spun rapidly, consuming its power at an unprecedented speed. A dark spatial vortex appeared in the void before him, followed by a huge black cube being forcibly squeezed out from the vortex. The cube was entirely black, its surface as smooth as a mirror, yet emanating a heavy and lifeless aura capable of crushing spirits. It was one of the mysterious constructs suspended in the God Power space with an extremely high density and indestructibility. Imagine on a rapidly changing battlefield when a ton-weighted supercube suddenly shoots towards your face from the opponent's eyes. Who could possibly react in time? This is the same principle as Abido using the God Power space to launch shuriken and would escape. Moreover, the release speed is even faster than the God Power strangulation technique, which requires a brief lock-on. God Power Raging Prison. Lu Chen uttered 4 words. The enormous black cube carrying the momentum to annihilate everything smashed down towards the three-eyed Wind Wolf King, who had just missed its attack and was unable to exert force in midair. It was almost instantaneous. For the first time, fear and dazedness showed in the fierce eyes of the three-eyed Wind Wolf King. It didn't even have time to react. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire virtual wasteland. The colossal black cube pressed the three-eyed Wind Wolf King beneath it, causing the ground to crack open like a spider's web. When Lu Chen retracted the God Power Raging Prison, only a deep pit remained along with a puddle of completely unrecognizable flesh. The power was impressive. Lu Chen looked at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. If only killing virtual demon beasts could earn points too. Host, what are you dreaming of? A familiar sarcastic voice from the system echoed in his mind. Why don't you say that breathing could earn points as well? Should I just give you points directly? That would be fine. Oh, I wouldn't mind. Lu Chen replied casually. How, you wouldn't even know how to use them if I gave them to you? With your current physique, even if I gave you 10 trillion points, would you dare to upgrade Susanoo to its complete form? You drain your spiritual power in a second, turning yourself into a dry corpse, the first host to die from an overabundance of power. This system cannot take the blame. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with it. He was just speaking casually. If he could really earn points by farming virtual monsters with his diligence, he could crash the virtual system in less than a day. He concentrated, resetting his opponent. Initial stage of the 4th tier, three-eyed Wind Wolf King. A flash of light appeared, revealing an even larger and more terrifying Wolf King. However, the outcome remained unchanged. God Power Raging Prison. Boom! Yet another pile of fresh flesh was created. It's too brutal. Lu Chen stroked his chin in evaluation. High damage, rapid speed, and surprise attack. The only drawback is the consumption is too great. Those last 2 strikes nearly drained a third of his spiritual power. If only it could be a bit smaller. He gazed at the massive black cube hovering before him like a small mountain, lost in thought. If I could shrink it, reduce the volume, while maintaining the mass, increasing the density and penetrating power, then combined with the speed of God Power and the characteristics of voiding. TSK. He thought it and did it. For the next few hours, Lu Chen was completely immersed in testing his new ideas. He continuously attempted to control the size and shape of the constructs taken from the God Power space, from the initially huge cube to later a black sphere the size of a human head. The floor of the virtual combat room was littered with various forms of three-eyed Wind Wolf King carcasses. Lu Chen looked at his training results, displaying a satisfied smile. Next up is tomorrow's 3-school trial. At dawn in the old district at the Lu family dining table, Shenrulan slid a perfectly fried egg with crispy edges into Lu Chen's bowl and ladled him a generous serving of bone broth. Eat up, today's a big day. Shenrulan's eyes were full of concern, her apron still on. Once you're at the exam, don't be a hero. If you can't win a fight, just hide behind the others. You're a support. Running fast isn't shameful. Lu Chen took a big bite of rice and mumbled a response. Across the table, Lu Yuan and Shin Mo were looking much better. With the devouring soul corruption poison fully suppressed by the verdant would power, the two of them no longer had to lie in bed waiting for death. Lu Yuan looked at his neatly dressed nephew, a flicker of regret in his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. If my bones weren't still on the mend, I'd be there today to cheer you on in person. Lu Yuan slapped his thigh and turned to Chen Mo. Old Chen, don't you think? Chen Mo nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Our Xiao Chun is a doubles genius. Even if he's a support, he's a one-eo vacant presence in Tianhai City. At that, the atmosphere at the table suddenly fell quiet for a moment. Lu Yuan picked up his cup, his gaze going distant, and his voice dropped. Old Tai used to say that when your martial exam day came, head order a tomater-tall glowing sign that said Lu Chen is the best, and carry it to the exam grounds to cheer you on. Lu Chen's hand holding his chopsticks tightened abruptly. Uncle Tai, that rough man who always brought him trinkets from his trips outside the city, the elder who always laughed and said he couldn't wait to see him get into a top-tier martial academy. He had died on Qingmao Mountain. No remains were found. Sensing the shift in mood, Lu Yuan quickly reached out and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Don't dwell on it. Just focus on the exam. Old Tai's watching from above. Seeing you succeed will make him happier than anyone. Lu Chen lowered his gaze, drained the last of the soup from his bowl, and set down his chopsticks. I know, uncle. His tone was calm, but only he knew the murderous intent seething beneath that calm. Without strength, he couldn't protect his family, let alone himself. The giant axe mercenary group was just the beginning. The hidden mastermind who had sent Luo Tianba to ambush Lu Yuan's squad, he would not let a single one of them escape. Ding. Abnormal emotional fluctuation detected in the host. The weak have no right to choose, they are only chosen. Suggestion: the host should shelve that cheap sentimentality. This system does not provide tissues. Killing a few more demon beasts will serve you better than playing the tragic protagonist. Lu Chen sneered inwardly. This damn system was as insufferable as ever. Still, there was some truth in its harsh words. After breakfast, Lu Chen pushed open the front door. The weather was gloomy with thick clouds pressing down over Tianhai City, and even the wind carried a hint of killing intent. Lu Chen tightened his backpack and strode toward the end of the street. For this trial, he had to secure a top 3 finish and earn the qualification for the Genius Showdown in the provincial capital. Not just for the SS-grade resources promised by Zhao Qian from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, but also to not let his family down. At Tianhai No.1 High School, the Grand Sports Ground. It was still half an hour before the assembly time, but the field was already buzzing with noise. The seniors had traded their usual uniforms for battle suits armed with swords, spears, and all manner of weapons. Everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming tri-school trial. Did you hear? The rules changed this time. We're going head-to-head with No.1 and No.3. Head-to-head. How are we supposed to beat No.1? They've got Hanyan with her Shrank-burning Heaven Flame Tangue with a rank Titan Bear, and Yi Yorong, the little princess of the Demon Slayer Hall, with her a rank Divine Force. That's a dream team of 1S and 2S. Damn, with that lineup, they could walk all over the provincial capital. No.3 isn't weak either. 2 geniuses from the 3 great families in A and B combo, a 112 setup. The chatter grew louder, and the faces of No.2 students grew longer. What about us then? As someone asked defiantly. Us. We're a double S with AB. A boy rolled his eyes. Sounds impressive, but don't forget Lu Chen's double S is Verdant Wood and Spirit Eye. He's basically a walking healer and radar. No matter how strong Jia Zaiheo's range swordsman is, can he really take on 3 people alone? Great. The title of bottom of the barrel is going to be welded to us this year. Just as a wave of pessimistic wailing washed over the field, a commotion broke out at the edge of the crowd. Lu Chen had arrived. He was wearing a form-fitting black and red combat suit. The suit, bought with money pooled by Shun Rulin and Lu Yuan, was impeccably tailored, accentuating his tall, straight frame. Tactical leg wraps hugged the muscles of his calves, and several portable tactical pouches hung at his waist. Combined with his sharply defined, somewhat cold features and his calm, unreadable black eyes, he exuded an aura of sharp, unapproachable intensity. The girls who had been complaining just moments ago were instantly captivated. So handsome. How did we never notice he had such a good body under that school uniform? I know he's a support, but he's really that cold, aloof look in his eyes. Perfect. So what if he's a support? A girl with a high ponytail slapped her thigh. As long as he's good-looking, that's all that matters. Who knows, maybe a support can even boost our attack speed and crit rate. Exactly. Oh, by the way, does anyone have Lu Chen's WeChat? A friend of mine wants it. There's no one else here. The chatter and squeals from the girls mixed together, but Lu Chen walked past it, all heading straight for the No.2 High School team assembly point. Jia Xiaohao was already there. He was in his usual Chinibyu getup, a pure white training suit, cradling his long sword, eyes closed, standing in the wind like a peerless, aloof sword master. Hearing the footsteps, Jia Xiaohao opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen ignored him, finding an empty spot to stand. At exactly 8 o'clock, Principal Zhao Dahai strode onto the stage. He had swapped his usual Zhongshan suit for a faded, old-style military green combat uniform, with a few dull demon-slaying medals pinned to his chest. The entire field fell silent. Zhao Dahai swept his gaze across the grounds, his eyes lingering for a second longer on Lu Chen and Jia Xiaohao. They'll be brief. I know what you are murmuring about, thinking that No.1 High School is strong, that No.3 High School is fierce, and that you are just here to run alongside them. Nonsense. Zhao Dahai roared, causing the ears of the students in the front row to ring. I, Zhao Dahai, have taught abilities for so many years, and I only believe in one principle: there are no useless abilities, only useless ability users. Even if it is just a piece of grass, if you sharpen it enough, you can still pierce a cow. The students below were stunned by this statement, their breathing becoming heavy. Zhao Dahai took a deep breath, and on his originally stern and rigid face there suddenly appeared an extreme fervor and a wild smile. He let out one final rallying cry to all the teachers and students. One last thing. Everyone give it your all, and take down those little bastards from No.1 and No.3 High School. Let's go. A group of them boarded the bus and quickly arrived at a vast forest area outside the city that had been temporarily cordoned off. This is the exclusive training ground of the law enforcement department of Tianhai City. High-voltage electric fences surrounded the periphery, and every 50 meters an armed enforcer stood guard, creating a tight security that not even a mosquito could enter. When the bus from No.2 High School arrived, the students from No.1 and No.3 High Schools were already assembled, clearly occupying both sides of the area. Upon seeing the students from No.2 get off the bus, the two groups cast their gazes over with a blatant mix of disdain and contempt. Oh, the bottom-tier kings have finally arrived. They are always the slowest, and this year is no exception. Lu Chen remained unfazed, leading the team from No.2 to the designated area. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Jia Xiaohai at the forefront, serving as the face of the school. Opposite them, the leaders from No.1 and No.3 High Schools were also standing at the front. From No.1 High School, 3 figures stood out. Hanyan was dressed in a striking dark red fitted combat suit today, perfectly outlining her flawless figure without a hint of excess, fat, her long legs straight and slender, exuding a sense of explosive beauty. Her high ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, and the already strikingly beautiful face added a touch of heroism at this moment. She was staring intently at Lu Chen, her beautiful phoenix eyes containing an exploration and scrutiny that Lu Chen had never seen before, as if she were trying to see right through him. Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, muttering to himself, "What does this mean? Just got here, and she wants to take me on. Even if we agreed to have a fair fight at the martial arts exam, there's no need to be this impatient." It's as if I'm some kind of unparalleled villain. What made him even more uneasy was Yi Yorong, who stood next to the young lady from the Demon Slayer Hall. Had changed from her usual lazy style today, donning a custom black and white combat suit. The upper body was a tight white tank top that perfectly showcased her stunning curves, as if it could burst the fabric's constraints at any moment. Her gaze towards Lu Chen was quite complex. There was shock, confusion, disbelief, and even a hint of shame and anger. She would glance at Lu Chen, and then suddenly lower her head, muttering to herself, not knowing what she was mumbling about. Then, as if remembering something, she shook her head vigorously, causing her chest to heave, leaving many boys around. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this girl isn't recalling what happened that night, is she? Scenes of indescribable moments flashed through his mind. What happened that night was definitely not suitable for children, even to the point where paid content could not be aired. He had used wood manipulation to bind her in a big character shape to help her physically cool down. Although he maintained a saint-like composure throughout the process, was indeed a bit too stimulating. If she finds out that person was me, the scene. Lu Chen shivered, not daring to think further. Compared to these two enigmatic women, the man beside them appeared much more normal. Tang Gui, and a class genius from No.1 High School, was a fervent admirer of Su Hanyan. Tall and handsome, he always wore a warm, gentle smile on his face, looking refined and approachable. However, Lu Chen knew that such people often concealed daggers beneath their smiles. The students from No.1 High School were evidently filled with absolute confidence in their school's lineup, looking at the students from No.2 as if they were viewing a group of clowns. That guy in black should be Lu Chen, right? The double-level support. Besides being handsome, there's nothing special. A healer and a radar with a level swordsman is this all No.2 High School has to offer this year. Truly, don't say that. What if Jia Ziyahai's sword is fast enough to go through all three? What are you dreaming about? Don't forget last year's martial arts exam, where young Master Tang beat the second place by a whopping 1,000 points, crushing the competition and breaking the records of Tianhai City. This year, with young Master Tang and the two goddesses Su and Yi here, we from No.1 are guaranteed to win. The mocking voices rose and fell. The students from No.2 flushed with anger, but found themselves unable to retort. At this moment, Lu Chen keenly sensed two hostile gazes shooting at him from another direction. He turned to look, meeting the eyes of two individuals at the forefront of the No.3 High School camp. They were two arrogant young men, one with a sinister gaze, the other with a disdainful expression, their looks directed at him, filled with unabashed, killing intent and mockery. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He could sense a similar aura from these two young men as he felt from the Lu family and the Zheng family. They must be the two geniuses the principal mentioned. However, he had never met them before. Why the immense hostility? Regarding Zheng Hai's matter, he had dealt with it cleanly with divine authority, leaving no traces behind. Could it be that there was a slip somewhere? Before he could ponder further, the murmurs from No.3 High School reached his ears. Those two from No.2 are this year's representatives. One support and one level. They've really fallen. This year our goal is No.1 and No.2 doesn't even qualify to be our warm-up dish. I heard that young Master Zheng and young Master Lu's AB combination has developed a powerful ability combination technique that can eliminate any enemy. Is that true? That's incredible. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, but just enough for everyone present to hear, clearly exuding extreme arrogance. Jia Shaohai still held onto his sword with his eyes closed, as if everything outside was irrelevant to him. Upon hearing about the combination of the Zheng and Lu families, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with understanding. Lu Chen rolled his eyes internally. Shut up, revealing our trump card now would only expose us. Once we enter the trial grounds, there will be plenty of opportunities to slowly play them to death. Compared to the ridicule from this group of clowns, he was more concerned about the commotion on the side of the third school. Why did the geniuses from the Zheng and Lu families suddenly join forces and specifically target him? He had dealt with the matter of Zheng Hai's death so thoroughly that not a trace was left behind, so it was impossible for it to lead back to him. There must be deeper interests at play or some kind of conspiracy against him. Just as the three factions were in a subtle turmoil, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, a figure clad in black and white suddenly broke away from the first school's group and walked straight towards the second school. It was Yi Yorong. Bobo, Su Hanyan called out from behind. Yi Yorong ignored her, striding forward in her battle boots, her aura fierce as she approached Lu Chen. She was half a head shorter than Lu Chen, her figure already tall and well-proportioned. At this moment, to get a better look into Lu Chen's eyes, she tilted her head slightly, and raised her face, getting so close that they were almost touching. That familiar, slightly sweet scent of a young girl mixed with the aroma of some high-end facial cleanser directly invaded Lu Chen's nostrils. In an instant, Lu Chen's mind flashed back to that night, when she had been bound in a large X shape which would release her body flushed red, causing him to stiffen instinctively. What was even more deadly was Yi Yurong's attire today. The tight-fitting white combat tank top could hardly contain her impressive assets. Due to her upward tilt, the neckline was stretched low, exposing a deep luminous white valley right beneath Lu Chen's eyelids. Too big, too dazzling. Lu Chen was a normal man, and even with strong composure facing such a level of visual impact, his gaze inevitably wandered. He turned his head away in embarrassment, forcing himself to look at the adjacent electric fence. Had this girl taken the wrong medicine today? That night's incident was something he could never admit. Bobo, what? What do you want? Lu Chen took a half step back, trying to create a safe distance. Yi Yurong relentlessly followed him half a step closer, her beautiful big eyes fixed on Lu Chen's face, her expression a mix of 3 parts scrutiny, 3 parts suspicion, and 4 parts of fluster she wasn't even aware of. Luing said you were at the hall the night before last. She lowered her voice, her tone heavily pressuring. You gathered the medicinal materials to find Master Zhang for the prescription. Is that so? Lu Chen steadied his mind, responding flawlessly. Yi Yurong sneered coldly. Luing also said you left for a while. Where did you go? Nature calls. Liar. Yi Yurong suddenly leaned in the breathtaking curve, directly colliding with Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen instinctively recoiled his hand. I checked the surveillance in the hall. Yi Yurong gritted her teeth, speaking slowly. You never left the VIP lounge, not even to the restroom in the corridor. The cameras would have definitely caught that. So, where exactly did you go? Lu Chen's scalp tingled. This little black-heart girl, usually looking lazy, was sharp as a bloodhound when investigating. How could he explain this? Should he say he used divine might to penetrate the floors to the top? If he admitted it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the first scenario, Yi Yurong remembers being exposed and touched. She would go berserk on the spot, determined to kill him to silence him. In the second scenario, Yi Yurong might see him as a lifesaver, saying, I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself, thus sticking to him. Regardless of which scenario, it would definitely be a colossal trouble. The surveillance must have short-circuited. Lu Chen maintained a poker face and pretended to be clueless. You guys at the demon-slaying hall need to replace your equipment. I really just went to the toilet and came back to grab the medicine. I don't know anything else. You. Yi Yurong was furious and wanted to keep pressing. Bobo. A cold voice interrupted this. Hanyan had approached without him noticing, grabbing Yi Yurong's wrist and pulling her back. The trial is about to begin. If there are any issues, let's discuss it after the trial. Hanyan glanced at Lu Chen and then at Yi Yurong, her eyes flashing with a hint of subtle inquiry. Students from the first and third schools had already started pointing and whispering. Yi Yurong realized the situation was inappropriate and reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Before leaving, she extended 2 fingers to point at her own eyes and then at Lu Chen. I will be watching you, continuously watching you. Watching Yi Yurong's retreating figure, Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, he said to Hanyan. No need to thank me. I just don't want you to be distracted by other matters. Hanyan remained where she was, her phoenix eyes fixed on Lu Chen, her fighting spirit blazing. Do you remember our agreement? Of course. In the upcoming trial, I hope you won't hold back and bring out your Hanyan slightly lifted her chin, her stunning face brimming with immense confidence. At the end of the trial, I will have a fair duel with you. In these past few days, with Su Dingfang's vast resources poured into her realm had firmly stabilized at the early stage of the 3rd level. More importantly, she had thoroughly refined this class ability's advanced technique, the Burning Heaven formula, to perfection. No longer the inexperienced, half-finished product, she had been back at King Mission. She was absolutely confident that this time she could rightfully defeat Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at her proud and competitive demeanor, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right. He also wanted to see if this first genius girl from Tianshui City had the real strength to compel him to use that new move he had comprehended last night. Don't be too confident, don't come crying if you lose. Lu Chen teased casually. Su Hanyan's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. Who knows who will cry? After saying that, she turned and strode back to the first school's camp. This brief intersection, seen by those around them, had completely taken on a different flavor. The first school's team was in an uproar. What the heck just happened? Did Su Xiaohua and Miss Yi take the initiative to go chat with that waste from the second school? Chat. Didn't you see Miss Yi almost stick to him? At that distance, I was afraid she might kiss him. Su Xiaohua too. That gaze, that tone, it wasn't issuing a challenge, it was clearly flirting. Why is that? Just a double S auxiliary ability. Besides being a bit handsome, what makes him comparable to our first school's geniuses? The boys were so jealous their eyes turned red and they looked at Lu Chen with murderous intent. At the forefront of this group, Tang Gui's gentle smile had completely frozen. He stared at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a sinister malice. Take death as rolls. As an grade genius from Class 1, Kamui had pursued Hanyan for many years, yet he had never received even a smile from her. How could this assistant from Class 2 lacking even combat power attract the attention of two proud women like Hanyan and Yi Yorong? Why would they even approach him to talk? Kamui felt as if someone had ruthlessly stomped on his face. A burly lackey leaned forward, his gaze fierce as he stared in the direction of Class 2, whispering, "That brat is too arrogant. Should we wait until we enter the trial grounds and find a secluded spot to teach him a lesson?" Kamui took a deep breath, forcing himself to hide the murderous intent that was nearly spilling over from his eyes. When he turned back, he donned a mask of elegance as gentle as a spring breeze. No need. He looked towards Lu Chen and slowly curled his lips into a cruel smile. The Zheng and Lu families have already made arrangements. We don't need to dirty our hands with such trash. The lackey paused for a moment before understanding and chuckling, there's nothing to gain from dealing with a dead man. Kamui adjusted the cuffs of his combat uniform, speaking nonchalantly, as if discussing an ant about to be crushed. Just then, an extremely piercing air raid siren suddenly echoed above the training ground. The high-frequency sound wave instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Following that, a deep mechanical roar came from the front of the field. The massive 20-meter-tall steel gate slowly rose under the engagement of giant gears. As the gate opened, a strong stench of blood and decay surged out from the dark depths of the mountain forest. A woo! The sounds of beastly roars erupted from the primitive jungle beyond the gate. Mixed within were violent fluctuations of spiritual power that made the students near the gate feel pain in their eardrums, their faces turning pale. The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Was that the roar of a third realm beast? This aura. It must be the bloodthirsty gorilla of the third realm, and over there that's the sound of the shadow leopard. Both are third realm beasts, vicious and powerful. Are they insane? Has the law enforcement division gone mad? They actually released third realm beasts for this trial. Most of us haven't even reached the peak of the first realm. We would avoid even a second realm beast, and facing a third realm one, there wouldn't even be a chance to escape. Is this a trial or a death sentence? Panic spread like a plague among the students. Many girls with poor mental fortitude were already shaking, and some even contemplated withdrawing from the competition. Just as the scene was about to spiral out of control, boom! A heavy armed helicopter roared down from the sky, its propellers whipping up violent winds that dispersed the dark clouds above, steadily hovering in midair. The door of the cabin was kicked open with a bang. Immediately, a dark figure leaped down directly from the helicopter, which was several dozen meters high. The figure landed heavily in the center of the field, and the hard concrete ground was instantly crushed into two deep pits, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. As the dust settled, a middle-aged man in a black uniform of the law enforcement division stood upright. His face was stern, with a jagged scar running across his left cheek, exuding a suffocating aura of blood and slaughter. "Silence!" The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice, his presence infused with powerful fourth realm spiritual pressure. Instantly, it weighed upon everyone's hearts, forcefully suppressing the discussions and panic among thousands of students. The entire field fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing became cautious. "I am the chief examiner of this joint trial of the three schools, Captain Wang Lai of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Division. I assume your principals have already explained the specific rules. I don't want to waste time, so I will emphasize 3 points. Wang Lai raised a finger, his voice as hard as iron. First, within the trial grounds, life and death are irrelevant. However, cruel slaughter is strictly prohibited, as is willful destruction of an opponent's spiritual foundation. If caught, you will be executed on the spot. Second, the trial duration is 8 hours, and the final rankings will be based on the total points you acquire on your personal identity wristbands. The method of earning points is quite simple. Wang Lai paused, his gaze sweeping over the proud scions of wealthy families in the front row. Hunting beasts, seizing points from other candidates are both acceptable. His tone slightly intensified when he spoke the words. As soon as this sentence was uttered, a faint gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Many students' expressions instantly. Those who had been standing together laughing and chatting unconsciously began to distance themselves from one another. Humans were more dangerous than beasts. This was the most brutal survival rule in the world of martial arts. Third, and the most important point, Wang Lai's expression turned extremely serious, his voice carrying through the air with the aid of spiritual power. To test your limits, we have released a peak third realm beast weakened by special drugs in the central area of the trial ground, serving as the final boss for this trial. The first team or individual to successfully kill it will directly receive a reward of 10,000 points. Furthermore, the total points for their school will be doubled. As soon as the words fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. 10,000 points. Total points doubled. This reward was simply too insane. It was enough to instantly reverse the rankings of the entire trial, even directly determining which school could secure one of the 3 remaining talent competition spots. Almost instantly, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to Hanyan and Kamui from Class 1, as well as the Cold Eye Zheng and Lu duo from Class 3. To everyone, only these two teams with their grade and a grade geniuses had the ability and qualification to challenge the peak third realm beast. As for Class 2, the crowd glanced at Lu Chen and Jia Xiaohai, who stood at the very edge. A doubles support healer and upgrade swordsman. It seemed they would be lucky just to survive, let alone face the peak third realm beast. Jia Xiaohai continued to hold his rusty iron sword, eyes closed, indifferent to the scornful gazes around him. Meanwhile, feeling the various sympathetic and mocking gazes directed at him, Lu Chen's lips slowly curled into a cold arc, unnoticed by anyone. A peak third realm beast, weakened by drugs. Lu Chen nearly burst into laughter. He had single-handedly taken down the peak third realm three-eyed wind wolf king and the peak third realm red-tailed scorpion queen and black-scaled demon crocodile, treating them like mere chickens. Now this group actually regarded a weakened bloodied boss as an insurmountable deity. However, it should yield a fair number of points. Lu Chen calculated in his heart. 10,000 points plus the doubling reward. As long as he took this beast down, securing a spot in the top 3 of Tianhai City would be as solid as a rock. Nearby, the enforcers began to swiftly move through the crowd, distributing specially designed trial wristbands to everyone. The wristbands have a life sign monitoring and positioning system. Wang Lai observed the ignited fighting spirit and greed of the students below, nodding in satisfaction. In case of life-threatening danger, press the red button on the wristband and nearby enforcers will rush to rescue you. However, pressing the button means you forfeit and your points will reset to 0. The wristbands were fastened. The steel gate had fully risen, revealing the dark and deep primitive jungle behind. Wang Lai waved his hand, and the aura of a fourth realm expert erupted. All candidates prepare to enter the trial ground. Remember, the weak have no right to choose. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The tone of this captain was eerily similar to that of the ruthless system in his mind. The trial officially begins. At the command of Chief Examiner Wang Lai, the entire Enforcement Division training ground erupted into a frenzy. Before the colossal steel gate, 5 massive passageways had already been thrown open. In that instant, all the examinees plunged into a wild scramble. Faces flushed, their spiritual energy flickered and interwove as they surged desperately towards the 5 gates. 1 step ahead meant 100 steps ahead. In this timed point-based trial, whoever entered the primeval jungle first could harvest the low-tier demon beasts before anyone else. Lu Chen will be waiting for you inside. Hanyan cast one last deep glance at Lu Chen before she departed. Her flame-attributed spiritual energy danced with a slight tremor. With a step, she shot into the central passageway like a nimble fire phoenix. Tang Gui watched her go, a shadow of gloom passing over his face as he and his formidable followers trailed behind. Zheng Kuang, the prodigy of the Third High, and Lu Xian of the Lu family also charged in with sneers, their murderous intent barely concealed. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of examinees poured through the gates like a flood, leaving the once crowded training ground utterly deserted. But Lu Chen did not move. He stood still, hands in his pockets, and instead of advancing, he calmly observed the figure beside him. Yi Rong stood with her arms crossed, the striking curves of her figure accentuated by the tight, white tank top she wore. She stared straight at Lu Chen, her combat boots tapping lightly on the ground in an idle rhythm, her posture clearly conveying a "you don't move, I don't move" stance. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, a silent sense of helplessness washing over him. He genuinely couldn't afford to provoke this sly little witch who hid her true nature behind a sweet facade. He had planned to wait for everyone to leave, then slip into the jungle alone from a different direction to quietly reap the rewards. Who knew she would be so persistent? Miss Yi, the people from First High have nearly torn the forest apart. Aren't you going to go in and grab some points? Lu Chen let out a helpless sigh. Yi Rong raised her delicate chin slightly and gave a lazy hum. I don't care about those points today. I just want to see if you can really ascend to the heavens while answering nature's call. The two remained locked in a standoff, staring at each other. High above, inside a heavy-armed helicopter, Wang Lai's brows furrowed deeply. Watching these two stubborn holdouts below, especially Lu Chen's infuriatingly slow demeanor, the veins on his forehead throbbed involuntarily. You two, the final candidates. You have 3 seconds. If you don't enter the trial grounds immediately, your qualifications will be revoked. Tianhai City has no need for cowards who dare not even face the trial's threshold. Get in there. Lu Chen rubbed his nose, thinking, well, this captain does have a fiery temper. He glanced at Yi Rong, realizing he wouldn't be able to shake off this persistent tagalong today. She had been grilling him outside, clearly piecing together all the details, and now she intended to stay glued to his side to force him into revealing something. All right, I concede to you. Lu Chen had no other choice. He took a step forward, heading towards the class passageway on the far left. Seeing him finally move, Yi Rong curled her lips into a sly fox-like smile. She stepped forward in her combat boots, following closely at his heels. Their figures vanished into the dim, primeval jungle. According to the Enforcement Division's intel, the trial grounds were divided into 4 zones from the outside in DCB and A. The outer zone was filled with first-tier demon beasts, with their strength increasing further inward. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the dense undergrowth, the surrounding light dimmed. The soil beneath his feet was mixed with decaying leaves, and the air carried a faint metallic scent of blood. Coo coo coo. Before he had taken 2 more steps, a nearby bush burst apart. A grotesque bird, massive in size and covered in tumor-like blobs of fat, flapped its wings and charged out. A first-tier demon beast, the meatball chicken. Though low-ranked, this beast was notoriously troublesome for ordinary first-tier examinees due to its thick layer of fat providing hefty defense and its ability to self-destruct and release a potent toxin when near death. The meatball chicken's scarlet eyes locked onto Lu Chen, its corpulent body quivering violently as it prepared to lunge. Lu Chen's gaze remained calm as he readied himself to act. However, at that very moment, Kamui, a crisp yet deliberately exaggerated shout suddenly rang out beside. The voice was unmistakably Yi Yurong's. Lu Chen froze on the spot, his hand, which had been about to rise. Boom. Before Lu Chen could even react, the charging meatball chicken seemed to be caught by a colossal invisible void hand. It didn't even have a chance to screech. Its massive obese form abruptly collapsed inward, then violently exploded in a muffled blast. Shreds of flesh, entrails, and viscous green blood sprayed through the air, but were deflected by an invisible barrier, not a drop touching the two of them. A one-hit kill. But Lu Chen's mind was reeling too much to appreciate the spectacular finish. His mind went blank with a loud buzz. How could Yi Yurong possibly know the word Kamui? In the Naruto lore, the Japanese pronunciation for Kamui was Kamui. That night on the top floor of the demon-slaying tower, when he had used Kamui to instantly sever Zheng Hai's arm for the sake of his Chinibu tendencies. No, for the sake of intimidation, he had indeed muttered the word. Could it be that Yi Yurong, in her delirious state that night, had managed to firmly memorize those 2 words? Lu Chen slowly turned his head, stiffly looking at Yi Yurong. She was looking back at him. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with cunning and pride, and a playful smile curved at her lips like a cat that had caught a mouse. She even deliberately tilted her head, as if waiting for his reaction. Beep beep. The faint sound from the wristband shattered the silence. Name: Lu Chen. School: Tianhai No.1 Middle School. Score: 0 points. Ranking: 2000. Name: Yi Yurong. School: Tianhai No.1 Middle School. Score: 66 points. Ranking: 999. What are you looking at? This young lady has made a brilliant start. Impressive, right? Yi Yurong clapped her hands, her tone full of provocation. Lu Chen forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Impressive, miss. Yes, divine illusion ability is becoming more and more extraordinary, but what was that slogan you shouted just now? What slogan? Yi Yurong narrowed her beautiful eyes, snorting coldly. That's called momentum. If you don't understand, don't criticize. I think it's quite catchy. Lu Chen's heart alarm bells rang. This girl was definitely testing him. As long as he showed any unusual familiarity with the term kawaii or revealed a flaw, she would immediately catch. What a troublesome white lotus. Lu Chen turned around silently, continuing deeper into the forest. Since you like to steal, then steal to your heart's content. After all, his main target today was the weakened peak-level boss inside, and he truly looked down on these low-scoring trash monsters outside. However, reality proved that he had underestimated Yi Yurong's clinginess. Roar. Suddenly, 2 shadowy cat demons of the late First Realm sprang from the thick ancient tree ahead. Their bodies were pitch black, and their claws glimmered with a ghostly green light in the dark woods. The 2 cat demons were extremely cunning, one to the left and one to the right, moving silently toward Lu Chen's neck under the cover of the tree trunk. Lu Chen's right eye twitched, the scarlet light barely restrained. Before his kaleidoscope Sharingan could reach, bang! Another 2 dull sounds of void rupture echoed. The 2 cat demons, still midair, twisted grotesquely into a shape like a twisted dough. Then under the immense pressure, their innards shattered, turning into 2 piles of rotten flesh that fell to the ground. Lu Chen turned his face somewhat stiffly. Yi Yurong was elegantly retracting her fair hand, even blowing lightly on her fingertips, looking at him with a provocative gaze. Beep beep. Yi Yurong's wristband score jumped again, directly increasing by more than 100 points. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's wristband still displayed a glaring 0. On their journey ahead, the level area became Yi Yurong's personal showcase. Regardless of whether it was the camouflaging leaf snake or the powerful wild boar, any monster that appeared within Lu Chen's line of sight would be instantly crushed by Yi Yurong's divine illusion ability before he could even step forward. The overwhelming dominance of the 3rd-tier divine illusion ability. No need to form seals, no need to charge up, just think and kill. This woman, who usually couldn't be bothered to move, was fiercer than anyone when she took action. Lu Chen became a mere tourist on a spring outing, only enjoying the scenery, not even touching a single hair of a monster. Half an hour passed. Lu Chen was still at 0 points, his ranking dropped to the very bottom. He irritably raised his wrist and opened the real-time leaderboard on his wristband. First place, Hanyan Tianhai No.1 Middle School, score 3,400 points. Second place, Kamui Tianhai No.1 Middle School, score 2,800 points. Third place, Zhengquang Tianhai No.3 Middle School, score 2,500 points. Fourth place, Lu Chen Tianhai No. 3 middle school score 2300 points. 5th place Jia Xiaoho Tianhai No.2 middle school score 1900 points. Last place, Lu Chen Tianhai No.2 middle school score 0 points. Looking at the string of geniuses above who had already rushed into the clevel or even level areas to rack up points, and then, at his glaring 0, Lu Chen's anger could no longer be contained. The students from No.1 middle school were pushing forward madly, and those 2 murderous guys from No.3 middle school were probably looking for opportunities to trap him. Although he didn't care about these low-tier points, if this little witch kept this up, he wouldn't even be able to enter the central area. Lu Chen suddenly stopped, turned around, and his face darkened completely. Bobo, what exactly do you want to do it? Lu Chen gritted his teeth, calling her by name. Seeing him finally lose his temper, Yi Yurong smiled, even more happily. She took 2 steps toward Lu Chen, slightly tilting her exquisitely beautiful face. The bright white at her collar gently swayed with her breath, her tone carrying a hint of innocence and unmistakable. What am I doing? This young lady is helping you rack up points. You're a support-type healer. Do you expect to do it all by yourself? You've already killed the monsters. How can I make a move? Lu Chen stared at her. Yi Yurong blinked, her big watery eyes flashing with an exceedingly dangerous light. She leaned closer again, close enough for Lu Chen to feel her warm breath. Then go ahead and show me what you can do. She was trying to force Lu Chen to use his spatial abilities. Lu Chen's gaze inevitably swept across that deep ravine. The tight white tank top couldn't hide her impressive assets. Rather, the proximity amplified the visual impact exponentially. He quickly averted his gaze. Instincts are instincts. This is not the time to admire the view. If you want to see me act, that's fine. Lu Chen's tone was firm. But for the monsters behind you are responsible for controlling or weakening them. I will do the finishing blow. Otherwise you can stop following me. Yi Yurong was taken aback for a moment, crossing her arms, pushing her 2 ample assets even more exaggeratedly together. You want me to be your free assistant? Yi Yurong laughed. So are we doing this or not? Lu Chen did not back down, directly turning to leave. You want the horse to run but won't give it grass. Who would want to do that? Yi Yurong dragged out her words, sadly pulling Lu Chen's arm. The soft jade-like warmth pressed against him, and Lu Chen's arm clearly felt the amazing elasticity and softness. Yi Yurong kicked at the fallen leaves on the ground, tilting her head with a sly glint in her eyes. I can agree, from now on I will be responsible for controlling the monsters, and you will kill them. However, after the trial ends you must honestly answer me one question, no lying. Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons, and nodded. Deal. Alright, from now on you will do the finishing blows. Yi Yurong snapped her fingers with satisfaction, releasing Lu Chen's arm. Let's go, handsome, we are heading to the clevel area. In his mind the system prompt sounded on time. Ding. Detected that the host is living off soft rice, making a 3rd-tier top genius do the hard work of controlling monsters while only taking the finishing blows. Truly just like you. Lu Chen ignored the system's sarcastic comments. With Yi Yurong's powerful control, his score would definitely double, and he wouldn't have to reveal his trump card too early. The 2 crossed the boundary of the level area and officially entered the clevel area. The surrounding light dimmed several degrees. The originally spacious forest path was covered by dense, thorny vines. A strong smell of decay permeated the air. Even the chaotic chirping of insects outside had vanished. It was eerily quiet. Just as Lu Chen pulled out the tactical dagger from his waist, the treetops above shook violently, and a massive shadow, accompanied by a piercing wind howl, suddenly smashed down toward the 2. It was a creature entirely covered in black, resembling a giant African lizard, but with spines protruding from its back. A mid-stage spine-back dragon from the 2nd realm. This type of monster excels in speed and ambush. Its scales are incredibly tough, making it impossible for an ordinary 2nd-tier ability user to break through its defenses. If it were any ordinary 2nd-tier candidate facing this deadly ambush from above, they would likely not even have time to react before being severely injured by its massive body. This is the cruelty of the trials. Monsters will never give you a fair chance to duel. Yet Lu Chen remained standing in place, not even lifting his eyelids. He knew someone would take action. Sure enough. Another one of those blind creatures. Yi Yurong didn't even turn her head, merely letting out a frustrated huff. Yet her languid voice carried an undeniable dominance. Kawaii. Once again it was this slogan that made Lu Chen's scalp tingle. Puff. In midair, the ferocious spine-back dragon's enormous body seemed to collide with an invisible wall, coming to a sudden halt. Immediately after, an irresistible and terrifying force pressed in from all directions, causing its hard scales to shatter inch by inch, emitting a chilling creaking sound. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before being crushed into a twisted mass of flesh by this strange force, its innards ruptured and blood spraying wildly. But it did not die immediately. Yi Yurong's control was extremely precise. She withdrew her power just as it reached the brink of death. That massive bloodied lump of flesh lost its support and fell heavily to the ground before Lu Chen, gasping for its last breath. Lu Chen smiled as he stepped forward, his tactical dagger cleanly slicing through the spine-back dragon's neck, ending its suffering. Kill midstage spine-back dragon, gain system points 50. At the same time, the wristband emitted a faint notification sound. Kill midstage spine-back dragon, gain trial points, 500 points. Name Lu Chen School, Tianhai No.1 High School points, 250 points, rank, 1888. Name Yi Yurong School, Tianhai No.1 High School points, 1000 points, rank, 188. The rankings finally changed. Lu Chen glanced at his wristband and couldn't help but admit that Yi Yurong's divine illusion power ability was incredibly useful. Formless and intangible, it arrived with just a thought. In comparison, his divine might choke had greater power, but required visual lock and a brief charge, making it far less versatile and hard to defend against than hers. This unpredictable and sudden method of attack oddly matched her white to black persona. So how is it? My assistance is quite competent, isn't it? Yi Yurong placed her hands behind her back, slightly puffing out her chest, causing her stunning curves to stretch the white tank top, making it dizzying to look at. It's all right. Lu Chen sheathed his dagger and commented blandly. With Yi Yurong as the top-notch attacker and controller, the upcoming journey became exceptionally easy. The two of them continued deeper into the Clevel area. Along the way, any monster that appeared, whether it was a swarm of second-tier iron-skinned wolves or the second-tier venomous water python lurking in the marsh, met only one fate. Kawaii. Along with Yi Yurong's increasingly fluent shout, all monsters would be instantly crushed into a half-dead state by the divine illusion power, after which Lu Chen leisurely stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow and harvest points. This wonderful feeling was reminiscent of the last time he trained with Su Hanyan outside the city. No, it was even more exhilarating. After all, Su Hanyan still needed to gather flames while Yi Yurong only needed to think. The only downside was that trial points had to be split 50-50. Thinking of Su Hanyan, Lu Chen instinctively opened the leaderboard on his wristband. First place, Su Hanyan Tianhai No.1 High School points, 6,800 points. Second place, Tang Gui Tianhai No.1 High School points, 5,900 points. That highly competitive woman had indeed left everyone far behind. Lu Chen looked at that name, and a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. For the past 3 years, the reason he had exerted himself to surpass Su Hanyan in every exam and secure first place was purely due to the significant scholarship awarded to the top student. His uncle and aunt had raised him with great difficulty. He wanted to alleviate some of the financial pressure on his family as much as he could. But this trial was different. The top 3 would qualify for the Young Heroes competition. As for whether they placed first, second, or third, there was no essential difference, and the rewards were exactly the same. Since that was the case, let her have one time. After all, having pressed her for 3 years, it was time to let her taste the feeling of being on the bottom. Who knows, maybe the feeling of being pressed down had its own unique flavor. Hey, what are you grinning about? Yi Yurong's doubtful voice interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. Lu Chen quickly composed himself, maintaining a straight face, and said, "It's nothing. Liar." Yi Yurong leaned closer, her delicate face almost touching Lu Chen's, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a scrutinizing light. The corners of your mouth were grinning wider than even the crooked-mouthed Dragon King would call you senior. Quickly speak, are you thinking of something bad? Lu Chen was amused by her peculiar analogy, helplessly replying, "It's really nothing, just suddenly thought of something happy." Yi Yurong's beautiful eyes narrowed, her tone turning dangerous. "You wouldn't be plotting something bad against our Hanyan, would you? I warn you, Lu Chen, Hanyan is pure-hearted if you dare to do anything strange to her." At this point, she deliberately paused, then puffed out her chest, which had caused countless girls despair, and in a tone of someone with experience, she huffed, "If you want to develop a super friendship with Yin, you must first pass my test. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am." Seeing her resemble a protective hen, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to tease her, Yi Yurong suddenly slipped, seemingly losing her balance, and with a startled cry, her soft body fell into his arms. Lu Chen instinctively reached out to steady her. The warmth and softness enveloped him with a fragrant allure. The unique scent emanating from the girl, a blend of shower gel and a faint hint of milk, instantly filled his nostrils. The sensation from her arm was breathtakingly soft and elastic, as if he had sunk into the most luxurious memory foam pillow, leaving him in a daze. Lu Chen's body stiffened momentarily. Sorry, the ground here is too slippery." Yi Yurong hurriedly stood upright, a delightful blush tinting her cheeks, but the mischievous glint in her eyes unmistakably sparkled with triumph. Her small hand seemingly unconsciously propped against Lu Chen's chest, and only then did she fully stabilize herself. "You looking so thin, yet your build is quite impressive." She patted her hands and continued to scan Lu Chen's muscular chest and abs. Lu Chen's face darkened entirely. This little demoness was definitely doing it on purpose. She was testing the limits and reactions in this manner. Ding. Detecting that the host is being wildly tested by the cunning little demoness, please maintain rationality and do not be seduced by beauty. Uphold the last line of defense against temptation. In his mind, the system's sharp-tongued remarks rang out at the right moment. Lu Chen took a deep breath, unwilling to argue with her, and turned to leave. "I'm off. If we don't score more points, I'll be dark soon." Observing Lu Chen's slightly awkward silhouette, the smile on Yi Yurong's face grew more pronounced, like a cat that had caught a fish. With long strides, she easily caught up, her voice laced with a teasing hint of grievance. Why are you walking so fast? Afraid this lady will eat you. Don't worry, I have no interest in a bean sprout like you. My ideal type is someone who can tie me up for some fun. Her words trailed off abruptly, leaving an infinite space for imagination. Lu Chen stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Tied up. In his mind, a vivid image flashed of that night at the top of the Demon Slayer Palace, where he had bound her in a cross shape using the wood escape silent kill binding technique. This enchantress. She must have remembered something. To avoid further entanglement in this topic, Lu Chen quickened his pace as they officially ventured deeper into the Clevel region. The density and strength of the demon beasts clearly increased, with an attack occurring almost every few hundred meters. But for them, it was just a more advanced scoring point. Kawaii. Kawaii. Yi Yurong seemed completely enamored with this strange slogan, getting more and more spirited and charming. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had become a cold-hearted finishing machine. Killed a peak initial stage iron-armored earth dragon, gained system points 20. Killed a mid-stage illusionary soundbird, gained system points 55. Killed a late-stage two-tailed poison fox, gained system points 78. As the system points credited, the trial points on their wristbands skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Killed a peak initial stage iron-armored earth dragon, gained trial points 200 points. Killed a mid-stage illusionary soundbird, gained trial points 500 points. Killed a late-stage two-tailed poison fox, gained trial points 700 points. The rankings of the two soared like they were on a rocket, directly jumping from over 1,000 to the top 20. This explosive increase in points instantly ignited the attention of all candidates watching the leaderboard. Somewhere in the trial ground, a muscular boy wielding a huge sword and shield had just barely dealt with a peak initial stage demon beast, panting heavily. He opened his wristband to check his ranking, but was startled by the two names that were tied for first place, nearly popping his, "What the hell? How is this possible?" Lu Chen, the useless support from Class 2. His points are almost in the top 20. My sword and shield abilities specialize in defeating iron-armored demon beasts, and I barely managed to score over 600 points after all that effort. How can he, a healer, possibly do better? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. How can a support class score points faster than our attack classes? Voices of doubt echoed in various corners. But soon someone noticed the key point. Look, Lu Chen's point increase is almost in sync with Yi Yurong's. Could it be that they teamed up? So that's how it is. I knew it. It must be Miss Yi who is carrying him along. Huh. I thought he was impressive, turns out he's just living off her. Following behind a woman to pick up points really humiliates us men. I looked down on him. Disdain and jealousy quickly replaced the initial shock among most candidates. In the eyes of the vast majority of candidates, Lu Chen, this useless support, was merely lucky to have latched onto the long and beautiful leg of Yi Yurong. At the entrance of the level area, Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen were clearing the last peak initial stage demon beast that blocked their path, accompanied by a few followers from Class 3. Brother Kuang looked at the leaderboard. One follower pointed at his wristband, his expression strange. Zheng Kuang glanced, and upon seeing Lu Chen's glaring name and score, his brows knitted tightly. The family has informed us that this Lu Chen is quite remarkable. Even Uncle Lu Ren, a peak stage 3 powerhouse, was outsmarted by him. It seems he indeed possesses some sinister abilities. Humph, just a clown who can't stand in the spotlight, only knows how to play these underhanded tricks. Lu Xian's voice was cold, his eyes revealing undisguised murderous intent. He's probably hiding behind Yi Yurong, relying entirely on her for damage output. The A-level divine delusion power is indeed strange, and with such high cultivation, it's not hard for a burden to score points. He deliberately emphasized the term output, prompting lewd laughter among the surrounding followers. Zheng Kuang turned to two of his followers and coldly ordered, "You two go to the sea area to find them. Remember, the target is Lu Chen. Try not to confront Yi Yurong directly. Use some other means to make him accidentally eliminated." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "If necessary, that item can also be used." "Yes, Brother Kuang." The two followers immediately accepted the task and left the group, heading towards the Clevel area. Meanwhile, on the other side in the grade area, a top elite team, led by Tangui, also noticed the two names on the leaderboard that were skyrocketing as if propelled by rockets. Third brother, that support named Lu Chen, is gaining points at an abnormal rate, almost catching up to us. Should we send someone to deal with it? A team member panted heavily, his face bearing a hint of gravity. They had worked hard to encircle and kill a peak second stage demonic beast, exhausting themselves to earn only a few hundred points. Yet on the leaderboard, Lu Chen and Yi Yurong's names seemed to jump every few seconds, each time increasing by hundreds, which was simply illogical. Tang Gui's gaze swept across the leaderboard, ultimately landing on the dazzling three characters of the first place, a flicker of fervor and barely concealed jealousy flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry about him," Tang Gui said casually, his tone carrying an inherent arrogance. "He's just a clown relying on a woman for points. The Zheng family and the Lu family want him dead, even more than we do, there's no need for us to waste time on him. In his eyes, Lu Chen was merely lucky to have latched onto Yi Yurong. And no matter how strong Yi Yurong was, she was just a third-stage cultivator, hardly worth mentioning compared to the true prodigy, Su Hanyan. His goal had always been singular. Full speed ahead. We absolutely cannot let Su Hanyan get to the boss in the central area first. Tang Gui commanded, sharply leading the team towards the more dangerous Agrade area. And at the deepest part of the trial ground on the edge of the Agrade area, boom, a fiery red figure descended like a valkyrie from the flames, turning all demonic beasts in her path to charred remains. Su Hanyan executed a devastating strike, slaying a stubborn early third-stage demonic beast. Her usually cold and stunning face now bore a hint of battle-hardened vigor, adding to her charm. She also noticed the two names on the leaderboard that were tightly clustered together, climbing furiously. Rank 10, Yi Yurong, first high points 5400. Rank 11, Lu Chen, second high points 5200. Bobo actually teamed up with Lu Chen, which is completely out of character for her. She knew her best friend Bobo's personality all too well, decisive but strangely lazy. For her to work so hard as a henchman was simply absurd. But thinking that Lu Chen might be the one who saved Bobo, and whom she regarded as her destined partner, Su Hanyan found everything to be remarkably reasonable. Once Bobo set her mind on something, she would pursue it relentlessly to a terrifying degree. However, watching the two names rise at almost the same speed, imagining them fighting side by side in the dark jungle, their intimate cooperation stirred an inexplicable emotion within Su Hanyan. It felt a bit sour and somewhat suffocating. She shook her head vigorously, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable irritation as determination reignited in her crimson eyes. My goal is to defeat him fair and square in the trial. Taking a deep breath, her fiery spiritual power surged once more, transforming into a stream of flames as she charged deeper into the darkness. In the Crade area, a marshland shrouded in dark clouds, torrential rain poured down, and a solitary figure danced with a sword amidst the rain. Jia Xiaohua wielded his long sword, the blade gleaming like a ribbon, merging seamlessly with the rain. Having consumed the breakthrough pill given by the principal, he had successfully advanced to the early second stage, and combined with the deliberately sought-after rain clouds, his efficiency in slaying demonic beasts was extraordinarily high. After slaying a mid-second stage Gatun giant crocodile with a single strike, Jia Xiaohua checked the rankings on his wristband. Rank 12, not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. However, when he looked up and saw the two names closely following him, he couldn't help but rank 11, Lu Chen. Rank 10, Yi Yurong. What the hell is this? Jia Xiaohua furrowed his brow. He clearly remembered that a few hours ago Lu Chen was still outside the top 1,000. How did he suddenly leap above? And he was teaming up with the flower of the first high. Didn't he say he only likes one person? Is a support type really this fickle? Jia Xiaohua shook his head, perplexed, gripping his sword tightly. It seemed he had to continue following. Kawaii. Yi Yurong's melodious shout rang out once more, her invisible mental power instantly pinning a peak second stage armored rhinoceros in place, rendering it immobile. Lu Chen's figure flickered like a ghost, his dagger precisely slicing through the vulnerable neck of the armored rhinoceros. Ding! Slaying the peak second stage demonic beast armored rhinoceros earned system points 99. Slaying the peak second stage demonic beast armored rhinoceros earned trial points 900 points. Done next. Lu Chen sheathed his dagger, his movements flowing like water. Yi Yurong, this free henchman, was even more useful than he had imagined. Her mental power ability interfered with reality through her spiritual force, creating a compressive binding effect, which was top-tier control. Hey Lu Chen, I'm tired. Let's take a break. Yi Yurong wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead, plopping down on a clean rock, her long legs casually stretching out. Using her abilities continuously at high intensity was quite taxing on her as well. Lu Chen nodded, leaning against a large tree while opening the leaderboard on his wristband. Tianhai City's Tri-School Joint Trial Points ranking: Rank 1, Su Hanyan, first high points 9100. Rank 2, Tang Gui, first high points 8895. Rank 3, Zhengquang, third high points 6669. Rank 4, Lu Xian, third high points 6666. Rank 10, Yi Yurong, first high points 5400. Rank 11, Lu Chen, second high points 5200. Rank 12, Jia Xiaohua, second high points 4399. Tisk, these guys are really racking up points quickly. Lu Chen stroked his chin. Su Hanyan was indeed in Scrade genius, leading by a mile and leaving every Tang Gui, and those two from the third high were also hot on his heels, clearly aiming for the final boss. Jia Xiaohua, being rank 12, was already an outstanding performance. As for himself, jumping from thousands to rank 11 in less than a few hours was enough to leave anyone speechless. Hey, what are you so engrossed in? Yi Yurong leaned in closer, her head almost touching Lu Chen's shoulder, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Isn't it exciting to see my best friend keeping you under her thumb? Looking at the name of Su Hanyan on the leaderboard, Yi Yurong leaned closer to Lu Chen, exhaling like orchids, her ice blue eyes sparkling like a cunning little fox. Look, Yin is still in first place. Are you really planning to let her keep suppressing you like this? Lu Chen, without changing his expression, took half a step to the side to avoid that breathtaking curve and said lightly, "It's fine, letting her have the upper hand occasionally isn't a bad thing." Huh. Ro. Yi Yurong's pretty face flushed, and she spat angrily. This guy always spoke so unrestrainedly, yet wore a calm demeanor that made one grit their teeth in frustration. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, her eyes twinkling as she leaned in again. This time she practically draped herself over Lu Chen's arm. The majestic curves at her chest unabashedly pressed against his arm, and through the thin combat suit the astonishing softness and elasticity were vividly transmitted. "Hey, I've been accompanying you in battle for so long, killing so many beasts. Shouldn't you give this little lady a bit of sweet?" Yi Yurong tilted her delicate face upward, her voice sweet and sticky, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. With warm and soft jade in his embrace, and the unique scent of milk mixed with shower gel lingering at his nose, Lu Chen's body inevitably stiffened for a moment. He felt as if his arm were sinking into the world's most premium memory foam. Even a slight movement could evoke that mesmerizing sensation. Wah! What sweetness! Lu Chen felt his throat dry up. Of course. Yi Yurong mischievously blinked, intentionally puffing her chest to intensify the pressure. "That night at the demon-slaying hall, where exactly did you go? What did you do? Why did Zhenghai die so mysteriously?" A barrage of questions bombarded him. Lu Chen's heart tightened, but his face remained unfazed. "Didn't we agree that I would tell you after the trial? I can't wait." Yi Yurong began to gently shake Lu Chen's arm, the softness at her chest brushing against him, her voice becoming even more sticky. "Who is the space-type expert who saved me? Is it you? Please tell me." She was far too curious. That mysterious hero who had saved her like a divine soldier, descending from the heavens in her most desperate moment, yet concealed their name and deeds afterwards, had almost become her inner demon. And all the clues seemed to ambiguously point to this seemingly unremarkable, yet unfathomably mysterious guy in front of her. At that moment, an unfortunate early-stage second realm howling wind bird was attracted by their commotion and screeched downwards. "Get lost." Yi Yurong didn't turn her head, a flash of blue light in her eyes, she shouted. That howling wind bird collided with an invisible wall in midair, its body instantly crushed into a bloody and mushy pancake, dying on the spot. After dealing with the oblivious beast, she returned to her pitiful appearance, rubbing her magnificent attributes against Lu Chen's arm, her voice even softer. "Please, Lu Chen Gage, just indulge this cute little girl's fantasy of heroes, okay? How can anyone withstand this?" Lu Chen felt the blood in his body surge, reason being gradually consumed by that astonishing softness and sweet voice. Ding. Detected that the host is under sweet attack from a big bear's best friend. The LSP defense line is about to collapse. Please maintain clarity, do not be confused by mere fat. The system's sarcastic remarks were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the heat in Lu Chen's heart. He took a deep breath and abruptly pulled his arm away. "Bobo, I am a person of principles," Lu Chen said with a serious expression. "We agreed that I would only tell you after the trial is over." Seeing him with that upright, gentlemanly demeanor, Yi Yurong puffed up her cheeks in anger like a little hamster that didn't get the candy. This guy is simply a block of wood. A heart of iron. No wonder he is so handsome, yet still single. Lu Chen ignored her resentful gaze, and instead focused his attention deep within his mind. "System, open my panel." A blue light curtain visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Chen realm midstage second realm ability Qingmu shrank converted to would escape spiritual I shrank converted to dual divine might techniques mastered I techniques divine might phantom LV 1 divine might strangle LV 1 divine might space LV 1 Susanoo LV 2 would escape 4 pillar family would escape silent killing binding technique system points 1008 points. Seeing that 1008 points, Lu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Points finally saved enough. His gaze precisely fell on a wood escape technique he had long coveted in the system shop. LV 1 wood escape cutting technique, 500 points. This was his true aim in teaming up with Yi Yurong to grind points. System redeem wood escape cutting technique. Lu Chen silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Detected that the host has 1008 points, meets the redemption conditions. Do you confirm the redemption? Confirm. 500 points deducted successfully, remaining points 508. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a new technique, would escape cutting technique. Boom. The moment the system's voice fell, a massive stream of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind. Everything about this technique, from the operation of chakra to the specific casting details, was completely mastered, as if it were a natural instinct. At the same time, the system panel was updated accordingly. Would escape 4 pillar family, would escape silent killing binding technique, would escape cutting technique. Lu Chen eagerly clicked to open the detailed introduction of the new technique. Wood escape cutting technique. By injecting one's wood escape chakra into a small section of branch, it allows for rapid growth suitable for piercing, binding, and attacking. The hardness and flexibility of the branch depend on the amount of chakra injected by the host. Note: please do not use it for strange purposes, it is dangerous. Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This damn system's sarcastic nature could never change. However, this technique was simply tailor-made for him. His current means of attack were either too loud and prone to exposing his identity, like the spatial strangulation, or extremely costly, and not easily used like Susanoo, severely lacking a conventional efficient and sufficiently discreet means of attack. Yet the cutting technique perfectly filled this gap. Just a small branch easily found anywhere could unleash a silent and deadly strike. It was simply a perfect skill for stealthy attacks. No, it was an exceptional divine skill for executing tactical surprise attacks. Keek, I can also relate to being an angry child now. Hey, what are you smiling about all by yourself? Yi Yurong's dissatisfied voice pulled Lu Chen back from his joy of acquiring a new technique. He came back to his senses looking at the adorable girl whose cheeks were puffed up in anger from being neglected, and a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing, I just comprehended an interesting wood element ability. As he spoke, Lu Chen concentrated, and a common twig about the length of a finger slowly grew from his palm, tapering to a point and shimmering with a faint wooden luster. An interesting wood element ability. Yi Yurong curiously leaned closer, her ice blue eyes blinking with suspicion. Aren't wood abilities all about healing and support? What kind of fun abilities could there be? To her, wood element powers, apart from that bizarre binding technique, were mostly unrelated to combat. Do you want to give it a try? Lu Chen shook the sharp twig in his hand, the smile on his face growing more mysterious. Let's just try it. Who's afraid of whom? Yi Yurong puffed out her chest, wearing a defiant expression. She didn't believe that such a small twig could do anything. She boldly spread her arms wide as if embracing the world, but in reality, she was exposing herself unguardedly to Lu Chen, tilting her chin slightly in a provocative manner. Come on, poke me as you like. Seeing the sharp wooden twig, she instinctively thought it was yet another type of healing technique, perhaps like acupuncture, to restore energy by stimulating pressure points. Lu Chen looked at her naive posture, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This little witch was far too unguarded towards him, wasn't she? Had she really opened her heart to him like this? However, just as he was about to tease her a bit, a sharp sense of crisis exploded from the depths of his heart without warning. Several slender black shadows shot out from the dense forest above at an incredible speed, directly targeting him and Yi Yurong. The angles were exceedingly tricky, and their flight paths carried no fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if they blended seamlessly with the surrounding air, making them extremely hard to detect. Watch out from above. Lu Chen and Yi Yurong shouted almost simultaneously, their voices filled with gravity. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he relied on the extraordinary insight of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. But how did Yi Yurong notice it? There was no time to ponder, as the black shadows were already almost upon them. How dare you sneak attack, you seek death. In an instant, Yi Yurong's entire demeanor changed. If just a moment ago she was a soft and sweet little cat pouting and asking about the hero's whereabouts, now she was a goddess of slaughter wielding the power of life and death. The exquisite beauty of her face lost all signs of languor and cuteness, replaced by an icy coldness and a sense of killing intent. Extending her fair hand, like jade, her 5 fingers suddenly spread open. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thudding sounds echoed in the air. The several poison needles infused with a ghostly green toxin were instantly frozen in midair by an overwhelming and unmatched force, then crushed into powder. A few drops of green liquid splattered out, but they were also repelled by an invisible barrier, landing on the ground and corroding the hard rocks with a sizzling sound. After completing all this, Yi Yurong slowly turned around, her eyes coldly scanning the depths of the forest, her voice devoid of any emotion. Come out. As her words fell, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Soon 3 youths in matching combat uniforms swaggered out, their faces displaying unabashed mockery and ridicule. Tisk, truly worthy of the little princess of the slaying demon palace. Her strength is indeed formidable. The leading youth clapped his hands, his tone flippant, yet his gaze was fixed on Lu Chen with scorn. You really are a waste who can only hide behind a woman, unable to even detect my silent poison needles. Another tall, thin youth sneered. If it weren't for Yi the campus flower's intervention, that last attack would have been enough to completely incapacitate you, the support type. Exactly, a support type should stay behind to heal. What are you doing here in the crate area creating a ruckus? Do you really think that by clinging to Yi the campus flower's leg you can rise to the top? The 3 of them exchanged words, their disdain and contempt overflowing. They were members of the Zheng family's subordinate team, sent to trouble Lu Chen on Zheng Kuang's orders. In their view, Lu Chen's current points were 100% due to Yi Yurong. They looked down on such a man living. The leading young man looked at Lu Chen with a condescending tone, saying, "Kid, our boss Zheng Kuang said he doesn't want to see your name on the leaderboard. If you're smart, get out of the trial ground by yourself, or hand over all your points, and we may consider letting you leave with dignity." Before the man's threatening words could finish, a sharp sound of slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Since when do insects dare to be so arrogant? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with idle talk. With a flick of his right wrist, the wooden spike that had just formed turned into a green afterimage, shooting straight toward the man's chest. He wanted to test the power of this grafting technique. Was it truly as invincible as the likes of Tuzi Gu and seeking death? The leading young man was taken aback that a support type would dare to take the initiative, and his face instantly contorted with rage. But when he tried to block it, he was horrified to find that the little twig moved with an unimaginable speed, as if ignoring the distance of space, arriving at his chest in the blink of an eye. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. A soft thud echoed as the sharp wooden spike precisely pierced his left chest, sinking in deeply. However, the expected agony did not come. Instead, there was only a slight stinging sensation. The young man looked down at the twig embedded in his chest, first stunned, then erupted into earth-shattering laughter. Is this the attack of your wood element support? How powerful. I'm so scared. It can't even break through my defense. Are you trying to tickle me? His two companions joined in uproarious laughter, their gazes towards Lu Chen akin to looking. Yi Yurong furrowed her beautiful brows, looking at Lu Chen with some confusion. This strike was indeed too weak. It couldn't even be considered threatening. Lu Chen you. However, in the face of the trio's mockery, Lu Chen instead revealed a cold and eerie smile. He slowly raised both hands, gently bringing them together in front of him. Clappy. The crisp sound seemed insignificant amidst the raucous laughter. Would release grafting technique. Would escape insertion technique. The indifferent voice resembled a whisper from the Reaper. In the next moment, the wild laughter of the leading man abruptly ceased, replaced by a shrill wail that was anything but human. The slender branch embedded in his chest was infused with boundless vitality, crazily growing, branching, and piercing within his body. Numerous thick and sharp wooden spikes dripping with blood and torn flesh burst forth from his chest, back, and shoulders. In just an instant, this mid-stage second-tier ability user who had been laughing just moments ago was turned into a bloody, mangled green sea urchin by countless wooden spikes penetrating from within. His eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. The sound of raspy breathing escaped his throat as he tried to speak, only to spew forth mouthfuls of blood. Then he fell straight to the ground. He couldn't understand why such a small branch would unleash such terrifying power. This sudden and bloody scene instantly choked the laughter of the other two companions in their throats, their expressions frozen in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Yurong also covered her small mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined that the seemingly harmless little branch concealed such terrifying lethality. With a single strike, it rendered another mid-stage second-tier ability user completely powerless without even a chance to. She abruptly turned her head to look at the calm Lu Chen, suddenly recalling something, and instinctively took a half-step back, asking warily, "Hey, did you just want to stab me like that too?" Lu Chen glanced at her, his gaze sweeping over her chest, which seemed even more prominent due to her retreat, and said lightly, "Not at all. I just noticed you were making threats and putting up barriers, looking quite tired, so I thought I'd help you vent a little." Yi Yurong followed his gaze and looked down, instantly realizing something, her pretty face turning crimson all the way to her ears. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she fluffed up in an instant, her hands flying protectively to her chest, indignantly exclaiming, "Don't even think about it. This is something I've painstakingly nurtured with a cup of papaya milk every day. If you dare to touch them, I'll fight you." Lu Chen looked at her adorable protective stance and smiled, choosing not to continue that topic. He reined in his smile, turned away, and cast a cold gaze at the two henchmen, who were completely terrified. The two men trembled at Lu Chen's glance, their legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. "All right, now the roles are reversed." Lu Chen walked towards them, step by step, the branch in his hand twirling playfully at his fingertips, emitting a buzzing sound. He grinned, revealing a set of snow-white teeth, his smile radiant, yet dangerous. "Robbery. Hand over your points, and I might consider letting you leave with dignity." The tall, lean youth swallowed hard, forcing himself to shout in a blustering manner, "You don't come any closer. We are Zheng Xiao's people. If you dare to touch us, Zheng Xiao will definitely not let you off. Right? Zheng Xiao and his team are about to secure the first kill of the boss in the central area. Once they do, the points will double. Crushing you will be like crushing an ant." Another henchman followed suit, trying to use the name of the two top geniuses to intimidate Lu Chen's psychological defenses. "Zheng Quan. Lu Xian." Lu Chen's smile widened, but his eyes grew colder. "How coincidental. I was just wondering how to find a reason to greet them." Since these two fellows didn't know how to appreciate kindness, he didn't mind taking matters into his own hands. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp branch was hurled towards the two. "Bobo, it's your turn." Yi Yurong, being sharp-witted, had developed a tacit understanding with him during their time-grinding points. "Kamui." A crisp shout rang out, and an invisible divine power descended in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The previously straight-flying branch was precisely snapped into several small segments in midair. Seeing this, the tall and lean youth and his companion immediately urged their inner spiritual energy, forming an earth shield and a wind wall in front of them, attempting to block these wooden shards. However, under the control of the divine power, the broken branches seemed to have eyes of their own, tracing several bizarre arcs in midair, directly bypassing their proud defenses. The sound of blades entering flesh echoed continuously as several segments of broken wood accurately shot into the bodies of the two. The two let out a muffled groan, and before they could even pull out the branches, Lu Chen's devilish whisper resounded once more. Wood escape insertion technique. An even more piercing scream reverberated. The wooden spikes crazily grew within their bodies, piercing through flesh from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, the two had transformed into sea urchins covered in green wooden spikes. However, Lu Chen did not kill them, but avoided their vital points. It was clear they could not continue with this trial. Watching the three writhing in pain on the ground, Lu Chen approached and squatted down. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate earlier? Why suffer through this? He skillfully removed the handbands from the two, transferring their accumulated thousands of trial points into his and Yi Yurong's accounts. After that, he thoughtfully pressed the distress button on the three's handbands. A beam of red light shot skyward, sending their location to the examiner. No need to thank me. At the rate you're bleeding now, if left unattended, you'll definitely die. I'm just a kind person. Lu Chen clapped his hands and stood up. The points he had robbed would be split 50-50 as per their previous agreement with Yi Yurong. As the handbands vibrated, the rankings on the leaderboard shifted dramatically once more. The Joint Trial Points Board of Tianhai City's 3 schools. Rank 1 Hanyan, First Middle School points 10010. Rank 2 Tangui, First Middle School points 9100. Rank 3 Zhengquang, Third Middle School points 7800. Rank 4 Lu Chen, Third Middle School points 7600. Rank 5 Yi Yurong, First Middle School points 7400. Rank 6 Lu Chen, Second Middle School points 7200. Rank 11 Jia Shaohai, Second Middle School points 5399. Looking at his ranking among the top 6 on the wristband, Lu Chen stroked his chin with satisfaction, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the gold belt of killing and arson. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, isn't this much faster than hunting down monsters one by one? Once the thought process opened up, it was hard to shut it down again. It seemed he had discovered a shortcut to wealth. Lu Chen's gaze turned dangerous. Since Zhengquang and Lu Xian can send people to deliver food, can't we directly seek out those high-scoring teams on the leaderboard for donations? Hey. Nearby, Yi Yurong rolled her eyes, looking at him with the gaze of someone observing a bandit. You with your seemingly harmless face, how come you sound more like a bandit than the rogues in the wilderness? Just as Lu Chen was seriously considering whether to change his strategy from monster hunting to banditry, a familiar mechanical voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is generating dangerous and shameless thoughts. Friendly reminder: you can rob trial points, but can you rob system points? Without system points, how can you exchange for stronger techniques? So put away your unrealistic fantasies and honestly hunt monsters, you humble worker. The system's sharp-tongued sarcasm was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the burning desire to rob that had just ignited in Lu Chen's heart. Yes, no matter how high the trial points were, at most he would just take first place and gain resource advantages from Tianhai City and the school. But system points were essential for his survival and continuous growth. Robbing someone else's wristband would not count for the system. Tisk, this damn working spirit. Lu Chen pouted, looking displeased. He suppressed his dangerous thoughts and turned to Yi Yurong, saying in a deep voice, let's go, we're heading to the Blevel area. The Blevel area? Yi Yurong was startled, a hint of surprise appearing on her lazy, beautiful face. The monsters there are all at the 3rd realm, the lowest being early 3rd realm. Are you sure? Although her divine power can also affect 3rd realm monsters, it would be very strenuous and the duration is extremely short. A slight mistake could lead to backlash, making it not worth the risk. Don't worry. Lu Chen shook the ordinary-looking twig in his hand, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. This time, I'll take the lead. Yi Yurong looked at his confident gaze, momentarily stunned. For some reason, the resentment built up from being rejected dissipated, significantly replaced by a strong curiosity and anticipation. She had long known that Lu Chen's strength was extraordinary. The task of slaying the three-eyed Wind Wolf King, which had remained unsolved for years at the Slaying Demon Hall, was completed by him. Being able to single-handedly kill a peak 3rd realm monster indicated that Lu Chen possessed at least peak 3rd stage or even quasi 4th stage strength. However, knowing it and seeing Lu Chen's true combat style were two different matters. This was also one of the reasons she had been pestering Lu Chen. She was 90% sure that Lu Chen was the spatial master who saved her, but as long as Lu Chen didn't admit it, she would feel as uneasy as a cat scratching her heart. Now the opportunity seemed to have arrived. Really? Are you finally going to bring out your full strengths? Yi Yurong's ice blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Chen looked up towards the entrance of the Blevel area, a cold arc tugging at the corners of his mouth. Full strength. Against these small fries, it's probably not necessary. Suddenly, he changed the topic and looked at Yi Yurong, asking, by the way, are you okay? You've been the one fighting up front, so you must be quite exhausted, right? Although her divine power doesn't consume energy like spiritual power, it has a great toll on mental strength. And Yi Yorong, this little demoness, was born with a lazy disposition, either sleeping or preparing to sleep every day, making mental strength her weak point. I'm perfectly fine. Yi Yorong puffed up her chest like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, humming in dissatisfaction. However, despite her bravado, her body was honest. She reached into her spatial ring and pulled out 2 bottles of light blue potion, unscrewed the caps, and gulped. After drinking, she even let out a satisfied burp, her previously listless spirit instantly becoming full of vigor, as if even her ample bosom seemed to bounce with renewed energy. Provocatively looking at Lu Chen, she raised her chin. Want to give it a try? Lu Chen silently shook his head. Trying it could lead to demise. What did you drink? The effect is so good. Lu Chen asked curiously. It's spirit recovery liquid specifically designed to restore mental strength. How is it? The effect is instantaneous, right? Yi Yorong proudly shook the empty bottle. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. For restoring mental strength, why not? Shut up. Don't say it. It'll be censored. Yi Yorong's face flushed red, quickly interrupting him, then asked like she was presenting a treasure. Do you want a bottle too? It's very helpful for your type of auxiliary mental recovery. Lu Chen thought for a moment. His kaleidoscope Sharingan also consumed a lot of mental strength, so it would be wise to prepare a bottle, just in case. I'll take a bottle. How much? Yi Yorong pulled out another bottle from her ethereal ring and handed it to him, smiling like a little fox. We're all friends, I'll give you a discount. The original price is 500,000 a bottle, you just need to give me 250,000. How much? Lu Chen nearly snapped the twig in his hand. 250,000. Is this liquid made of gold, or is this bottle made of gold? 250,000. Yi Yorong said matter-of-factly. This is a special supply obtained from the Slaying Demon Hall headquarters by my dad. It's not available on the market, in high demand, but low supply. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. No wonder he had never heard of it. It turned out to be high-end internal goods. So this little rich girl just downed 1 million in 2 gulps. Truly the little princess of the Slaying Demon Hall, extravagant indeed. He silently accepted the valuable spirit recovery liquid, hoping it would be worth the price. Beep beep. Just then the point wristbands on both of their wrists emitted a sudden and piercing alarm. Immediately, a blood-red warning message popped up on all the candidates' wristband screens. Warning. Warning. Energy response in the central area is rapidly increasing. The peak 3rd realm BOSS, the Berserk Blood Ape, has awakened with its energy danger level assessed as extremely dangerous. Repeat. The BOSS, the Berserk Blood Ape, has awakened in the central area. All candidates, please evacuate the central area immediately. Please evacuate the central area immediately. The sharp sound of an alarm resonated throughout the trial jungle via the amplification feature of the wristband. In an instant, gasps and commotion erupted from all corners of the forest. The furious Blood Ape has awakened. According to the rules announced by the Chief Examiner Wang Lai, this weakened boss should only awaken after 6 hours of the trial. Now it has awakened a full half-hour early. Lu Chen turned off the wristband reminder and looked deep into the level area, where an extremely powerful aura was emanating. Let's go see this big boss. Meanwhile, in the level area, the air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood and a frenzied aura. Unlike the dense jungles of the C and B levels, this was a vast rocky slope, the ground stained a dark red, as if soaked in blood countless times. Huge jagged stones interlocked to form a natural maze and cover. At the center of the rocky slope, on a low solitary mountain, a terrifyingly powerful aura surged like a volcano about to erupt. Hanyan stood alone on a huge rock, wielding a crimson long spear. The fiery red fitted combat suit she wore outlined breathtaking curves, and after hours of battle the edges were stained with some beast blood, adding an air of fierceness to her presence. Her long red hair was simply tied back with a hairband, revealing a smooth, full forehead, and a flame mark flickering ominously. Furious Blood Ape. Just by sensing that aura, Hanyan could tell that even in its so-called weakened state, its pressure was far stronger than that of the elder of the evil god sect she encountered outside the city. Yet there was no trace of fear in her eyes, instead a fierce battle intent burned within her. She was no longer the same person she used to be. Under the personal guidance of her father Su Dingfang, and through relentless training during this period, her mastery over her level ability Flame of the Sky had reached an unprecedented level. More importantly, she had grasped a true trump card that belonged to her. A technique capable of incinerating everything and securing victory. This technique was prepared for that man. Thinking of him, Hanyan instinctively glanced around. There was no one. That guy hasn't arrived yet. She wasn't worried about Lu Chen's safety. With his endless strange methods, a mere level area beast could hardly contain him. The only reason for his delay was one. Bobo. Hanyan clenched her silver teeth, and an image involuntarily flashed in her mind of her busty best friend entangled around Lu Chen like an octopus. That little demon definitely could do such a thing. The thought of those two possibly being intimately cooperative filled Hanyan's heart with an inexplicable frustration, causing the flame mark on her forehead to flicker more violently. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing these distracting thoughts. Forget it, when he arrives, I'll defeat him fair and square. Now first I must deal with this beast in front of me. Just as she was about to move, two distinctly different auras rapidly approached from behind. Hanyan turned sharply, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She saw two figures, one in front and one behind, landing on another huge rock, not far ahead, blocking her path to the central solitary mountain. The leading figure was burly, carrying a 10-meter-long black giant blade, his eyes exuding undisguised arrogance and disdain. It was Zheng Kuang from Class 3. Behind him a figure hovered in the air, surrounded by swirling energy. That person was handsome, yet his gaze was as dark and sinister as a snake. It was Lu Chen, the genius of the Lu family. A few elite candidates from Class 3 followed behind them, clearly having formed an alliance. Hanyan. Zheng Kuang plunged the giant blade into the ground, causing a loud thud. He looked at Hanyan with interest, licking his lips and saying, I didn't expect the first to arrive here would be you. Where are the others from Class 1? Lu Yurong and that one called Lu Chen, where are they? Lu Chen hovered above, looking down at her with an indifferent yet arrogant tone. What have they left you here as cannon fodder? His words were filled with probing. According to the plan, his subordinates sent to Area C should have already trapped Lu Yurong and Lu Chen with that item. Although that item was a one-time use, it was sufficient to hold any ability user below the 3rd tier for 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough for them to deal with this furious blood ape. As long as they secured the first kill of this BOSS, their points would double, firmly locking them in the top 3 and qualifying them for the Tianjiao competition in Tiannan province. As for Lu Chen, there would be plenty of ways to deal with him once the trial ended. Hanyan looked at the two before her with increasingly cold eyes. She couldn't be bothered to utter a single word of nonsense, merely raising her crimson flame spear slightly, its tip angled toward the ground. Get out of the way. Her cold voice held no emotion, yet contained an undeniable authority. Get out of the way. Zheng Kuang seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Su the schoolflower, have you not grasped the situation? It's just you alone while we are an entire team. This furious blood ape we wanted. If you're smart, you should back off now to avoid getting hurt when the blades start flying and ruin that pretty little face of yours. Lu Chen also sneered, adding, Hanyan, we admit you are strong, but facing 2 opponents alone you are not qualified. Moreover, your 2 teammates have already been detained by our men and cannot come to your aid. So, my teammate. Hanyan interrupted Lu Chen, repeating these 3 words with a mocking curve at the corner. She slowly raised her head, and in her star-like eyes 2 clusters of crimson flames seemed to be burning. Do you think those useless fools you sent can hold them back? You all underestimate my best friend too much. Of course you also underestimate my opponent. Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen's expressions slightly changed. They sensed something amiss from Hanyan's tone. Before they could think further, a wave of scorching heat suddenly erupted from Hanyan. Boom. The crimson flames of spiritual power soared into the sky, enveloping her entirely. The violent fire elements gathered and rolled around her, causing the massive rock beneath her to melt and turn red at a visible speed. The red flame spear in her hand let out a sharp whistling sound, and the flames coiling around the spear transformed into a vivid fire dragon spiraling upward. This beast is my prey. Hanyan stepped forward, her fiery combat suit rustling in the flames, and her long hair floated without wind, resembling a valkyrie emerging from the fire. She held the spear horizontally across her chest, the spear tip pointed at Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen, her cold voice resonating throughout the rocky slope. You two are no different. If you want to take my things, then come at the cost of your lives. Boom. Dominance. In that moment, Hanyan fully revealed the pride and sharpness of its glass genius. Come at the cost of your lives. Zheng Kuang seemed to have heard the biggest joke, and he slammed the 2-meter black giant blade on his shoulder onto the ground. Boom. The hard, dark red rocky ground was instantly smashed into a large pit, with debris flying everywhere. The contempt on his face completely vanished, replaced by anger and ferocity after being extremely belittled. As the top genius of Class 3, wherever he went he was treated like a star. Now he was actually being told by a woman that he wasn't qualified. Hanyan, do you really consider yourself the best among the younger generation in Tianhai City? Zheng Kuang laughed in anger, cracking his neck with a sound like exploding beans. So what if you are the school beauty of Class 1? So what if you haven't class ability? Today I'll let you know that in real combat your little pride is worthless. Lu Chen, suspended in midair, also had a cold glint in his eyes. Looking down at Hanyan wrapped in flames, a cruel curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why waste words with her? Since she refuses to drink the toast and insists on the penalty, let's break her hands and feet first, then slowly enjoy her begging for mercy. Lu Chen snorted coldly and gestured to several elite subordinates from Class 3 below. You guys go test the weight of our school beauty. Yes. The 3 second-tier latest-stage subordinates could hardly contain themselves. Being able to step on the school beauty of Class 1 at this moment was absolutely something to brag about when they returned. The 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their spiritual power. Whirlwind dance, earth spike ambush, water dragon break. In an instant, colorful beams of abilities illuminated the dim, rocky slope. Several half-meter-long azure whirlwinds tore through the air, rushing towards her from the left side, with a sharp whistling sound. The ground shook violently, and dozens of sharp, thick earth spikes burst from the soil, aiming directly at Su Hanyan's lower body. In front of her, a water dragon formed by high-pressure water surged forward, roaring as it tried to engulf her. The full-force attack from the 3 second-tier latest-stage practitioners was executed with remarkable coordination, nearly sealing off all escape routes for Su Hanyan. It was flashy. Su Hanyan looked at the overwhelming attacks coming her way. Her stunning face showed no ripple of emotion, not even a flicker in her eyes. She simply raised the red flame spear in her hand. The flame mark on her forehead suddenly burst forth with blinding red light. Blazing 100 cuts. A clear, cold voice escaped from her rosy lips. The spear swept horizontally. Boom. The crimson flames at the spear tip exploded in an instant, transforming into hundreds of violent fire snakes that swirled outwards from Su Hanyan's center, rampaging in all directions. The surrounding air was instantly sucked dry, and the terrifying heat distorted visibility. Those seemingly fierce whirlwinds and earth spikes crumbled and disintegrated the moment they came into contact with the crimson flames, unable to last even a second. As for the roaring water dragon, it didn't even have the chance to let out a single sound before it was instantaneously vaporized into a cloud of white steam by the extreme temperature. What? No. It's impossible. How could she block our full-force attack with just one shot? The sinister smiles on the faces of the 3 subordinates instantly froze, replaced by extreme terror. They didn't have time to make any defensive moves as hundreds of fire snakes penetrated the steam, crashing brutally into their chests. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures flew out like kites with their strings cut, crashing heavily onto a giant rock several meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Their combat suits were charred black, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. With one strike, merely one strike, the 3 second-tier latest-stage ability users did not even touch the hem of Su Hanyan's clothing before being instantly killed. The rocky slope fell into a deathly silence. The distant thunderous roars of the rampaging blood ape echoed, sporadically accompanied by the crackling sounds of the ground's rocks being scorched by intense heat. The cold smiles on Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen's faces completely froze. They knew Su Hanyan was powerful, but they never expected her to be this strong. The overwhelming pressure of the raging flames was simply beyond the capability of an ordinary second-tier awakener. Is this what you call a test? Su Hanyan tilted her long spear towards the ground, flames dancing along the blade. As she slightly raised her chin, her gaze disdainful. Too weak. You two can come at me together, don't waste my time. Zheng Kuang completely exploded with rage. You filthy bitch, you're seeking death. His pride was crushed to the ground, and the spiritual energy within him erupted like a volcano. He was unexpectedly at the peak of the second tier. Frenzied giant blade. Zheng Kuang let out a beast-like roar, gripping the tunter-long black giant blade with both hands. The already massive blade swelled further after being infused with his frenzied spiritual energy, extending to an astonishing 10 meters. The blade was wrapped in a crimson glow, exuding a chilling aura. Die for me. Zheng Kuang's legs pushed with force, shattering the boulder beneath him instantly. He soared into the air like a cannonball, raising the 15-meter-long blood-red giant blade, striking down towards Su Hanyan with overwhelming force. Before the blade could land, the terrifying pressure had already cracked the ground beneath Su Hanyan's feet. Meanwhile, Lu Chen in midair also made his move. Wind wings ascend. Lu Chen's back erupted with a pair of broad wind wings formed from azure air currents. With a gesture of his left hand, the surrounding winds surged violently. Wind-killing array, 1,000 blades strangle. Countless azure wind blades, more solid and sharper than before, took shape in the sky, like a torrential storm, sealing off all escape routes above and behind Su Hanyan. Combined with Zheng Kuang's frontal slash, they formed a deadly trap. Above and below there was nowhere to escape. However, facing the full-force siege of 2 peak second-tier experts, Su Hanyan smiled. Escape, eh? The word escape does not exist in my dictionary, Su Hanyan. Boom. The crimson flames on Su Hanyan surged once more, transforming her into a dazzling fire meteor. She did not dodge, instead she charged directly towards Zheng Kuang's 10-meter-long frenzied giant blade. Seeking death. A glint of cruelty flashed in Zheng Kuang's eyes as he exerted more force, increasing the blade's speed. Just as the blade was about to strike Su Hanyan's head in a life-and-death moment, her figure split into 3 like a ghost in midair. Heavenly flame of burning sky, fire dance, residual shadow. Roaring flames. 3 identical fiery figures, each holding a long spear engulfed in flames, simultaneously charged towards Zheng Kuang from 3 distinct directions. Zheng Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart constricted sharply. He couldn't tell which was real and which was false. The fluctuations of spiritual energy and the temperature of the flames from the 3 figures were completely identical. Get away. Zheng Kuang could only grit his teeth, sweeping his descending giant blade horizontally, attempting to cleave all 3 figures in half. The giant blade swept past the left and middle figures, but it struck only an illusion. The two figures instantly transformed into sparks and vanished. To the right, Zheng Kuang was horrified, realizing it was too late to withdraw his blade for defense. Su Hanyan's real body appeared in his right side blind spot. Without a moment's hesitation, the crimson spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its den, precisely piercing through Zheng Kuang's protective spiritual energy, the spear tip fiercely slashing down his chest. Ugh! Zheng Kuang let out a piercing scream as a deep blood channel visible to the bone was carved into. Before the scalding blood could gush out, it was instantly evaporated into a wisp of red smoke by the terrifying heat accompanying the spear tip. He fell to the ground like a broken sack. Even the 10-meter-long giant blade flew from his grip. At that moment, Lu Xian's wind-killing array thousand-blade strangle was already raining down from the sky. Su Hanyan did not even glance at it as she planted one foot down, exerted force from her waist, and danced the spear in front of her. Whoosh! The spear spun rapidly, the fiery dragon at the tip twisting and swirling, instantly forming a perfectly impenetrable fire barrier above her head. The dense wind blades crashed down on the fire barrier like raindrops, producing a series of muffled explosions. Yet the seemingly frenzied wind blades failed to stir even a ripple in the barrier. Not a single corner of Su Hanyan's clothing was touched, all were burned to ashes. In a single move, the outcome was clear. The rocky slope fell silent once more. Su Hanyan stood with her spear in hand. Her fiery red combat attire rustled in the heat wave, and her waist-length crimson hair danced in the wind. She pointed the long spear diagonally to the ground. Drip! A drop of scalding hot blood belonging to Zheng Kuang slowly slid down the spear tip, landing on the dark red rock with a soft hissing sound. She slightly raised her gaze, looking at Zheng Kuang, who was writhing on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, and Lu Chen, who was suspended in midair, his face paling like pig's liver. Her clear voice echoed in the air without a trace of warmth. I told you. You two are not qualified. An absolute suppression. An absolute dominance. Lu Chen stared fixedly at Su Hanyan below his back, soaked in cold sweat. He finally realized how outrageous the intelligence had been. This woman's strength was far beyond an ordinary peak second tier. Her mastery over her abilities had already reached the third tier. Just as Lu Chen was caught in a dilemma, contemplating whether to fight to the death or flee. On the other side of the rocky slope, behind a massive boulder, a slow, yet mocking voice suddenly rang out. If they are not qualified, then how about I join in? Just then a crisp sound of applause suddenly came from behind a giant rock, breaking the suffocating silence. A group of people slowly emerged. At the forefront was a young man dressed in a perfectly tailored, spotless white combat suit, holding a demon crystal that glimmered with a faint golden light. He had a handsome face adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile, but his narrow eyes betrayed an unmistakable glint of calculation and greed. He was none other than the great offensive genius from Tianhai No.1 High School, the third young master of the Tang family, Tang Gui. Tang Gui glanced at Lu Chen and his companion, then raised his head, his gaze recklessly sweeping over Su Hanyan's alluring curves accentuated by her tight combat suit, his eyes flashing with intense possessiveness. He yearned to conquer this woman, not only because of her stunning beauty and flawless figure, but also because she was the only daughter of the mayor of Tianhai City, Su Dingfang, an esteemed grade genius. If he could subdue her, who among the younger generation of Tianhai City would dare to defy him? Tang Gui. Wonderful, truly wonderful. While applauding, Tang Gui approached Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen, saying, Hanyan, your burning sky flame has indeed improved again. You truly are the woman I have my eye on. However, Zheng Kuang and Lu Chen may not be able to stop you. Tang Gui slightly raised his chin, his tone laced with absolute confidence. But if you add me, Tang Gui. Su Hanyan regarded the pretentious man before her, her exquisite face betraying no emotion. Only unmasked disdain remained, as if she were looking at a pile of rubbish blocking her path. Tang Gui, there's no need for your pretentious act here. Su Hanyan coldly retorted, her voice chilling to the bone. Among the younger generation of Tianhai City, there is only one person worthy of being considered my rival. She slightly lifted the crimson flame spear in her hand, the tip aimed directly at Tang Gui's brow. That person is called Lu Chen. As for you. Su Hanyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. You don't even measure up. At her words, the smile on Tang Gui's face instantly froze. He was accustomed to being rejected publicly, but being humiliated in front of others, even using a support-type waist he despised to slap his face, struck at his sore spot. The gentleness in his eyes was completely torn apart, revealing a fierce and resentful glare. Before he could erupt, Zheng Kuang beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing his elder brother insulted, Zheng Kuang slammed his 10-meter-long black giant blade into the ground, shouting angrily, unbridled. Zheng Kuang's muscles tensed, resembling an enraged black bear. Su Hanyan, don't be ungrateful. It's your fortune that young Master Tang has taken an interest in you. Do you really think that just because you have a mayor for a father you can act arrogantly in Tianhai City? A waste who has no combat ability and can only hide behind a woman to live off her, is he really worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as young Master Tang? Lu Chen, hovering in midair, sneered repeatedly, the wind elements around him violently stirring. Using a double S waist support to step on us. Su Hanyan, your judgment is getting worse and worse. The young nobles following Tang Gui chimed in echo. Exactly. What is Lu Chen even? So what if he is a double S support? In the trial ground, isn't he still relying on Yi Yurong to carry him? Young Master Tang isn't a great ability titan giant bear. If it comes to a real fight, he could crush that waist. Faced with the ridicule and shouting of the crowd, Su Hanyan's gaze grew colder. She could tolerate others provoking her, but she could not stand hearing Lu Chen being referred to as a waste. That man who had oppressed her for 3 whole years, that man who reaped demon beasts like a killing god outside the city, if he was a waste, then what were these people present? They were even less than garbage. Tang Gui took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the resentment on his face, once again donning a hypocritical smile. Hanyan, I don't want to fight you. After all, blades and swords have no eyes. If I hurt you, I would feel pained. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Su Hanyan. However, you just said Lu Chen is your rival. Why don't I see him around? Lu Chen interjected, his tone. Young Master Tang may not know, but I've already sent someone to look after that waste in District C. Calculating the time, he's probably had his hands and feet broken and is being kicked out of the trial ground with a shattered distress ring. Tang Gui feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow, before looking at Su Hanyan and spreading his hands. Did you hear that? Hanyan faced reality. A genius who has not grown is merely a corpse. I want this peak-level violent blood ape of the third realm. Tang Gui completely tore off his disguise, revealing his true intentions. If you're sensible and leave now, I, Tang Gui, promise not to make things difficult for you. But if you insist on snatching, then don't blame me for teaching you a lesson about rules today. Lu Chen snorted coldly in midair, waving his hands as 2 massive green tornadoes formed behind him. Su Hanyan, don't blame us for using numbers against you. After all, you are the only great ability user in Tianhai City. He deliberately emphasized the word only, clearly dismissing Lu Chen, that double S support. That's right. Zhang Kuang shouted, gripping the hilt of the black giant blade's spiritual power, surging into the blade, making it appear like a small mountain about to crash down. Today, let's have a 3-against-1 battle to see just how capable this lofty school beauty really is. Boom, boom. 3 powerful second-tier peak auras erupted simultaneously, forming a triangular formation that firmly encircled Su Hanyan. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual power intertwined, causing the debris on the rocky slope to shake uncontrollably, and soon it was ground to powder in midair. The air became extremely oppressive, as if any spark could ignite an explosive situation. Yet facing the combined pressure of the 3 great family geniuses, Su Hanyan merely smiled. Could Lu Chen really be interrupted by a few small fry? This was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. That guy who could even kill peak third-tier experts would show mercy by not stripping the clothes off those sent to deal with him. Whether Lu Chen is a waste or not, you will find out soon enough. Su Hanyan slowly retracted her smile, a fervent madness emerging on her stunning face. Buzz! The flame mark on her brow suddenly erupted with 10 times the brilliance of before. Crimson flames surged into the sky, not only resisting the trio's pressure, but also tearing a massive rift in their combined aura with a domineering stance. The terrifying heat caused the dark red giant rock beneath her feet to instantly melt into lava. Holding the spear with one hand, Su Hanyan executed a fierce gunflower in midair, the spear tip slicing through the air, leaving behind a lingering crimson fire trail. Stepping forward, her battle intent soared to the skies. As for you, she lifted her fair chin, her voice fiercely proud, like raging fire. Do you think I would be afraid of 3 people? Do you really think I would be afraid of 3 people? This statement ignited the powder keg completely. The mayor's mansion and the 3 major families of Tianhai City have always been incompatible. Su Dingfang, rising forcefully as a commoner, firmly controlled Tianhai City. The self-proclaimed deep-rooted families repeatedly attempted to win him over through alliances and marriages, even resorting to underhanded tactics, all of which were ruthlessly suppressed or rejected by the mayor. The undercurrents and conflicts of interest from the older generation had long spread to the younger generation. Today, in this joint trial arena, if they could step on Su Hanyan, it would be more than just a contest for points. It was the 3 major families flexing their muscles in front of the mayor. Arrogant, Zhang Kuang roared. He gripped the 10-meter-long black giant knife tightly, his muscles bulging like dragons, and the peak's second-tier spiritual power surged out without reservation. The giant knife brought with it a piercing sonic boom as it swung down, intent on cleaving the proud woman before him in half. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh in midair, quickly forming hand seals. The wind elements around him surged violently, and several long green wind blades several meters long condensed out of thin air, sealing off all escape routes for Su Hanyan with their sharpness capable of slicing through steel. Tang Gui no longer pretended to be the cultured and refined gentleman. The white combat uniform on him was instantly ripped apart. Dense dark golden fur sprouted all over his body, and his height soared to an astonishing 2.5 meters, directly transforming into a half-beast bear form. The massive bear paw carrying the weight of a mountain slammed down heavily onto Hanyan's back. The three-peaked second-tier geniuses formed a perfect killing formation from 3 different directions. For any other ability user of the same level facing such a flawless ambush, the only option would be to crush their emergency signal ring. There was no second path. But Hanyan stood her ground, not even blinking. Fire dance afterimage. Her red lips parted slightly as she softly uttered 4 words. Boom. The crimson flames that had gathered around her erupted in an instant, and amidst the flickering flames 3 identical fiery afterimages were formed. Each afterimage held a long spear, their forms agile, precisely meeting the attacks of the 3. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds of impact exploded almost simultaneously. Zheng Kuang's giant knife struck heavily against the spear of the first afterimage, but the expected scene of it being cleaved in 2 did not appear. On the contrary, an overwhelming backlash filled with terrifying heat surged up along the blade, causing his tiger's mouth to crack and bleed. Zheng Kuang grunted and was uncontrollably sent flying along with his knife. Lu Xian's wind blade was shattered by the second afterimage with a single sweep, the blue wind elements crumbling like paper in the face of the shrank flames. The afterimage made a swift upward motion. The sharp spear light grazed Lu Xian's cheek, severing a portion of his hair. Had he not reacted quickly, raising his body in haste, this spear would have left a hole in his face. Tang Gui's bare paw slammed onto the third afterimage, not only failing to shatter it, but the overwhelming flames surged up along his fur. A sharp burning pain made him cry out in agony, his massive body retreating several steps as he hurriedly used his spiritual power to extinguish the sparks on his body. In just a moment, the joint attack of the top geniuses from the 3 major families was effortlessly resolved by Hanyan. The 3 afterimages traced beautiful arcs in the air before converging back into Hanyan's true form. She stood in place, her breathing not even slightly disturbed, the crimson flame spear still angled toward the ground, flames joyfully dancing at the tip. Just a mere grain of sand, not even worth a fraction of Lu Chen. Hanyan looked down from above at the disheveled trio, her exquisite face filled with indifference, her voice cold, without a hint of warmth. My battle with him is a contest between geniuses. You all are only fit to play children's games. These 3 wastes couldn't even force her Inferno Dharma form out, let alone the killing shot she had practiced day and night to defeat Lu Chen, which was meant to secure the victory. Too weak. The gap was so vast that it extinguished her desire to continue attacking. Hanyan turned around, no longer paying attention to the 3 defeated opponents, and walked straight toward the solitary mountain at the center of the rocky slope. The roar of the raging blood ape became increasingly clear. That was her target now. Secure the first kill, obtain the top score. Then stand before that man with dignity and fight him with all her might. Zheng Kuang climbed up from the ground, looking at his charred and bleeding hands, his eyes instantly turning red. Hanyan. Lu Xian touched his singed temples, his face dark enough to drip water. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? And Tang Gui, his facial muscles twitched violently, the hypocritical mask was completely torn apart, revealing the greed in his eyes transformed into tangible madness and resentment. Do you really think you are invincible? I am Tang's 3rd young master. Even if I have to cripple you today, the mayor's mansion will have to accept it. Zheng Kuang let out a deafening roar. Lu Xian used that move. All right. Lu Xian clasped his hands together in midair. The wind around him surged violently. He no longer held back, squeezing his internal spiritual power to the limit. A visually perceptible small tornado formed out of thin air, lifting Zheng Kuang, who was on the ground several dozen meters, into the air. Combined strike to kill. With the wind's push, Zheng Kuang performed an exaggerated charging move in the air. The 10-meter-long black giant knife shone with dazzling black light under the enhancement of the gale, the blade energy swirling. Wind sweeps away clouds, meteor strike. Zheng Kuang, using gravity and Lu Xian's wind speed, transformed into a black meteor crashing down towards Hanyan's back. The power of this strike had already shattered the second-tier barrier, surpassing the initial and mid-stages of the 3rd tier, reaching the later stages of the 3rd tier. At the same time, Tang Gui let out a roar that resembled nothing human, completely unleashing all his power. His bones crazily expanded, muscles ballooned like inflated balloons, and his combat uniform was reduced to tatters. In the blink of an eye, a dark, golden giant bear, over 10 meters tall and resembling a small mountain, appeared on the rocky slope. Complete form Titan giant bear. This was the confidence that allowed Tang Gui to act recklessly. Although it was just a rank ability, under the extreme enhancement of strength and defense, the complete Titan giant bear could even face off against some weaker strength abilities. Its mountain-like physique merely standing there exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Die! The 10-meter-tall Titan giant bear raised its bare paws as large as millstones, carrying the terrifying strength to crush everything, sealing off all of Hanyan's escape routes in conjunction with Zheng Kuang's descent. Rumble. Even before the two terrifying powers descended, the dark red rocks beneath had already begun to crumble and shatter under the pressure. With her back to the three, Hanyan halted her steps. She did not turn around, but slowly raised her head to gaze at the roaring, raging blood ape on the solitary mountain. I didn't want to waste my spiritual power on you. Hanyan's voice remained clear amidst the howling winds and bare roars, carrying an aura that demanded respect and a hint of impatience at being disturbed. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant you your wish. Buzz. The fiery mark on her brow erupted with unprecedented brilliance, the light so blinding that it instantly dyed half the sky red. Hanyan gripped the crimson flame spear with one hand and violently thrust it into the ground. Inferno Dharma form. Boom. It seemed as if a blazing sun was falling from the heavens. Crimson flames spiraled upward from Hanyan, creating a vortex that reached for the sky, instantly sucking the surrounding air dry from the extreme heat, producing a thunderous roar. The red flames rapidly gathered above her head, rising and taking shape. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. In an instant, a colossal flame apparition towering over 20 meters coalesced behind Hanyan. The outline of the apparition was an exact replica of Hanyan, with crimson hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind, a slim waist, and a graceful figure resembling a Valkyrie stepping forth from ancient mythology. The imposing Titan bear transformed into a mere fledgling in the presence of this blazing celestial image, appearing considerably smaller. A horrifying aura belonging to the third tier swept across the field like a hurricane. In midair, Zheng Kuang, who had transformed into a black meteor, and Lu Chen, manipulating the storm from behind, both turned pale. Third tier. Impossible. How could she have already broken through to the third tier? But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Wind Sweeps the Clouds meteor strike had already charged to its peak, crashing down with the might to annihilate everything, aimed squarely at the massive flame apparition. At the same time, Tangui let out a thunderous roar from the ground. Just because it's slightly larger, how dare it be compared to my Titan bear? Die. Boom. The Titan bear's massive paws, the size of grinding discs, glowed with blinding dark gold light, unleashing monstrous strength as they slammed down towards Hanyan's true form within the flame apparition. The clash was imminent. Above and below it was an absolute kill zone. However, facing this devastating onslaught, Hanyan did not even blink, gripping the red flame spear embedded in the ground with one hand, pulling it upward with a fierce thrust, aiming straight for the heavens. As she moved, the flame apparition behind her synchronously raised its enormous arm. Endless crimson flames wildly gathered in the apparition's hand, instantly condensing into a 30-meter-long flame spear. Break! With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she uttered a chilling word. The flame spear shot skyward, perfectly meeting the descending black giant blade. A direct confrontation. At the moment of contact, Zheng Kuang's all-out strike, comparable to the late third tier, felt as if it had struck an immovable volcano. The black blade's aura shattered inch by inch under the burning red flames, emitting a mournful wail as the 10-meter-long giant blade began to melt. Zheng Kuang let out a desperate scream, being sent flying along with his sword by the terrifying impact of the flame spear, spewing blood midair. Lu Chen in the back suffered a backlash as well. The storm instantly collapsed, and he fell like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, he faced the Titan bear's paws attacking from the side. Hanyan's vacant left hand waved to the side. The left arm of the flame apparition, entirely composed of intense flames, clenched into a fist, meeting the Titan bear's paw without any fancy motions, bringing with it the heat capable of boiling rivers and oceans. Fire fist. Boom. A deafening crash erupted. The dark golden spiritual power collided with the red flames, releasing a blinding flash. Tangui's prideful ultimate strength was nothing but a joke before the flame apparition. The Titan bear's massive body shook violently, its arm bones cracking with sharp sounds. The dark golden fur, capable of withstanding a third-tier beast, turned to ashes the moment it made contact with the flames, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh. He was forced back several steps, each step leaving a deep pit in the ground, before finally kneeling on one knee with a thunderous crash. One spear, one fist, simultaneously countering the combined assault of the three top talents, crushing them. The rocky slope fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of flames roaring and the bubbling of the molten rock below remained. Zheng Kuang lay in a pile of debris, his body charred and bloodied. Lu Chen collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, gazing at the flame apparition imposing over the heavens, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Tangui knelt on the ground, maintaining the form of the Titan bear, his arms hanging weakly, bloodied and mangled, the intense pain causing his facial muscles to spasm uncontrollably. They lost. Utterly defeated. The three top talents from the three great families had revealed all their trump cards, even risking their lives in a desperate combined attack. Yet they couldn't even force Hanyan back half a step. Third tier. Peak. Lu Chen's. Only at this moment did they truly realize that the combat power displayed by the apparition was not merely that of a newcomer to the late 3rd tier, but a solid peak of the 3rd tier. In fact, it was far more terrifying than an ordinary peak 3rd tier. The number 1 among the younger generation in Tianhai City. This title was not just for show, but was earned through absolute strength. Is this all the talent from the 3 great families can muster? Su Hanyan's cold voice emanated from the core of the apparition, laced with profound disappointment. She had originally thought that the 3 of them working together would warm her up a bit, help her find her fighting state, and prepare for her full strength against Lu Chen in their subsequent battle. But the opponent was too weak. They didn't even qualify to force her to use her full strength. If this is all you can do, then this farce should come to an end. Su Hanyan slowly raised the red flame spear in her hand, the tip aimed at the kneeling Tangui. The flame apparition also raised its enormous flame spear, the terrifying heat climbing once more, distorting the surrounding space under the wave of heat. The true killing move was brewing. Facing the lethal threat capable of vaporizing him entirely, an eerie smile suddenly appeared on Tangui's bear-like face, twisted in pain. Ha. While coughing blood, Tangui laughed maniacally. Su Hanyan, you are indeed strong, absurdly, so even instilling despair, but have you forgotten where this place is, eh? Su Hanyan furrowed her brow. Suddenly, an intense sense of crisis surged from the depths of her heart, without warning. It did not come from the Tangui before her, nor from the fallen Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang, but rather from behind. A howl violent to the extreme exploded in the air beside him. The tremendous sound waves rattled the surrounding air, creating visible ripples, while fragments of the ground were sent flying. In the direction of the solitary mountain, a blood-red shadow blurred by speed, carrying an overwhelming scent of blood, instantly crossed hundreds of meters. It was too fast. So fast that even Su Hanyan's burning heaven Dharma image didn't have time to fully turn around. Boom. A terrifying force that words could not describe crashed violently into the back of the burning heaven Dharma image. That towering flame avatar, standing over 20 meters tall and seemingly indestructible, issued a loud cracking sound under this violent impact, unable to bear the pressure. The surface's crimson flames instantly dissipated by more than half, turning into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. Su Hanyan let out a muffled grunt, a hint of pallor flashing across her stunning face. As the Dharma image was injured, her own vitality surged violently. Whoosh! The massive burning heaven Dharma image was like a meteorite that had been struck, along with Su Hanyan's body, directly sent flying by this terrifying shockwave. The colossal body carved a deep trench dozens of meters long into the ground, shattering countless dark. Ultimately, it crashed heavily onto a small hill, causing it to collapse with a loud noise. Clouds of dust surged into the sky, obscuring the view. It was only at this moment that the blood-red shadow finally came to a stop, revealing its true form. It was a giant ape, nearly 18 meters tall, covered in blood-red fur. Its muscles bulged like hard rocks, with impossibly long arms that hung directly below its knees. The enormous claws glimmered with a metallic sheen. In its eyes, the size of bronze bells, there was no trace of reason, only pure brutality and slaughter, emanating a nauseating stench of blood. A peak 3rd realm demon beast, the rampaging blood ape. It was indeed the final boss that had awakened from slumber, now in a state of extreme fury. Cough, cough. Tangui struggled to stand up from the ground, reverting from the titan bear form back. His arms were a bloody mess, but looking at Su Hanyan, who had been struck away by the rampaging blood ape, a malicious smile crept onto his lips. What does it matter if you're at the peak of the 3rd tier? What does it matter if you haven't class ability? In this trial arena, personal strength is ultimately limited. In the face of absolute rampaging power, you are still a dead person. In the dust crash, stones tumbled. Su Hanyan slowly stood up, using the back of her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Though the burning heaven Dharma image was considerably dimmed and had shrunk in size, it still firmly protected her, not completely collapsing. She gripped the crimson flame spear tightly, gazing at the rampaging blood ape in the distance, who was pounding its chest and roaring to the sky. A fervent battle intent ignited in her golden-red pupils. Swish, swish. 2 whooshing sounds cut through the air. Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang endured their injuries, quickly darting to Tangui's side. The 3 gathered together unhesitatingly, pulling out expensive high-level recovery potions and healing pills from their storage rings, shoving them into their mouths. The rich medicinal power spread within their bodies, slightly restoring the pallor of their faces and stopping the bleeding from their wounds. Cough, cough. I almost got killed by this woman. Fortunately, there's this peak 3rd realm beast helping us, otherwise no one could suppress her flame Dharma body. The rampaging blood ape, after venting its fury, did not turn to attack the closer Tangui and the others. Its scarlet eyes were locked firmly on Su Hanyan in the distance. With heavy breaths exhaling white mist, its forelimbs restlessly scratched the ground, as if in this area, it could only see Su Hanyan and completely ignored the 3 living beings beside it. Lu Chen keenly sensed this, a glint of sinister joy flashing in his eyes. It seemed she forcibly activated the peak third-tier flame Dharma body just now, and the surge of spiritual energy directly drew this beast's hatred to the maximum. Zheng Kuang, gripping the broken black giant sword, stepped forward with a grin, loudly taunting. Haha, Su, the school belle, how is it? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Didn't you say we were mere gravel? Now it's 4 against 1. Tang Gui also resumed his hypocritical scholarly demeanor, but with his body covered in blood, it looked exceptionally gruesome. You've exhausted your spiritual energy and withstood a full-force strike from a peak third-realm demon beast suffering internal injuries. Today you are destined to be eliminated. Hanyan, as long as you press the emergency button now and exit the trial, considering Mayor Su's face, we can let you off. Otherwise, once this blood ape goes fully berserk, don't blame us for not warning you. The three formed a semi-encirclement, blocking all possible escape routes for Su Hanyan, leaving only the dead and to face the rampaging blood ape. They were determined to force her out of the trial. Faced with the scheming of the 3 prodigies from aristocratic families along with the peak third-realm demon beast that was eyeing her hungrily, Su Hanyan casually flicked the flame spear, the spear tip leaving a charred line on the ground. Her stunning face remained cold as ice as she glanced at Tang Gui and the others, coldly stating, "For people. The advantage is mine." Upon hearing this, Zheng Kuang erupted with rage and laughed. "A dead duck's mouth is hard. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. The rampaging blood ape is genuinely a peak third-realm beast. Even if it has been weakened by special potions from the authorities, it is still a bona fide peak third-realm combat strength. From its earlier speed and the way it sent your flame Dharma body flying with one strike, you should understand how terrifying. What do you have to win?" Tang Gui squinted. "Hanyan, you must think clearly. Otherwise, if anything happens, Mayor Su won't be able to say anything for you. After all, in the trial, life and death are indifferent." Su Hanyan ignored their shouts. Slowly turning her head, her gaze passed over the rubble slope and looked toward the B-zone forest shrouded in dark clouds beyond. "Lu Chen, this move was originally meant for you." Su Hanyan withdrew her gaze from Area B, her stunningly beautiful face revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. She had once been filled with anticipation, hoping to use the trump card she had diligently practiced to thoroughly suppress Lu Chen and become the director. She wanted to see that guy who always seemed carefree and indifferent to everything display an expression of defeat before her. It would be quite amusing. However, her enthusiasm was spoiled by the antics of the few clowns led by Tang Gui and a beast. "Since you still want come," she declared, "then I shall test this move on them first." With that, Su Hanyan gripped the handle of the crimson flame spear with both hands and slowly raised it above her head. Boom! The towering 20-meter-tall burning heaven Dharma image that had surrounded her suddenly ceased to burn. Immediately after, the massive flame phantom began to collapse inward in a manner that defied logic. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, that enormous flame Dharma image, capable of incinerating rivers and boiling seas, was forcibly compressed into the spear she held. The crimson spearhead instantly transformed into a dark red hue, with chilling black patterns swirling across its surface. The surrounding air ceased to distort, revealing tiny black fissure signs of temperatures so high that even space itself was barely able to withstand them. There was no violent surge, only a suffocating silence. Su Hanyan stood in place, her long hair cascading down her face, pale from the depletion of spiritual energy, yet her crimson gold eyes burned with absolute pride and dominance. Burning heaven spear technique. Her voice was light as she gazed at the three and the beast. Crimson lotus annihilation. Swish. In an instant, a thin dark red line of fire as delicate as a strand of hair silently shot forth from the spear tip. Wherever the fire line passed, the hard dark red rocks vanished into thin air, instantly vaporized by the extreme heat. Not far away, Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang, who had initially been wearing fierce expressions ready to enjoy the show, found their smiles frozen in place. They trembled. Uncontrollable shivers spread from the depths of their souls throughout their bodies. They stared fixedly at that dark red fire line. Their legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering them unable to even entertain the thought of escape. "This is impossible." Lu Chen gasped, producing meaningless wheezing sounds, terror flooding his eyes. Zheng Kuang's hand, which gripped his knife, trembled violently, cold sweat soaking his back. "This is terrifying indeed." They had always believed that the 20-meter-tall burning heaven Dharma image was Su Hanyan's limit, the final trump card she had pushed herself to the brink to reveal. That was why they had dared to step forward and boast after the Dharma image had been damaged. But who would have thought that this woman could compress the power of the Dharma image, once more unleashing a strike that completely surpassed the second rank, even reaching beyond the peak of the third rank. As the top geniuses of Tianhai City, they had enjoyed the best resources since childhood, believing themselves to be superior. Until this moment, that dark red fire line completely shredded their pride. The gap was too vast. So vast it was despairing. They had foolishly thought they could secure the first kill by collaborating to take down their opponent and seize a top 3 ranking. In the face of such absolute power, their calculations seemed nothing more than a joke. In stark contrast to Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang's collapsed, Tang Gui, standing slightly behind, also flashed a strong sense of shock in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Hanyan would be this strong. Such a defiant talent, if not fully conquered, must be eradicated here. Facing the fire line that could instantly annihilate him, though Tang Gui was shocked, he did not retreat a single step. On his blood-soaked face a calm and mocking smile remained. Truly deserving of intangibility, indeed terrifying. What a pity. Just as the dark red fire line was about to touch Tang Gui and the others. Roar. A horrific roar 10 times more violent than before erupted without warning on the rocky slope. The wildly aggressive blood ape that had been glaring at Hanyan sprang into action. Its massive body lunged forward, directly blocking the path before Tang Gui and the others, confronting the dark red fire line head-on. Seeking death. Hanyan's gaze turned icy. Even if it were a peak third realm beast daring to take her crimson lotus annihilation, head-on with its flesh would undoubtedly be pierced through the heart and reduced to oblivion. The blood ape with its blood red fur clamped its massive arms together, capturing the dark red fire line within its enormous palms. Hiss hiss hiss. The piercing sound of burning arose as the blood ape's palms were charred black, the flesh curling back to reveal its bone. But in the next moment, Hanyan's expression changed. The blood ape did not retreat. Instead, it let out an even more excited, frenzied roar. Boom! A strange and malevolent black airflow suddenly erupted from within the blood ape. Its originally blood-red fur rapidly transformed into a nauseating dark purple under the influence of this black airflow. Its size increased again, directly surpassing 25 meters. Even more terrifying was its aura. The pressure that had originally lingered at the peak of the third realm surged wildly, breaking through a certain threshold in the blink of an eye, exuding an oppressive force several times stronger than before. The ground around them cracked inch by inch, fierce winds howled, even the dark clouds in the sky were violently churned by this ferocious aura. How is this possible? Hanyan bit her lip tightly. The official intelligence had clearly stated that this blood ape, designated as the final BOSS, had its strength weakened by potions and was in an extremely weakened state. But now this monster showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. This extreme ferocity, even carrying a hint of malevolence, was not something an ordinary peak third realm beast could possess. The information was false. Someone tampered with the exam. The thought flashed through Hanyan's mind as her gaze pierced toward Tang Gui behind her. Tang Gui's cold smile grew ever more pronounced, his eyes full of unabashed mockery. Hanyan, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? This blood ape is a special gift prepared just for you. The blood ape, unbothered by pain, let out a thunderous roar, its muscles bulging as dark purple malevolence surged into its palms. Crack! That dark red fire line formed from the most extreme flames, emitted a crisp shattering sound under this absolute violent pressure. Immediately after, the fire line shattered, explosively turning into a multitude of dark red light points that dissipated into the air. Hanyan let out a muffled groan. The crimson lotus annihilation had been forcibly crushed, and under the pull of its energy, she suffered a severe backlash. Her already pale face instantly lost all color. Her hands gripping the spear were torn apart at the palms, blood flowing down the spear shaft. This strike had drained the last remnants of spiritual energy from her body. Now, even standing was exceeding. The blood ape crushed the fire line, its massive form transforming into a dark purple whirlwind, appearing above Hanyan in an instant. That giant paw burned to reveal bone descended with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Hanyan wanted to dodge, but her energy-depleted body simply would not obey. She could only watch helplessly as that paw, akin to a small mountain, descended. In the level area, a dense forest is drenched in torrential rain. Large raindrops pelt the leaves, rising in a misty white fog. A silver blade of light tore through the curtain of rain, shattering 3 incoming azure wind blades. Jia Shaohua knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, blood seeping from the grip of his sword. Above, a giant eagle over 7 meters in size circled and gazed down. Its feathers were a dark blue resembling cold steel, and its eyes bore a distinctly human-like mockery. In the early stages of the third realm, the Gale Eagle. Damn! How is this beast so tough? Jia Shaohua wiped the rain from his face, his gaze becoming sinister. His ability is level Rainsword Master. As long as he is in the rain, his agility, perception, and sword energy can double, even allowing him to use the rain to lessen impacts. Relying on this trait, he pushed through the zone, and even dared to hunt beasts of the late second realm. Half an hour ago, he had set his sights on the rain clouds drifting toward the zone. As the saying goes, one must seek wealth in danger. As long as he followed the dark clouds into the zone and hunted a third realm beast, his points would skyrocket, and he might even break into the top 3 to gain entry to the talent competition. But reality slapped him hard. Third realm beasts are a completely different concept from those of the second realm. Even under the enhancement of the heavy rain, he could only just hold on, unable to break through the opponent's defenses. What twisted his mentality even more was the leaderboard. In the midst of battle, he glanced at his wristband. 6th place, Lu Chen 7,200 points. 5th place, Yi Yurong 7,400 points. Jia Xiaohua gritted his teeth, his jealousy boiling over. Lu Chen, a double-waist auxiliary type recognized by the entire school, actually ranked above him. He, a level powerhouse fighting desperately in the rain, had fewer points than a freeloader. Unwilling. Too unwilling. But the current situation left him no room to feel bitter. The rain clouds above, influenced by the strong winds, were speeding towards the level area. Further ahead lies the territory of mid to late third realm beasts. Retreating is unacceptable. Moving forward is certain death. And in the few seconds that Jia Zaihua's mind was racing, the Gale Eagle saw through the essence of his ability. Boom. A violent azure tornado formed beneath its wings, soaring into the sky. The terrifying wind pressure forcefully tore apart the rain clouds, covering a radius of several dozen meters, scattering them in all directions. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and poured down. The moisture in the forest evaporated at a visible speed. The faint blue mist surrounding Jia Xiaohua dissipated instantly. The enhancement of his ability was cut off. This is bad. Jia Zaihua's expression changed dramatically, his body suddenly feeling incredibly heavy, and his previously sharp perception fell to rock bottom. This beast saw through his weakness. The situation, which he could barely hold steady with the rain, was now turned upside down by the typhoon. The Gale Eagle transformed into a flash of azure lightning, diving down from above, its massive steel claws tearing through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. It was too fast. Without the enhancement of rain, he simply couldn't evade. What talent, competition, what genius, reputation, all became meaningless in the face of death. Jia Xiaohua frantically slapped the red distress button on his wristband. Beep. A piercing electronic voice rang out. Candidate Jia Xiaohua distress signal confirmed, points cleared, current rank none. He pressed it. Jia Zaihua's tense nerves had no time to relax before the fierce wind bore down on his scalp. He raised his sword to block. Crack. The long sword, forged from high-grade steel, was as fragile as paper under the claws of the third realm beast, breaking into 2.5 pieces in an instant. The massive impact slammed into his chest, propelling him away, crashing through 2 dead trees, before collapsing in the mud, blood mixed with internal organs gushing out. Having successfully struck, the Gale Eagle elegantly turned in midair and dived again, its steel claws aimed at Jia Zaihua's throat. It was the end. Jia Zaihua's vision blurred, helplessly watching the deathly azure wings draw closer. Just then, whoosh. A half-meter-long ordinary branch suddenly shot out from the bushes at an angle. There was no aura, no sonic boom, soft and harmless like a child's thrown toy. A desperate thought flashed through Jia Zaihua's mind, who was playing tricks, using a branch to poke a third-realm beast. The Gale Eagle didn't even glance at the branch as its steel claws were about to pierce Jia Xiaohua's neck. In the air, a lazy yet sweet voice rang out, filled with absolute authority. Kawaii. Buzz. An invisible force field instantly enveloped an area of several dozen meters. That originally unremarkable branch abruptly broke mid-flight, exploding into sharp wooden shards the size of fingernails. In the next second, the divine force erupted violently. Those scattered wooden shards seemed to forcibly bend the laws of physics, accurately avoiding the Gale Eagle's hard, cold steel feathers. Then they shot through its eye sockets, ear canals, nostrils, and the slightly open gaps of its beak. PCHHH. 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 The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out in rapid succession. GA. The Gale Eagle's forward momentum suddenly froze, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. With its head pierced, dark red blood gushed down from its beak, and its massive body lost balance in midair, thrashing about like a headless fly. A pair of delicate fair hands parted the bushes. Yi Yurong walked out slowly, a wildflower freshly. She was spotless, not even a speck of mud on her shoes, as if she were walking in her own garden rather than a pair. Behind her, Lu Chen strolled with his hands in his pockets, a languid expression on his face. Tisk, so close. Yi Yurong looked at the struggling giant eagle in midair, slightly dissatisfied, huffing. This third realm beast's skull is quite tough, though it didn't smash its head directly. On the ground, Jia Xiaohua, gasping for breath, stared hard at the two. The scoring duo. It was actually them. What ability was that just now? With type. Alright, very well controlled. Lu Chen took 2 steps forward, his right hand drawn from his pocket, slowly raised, forming a one-handed seal in front of him. Gazing at the struggling Gale Eagle, a faint green light flickered in his pitch-black eyes. Explode. A single light word was uttered. The tiny wooden shards that had entered the Gale Eagle's head instantly received a terrifying infusion of vitality. PCHHH. PCHHH. Countless sharp, thick, green wooden spikes suddenly erupted from the Gale Eagle's eye sockets, mouth, ears, and even the top of its head. Would escape insertion technique. The death blossom bloomed within its body. In the blink of an eye, the head of the 3-stage giant eagle, over 7 meters in size, transformed into a massive wooden sphere composed of dense, sharp thorns. It didn't even have a chance to let out another cry before it instantly perished, crashing heavily into the mud 2 meters in front of Jia Xiaohua. The ground trembled, splattering mud across his face. Jia Xiaohao was completely stunned. Instant kill. The three-stage beast that had forced him to flee with his head in his hands, unable to even break its defense despite his utmost effort, had been killed in a single strike. What? One responsible for breaking the defense from afar, and the other for detonating from within. And you call these two dual useless supports? What kind of excrement-filled brains do those rumor-mongers have? What? Ding. Killed Windblade Eagle Early Stage 3. System points 150. The wristband vibrated in sync. Killed Windblade Eagle Early Stage 3. Trial points 1200. Lu Chen glanced at the wristband panel. His trial points had jumped directly to 7,800, firmly securing his rank in the top 6. Hey, you on the ground. Yi Yurong walked over, looking down at Jia Xiaohao with disdain. You're pretty fast with that wristband, huh? If I'd known you had such quick fingers, I would have taken your points before making a move. Jia Xiaohao opened his mouth, a string of curses mixed with bloody spittle ready to spew, but his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Such a fragile mentality. Yi Yurong pursed her lips, casually spitting out the wildflower she had been chewing. She took a special high-grade beast milk from her spatial ring, bit off the cap, and tilted her snow-white neck back to take a large gulp. Because of this tilting motion, her already impressive figure was outlined even more dramatically by her tight comb. The two astonishingly plump snow-white mounds on her chest jutted out prominently, stretching the fabric into a dangerously taut curve that seemed ready to burst at any moment. A few drops of milky white liquid trickled from her fair lips, slid down her collarbone, and finally disappeared into the deep, unfathomable cleavage. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on that expanse of white for half a second, his instinctive appreciation prompting a second look before he naturally averted his eyes. That woman's figure was indeed exceptionally gifted. Taking the easy way out wasn't entirely a bad deal. Lu Chen ignored Jia Xiaohao on the ground, his gaze sweeping across the vast forest towards the rocky slope at the center of Area A. In the vision of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the distance were completely chaotic. The aura of a beast exceeding the peak of the third stage was rampaging. What troubled Lu Chen more was that within that violent bloodlust there was a faint trace of an extremely viscous cold black airflow. This aura was exactly the same as that sinister man from the evil god cult he had killed outside the city. That beast hasn't weakened, it's gotten stronger. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. As the final boss of the trial, the rampant blood ape should have been suppressed into an extremely weakened state by the agents. But the aura now was clearly on the verge of touching the fourth stage threshold. Strange. Truly strange. The examination ground had been tampered with, and the method was extremely subtle, not even detected by the examiners outside. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Yi Yurong, who was drinking milk. Bobo, want to ask you about someone. Speak. Yi Yurong didn't look up, extending her pink tongue to lightly lick the white milk stain at the corner of her mouth, curling it into her mouth and swallowing with a gulp. With her swallowing motion, the two proud snow-white orbs on her chest trembled slightly, tracing a breathtaking Wang Lai from the law enforcement department. Lu Chen's tone was casual, as if it were just a passing thought. Know him? Any inside info? Yi Yurong paused her milk drinking, looked up with a surprised expression. Why are you suddenly asking about him? She looked Lu Chen up and down. How did a high school student who hasn't even graduated get tangled up with that god of death? Just asking, heard someone mention him. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Though Yi Yurong was curious, as the little princess of the demon-slaying Hall high-level intelligence in Tianhai City was as transparent to her as a gossip magazine. Wang Lai, captain of the law enforcement department, a fourth stage peak awakener. Yi Yurong crossed her arms, unconsciously pushing up her full bosom, making it look ready to burst out. Her tone was unusually serious. This guy has a big reputation in Tianhai City, an iron-fisted figure personally promoted by the director of the law enforcement department. More specifics. Known for being impartial and ruthless, hating evil like an enemy. Yi Yurong shrugged. I heard his wife and daughter were killed by the evil god cult years ago, and he's been a complete madman ever since. Whenever it's a case involving the evil god cult or high-tier beasts, he's always the first one charging in with extremely tough methods, even brutal. Lu Chen listened quietly, his gaze deep. As for his personality, he's rigid, stubborn, and doesn't care about so. But within the Tianhai City law enforcement system, Wang Lai is considered a rare positive benchmark and one of the most trusted blades of the high command. Yi Yurong concluded, what did you do something illegal and are afraid he's after you? A positive benchmark. Impartial and ruthless. Nothing, just curious. Lu Chen ended the topic, his gaze shifting back towards Area A. Let's go straight to Area A. Yi Yurong was stunned for a moment. Now A. She gestured around them. Weren't you just saying with gleaming eyes that you wanted to kill all the three-stage beasts in Area B to rack up points? Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Chen's initial plan was indeed to stay in Area B for a while. Three-stage beasts provided a large amount of system points, which were the hard currency for him to upgrade his dual Kamui in exchange for wood release techniques. As for the rampant blood ape in area, he had originally planned to let those self-proclaimed geniuses beat it half to death first, then he would swoop in for the finishing blow. But now the situation had changed. Something's wrong in Area A. Lu Chen's tone was calm, but his speech was slightly faster than usual. That rampant blood ape has gone berserk. Its strength far exceeds expectations, and its aura is very unclean. So what if it's berserk? Yi Yurong said nonchalantly, taking another gulp of milk. The sky will fall, and the tall guys will catch it. Didn't Tanggui Zhongquang and the others go in a while ago? Let them fight it out first. Wouldn't it be better for us to pick up the scraps later? Lu Chen glanced at her. Hanyan, Yi Yurong's expression froze instantly, and she almost spat out the milk she had just drunk. And, Lu Chen added, Zhongquang and Lu Xian's group specifically sent people to delay us before going in. This shows they not only want the first kill, but also plan to harm Hanyan inside. Now that the beast has gone haywire, Hanyan is in danger. Are you still coming? Yi Yurong's eyes instantly widened, her lazy demeanor completely gone, replaced by an extremely dangerous sharpness. What? Hanyan is in danger. Go, of course I'm going. Yi Yurong gritted her teeth. Those bastards, if they dare touch a single hair on Hanyan's head, he'll skin them alive and make a carpet out of them. Her bond with Hanyan was far deeper than mere friendship. She could tease Hanyan all she wanted, but she would never allow an outsider to bully her. Then let's speed up, Lu Chen said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Yurong couldn't wait any longer. Go! She raised a hand, and an invisible immense force field instantly erupted. Lu Chen felt his feet grow light, and his whole body was forcibly lifted off the ground by a tremendous force without any warning. Hey! Before he could react, Yi Yurong was already floating in the air. Her divine power formed an invisible giant hand, grabbing Lu Chen by the back of his collar and shooting straight up into the sky. The fierce wind rushed into Lu Chen's mouth. He looked down, and the treetops below were receding at an astonishing speed. You can fly? Lu Chen shouted over the roaring wind. Obviously. My divine power can even compress air. What's lifting two people? Yi Yurong was now like a mother lion protecting her cub, her eyes fixed dead on Area A. The wind howled in the midair, pressing her tight suit against her skin. The two heavy masses on her chest bounced slightly in the wind, tracing a strikingly eye-catching white wave. Hold on tight. Mama's about to floor it. Boom. A burst of air exploded in the sky, and the two turned into a blur, violently tearing through the post-rain clouds, heading straight for the rocky slope. At the same time, at the center of Area A, the colossal palm, like a small mountain, was already descending with the force to destroy everything, bearing down hard on the spiritually exhausted Hanyan. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the rocky slope. The raging blood ape with its giant paw like a small mountain slammed down with overwhelming force onto Hanyan's burning sky dharma. Hanyan was already drained of spiritual power, and the broken dharma she barely maintained couldn't withstand this nearly overwhelming force for even half a second. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the massive flame dharma began to collapse inch by inch from the top. The crimson flames of spiritual energy were violently dispersed, turning into countless sparks in the sky. Hanyan was struck by a thunderbolt, her body flying backwards like a kite with a severed string. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair, crashing heavily into a pile of rocks dozens of meters away, the immense impact shattering a boulder weighing several tons. The crimson flame spear flew out of her hand, embedding itself in the ground, the flames at the tip extinguishing completely, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke. Pain. It hurt too much. Her entire body felt as if it were about to fall apart. Hanyan gritted her teeth, using one hand to push against the ground, struggling to rise only to weakly collapse back into the rubble, her exquisite face now pale as paper. Haha, it worked. Not far away, Lu Chen, who had initially closed his eyes in despair, suddenly opened them. After the mutated raging blood ape swatted Hanyan away, it didn't even glance at them, instead fixating on her direction, pounding its chest and roaring furiously. Lu Chen was startled for a moment, then burst into euphoric laughter. Zhongquang also climbed up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the severely injured Hanyan, the fear on their faces was instantly replaced by a sinister delight. What if she's in class genius? What if she possesses a flame avatar? Isn't she just being utterly powerless against this beast? Hanyan, you were so arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Tanggui straightened his suit collar, which had been disheveled from the recent battle, and put on his hypocritical, refined smile once more. He stepped forward, walking directly towards Hanyan, with a calm, stride confidence radiating from him. Hanyan coldly regarded Tanggui as he approached, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. She was not like the two fools Zhongquang and Lu Chen. The raging blood ape had awakened ahead of time, its strength not only undiminished, but even increased, and it was even tainted with that strange black malevolence. More strangely, this mindless beast had only focused on attacking her, completely ignoring the three of Tanggui, who were so close. And Tanggui's demeanor was far too calm. It seemed he had known all along that the raging blood ape would not attack him. This joint trial of the three schools was entirely arranged and secured by the Law Enforcement Division of Tianhai City. And Tangui's father was the director of the Law Enforcement Division. Everything connected together. The trial grounds had been tampered with, and the target was none other than her Hanyan. Or rather, it was aimed at her father the mayor, intending to thoroughly suppress the mayor's faction's influence during this trial. What a clever scheme. Hanyan gritted her teeth, swallowing the taste of blood that surged in her throat. Tangui stopped 3 meters away from her, looking down at the severely injured Hanyan, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her. At this moment, Hanyan's black tactical suit was torn in several places, revealing large swathes of her breathtakingly white skin. Her once neatly tied crimson hair had fallen down, matted with mud and blood. That face, usually cold as ice and unattainably beautiful, was now pale and fragile, with a striking red mark at the corner of her mouth that was truly eye-catching. This broken beauty made Tangui's lustful gaze nearly materialize. He had been craving Hanyan's body for quite some time. Normally this woman looked down on him, not even giving him a glance, but now she lay at his feet, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. This intense desire for conquest thrilled him to the core. Hanyan, why go through this suffering? Tangui feigned a heartbroken expression, his voice sickeningly gentle. If only you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have to endure such torment. Hanyan coldly stared at him, her eyes reflecting disdain, as if looking at a pile of foul-smelling trash. Tangui was not angered, his smile becoming even more radiant. Now I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your points, and then become my woman. He leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying a condescending benevolence. As long as you nod, not only will I protect you, but after the trial, we can also represent Tianhai City together in the Tianhai Province's talent competition and enter the 4 prestigious academies together. A strong alliance, what a perfect ending, right? Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang behind him crossed their arms, sneering, as if watching a show. Tangui, do you really think you have already won? Hanyan forced herself to sit up, casually wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her spine straightening. Even though she was severely injured, her innate pride remained unbroken like a sword that would never bend. You a waste, relying on your father's underhanded tactics are worthy to talk to me about the talent competition. The 4 prestigious academies. Don't think that just being eliminated would be enough. Even if I die here today, I would find you disgusting. She raised her head, her star-like eyes burning with unyielding flames, each word pronounced with clarity and force. To make me Hanyan bow my head, you are far from worthy. The man who could make me willingly lower my stance would never be a coward like you, who doesn't even dare to fight me, Heaton. In her mind, the image of Lu Chen flashed involuntarily, his face always carrying a casual demeanor that brought immense comfort. If it were that guy, he would never resort to such despicable means. Tangui's smile froze completely. Every word from Hanyan was like a sharp slap, striking hard at his most cherished pride. He detested being accused of relying on his father, and even more so, he hated Hanyan's lofty, unyielding demeanor. You shameless wretch. Since you're seeking death, ill-granted. Once I eliminate you, let's see what you will use to compete in the talent competition. Tangui completely tore off his disguise, his face turning ashen, his features contorting together. He transformed into a beastly figure ready to crush Hanyan's distress signal bracelet and leave her with a lesson she would never forget. Hanyan did not evade. She simply watched Tangui, calmly, a hint of regret flashing in her heart. She had hoped to surpass Lu Chen fairly in this trial, but unexpectedly it was ruined by a few wastes. How infuriating. Just as Tangui was about to make his move, the sky suddenly darkened. An extremely terrifying and oppressive pressure descended from above without warning. It obscured all the light above the rocky slope. Even the mutated raging blood ape, which had been pounding its chest and roaring, abruptly halted its actions, raising its head, a flicker of human-like fear flashing in its crimson eyes. A dull, thunderous roar crashed down from the 9 heavens, rattling eardrums with its sheer force. It was a colossal black cube. There was no flashy display of spiritual energy, no ripple of elemental power, only pure, overwhelming mass and a suffocating sense of pressure. It tore through the curtain of rain, leaving visible rings of white sonic booms in its wake, plummeting towards the heart of the rocky slope with the terrifying speed of a falling meteor. It was too fast. The air, violently compressed by the behemoth, let out a shrill, agonizing scream. The ground below, even before direct contact, began to crack and collapse on a massive scale. The lecherous smile was still frozen on Tangui's face, but his scalp tingled as if about to burst. He jerked his head up, his vision completely filled by the rapidly enlarging black cube. What the hell is this? How could something like this suddenly fall from the sky in this desolate, remote examination ground? If this thing landed squarely on him, forget being a mere second-order peak cultivator, even a third-order powerhouse would be instantly pulverized into a bloody pulp. Damn it. At this critical moment of life and death, Tangui let out a hysterical roar. He completely ignored Hanyan on the ground, and the spiritual energy within him exploded outwards in a frenzy, without any reservation. His body, which had been maintaining a half-human, half-beast form, instantly swelled, transforming into a fully manifested Titan giant bear, over 10 meters tall. His dark golden fur stood on end, bristling like steel needles. The muscles on his thick arms bulged with savage power as he braced himself against the falling black cube. Bang! The moment they made contact, a dull, heavy thud erupted. The Titan giant bear's arms, which were as hard as an alloy, bent and snapped at grotesque angles. Splinters of pale bone pierced through flesh and skin exposed to the air. The immense weight pressed down on his shoulders without any resistance. Arg! Tangue let out a miserable scream as his colossal body was forced downwards. His knees slammed heavily into the ground, smashing 2 deep craters several meters deep into the hard rock, sending debris and mud spraying into the air. Even though he was straining with all his might, he still couldn't stop the black cube from continuing its downward descent. The shadow of death was already pressing against the tip of his nose. What the hell are you two bastards staring at? Get over here and help. You want to die together. Tangui's eyes were bloodshot, blood frothing at his mouth as he roared at Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang not far away. Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang had been stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. Hearing Tangui's screams, they snapped back to reality, immediately realizing that if Tangue were crushed, the residual force of the black cube would be more than enough to grind them into meat paste as well. Move! Lu Chen bellowed, his wind wings flapping furiously behind him as he shot into the sky like a streak of green light. He raised his hands high, unleashing his violent wind-based ability without holding anything back, forming a massive tornado pillar that pressed firmly against the bottom of the black cube. Zheng Kuang gritted his teeth, shattering one in the process. He gripped his 10-meter-long black greatsword tightly. The blade erupted with a blinding black light as he drove it diagonally upwards from the side, desperately bracing against the cube's edge. They weren't the only ones. The frenzied blood ape also let out a deafening roar. Its massive body rose up on its hind legs, the muscles in its thick arms bulging high as it desperately held up another corner of the cube. The 3 most outstanding young geniuses of Tianhai City, plus a peak, 3 epic ferocious beasts whose power had surged dramatically. With their combined strength, they finally managed to halt the deathly black cube's descent, forcing it to pause for a single instant less than 3 meters above the ground. But it was only for an instant. Creak! The 10-meter greatsword in Zheng Kuang's hands began to tremble violently, its blade bending at a dangerous angle with dense cracks splitting across its surface. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy? His arm muscles tore, blood sprayed wildly, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Lu Chen, suspended in midair, was in an even worse state, blood seeping from all 7 of his orifices. His prideful wind-based ability was continuously collapsing under this absolute pressure, forcing him to desperately squeeze out his nearly depleted spiritual energy. I can't hold on any longer. Tangue, kneeling in the pit, felt every bone in his body groaning under the unbearable strain. He turned his head with difficulty, his eyes fixed on Hanyan, lying amidst the pile of rocks, filled with disbelief and terror. Hanyan, you crazy woman. You actually had a hidden move like this, a suicidal trick to take us all down with you. In his mind, who else could have caused such a world-shaking catastrophe other than the final trump card of this S-rank? However, at this moment, the shock in Hanyan's eyes was no less than theirs. She stared blankly at the black cube that was suppressing the 3 geniuses and the frenzied blood ape, without any chance to fight back, her mind completely blank. This wasn't her doing. She didn't even recognize this thing. But Hanyan was, after all, a genius who had been through countless life-and-death battles. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately realized that no matter where this thing came from, this was her only chance to escape. Tangue and the others were completely pinned down, and the blood ape had no time to spare for her. Gotta get away. Hanyan gritted her teeth, supporting herself with one hand in the mud and gravel, forcing out a sliver of strength to struggle to her feet. But that slap from the blood ape had already completely shattered her Dharma form. Her internal organs were displaced, and her spiritual energy was depleted to its absolute limit. She had just managed to push herself halfway up when her vision suddenly went black and a violent wave of dizziness washed over her. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining the rocks beneath her. Her body lost all its strength completely, and like a leaf torn apart by a gale, she pitched forward straight towards the sharp pile of rocks in front of her. Her vision began to blur. Is this really the end? Just as Hanyan closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the excruciating pain. Whoosh! An extremely faint, sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A green vine as thick as a wrist and glowing with a faint ethereal light burst out of the ground without any warning. Like an agile green serpent, it shot through the air, filled with flying debris, with incredible precision, wrapping itself tightly around Hanyan's impossibly slender waist. Hanyan only felt a tightness around her waist, followed by a gentle, yet irresistible force. Her falling body was instantly suspended in midair. Then she was yanked violently backward by the vine, pulled out of the danger zone under the black cube, tracing an arc through. She crashed heavily into an embrace. It didn't hurt, but instead felt incredibly solid and reassuring. The scent that filled her nostrils was no longer the nauseating stench of blood and mud, but a familiar crisp fragrance of faint fresh greenery. A powerful arm wrapped securely around her waist, holding her firmly against a warm chest. Hanyan instinctively opened her eyes. What met her gaze was Lu Chen's sharply defined profile, carrying a hint of nonchalant amusement. At this moment, he was holding her with one arm. His black tactical suit was soaked by the rain, clinging to his body and outlining the smooth contours of his muscles. Hanyan was stunned. The posture they were in right now was ambiguous to the extreme. She was already severely injured, and her form-fitting black tactical suit had been torn in several places during the earlier battle. A long gash had opened across her chest, exposing large expanses of breathtakingly fair skin to the air. With her rapid shallow breaths, the full soft curves were faintly visible, pressed tightly against Lu Chen's arm. Rainwater traced down her crimson hair, sliding past her pale, slender neck and disappearing into the deep, shadowy valley below. She lay limply in Lu Chen's arms, the usual aloof, icy aura of the school beauty completely gone, replaced by an extremely rare, pitiful, and captivating fragility. The scent, a mix of blood and a girl's natural fragrance, drifted straight into Lu Chen's nose. The fingers of the hand holding her waist stiffened slightly. The feeling under his hand was smooth, soft, as if she had no bones at all. This girl, she usually looked quite slim, but she certainly wasn't lacking in the places that mattered. But this was clearly not the time for wandering thoughts. Lu Chen averted his gaze, looked down at Hanyan, who was staring blankly at him in his arms. Looking at her pale cheeks and the blood at the corner of her mouth, his tone remained as teasingly annoying as ever. "Oh, my eternal runner-up, seems like there's a bit of water in that S rank of yours." Lu Chen's lips curled into a playful arc as he tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her closer into his. The black tactical suit, damaged from battle, was riddled with tears, the cold rain mixing with her warm body heat. Hanyan's stunningly white skin pressed against Lu Chen's arm and chest without any barrier. That astonishingly soft touch made Lu Chen, a veteran of 2 lives, involuntarily curse in his heart. How deadly. This girl's figure was truly well hidden most of the time. "Didn't you say you wanted me to bring my peak performance to have a fair battle with you, eh?" He teased her nonchalantly, while looking at the pale-faced, yet still breathtakingly beautiful girl in his arms. "How can you get so embarrassed by a few useless opponents and still need my help to save the day? If this gets out, how will you maintain the reputation of the top genius of Tianhai?" Hanyan's face instantly flushed crimson. It was unclear whether she was angered by Lu Chen's sharp tongue or by their overly intimate contact at that moment. Having grown up, she had never even held a boy's hand. When had she ever been held like this? Especially in such a disheveled and nearly half-naked state. She bit her teeth tightly, instinctively trying to break free, only to realize she had no strength to do so, and could only lean weakly against him, resembling a wronged little wife. "You let go of me." She turned her face away, unable to look into Lu Chen's deep eyes. Her voice was weak, but she still stubbornly insisted, "Who asked you to meddle? I still have trump cards I haven't used." All right, you're amazing, you're invincible, you can single-handedly dominate the battlefield." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, completely ignoring her ineffective struggles. Instead, he casually embraced her back, lifting her slightly to a more comfortable position. "Don't move around, this position is convenient." Hanyan gasped as her body suddenly lifted, her ample chest pressing directly against Lu Chen's. Her mind buzzed, thinking this bastard was going to take advantage of her, and she was about to explode with anger. The next, an exceedingly pure and immense green spiritual energy surged into her body through Lu Chen's palm without warning. This great ability, Qingmu, possessed absolute healing powers. The violent vitality flowed through Hanyan's severely damaged meridians like a flood breaching a dam. The severe backlash from the Red Lotus desolation and the internal injuries caused by the violent blood ape began to visibly heal in the face of this terrifying life force. Even her nearly exhausted spiritual energy quickly replenished, as if she had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. It felt so comfortable. That sensation of every cell rejoicing made Hanyan involuntarily let out a tiny muffled moan. She was stunned, staring blankly at Lu Chen's profile, which was so close. Only at this moment did she snap back to reality. The being that had struck with earth-shattering force, leaving the 3 top geniuses unable to raise their heads, was clearly labeled as double-grade support in the school's awakening records. This is called a support class. What kind of support can carry someone in one hand while suppressing the entire scene with the other? Meanwhile, at the center of the rocky slope, the muffled roar continued and the ground trembled violently. The massive black cube loomed like an unshakable iron tower, pressing firmly down below. Tang Gui, transformed into a titan bear, had his arms grotesquely deformed, white bones piercing through flesh, blood gushing violently. In midair, Lu Zuanfeng's wings were nearly disintegrated, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and every use of spiritual energy was accompanied by excruciating pain. Zheng Kuang's 10-meter-long blade had already broken in half, his palms torn apart, and his arms trembled like chaff. Along with the mutated violent blood ape that was also screaming in agony. The 3 humans and 1 beast exhausted all their trump cards and finally managed to halt that terrifying black cube in midair, preventing it from descending further. At the moment the pressure slightly paused, they finally had a bit of breathing room. They struggled to turn their heads, looking in the direction from which the vines retracted, wanting to see who had unleashed such a monster-level attack. Upon seeing this, the 3 of them froze in their tracks. Lu Chen. How could it possibly be Lu Chen? Lu Xian's bloodshot eyes widened, his mind exploded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I clearly sent 2 latest-stage second tier to block him in Area C and even gave them that treasure. How could he appear here unscathed? Zheng Kuang looked at the refined young man, one hand holding Hanyan and the other reaching into his clothes to heal her, his mental state completely shattered. Did Lu Chen do this? The black cube that was pressing us to the brink of death, was it created by him? They could not comprehend. A person they regarded as an ant, even thinking they could crush him with a few subordinates, had casually dropped something that almost obliterated them all. What was even more devastating was Tang Gui kneeling at the bottom of the pit. His proud peak second-tier strength was reduced to a joke under this absolute pressure. What he couldn't accept the most was that the iceberg school beauty, Su Hanyan, whom he dreamed of and couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes, was now helplessly soft in Lu Chen's embrace. Under her torn tactical suit, large areas of white skin pressed tightly against Lu Chen's chest. She didn't even resist, just blushing, looking at Lu Chen with an expression he had never seen before, a mix of shyness and reliance. That gaze made him feel worse than if she had killed him. Lu Chen. Tang Gui's eyes turned red. Extreme jealousy and humiliation drove him completely mad. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. Get your filthy hands off Hanyan. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the furious Tang Gui. Feeling the warmth returning to the delicate body in his arms, his left hand wrapped around Su Hanyan's waist while his right hand continued to channel energy. In his deep black eyes, 3 tomo quickly united, transforming into a complex and bizarre kaleidoscope pattern. He slightly raised his head, glancing at the black cube, which was being held up in the air by 3 people and 1 beast, already showing several cracks on its surface, and a malicious cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. You managed to block my casual strike. A casual strike? Tang Gui, Lu Xian, and Zheng Kuang's pupils shrank, their hearts skipped a beat. The terrifying attack that had pushed them to their limits, forcing them to use every ounce of strength, was merely a casual strike, in Lu Chen's words. Before they could recover from that extremely arrogant statement, Lu Chen's smile grew wider. Then, the sky darkened once more. The clouds high above were forcibly torn apart by an indescribable, terrifying power. An even more muffled and deafening sonic boom descended from the heavens. The gravitational force of the entire rocky slope seemed to increase several-fold in an instant. Even the falling raindrops were crushed into fine mist. For the second one, how will you defend yourselves, eh? So, how will you block the second one? Lu Chen's words, laced with a hint of mockery, clearly reached. The sky darkened once again. A weighty pressure 10 times more terrifying than before instantly enveloped the entire rocky slope. At that moment the air seemed to transform into solid steel, with each raindrop crushed into nothingness, becoming a misty white vapor. The black cube, barely held together by the combined efforts of Tang Gui, Lu Xian, Zheng Kuang, and the mutated violent blood ape, let out a mournful cry under this new horrific pressure. On its surface, the seemingly indestructible material was crazily spreading with jagged cracks. No. Impossible. Suspended in midair, Lu Xian, who was desperately maintaining the wind-based vortex, let out a hysterical scream upon feeling the overwhelming, despairing force from above. His mind went blank, all rationality, calculations, and schemes crumbled in that instant. 2. Such apocalyptic, divine punishment-like attacks. How could there possibly be 2? It had completely surpassed his understanding of abilities. This was a natural disaster. A power that only deities could possess. The moment he lost his composure, his once proud wind abilities could no longer be sustained, and the massive tornado collapsed with a thunderous roar. The terrifying pressure instantly rebounded, hitting Lu Xian like a heavy hammer, and he spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments into the air, helplessly falling towards the ground. Lu Xian. Zheng Kuang's eyes widened, and the 10-meter-long mad blade in his hand snapped in half with a sharp crack. The immense recoil shattered the bones in his arms, pinning him forcefully to the ground, where even moving a finger became an unattainable luxury. More broken than them was Tang Gui, who knelt in the deep pit, transformed into a titan bear. His already twisted arms exploded, completely drenched in blood. His massive body was being compressed, with the bones cracking loudly, as if it would be ground into a pulp. Pain and terror overwhelmed his nerves, but even more so was the tide of resentment and Lu Chen. Tang Gui's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on the boy holding Su Hanyan, looking nonchalant, his voice hoarse like a hellish demon. Why? Why is it you, this useless piece of trash? His meticulously crafted plan, the glory within, reached the beauty easily attainable. Everything was shattered before this auxiliary class waste he had never even acknowledged. For this trial, he had secretly manipulated the data of the exam's boss, using his father's power in the law enforcement department, waking the berserk blood ape ahead of time. And its strength surged, even tainted with a hint of the evil god cult's bizarre aura, causing it to attack Hanyan madly. Once she was worn down to her limits, he would descend like a deity and suppress the berserk blood ape. In this way, he could not only conquer the proud woman Hanyan, making her grateful and perhaps even devoted, he could also surpass everyone with the enormous 10,000 points gained from defeating a peak boss, undoubtedly securing the first place and qualifying for the Tianjiao competition. It was a perfect plan that killed two birds with one stone, obtaining both fame and beauty. But now the ant he had used as a stepping stone had transformed into a nightmare, controlling life and death, keeping him firmly underfoot. Extreme humiliation and jealousy drove Kamui completely insane. Lu Chen, do you know who we are? My dad is the director of the law enforcement department. He is the legitimate heir of the Lu family. He is the future successor of the Zheng family. If you touch us, you are making enemies of the three great families of Tianhai City. There will be no place for you to hide in heaven or earth. You and your uncle will both die without a burial place. Hearing this, Lu Chen and Zheng Quang, who had fallen not far away, seemed to awaken from a dream. As if grasping at their last straw of hope, they roared in fury. Lu Chen, you have chosen the path to death. If you stop now, we might spare your life. That's right. You, a double-strength auxiliary, merely gained this bizarre ability by sheer luck. Do you really think you can contend with the families behind us? Yet facing the trio's frenzied outcry, Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. All of his attention was focused on Hanyan in his arms. The girl's body was still hot, but she was no longer as weak as before. Under the nurturing of his strength, Qingmu's spiritual energy, her damaged organs and broken meridians were rapidly healing at an astonishing speed. A faint abnormal flush appeared on her pale paper-like face. It was unclear whether it was due to her injuries healing or because of their overly intimate position. Hanyan was almost hanging on Lu Chen, her breathtakingly ample chest pressing tightly against his. Through the torn tactical suit, she could clearly feel the burning warmth of his solid muscles and the steady power. In her life, she had never been held like this by a man, not even having held hands. The unique scent of the man mixed with a hint of grass lingered at the tip of her nose, making her head spin, and she couldn't muster any strength to resist. You bastard. Hanyan was filled with shame and anger, turning her head away to avoid looking at Lu Chen's face, her voice as faint as a mosquito. I warn you. Don't move your hands. She could feel Lu Chen's large hand, which was holding her back, seemingly intentionally touching a place it shouldn't, making her both embarrassed and angry, yet it felt so comfortable that she wanted to hum. Don't move, him healing your wounds. Lu Chen lowered his head, looking at the girl's earlobe, which was turning red as if about to bleed. He smirked and deliberately lowered his voice to her ear, saying, if you move again, the unstable output of spiritual energy could explode your... Well, you get the idea. Hanyan's mind buzzed, completely crashing. What does exploding mean? This bastard. A rogue. An unscrupulous person. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, wishing she could bite him to death, but the warm and immense life force within her made it impossible for her to muster any resistance. This feeling was driving her nearly crazy. Only at this moment did she truly realize that the man in front of her, who was intimately treating her, while casually teasing her, and simultaneously suppressing the three great talents. In the school records, he was actually labeled as a double S-ranked auxiliary. What auxiliary can summon the heavens and earth with a thought, and call down stars to smash people? Just then, as Hanyan was lost in her thoughts, Lu Chen finally lazily raised his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the three aristocratic talents, still shouting frantically below. In his deep black eyes, three spinning tomos slowly coalesced into a bizarre and exquisite kaleidoscope pattern. Are you done talking? If you're done, it's time to move on. Boom. With Lu Chen's words, the second black cube, larger and heavier than the first, fell from the sky, carrying the supreme pressure that could obliterate everything. Crack, crack. At the moment the second cube made contact with the first black cube could no longer withstand the terrifying cumulative pressure and instantly shattered into countless fragments. Without the buffer of the first cube, the second black cube descended towards the three people and one ape with an unstoppable force. Madman, you complete lunatic. I won't play along anymore. Lu Chen let out a piercing scream and unhesitatingly pulled out a silver jade talisman radiating strong spatial fluctuations from his pocket, crushing it in his hand. This was the life-saving card given to him by the head of the Lu family, capable of instantly teleporting a person hundreds of kilometers away. It was originally intended for use in the talent competition, but now had to be used to escape like a lost dog. A spatial rift instantly enveloped Lu Chen, forcibly pulling his figure into the void just a fraction of a second before the black cube struck him, causing him to vanish. Damn it, Lu Chen, you bastard. Zheng Kuang pinned to the ground, and unable to move looked on with bloodshot. He also felt the irresistible threat of death, leaving no room to consider the dignity of a genius or the glory of his family. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Lu Chen, wait for me. I, Zheng Kuang, will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Saying this, he too crushed a life-saving jade pendant he wore. A flash of golden light appeared, and his body transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the ground, with incredible speed, disappearing into the air. With Lu Chen and Zheng Kuang's escape, all the pressure instantly focused on Tang Gui in the deep pit, as well as on the mutated raging blood ape. Roar! At that moment, the raging blood ape suddenly let out a deafening and mournful roar. Within its originally crimson eyes, an eerie and dense black light erupted, and an extremely evil and violent aura exploded from its body. Its body swelled again, muscles bulging, and at that moment it forcefully broke through the shackles of the peak of the third realm, stepping into the threshold of the fourth realm. With veins popping in its arms resembling two towering pillars, it braced itself against the second black cube that crashed down like a meteor. The terrifying power of the fourth realm erupted, instantly managing to withstand this world-destroying strike in midair for half a second. But that was only half a second. Half a second later, the absolute mass and terrifying gravity contained within the black cube erupted completely. Boom! The second black cube landed solidly in the center of the rubble slope. A terrifying earthquake comparable to a small nuclear explosion erupted. The deafening roar transformed into visible, tangible sound waves mixed with violent shockwaves sweeping crazily in all directions, echoing throughout the entire grade area. Meanwhile, in other areas outside the trial grounds, the examinees who were battling the monsters were shaken by this sudden terrifying noise, and they all raised their heads in horror, looking toward the direction of the grade area. What the hell? What happened? Is it an earthquake? That direction is the center of the grade area. It's that three-realm peak boss that awakened early. My God, has someone challenged the boss's might so quickly? This commotion is too exaggerated. No need to think the one who could create such a world-destroying sound must be Su Dahua, the strength flame of extinction. Who else could it be? You're talking nonsense. No matter how powerful Su Hanyan is, she's still just a woman. In terms of absolute destructive power, even Zheng Kuang and Lu Xian's AB combination can't compare. I bet it's definitely Tang Xiao. He has the complete beastification ability. If it's not him, I'll eat 2 tons of Owari upside down. Exactly, Tang Xiao is peak second realm. He might have already soloed the boss. Everyone was chattering. No one could have imagined that the person challenging the boss in their discussions was actually the so-called double-level support waste in school. In the center area of a grade, the rubble slope, the terrifying aftermath raged for several minutes before gradually calming down. The originally rugged rubble slope had completely disappeared, replaced by a terrifying pit dozens of meters deep and over 100 meters in diameter. Su Hanyan was held in Lu Chen's arms, staring blankly at the bottomless pit, her rosy lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with undeniable shock. She involuntarily recalled her earlier bold words to Lu Chen. I want you to use your peak strength to engage in a fair battle with me. A fair battle? Is this really fair? Su Hanyan bitterly tugged at the corners of her mouth. If Lu Chen had done this to her during the final battle, even if she used the killing move Red Lotus Annihilation in her flame avatar state, she would still be crushed into a puddle of flesh in an instant. How much more are you hiding? Su Hanyan lifted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen's somewhat carefree face, her voice carrying a hint of defeat and shock that she herself was unaware of. What kind of talk is that? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at this proud little peacock in his arms who had finally been struck to the point of questioning her life, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His hand around her slender waist tightened, intentionally feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity. He teasingly said, Don't worry, if we were to battle, I definitely wouldn't be so violent. After all, I always know how to cherish the fragrant and soft. I would be very gentle with you. You? Su Hanyan's pale cheeks immediately flushed with 2 shades of crimson, as she could easily pick up the innuendo in this bastard's words. She angrily tried to struggle free, but the little strength she had just recovered was utterly useless against Lu Chen's powerful embrace. Instead, her struggles caused her remarkable fullness to rub even more closely against Lu Chen's chest. Just when their positions became extremely ambiguous and the atmosphere turned exceptionally delicate, a vast cloud of dust was forcefully parted by an incredibly violent, invisible force. Lu Chen, you rogue, what did you do to me up there? I want to kill you. The violent gust of wind instantly tore through the thick dust swirling at the center of the rocky slope. A petite yet extraordinarily fierce figure with a gaze that could almost kill dove swiftly from midair and landed steadily at the edge of the giant pit. Lu Chen, you absolute rogue, beast, pervert. What did you do to me up there? The speaker was Yi Yorong, who had rushed over to help. However, at this moment, the usually lazy and sweet princess of the demon-slaying palace looked utterly disheveled. Her once form-fitting black tactical suit was now in tatters. The zipper at her chest had completely burst open, revealing large swathes of mesmerizingly fair skin. The breathtaking curves partially hidden among the torn fabric heaved wildly with her heavy breaths, as if they might burst forth at any moment. What was more alarming were the deep red rough marks crisscrossing her fair neck and delicate collarbone, extending down to the tender pale skin at the edge of her cleavage. These marks were not wounds made by sharp tools, instead they resembled the imprints left by a thick rope or vine tightly binding her. Coupled with her disheveled attire and the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes, she looked as if she had just endured a brutally violent and indescribable bondage play. "I will kill you." Yi Yurong gritted her teeth, ashamed to the point where even her earlobes bled. She cast a glance at the undeniable red marks on her chest and recalled the bizarre state of complete helplessness she had experienced in midair, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Facing Yi Yurong's seemingly murderous glare, Lu Chen appeared completely innocent. He still held onto Su Hanyan's slender waist with his left hand, while his right hand continuously channeled Qingmu's spiritual energy, speaking with helplessness. "Is it my fault that you weren't behaving?" "What do you mean I wasn't behaving?" Yi Yurong exclaimed, her anger causing her proud assets to undulate violently, dizzying those who looked. "It's definitely your fault for having ulterior motives. Coveting my drooling over my perfect figure for so long that you took advantage of me while we were in the air, binding me with those lewd means and groping me. Look at these marks, this is all you're doing. Stop right there." Lu Chen rolled his eyes and interrupted the little demon girl's rambling, without hesitation, sneering, "Just now I sensed a burst of pressure from this side," while in midair realizing that Su Daixiao couldn't hold on any longer and was preparing to intervene directly. "But my move was too loud and I didn't want you to see it, so I cast an illusion spell to let you sleep quietly for a while." As he spoke, Lu Chen's gaze became somewhat peculiar, unabashedly scanning Yi Yurong's body marked with bruises. "Who knew that your mind was filled with such nonsense? Instead of sleeping under the illusion, you went into a frenzy, as if you had taken some strong stimulant, wildly writhing in midair and rubbing against me. I was in a hurry to save someone, and with you rubbing against me I had no choice but to bind you with vines like a rice dump. You struggled too, intensely tightening the bindings which left these marks. If not for your hysterics I would have arrived sooner, and Su Hanyan wouldn't have been severely injured. You were talking nonsense." Yi Yurong's mind buzzed, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She vaguely recalled the embarrassing scenes from the illusion and felt utterly flustered, but her mouth remained stubborn. "I didn't rub against you, it was clearly you, the old pervert, taking advantage of me." "All right, Bobo." Just as the two were at an impasse, a weak, yet clear voice came from Lu Chen's embrace. Su Hanyan, pale-faced, struggled to suppress the tingling sensation from her injuries, healing, speaking to stop the farce. "Stop arguing, Lu Chen. He isn't that kind of person." Although she said this, Su Hanyan's cheeks were even redder than Yi Yurong's. Lu Chen's broad, warm hand was openly pressed against her fair back, transmitting a continuous flow of scorching life force through her thin skin. That posture and sensation made Su Hanyan feel that her earlier statement, "he isn't that kind of person," was utterly unconvincing. "Yin." Hearing her friend's voice, Yi Yurong finally snapped back to reality, shifting her focus away from her own marks of shame. When she saw Su Hanyan's current state, her pupils suddenly contracted. The once lofty and untainted iceberg school belle now had nearly half her tactical suit torn apart, revealing large patches of horrifying blood and fair skin. Her breath was extremely weak. If not for Lu Chen's wooden spiritual energy sustaining her, she would have likely fainted by now. "Who did this? How dare those bastards hurt you like this?" The protective little demon girl instantly erupted in fury, her lazy facade completely shattered as an extremely cold and violent killing intent erupted from within her. Her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. "Where's Tang Gui? And those two rascals Zheng Kuang and Lu Xian? I will chop them into pieces to feed the dogs today." However, as her gaze swept around, she froze. No Tang Gui, no Zheng Kuang or Lu Xian. The rocky slope once filled with bizarre stones had now transformed into a deep, bottomless giant pit. "Did you do all this?" Yi Yurong's voice trembled. Her usually languid and dreamy beautiful eyes were now wide open, staring intently at Lu Chen. "What? Doesn't it look like it?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. "How did you do it?" Yi Yurong gasped sharply, her full chest heaving violently as she pointed at the massive black cube that resembled a small mountain. Such a terrifying volume, and the special gravitational force emanating from it. An ordinary void ring couldn't possibly contain something like this unless... As the little princess of the demon-slaying hall, her insight far surpassed that of ordinary people. She knew very well that summoning such a terrifying mass and volume of matter out of thin air was no feat for an ordinary storage artifact. Unless it was the legendary, extremely rare top-tier spatial ability. Just as Yi Yurong was stunned beyond words, a crisp system notification suddenly chimed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Killed the early 4th stage Beast Frenzied Blood Ape, obtained 1234 system points. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Over 1200 system points. This was an absolute jackpot. Not only did it replenish the points spent earlier on exchanging Susanoo and the Sharingan, it also substantially fattened his coffers. Not only that, but the trial points in reality also welcomed a historic settlement. Beep, beep, beep. The wristbands of Lu Chen, Su Hanyan, and Yi Yurong all erupted with blinding red light simultaneously. Immediately after a holographic projection of the leaderboard unfurled mightily in midair, its glaring golden text instantly replacing the previous rankings. First place, Lu Chen Tianhai No.1 High School points 17820 first kill bonus for Frenzied Blood Ape 0 points. Second place, Su Hanyan Tianhai No.1 High School points 12500 inch. Third place, Yi Yurong Tianhai No.2 High School points 7400 inch. Meanwhile, the names of Tang Gui, Zheng Kuang, and Lu Chen, who had previously held the top spots, had now turned completely gray, their points ruthlessly reduced to a label of 0. This meant they had not only lost their qualification for the trial, but even their guaranteed baseline scores had been wiped out. At this moment, not just in the A-grade zone, but across the entire Tianhai City, 3-school joint trial grounds, the communication wristbands of tens of thousands of examinees all updated this leaderboard synchronously. After a brief silence, the entire examination ground erupted, as if a depth charge had been dropped. What the hell? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Who's in first place? Lu Chen. That useless doubles support from No.2 High. 17,800 points. First kill on the Frenzied Blood Ape. That's a peak 3rd stage. No, judging by the commotion earlier, that was definitely a 4th stage boss. How could a support type possibly solo kill that? This is insane. The system must be glitched. What about Tang Gui, and Zheng Kuang, and Lu Chen? Their names are gray. How did their points get zeroed out? Could it be that Lu Chen eliminated all 3 of them, and snatched the first kill on the Frenzied Blood Ape on top of that? Are you out of your mind? Lu Chen is a support. There's no way he could take on 3 prodigies from the great families, and then instantly kill the boss too. If he can do that, he'll eat every pile of beast dung in this forest on the spot. Everywhere across the examination grounds, countless self-proclaimed geniuses stared at the rankings on their wristbands, their worldviews shattered into pieces. Especially those elites from Tianhai No.3 and No.1 high schools who usually held their noses high and never missed a chance to mock Lu Chen. Their faces were now pale as ghosts, as if they had just seen a specter. In a corner of Zone B, Jia Xiaohao, who had just woken up, looked at the glaring first place Lu Chen on his wristband. His body convulsed twice, his eyelids rolled back, and he fainted dead away once more. His proud cross-tire challenge was nothing but a joke in the face of Lu Chen's almost miraculous feat. Lu Chen paid no heed to the shock and uproar from the outside world. He lowered his head, looking at Su Hanyan, still weak in his arms, but with a much rosier complexion, and a roguish, mischievous grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Su, the school beauty. Lu Chen deliberately drew out his tone, his large hand resting on the girl's slender waist, even playfully squeezing that astonishing softness. I'm truly sorry, but it seems in this joint trial you are still going to be pinned beneath me. That title of eternal second place, you probably won't be able to shake it off. Hearing this teasing remark, a double entendre, made even more suggestive by their current posture, Su Hanyan's cold and stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed crimson. You bastard. Su Hanyan, filled with shame and indignation, shot Lu Chen a fierce glare with her beautiful eyes. Her innate pride and competitive spirit were thoroughly ignited in that moment, but her body was still too weak to resist. Clenching her silver teeth, she retorted like a proud little kitten whose tail had been stepped on, "Don't get too cocky. This time since you saved me, I'll let you have this one. Next time I'll definitely pin you down fair and square." The moment those words left her mouth, Su Hanyan suddenly realized the ambiguity in her statement. Especially the phrases, "let you have this one," and "pin you down," combined with their bodies pressed tightly together, sounded utterly like flirtatious banter. With a bang, something seemed to explode in Su Hanyan's mind. She was so mortified she wished she could dig a hole right there and bury herself in it. She buried her face directly into Lu Chen's chest, refusing to lift it up again, no matter what. Ahem. Just as the atmosphere was thick enough to be cut with a knife, 2 extremely deliberate coughs, laced with heavy sourness, sounded from the side. Yi Yurong stood off to the side, arms crossed over her chest. Her voluptuous figure, which was barely concealed by her torn clothes, seemed to puff up with indignation due to her current mood. Watching her best friend cower in Lu Chen's arms like a shy little wife, an inexplicable wave of sourness and irritation welled up in her heart. "Don't you two think you should mind the occasion?" In broad daylight under the open sky, Yi Yurong bit her red lips, her tone carrying a sourness she herself hadn't even noticed. "And you, Lu Chen, where exactly are your hands roaming? Haven't you had enough of taking liberties? Put Hanyan down right now." For some reason, watching Lu Chen be so gentle with Su Hanyan and recalling how she herself had been bound up like a zongzi with vines and handled roughly by this guy up in the sky. The sense of disparity in Yi Yurong's heart swelled infinitely, and she even vaguely harbored the absurd thought, why does she get to be held in his arms while I get tied up and played with? Lu Chen shrugged at her words, casually retracting the hand that was channeling spiritual energy and steadying Su Hanyan, so she stood upright on her own. Ding! At that very moment, a majestic and icy voice boomed across the entire examination grounds from above. It was Wang Lai, the chief examiner of the law enforcement department, amplified through a sound-amplifying artifact. Attention, all examinees. A fourth-stage beast rampage incident occurred in the A-grade zone, and it has now been suppressed. This year's three-school joint trial is hereby concluded ahead of schedule. All examinees in every zone hold your positions immediately and await rescue helicopter pickup. I repeat, the trial is concluded ahead of schedule. Hearing the announcement of the trials, Su Hanyan finally let out a sigh of relief. As her taut nerves relaxed, her body involuntarily swayed. Lu Chen, quick as a flash, reached out again to steady her by the shoulder. Watching this natural physical contact between the two, Yi Yurong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable emotions surging within her. She stepped forward, staring intently into Lu Chen's eyes with an unprecedented seriousness. Lu Chen. Moi. Lu Chen turned his head to look at her. You promised me before that after the trial you'd truthfully answer a question of mine. Does that still count? Looking at her, as if she were facing a great enemy, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and met her gaze without any evasion. Of course. I, Lu Chen, have always been a man of my word. Good. Yi Yurong took a deep breath as if she had made some monumental decision. Word by word, her voice drifted clearly to Lu Chen's ears in the breeze. Then the question I want to ask is, that night, was it you who saved me at the top floor of the demon-slaying hall? That night, were you the one who saved me at the top of the demon-slaying hall? Yi Yurong's clear voice echoed in the gentle breeze, plunging the chaotic rocky slope that had just experienced a cataclysmic disaster into an eerie silence. Su Hanyan leaned cutely against Lu Chen's sturdy chest. Although her body remained weak, her cold eyes shimmered with an exceedingly complex light. In fact, the moment she saw the second black cube and the subtly fluctuating spatial power, she had already she knew that Lu Chen was the spatial power user who had descended like a deity from the top of the demon-slaying hall, rescuing Yi Yurong from the abyss. At this moment, as she listened to her best friend's questioning, Su Hanyan's thoughts became exceedingly delicate. On one hand, she felt a sense of pride in the realization that the man she regarded as her lifelong rival, whom she vowed to surpass fairly, was indeed a spatial power user. But on the other hand, an indescribable selfishness quietly spread in her heart. She suddenly didn't want Lu Chen. Su Hanyan didn't even know what was wrong with her. Perhaps it was because she had been accustomed to his presence, having been pressed under his shadow for 3 whole years. Or perhaps it was during their battles side by side in the wilderness, when Lu Chen's words, "Stay behind me," brought an unprecedented sense of security. Or maybe it was just moments ago when he had cradled her in his arms like a celestial being, pulling her back from the brink of death as she was cornered by Kamui and others. This originally pure desire for victory had unknowingly fermented and transformed into a flutter that even she herself dared not face. Lu Chen looked at Yi Yurong, whose small face was taut and eyes slightly red, sensing the almost palpable silence in the air. He knew that since this little demoness had made her point clear, pretending to be oblivious would be pointless. Thus the corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly upwards, revealing a mischievous grin. So what's the plan, Miss Yi? If that person really was me, do you intend to repay kindness with malice and kill me to silence me? Or are you preparing to offer yourself to me? This statement was undoubtedly a veiled admission. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Yurong's mind went blank. Immediately after, a complex mix of indescribable grievance, excitement, and humiliation erupted like a volcanic explosion. Wow. This princess of the demon-slaying hall, who usually held herself high and was lazily cunning, suddenly cried out like a little girl who had suffered a grave injustice. In the next moment, she lunged forward, directly crashing into Lu Chen's embrace. Bang! The two astonishingly soft bodies collided against Lu Chen's chest unabashedly. Lu Chen felt his blood surge. It must be noted that Yi Yurong's current appearance was extremely alluring. Her tight black combat suit was already torn to shreds, and the zipper was pulled to its limit. In that crash, her 2 proud assets pressed against Lu Chen without restraint. Her snow-white, delicate skin, the deep and enchanting cleavage, and the deep red rough marks left from previous. At such close proximity, the visual and tactile sensations inflicted a devastating impact on the man. You bastard. Scoundrel. So it really was you. Yi Yurong clung tightly to Lu Chen, tears streaming down her face as she pounded his back with her small fists. Do you have any idea how hard I searched for you? You were clearly right beside me, yet you kept lying to me. Never telling me. No one knew just how afraid and desperate she had felt that night at the top of the demon-slaying hall, facing a seemingly unavoidable death. And when that mysterious spatial power user rescued her, that silhouette had deeply rooted itself in her heart. The greater the despair, the deeper the obsession after being saved. Cough cough. Let go first. Let's talk properly, no need for physical contact. Lu Chen was pushed back a step, his left hand still supporting Hanyan, while Yi Yurong hung onto his right side, causing him to feel overwhelmed. I won't let go. Yi Yurong cried with tears, her body rubbing against Lu Chen's violently. That stunningly white skin surged and fell with her movements, the red marks contrasting sharply against her tender flesh, inciting a fierce rush of blood. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes red, and glared at Lu Chen through gritted teeth. I seriously suspect that when we were up there you had ulterior motives, which is why you took the chance to tie me up and touch me everywhere. Hey, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, rebutting with righteous indignation. I, Lu Chen, am a decent man, always reading the spring and autumn annals. If you hadn't been squirming like a snake up there, would I have needed to tie you up with vines? You're talking nonsense. You're just an old pervert. Yi Yurong ground her teeth in anger. Her gaze shifted and landed on Hanyan, who was also in Lu Chen's embrace, her clothes tattered and revealing large areas of her snow-white shoulders, instantly causing a surge of bitterness in her heart. Huh, scumbag. You have Hanyan, yet you still come to bother me. After cursing the scumbag, Yi Yurong's heart suddenly sank, caught in an unprecedented internal conflict. A painfully realistic and deadly question lay before her. She had once sworn before Hanyan that she would never compete for Lu Chen with her best friend. But she had also sworn an oath in front of Hanyan that she would never marry anyone but that life-saving benefactor. Now those two identities had perfectly merged into one person. What should she do now? On one side was her good friend with whom she shared a bond of life and death, and on the other was her long-desired life-saving benefactor. Am I supposed to give up? No way. Absolutely not. The man I, Yi Yurong, have set my sights on cannot be easily handed over. Yi Yurong bit her red lips, her heart raging. But competing for a man with Hanyan was simply too shameless, right? Just then this little demoness with her unconventional thinking suddenly had an extremely absurd and bold thought flash through her mind. Since I can't steal him, what if we all share him? The moment this thought surfaced, Yi Yurong's cheeks instantly flushed visibly. That charming crimson spread all the way to her glistening earlobes, even tinting her fair slender neck and delicate collarbone with a layer of enticing pink. Hanyan leaned against Lu Chen, keenly sensing her best friend's anomaly. Seeing Yi Yurong's face, which was reddening to the point of appearing to bleed, and her hesitant, shy demeanor, Hanyan thought she was reacting to her injuries. Bobo, what's wrong with you? Bobo, what's wrong? Hanyan leaned against Lu Chen's embrace, her clear, cool voice tinged with genuine. Seeing her best friend's cheeks flush a deep, dripping red, and even her translucent earlobes dyed an alluring pink, she feared it was a relapse of her earlier injuries. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Why are your face and ears so red? No. Nothing. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Yi Yurong stammered like a startled rabbit, waving her hands frantically, trying to mask her inner turmoil with a dry laugh. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the frantic pounding in her heart. Those beautiful eyes, usually languid and drowsy, now flickered with an extremely dangerous and bold light. She looked at Hanyan tentatively, her red lips parting slightly. Yin, I want to tell you something. What if, what if? Yi Yurong bit her silver teeth, about to subtly express that absurd, everyone together thought. Stop. Cut it out. Why are you two chatting away? Lu Chen finally couldn't take it anymore, interrupting this bizarre midnight girl talk without mercy. At this moment, the young Master Lu was enduring an inhuman torment that was hard for ordinary people to imagine. On his left was the aloof and proud Shrank campus belle, Hanyan. Although she usually kept everyone at arm's length, she was currently leaning limply against his chest due to her recent recovery from severe injuries. Beneath her torn tactical suit, her slender waist, which could be circled by a single hand, and the occasional soft brush of her curves carrying a maiden's unique fragrance, relentlessly stimulated his senses. On his right was the fiery and wild little enchantress Yi Yurong. This woman was simply a lethal vixen. Not only was she scantily clad, but her impressively large assets were pressed firmly against his arm. What's worse, due to her emotional agitation, she kept wriggling against him. The astonishing elasticity, the scorching body heat, and the intersecting red marks crisscrossing her large expanse of snow-white skin, all at extremely close range, challenged a normal man's physical limits in every way. Although Lu Chen possessed immense self-control, he was fundamentally a man with normal instincts. Being sandwiched between two top-tier beauties, especially in such a state of undress and extreme allure, he felt a surge of wicked fire rampaging within him. Cut it out right now. If you keep squirming, I can't guarantee what kind of inappropriate scene might unfold next. Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly circulating his spiritual energy to suppress the restlessness within. Without mercy, he pried Yi Yurong, who was clinging to him like an octopus, off his body. Then he quickly removed his own relatively intact black trench coat and draped it over her exposed, alluring figure. He also roughly pulled the zipper all the way up, tightly concealing the breathtaking cleavage and those tempting red marks. And you miss Su, since you're healed, stand on your own. Don't take the chance to take advantage of me. After doing all this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Su Hanyin, and his arms, a roguish, mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone teasing. You? Who's taking advantage of you? It's your hand that kept. You beast. Su Hanyin, already shy, was even more furious at this preemptive strike, grinding her teeth in anger. Gathering the strength that had returned to her, she abruptly broke free from Lu Chen's embrace. Her cold, beautiful face was flushed as if it might drip blood, and her dazed eyes held a hint of reproach as she glared fiercely at Lu Chen. On the other side, Yi Yorong, wrapped in the oversized trench coat, found her nose instantly filled with the fresh, domineering masculine scent of Lu Chen's clothes. Far from being angry, she curled her lips into a sly, satisfied smile like a cat that got the cream. Clutching the collar of the coat tightly, feeling the lingering warmth that held the bold everyone-together idea in her mind didn't extinguish, but instead burned even brighter. You two stand properly and get dressed. If the enforcement division sees you like this, they'll think I'm running some kind of orgy out here in the wilderness. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said irritably. Su Hanyin and Yi Yorong both shot him a glare before hurriedly straightening their tattered clothes, completely covering up the glimpses of snow-white skin. Tisk, such a prude. Yi Yorong, wrapped in the coat, muttered softly, a hint of resentment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Don't think I don't remember what you did to me that night. She had personally measured his stature and even claimed a merit for it. Now he was playing the virtuous man. Lu Chen ignored the little princess of the demon-slaying hall, whose mind was full of dirty thoughts. He turned and walked straight towards the massive black cube at the center of the giant pit. Under the shocked gaze of the two women, the black Magatama in Lu Chen's right eye spun wildly, transforming into an intricate kaleidoscope pattern. Kamui. With a low chant, a violent surge of spatial distortion erupted. The colossal black cube, as large as a small hill, warped rapidly under the pull of the spatial vortex and was finally completely sucked into another dimension, vanishing without a trace. In its place, only a bottomless pit remained, along with the gruesome scattered remains of the berserk blood ape. As for Tangui, he had clearly used some extremely precious life-saving treasure at the last moment and managed to escape. Hiss! Although she had already guessed the truth, seeing Lu Chen so effortlessly store such a massive object into his space still made Su Hanyin gasp in shock. Spatial ability. Then, recalling the healing power that defied logic, the wood-style techniques that could instantly build a villa, and even the green giant that hadn't been fully revealed. Su Hanyin's gaze became extremely complex. Her long-held pride and competitive drive were shattered into pieces against Lu Chen's unfathomable strength. Could she ever hope to defeat such a monster fair and square? Perhaps. She would be suppressed by him for the... Thinking this, Su Hanyin felt not despair, but a strange flutter in her heart that she herself hadn't even noticed. In contrast, Yi Yorong's reaction was much more direct. After confirming Lu Chen was her savior from that night, the little princess of the demon-slaying hall completely let loose, transforming into an adoring fan. Wow. Amazing. Is this the move that saved me that night? So it's called Kamui. Even the name is cool. Yi Yorong's eyes sparkled with admiration, freely giving her praise. She even puffed out her impressive chest, proudly thinking to herself, I'm not bad. Handsome, strong, and well endowed. Only a man like this is worthy of my powerful capital. As for Hanyan,